It's a cool night. Only the crackling fire on the battlefield and the howling wind break the depressing silence. A man with long, wavy hair looked up at the sky and thought about how his life had become a living hell since turning 34. The guy walked, his cloak fluttering, and his thoughts stubbornly did not let him go, forcing him to remember when everything started going wrong, when life itself got off track. The man, remembering his sister, wondered what would have happened if he had found the sword earlier. Perhaps she would not have been sent to the Empire, and he would not have become a monster. If this were to happen, then the beast called I would not exist. Jack thought about his mentor. If things had turned out differently, he would not have met her, would not have changed under her influence, would not have learned what he can do now. The time our hero spent with her was the best, because she brought grace into his life, changing everything. With a smile on his face, the guy said that if he knew he would regret it, he would have behaved better, choosing his words carefully. Steam came out of the young man's mouth as he looked up at the night sky, watching the clouds slowly drift by. The man continued to watch, sitting on the corpse of the fallen knight, but in reality he wanted something else, feeling a longing for lost opportunities. Someone was approaching him from behind. The steps were unusual, as if a crowd of people were walking. Jack turned sharply, looking coldly and angrily at the reason for the disturbance of the silence. The blue-eyed youth quickly approached the man, holding a sword in his hand, anger visible on his face, and there were more warriors behind him. Jack emphasized that he had already said that he would not fight with children. Did the guy really not understand words? The boy pointed the sword at him, noting that he had killed his father. The man was surprised and seemed to feel uneasy about this fact. But then, with a naive smile, he emphasized that he didn't remember anything like that at all, as if trying to divert suspicion from himself. The young man looked at the young man as if he were the last freak and called him a real monster, but with the way his hands were shaking, he was very scared. The man had been told this so often that it no longer affected him, and he responded to these words with indifference, ignoring their meaning. His body continued to fall apart and ache with pain, his muscles were contracting, and his brain was sending a signal that it was time to finish, but he wanted to continue. The young man looked angrily at his interlocutor, waiting for an answer and wanting to quickly avenge his father. But the young man was in no hurry. He wanted to wait just a little longer. The stranger began to talk about his not-so-good and cruel exploits, hearing the boy call him a monster. The interlocutor was not angered by this. On the contrary, with a grin in his voice, he asked the young man if he knew how many people had fallen from his blade. The guy looked down at the ground and was silent. The man said that hundreds of thousands had fallen by his sword, calling the young man ridiculous, and stressed that he was a monster, just like the young man was a man, and there was nothing surprising about it. The boy stands in expensive clothes and he holds the sword inexperiencedly, with a great desire to attack, but is waiting for something. This interested the man, and he decided to ask the name of the young man who so resembled him in his youth. Hearing in response that his name was Jack Stewart, surprise appeared on his face. It seemed that this simply could not be. It was a coincidence because the man's name was also Jack, and he said his name with a small smile. Afterwards, he proudly clarified that he had killed many, but he did not remember anyone with the last name Stewart. And a minute later, he asked whether the stranger's father was really among those he had defeated. The young man's eyes began to water as he said that his father was not a good man, but he needed him. With anger in his voice, the young man said that it was surprising, and then said that it was most likely jealousy. The man stressed that he would not apologize for killing his father, but would provide him with a favor. Pointing his finger at the boy's sword, he undoubtedly ordered him to be killed, confident in his strength and power, leaving no room for objection. The young man stood there in surprise. Would the enemy really just ask to kill him? Thoughts were mixed up in his head, and he couldn't understand what exactly his opponent was aiming for. It seemed like an eternity had passed, but nothing happened. Our hero's green eyes were empty and lifeless. Suddenly, the stranger broke the silence and noted that now was the best time. And then he added that this way the guy could avenge his father and become famous as the man who killed the monster. The stranger admitted that he could have easily gotten out alive, and it didn't matter that he had a broken leg. All this can be fixed, but he has no desire to. The boy's hands were shaking. He could barely hold the sword, feeling cold sweat on his forehead, fear and tension consuming him. It seemed that the blade would reach its target at any moment, and that would be the end of it. The next second, the young man fell to his knees, unable to do anything. Our hero lowered his head, trying to hide his tears and pain so as not to show his own weakness. But he didn't succeed, because the very next second the guy gave vent to his feelings. The astonished stranger looked at his interlocutor with horror, unable to say anything. However, the next moment the man smiled suspiciously, and a couple of seconds later he extended his hand to our hero. Jack Stewart decided to console the young man by saying that even after the murder, he could not live happily. And then he told the guy not to live in regrets, as he himself does. And looking intently into the eyes of his interlocutor, he added, "After all, he is still so young." Surprisingly, Jack felt sorry for the young man, and then he affectionately patted him on the head. The man asked with relief to tell everyone that the war was over and the monster was dead. The young man, crying, finally asks why he, having so much strength, lives like this if he can change his life for the better. Our hero thought for a moment, and answered with a rhetorical question as to why he really lived his life like this. The stranger stated that everything turned out as it did. The man had nothing more to say, or he simply did not want to explain. And just a moment later, Jack Stewart began to fall to the ground. Everything around was swimming, and my eyes closed by themselves. The young man noted to himself that he felt like his body was like a balloon letting air out. Everything was like in a fog. The man could hardly comprehend what was happening around him. The stranger felt as if he was forgetting how to breathe, and the sounds around him ceased to exist. He wondered if he could have changed the sad ending as the boy sat over him, crying. The man's last thought was that if he started over, things might change. It was a beautiful garden, with a gazebo and barbed wire in the foreground. However, suddenly the stranger began to fly somewhere. It seemed to him that it was a dream about his childhood, full of vivid memories. His memories included a father who always doubted that he was his son, and the face of a mother who died after he was born. The older sister, who was famous for her beauty even outside the empire, and the older brother did not always get her husband. All his memories returned to him. His name was John Ballantyre, and having forgotten his name, he became a soldier and crossed the entire continent. It was difficult for the young man to understand whether it was a dream or a memory. Jack didn't understand what was happening to them, and so he decided that it wouldn't take long for him to go crazy. Now the guy was in a beautiful country house, and it seemed that nothing bad could happen. In fact, in his past life, the young man started the Second Continental War. Our hero managed to win it, but at what cost? The guy remembered his exploits, which made him a monster, but managed to be a companion to all his goals. Driven by the desire for revenge, the boy destroyed everyone who belonged to the Tulkun family, which dominated the Western continent. Our hero started wars and ended them with victory. Success accompanied all his goals. It was easy for Jack to accept his death because he had no incentive to live, and then his heart began to stop, when suddenly something happened. Looking at the mirror in the room, he tried to understand how he returned to the past. The young man knew that his home was reality, although much was unclear. The boy panicked and wondered how this was even possible, if all this had really happened. His family, the Marquises of Ballantyre, was renowned throughout the Tesla Empire, and he was the third and youngest child in the family. If Jack had been content with the title of young Marquis of the Teslan Empire, he would have lived a good and happy life, but not for the Ballantyre family. It seems that it is all simple, but there was one thing that the guy thought about. By touching the roses, our hero wanted to forget himself and enjoy what was there. And so the boy came to the rose garden. There was an extension on which stood a table with chairs, and roses grew around. The guy knew that the location looked very good on the outside, but in reality it was a place of some kind of exile. Looking at the sky, our hero thought that this place was needed to protect the youngest child. Sitting on the floor of the annex, he continued to think that this place was meant to protect him from the support of his family and vassals. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were heard behind the young man. Jack knew who it was, although he was in no hurry to turn around. It was about the butler who, smiling and dressed in an elegant suit, brought the young master a drink. Butler Ron was always a little devious, but he was the only one who appreciated and supported the young man. The boy jokingly asked if Ron had put poison in his drink, after which the frightened butler began to justify himself that he had not. With horror on his face, the young man began to scream and make excuses. Jack calmed him down and said with a smile that he was joking and thanked him for everything. Ron simply laughed, saying happily that the little master could always count on him. And the next moment the butler turned and walked away. While sipping his drink, our hero thought that there were 11 more people in the garden besides him. One of them was Ron, who brought tomato juice. There were 10 more guards keeping a close eye on him, ready to protect him from any danger. But the guy didn't need anyone else except the butler. And this was a little discouraging to Jack, who sat on the stairs, looked at the sky, and continued to think. It was surprising how difficult everything in life is. Jack realized that this was real, but he couldn't even imagine that he would have a chance to go back to the past. Looking at his hand, where there were no wounds yet, and not even a hint of a heart of lies, he thought that he was only 14 years old. Unlike other children of noble families, he felt like a complete failure. The guy was relaxing peacefully, enjoying his new body. Suddenly, footsteps and the creaking of floorboards were heard behind our hero. Then Jack felt a blow to his head that caused him to stumble forward, stumbling for a moment, losing his balance. The boy grabbed his head in bewilderment, feeling pain, and thought about how much he had relaxed, not noticing the danger. Our hero did not understand what was happening to him. It seemed like it was another bad dream. The dark silhouette that belonged to the stranger had a negative attitude. Jack cried, clutching his head, not knowing what to do next. A glass of tomato juice broke. Even a lion does not touch animals at a watering hole, because the person who broke it is not aware of this rule. Our hero looked down and pondered what he should do. Meanwhile, the boy's elder brother was shouting at him angrily because he didn't like the way he greeted him. The boy looked at Palon with fury, wanting to beat him up, who was 3 years older. And he, in turn, did not take his eyes off our hero. Jack walked towards him, remembering that it was his brother who was the reason why he couldn't do magic. It's been so many years, and Palon still irritates him, still causing him anger and disappointment. This time, the young man's eyes showed anger, hatred, and a desire for revenge. So many years had passed, and our hero was still irritated by this young man. The guy said more than once that he could kill his brother at any moment. Unlike his sister, Jack is absolutely useless and cannot handle a sword or know magic. He remembers how he spilled tea on him and called him a brat. And then he added that if the boy decided to study, his brother would consider it a betrayal and destroy him. And laughing, he added that no one knows how life will turn out in the future. Only when Palon became the head of the family, he said that he would consider Jack a younger brother. With his hands folded on his knees, the young man recalled that he had been weak as a child. That's why many people in his family made fun of the boy. These conversations extended beyond the family. Even the common people mocked him, and most of the rumors were spread by his brother and Count Mentis. It seemed that everyone in the house was against our hero, who was considered a complete loser. The spread of rumors was especially encouraged by his own father and Count Mentis. But I don't care about my brother. It's even funny to look at him after all. The eldest child in the family is a girl. She is the only one Jack can rely on, and the only one who truly cares about him. The sister is 1 year older than Palon, but since she is a woman, she cannot take on the responsibilities of the head of the family. Her destiny is predetermined from birth. The Marquis's daughter will marry whoever her father likes and will spend her entire life in a small estate. This is how Isabella's life was and will be, but the beauty did not deserve it. Now in front of Jack is a man who is ready to sell his sister to the first man he meets in order to become the head of the family. This young man doesn't care about the feelings of their common sister or about the feelings of other people. He realized that if he killed his brother, he would be doing the world a great service. Palon didn't like the way his brother looked at him and decided to punish him by hitting him. The guy decided to act with ease and composure, grabbed his hand, stopping the blow. The young man looked at everything that was happening with horror and seemed not to believe his own eyes. The same applied to the guards, who were wary but did not know whether to intervene in the conflict. His gaze showed confidence in his victory over his older brother, because he knows combat techniques. The brother did not expect this from him at all. He shouted that he dared, thinking that the younger one would be scared. Jack easily picked up and threw Palon over his shoulder, despite the age difference, and Palon in turn did not even have time to react. Palon flew into the depths of the gazebo, knocking over the table and chairs that were there, creating chaos around him. He looked at the younger one with fear and asked what was wrong with him, because he did not expect to receive resistance. The interlocutor stood and silently looked at his offender. But a moment later, laughing, he offered to give her his hand. He could not hold back an ironic smile. The elder brother stood up and began to accumulate mana, focusing on the energy surrounding him, driven only by anger. Palon screamed at how his younger brother dared to contradict him. The guards talked among themselves and decided that they weren't going to stop her. It would be less of a problem for them. Jack realized this and told his brother that no one was stopping us. He expected this to happen, and the guards didn't care about him. The enemy thought to himself that he had gotten himself into a funny situation. Suddenly, Ron, without any weapon, covered the boy with his body, asking him not to use mana now. The butler shouted as loudly as ever so that the master could hear him. For a moment the young man actually froze, but only to take the next step. Palon became angry at being interrupted and punched the butler in the face. The next minute the servant fell to the floor, unable to resist the master. Jack glanced at Ron, thinking that he really did have a lot of secrets of his own. The elder brother began to threaten that the younger brother and the butler would die, his voice full of anger. The young man wanted to say something else, but the guy didn't let him do it. The young man continued to mock, asking ironically if Palon wanted to just deafen him with his scream, his cheeky smile only irritating his brother more. Choking with anger, the ill-wisher decided that it was high time to take out his saber. Jack was clearly enjoying this, playing on the nerves of his brother, who had already begun to draw his sword because he was not going to back down. Suddenly, the older brother slowly but surely began to back away. The guy stood in a stance. He didn't care that his body didn't know what training was and couldn't detect the lie. He looked at his older brother with a thirst for revenge for all the bullying he had to endure throughout his childhood. Our hero thought to himself that he would never back down. Jack knew very well that third circle magic was Palon's limit, and no matter what sword he used, he was still a child. Having avoided the attack, the young man understood that his brother would never defeat him with such fencing techniques. Sitting on the floor, Ron thought to himself that the young master was doing something stupid. However, he decided that he would not kill Palon now. He wanted to impress him even more. When he came closer, he suggested to his older brother that he go to the doctor to have his head treated, which made him even more angry. The young man thought to himself that it was difficult for him to fill his entire body with mana. The butler looked at the whole picture with fear, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, and none of the guards were doing anything to stop the fight. The young man jumped, grabbing Palon's hand and placing his other hand on his face, directing all his energy there. The older brother screamed in pain, not understanding how Jack could do this, because he had never seen his strength. The young man had no intention of stopping, and so he pushed the offender away with all his might once more. Jack glared at his opponent, not a shadow of regret in his gaze. And so that his brother would remember this lesson forever, he pushed him away once more. Palon passed out, and the boy poked him with his foot to check and asked if he was still alive. The young man sat on the ground and did not move. Jack wondered indifferently what to do next. He wavered between the desire to leave him and the need to decide how to kill him. The young man looked closely at his opponent, thinking over his plan of action. Suddenly, our hero turned away from Ron and walked off somewhere, but he still couldn't come to his senses. At the same time, the guards moved towards the young man in order to intervene. The boy saw one of the guards about to draw his sword from its sheath. But the next minute, Jack raised his hand, making it clear that he was the boss in this garden. The boy ordered the defenders not to approach him unless they wanted to end up like his older brother. Realizing that the younger one was not joking, the guards immediately abandoned their plan. Jack knew now was the time to take on Palon, and so the very next moment our hero grabbed his opponent by the hair. The guy began to drag his brother, lost in his own thoughts. It seemed that the young man did not care what was happening to him because he was still unconscious. Less than a minute later, our hero was already looking at a small fountain that was right in front of him. Turning to his older brother, the young man noted that the day was hot, and therefore it would be best for him to cool off. Jack began to drown Palon, wondering how shocked he was that he wasn't even using his accumulated power. The guy looked closely at everything that was happening and at his opponent. Our hero thought about how powerless his brother was that he didn't even resist. But the next minute Palon tried to get out. Although the young man held him so tightly that it did not work, he floundered in the water, feeling how his strength was leaving him. The guy didn't feel sorry for Palon because he sent his sister to the Empire at the first bastard he met. The elder brother deliberately poisoned his father in order to become the head of the family. The young man influenced the affairs of the Empire as if he had the right to do so. The result is clear. The house of the Marquis de Ballantier was destroyed and wiped off the face of the earth. Jack didn't care about the opportunity to avenge his father and home. He only regretted the opportunity that his sister had given him with her marriage. The young man was angry, and real joy raged within him for what they had done to Isabella. The girl was always very smart and erudite, which was noticed by everyone around her. In addition, the beauty had a wonderful character, thanks to which she easily found a common language with everyone. She had to go to another empire to maintain a good reputation in the family. She did not sacrifice her own dreams, realizing what she was getting into. On the wedding day, she was saddened that there were almost no guests, and she felt lonely despite all her sacrifices for her family. While everyone was having fun, Isabella had no time for it. Sadness settled in her heart. The future chosen one noticed her sadness and asked what was the reason for such sadness. It might seem that he had sincere intentions. The fourth prince turned out to be a real monster, mercilessly telling her that she was not a legal wife, and therefore no one came to see her. The husband ordered me to stand quietly and nod when asked. And then he added that she shouldn't forget to smile, which only made the girl more nervous. The girl resigned herself and listened to him, because she was ready to do anything for the sake of her family. Sacrificed herself, hoping that it would benefit her loved ones. Jack doesn't want to think about it anymore because he starts to get even more angry and has an uncontrollable desire to kill his brother right now. Suddenly he heard some indistinct words coming from his brother, which caused surprise, forcing the young man to stop and listen carefully. Jack pulled his brother's head out of the water, after which he, gasping for air, looked confused and frightened, and began to beg for mercy. The young man was intrigued by Palon's grimace. After all, he had only seen such a face on people at war who were afraid of death, and such people were encountered all the time. Jack told his brother to think about what his brother was doing to him, and offered to help him think more easily. And still holding him by the hair, he asked why he didn't think about it. It must be difficult to be in such a situation. A second later, Jack, with an evil smile, suggested that his brother walk in his shoes to better understand the meaning of family universities. Palon looked on with fear. The young man began to swing his fist, ready to hit with all his might. He felt the adrenaline boiling in his veins, and at that moment anger overwhelmed him. Ron shouted for him to stop across the entire area, his voice piercing the air like thunder, making Jack think twice about his actions. The butler then came closer and quietly asked the young master to stop, his calm tone contrasting with the tense atmosphere. The guy looked at Ron, saying nothing. Although he tried to calm the situation, he could not change Jack's feelings. For a few more minutes, our hero held his opponent, deciding to take the next step. Suddenly, the young man let go of his brother, although he did not want to at all, but did it because he respected the butler, who treated him well. Jack spoke rudely to the guard, making him very worried after what he saw that he would get it too. And then he put his foot down on Palon with disdain. The young man ordered his brother, who was still in a deplorable state, to be removed somewhere. Our hero added that the gentleman was alive, and therefore there was no point in worrying. The guard approached Palon with concern and began asking how he was feeling while Jack calmly dusted off his hands. The butler walked towards the victim, bumping into the young man with his shoulder. The servant did not know what to say to him, so for a while he simply watched the young master. He in turn watched as one of the guards lifted the unfortunate man from the ground. Ron had never seen Jack like this before. He wanted to help, but he didn't know how to properly approach the young man in such a state. Palon was taken to his mother's estate, who, when she saw him, was horrified and began to lose consciousness. The woman did not understand how Jack Balentier's half-brother and future heir, supported by the forces of the influential Mentis family, could be in such a state. The family was thrown into total disarray after the future holder of the title of Marquis of this family had a broken head and began to be afraid of water. The servants and doctors used all available first aid methods to help the patient. Jack sat in the room sipping hot tea, and Ron faithfully kept him company. The young man picked up a fork to try the strawberry cheesecake, which looked very appetizing. Jack was about to pop the piece of berry that covered the dessert into his mouth with pleasure. The butler looked attentively at his master, but did not dare to start the conversation first. After the incident with his brother, rumors began to spread among the staff of the house, and the atmosphere in the estate became tense. The sister passing by listened with curiosity to the conversations of others, trying to understand what the rumors were about. At first, she quietly approached and, a little shyly, tried to ask what their conversation was about. But soon her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked decisively what they were whispering about. The rumors began to spread further, gaining new details, and finally reached the head of the family. And this was before Palon was supposed to turn 18, meaning he could have claimed the throne, but now everything is in question. Father ordered that Jack be called to sort out the rumors that had spread among the staff. The man was not going to leave things to chance. It was very important to him. After tasting the cheesecake, Jack thanked the butler for the wonderful dessert. The servant closed his eyes as a sign that his thanks were accepted, but remained silent. The next minute a maid entered the room and turned to Ron. The girl came a little closer to whisper something in the houseworker's ear. The young master was interested in the butler's reaction, and he quietly watched their conversation. After the girl left, Ron told Jack that he needed to go to his father immediately. Our hero placed his hands on the edge of the chair and was about to get up. Seeing that the young master was going somewhere, the servant shouted that he would go with the boy, since he had witnessed the whole situation. The guy assured that he was no longer a little boy and did not need to be protected. Ron didn't understand what had happened to the young master and why he had changed so much lately. The young man bowed politely, indicating that the boy should be as careful as possible with the master. Adjusting his cloak, our hero did not deign to answer, but proudly walked forward. The house was in chaos, as always. Someone was running somewhere, hurrying somewhere. Arriving at the estate where his family lived, the guy felt strange because of the number of people bustling around. It seemed to him that all eyes were focused only on him, as if he had become the center of attention in this crowd. He hadn't felt this way for a long time, and it made him feel unsure and uncomfortable. Our hero felt like he was being looked down upon and actively whispered about behind his back, believing that he was a worthless person. At the same time, the young man walked proudly through the hall because duty demanded it. Jack tried to think that it didn't matter what anyone thought of him, hoping that the conversation with his father would end soon. The next moment, the young man was already standing at the door, which he was about to open. The young man reached out to open it, but the guards blocked the passage with weapons, not allowing him to go further. Our hero looked at his father's defenders, and they stood there impassively and did nothing more. Jack turned to the knight, but receiving no answer, he realized that he was pretending that he was not there. Our hero stood and watched as two men in front of him closed the opening with axes, making it clear that the young man must leave. The young man lightly nudged the guard's leg, but he only looked at him with an angry gaze, not moving from his spot. Jack began asking the defenders if they were mute or deaf. Looking into the eyes of the ill-wisher, our hero thought that before he would have immediately run away from such a look, but not now. And so, with a smile, he threatened the knight to relax his face, or he would cut it in two. Suddenly the guard made a voice and asked again what the young gentleman had just said, but he kicked him again, but harder, to show his intentions. This time the guard crouched in pain. The force of the blow was felt even through his armor. Jack wasted no time, approached, looking at the knight with a challenge, and asked why they weren't dropping him. The guard replied that he couldn't say why they weren't letting him in, to which the guy, with suspicion in his voice, asked if he should just wait. For a moment our hero thought about what to do next, and then he turned around abruptly and began to walk towards himself, to which the knight, surprised, asked where he was going. Standing half-turned, the guy asked again what it was all about, but the interlocutor did not answer, pretending not to hear, after which Jack asked me to tell him that if his father wanted to talk, he should come to him himself. The guards simply watched him go, thinking that the young master had gone crazy because they had never seen such behavior. The head of the family was informed that the boy simply up and left. Hearing such a statement, the Marquis did not understand how his son could do such a thing. At the same time, the servant, justifying himself, noted that it was true. The young man was not let in, and therefore he turned around and walked away. With a smirk on his face, the formidable father declared that he understood everything. And the very next moment, putting down the pen, he stood up from his seat. The man said in a serious tone that the younger one had changed a lot. Jack sat outside, sipping his drink and wondering why his father hadn't come yet, even though he should have. Suddenly the guy's attention was drawn to some extraneous noise. Although it was getting dark, and it seemed that no one would come to the garden at such a time, this was not so. And then steps were heard, and the young man realized that many people were approaching him, but he remained calm. As Jack continued to sip his drink, he thought that he had just remembered his father when he came to visit him. Along with the husband walked a lot of servants, and next to them walked his wife, the guy's stepmother, with a fastidious face. Having noticed his father, the young man noted to himself that it was clear from his face that he was an old and stubborn donkey. Surprisingly, our hero remembered this man exactly the same in his past life. The head of the family came closer and looked at the guy from above, evaluating him with a disdainful look, as if he were just a child's toy. Our hero reflected on the fact that he was trying to think as if this man did not exist at all, because in his past life, he almost killed his son when he ran away. This is a man who is capable of selling his child for the sake of his own reputation, too greedy for power and too incapable of achieving what he wants. Jack greeted the man angrily, and it looked very disrespectful on his part, because he did not hide his hostility. The father simply looked straight at Jack, asking with displeasure what had happened to the young man who had once been unable to contradict him. Looking askance at his interlocutor, the guy said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, the Marquise intervened in the conversation, accusing the guy of communicating inappropriately with the head of the family. Jack crossed his legs and noted that the delegation had come a long way, so he suggested going inside the building, although the very next moment, the lumbar suggested discussing everything on the spot. And then, for some unknown reason, he threw the plate into the air with all his might. Everyone gathered was surprised and outraged by such impudence, because no one expected such frankness and disdain from the young man. Not even a few seconds passed before the plate shattered into pieces in the air. Everything happened under the influence of the magical power of our hero's father. The head of the family began to accumulate mana in order to take revenge on the impudent man for everything he had done. Jack realized that his father wanted to know if he had developed a heart of lies, and this made the situation even more tense. Suddenly, a man spoke up, seemingly reading his son's thoughts, and with a grin declared that the young man was empty. But he noted that the young man had a talent for martial arts. The boy heard his father's question about why he hadn't shown it before, answering that it just happened that way, but thinking to himself that he hadn't become stronger, as the leader thought, but on the contrary, had become weaker. The conversation was interrupted by the stepmother, who began to shout, accusing him of behaving arrogantly and insolently at such a young age. The head of the family interrupted his stepmother with a gesture, and with cold abstinence, said that he had previously thought that the boy was useless, but it turned out that this was not so. Our hero looked closely at his parent, not knowing what to answer, and then he asked if he was useless. Did that mean he was not worthy of being his son? The man calmly asked if the child really wanted him to acknowledge him as his son. Jack replied coldly that he was not interested, the words spoken with a palpable indifference that only further strained the atmosphere between them. All those gathered watched what was happening in amazement and could not believe that they heard what they heard. And at that moment, the man turned around and was about to leave. In turn, our hero did not understand what all this meant and what the outcome would be. And the outcome was not long in coming, because the father said that he understood everything, and, demonstrating indifference, headed home. Looking after his departing parent, the boy did not understand why this man had come at all. Finally, Jack turned to his stepmother, but was in no hurry to say what he wanted. But then he noticed with a smile that after everything that had happened, she had wrinkles, and that she needed to take care of her skin. The woman got angry, calling him a bastard, and was unable to influence our hero in any way. And the young man simply smiled, thinking that he was the most ordinary guy, although he was very pleased to look at the Marquise's angry face. The very next minute, the guy, watching his stepmother, began to say something. Jack wished him a good evening with a smile, and with a little irony asked him to convey his apologies to his brother. Finally, the night has come, the time when you can relax and think about something of your own. The very next day, Ron informed the master that Jack had been sentenced to solitary confinement for 20 days for causing a disturbance in the house. The butler hysterically asked what had happened while he was gone, but the young man replied that it was not important and asked him not to shout. And then he added that while the second one was mocking him, the faithful servant did nothing. But now he was angry. I thought to myself about how solitary confinement works. The unpleasant thing was that the young man had previously been exiled to the Rose Garden, and now prison awaited him. Ron suddenly reminded that there was a month of vacation left at the academy, and if so, then what was the point of this conclusion? Without looking up from his work, Jack remained silent as before. However, emerging from his own thoughts, he shouted that he had completely forgotten about it. Since the boy is only 14 years old, he must study at the academy, because all the aristocrats of the Teslan Empire receive their education there. The only exceptions are people with disabilities or people who, for some reason, cannot study. The course lasts 4 years, and begins when the student is 14 years old, so our hero is in his first year of study. The first semester has already ended and summer holidays have begun. Jack was inspired by the thought that he would be a student again and would have to go back to school. The young man remembered his mentor, and therefore decided that he could skip any subject, but not hers. The young man, looking at his drawing, decided not to quarrel with the Marquis over trifles anymore, so that he would not be banned from visiting his alma mater. The guy thought about how he had lived all this time, realizing that he could not understand his past self. Suddenly, the butler asked if the young gentleman had finished painting, watching him work carefully. Jack asked where his solitary punishment would be, trying to figure out what was in store for him. For a few seconds, the faithful servant stood silently, his eyes downcast, not knowing what to say. Seeing the servant's confusion, the boy asked why he was silent. The butler responded sympathetically that there was only one place for imprisonment, and he added that the punishment would take place in a place designated for criminals who had committed offenses on the territory of the Marquis's estate. The young gentleman, a little frightened, tried to find the right words, but nothing came of it. And so I asked again whether they were really talking about prison. Bowing, Ron confirmed that the teenager had understood everything correctly. And again, for a moment, there was an awkward silence in the room. In horror, Jack shouted to the entire estate that the guy would not leave this situation so easily, and that his determination would only grow with each passing day. The academy holidays should not be used only for relaxation, as was evident in the case of Palon, who had his head smashed. Almost every day since the beginning of the holidays, he attended various events where he met aristocratic families. But Jack has never had anything like this. The official affairs of the Marquises, of course, do not interest him. But what irritated the young man most was not this, but the fact that his relatives noted that there was no place for the guy anywhere. The thought of this made him very angry, causing flashes of anger and despair in his soul. Sitting on the hard couch, the guy mentally called his family the most obscene words. Our hero decided to come to the prison himself, without waiting to be taken away, demonstrating his determination and unwillingness to submit to someone else's will. Handcuffed, Jack knew it wasn't fair, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ron's crying face showed how much pain he was in. His eyes reflected sadness and concern for the young man. The butler did not hide his emotions and was not embarrassed by the display of weakness, because the boy had become almost like family to him over the years of service. Jack quickly ordered the guards to speed up while the butler begged him to watch his health. Sitting on his bed in prison, Jack thought about the conditions of his stay in this place. The teenager turned his gaze to the corner that served as a restroom. After this, our hero carefully examined the plate of food. The young man did not understand why everything was going downhill. Everything indicated that the blanket had not been changed for several decades, and the soup was so bad that even the flies refused to eat it. Solitary confinement gave him more time to think, but the young man considered it an excessive test, which only increased his irritation. The shame is that aristocrats who own land can punish its inhabitants as they please. At the same time, the rich use local laws, not imperial ones, and in fact, on their territory, they have the same rights as the ruler of the empire. Despite the fact that our hero was imprisoned by order of the Marquis, Jack still remained his son and an aristocrat. The teenager did not understand why he was being punished because he did not rebel against his father. The young man thought that perhaps his father had decided to console the wounded second man in this way and at the same time teach Jack a lesson. The boy was sure that his father had come up with a suitable story. Jack Ballantyre, the disgrace of the family, learned forbidden black magic because of his greed. The older brother told the young man to stop, but he did not listen and used magic even on the young man. But despite the fact that the second heir in the family suffered, Palon forgave the stupid teenager. Probably in the minds of the Marquis and Marchioness, such an excuse was created specifically for the public in order to preserve their reputation. But the guy didn't want to continue this story because it disgusted him. Jack felt bored at the thought and lay down on the bed, hoping that his confinement would not last long. Turning over on his side, our hero realized that he could quickly run away from here, but he couldn't for 3 reasons. Closing his eyes, the teenager knew it was all about his sister, Ron, and also his mentor. Besides, Jack realized that he was still too weak to survive alone, 55 kilograms and 165 centimeters tall, and no muscles. The guy knew the rule of survival in the world. The strong devour the weak, the strongest survive, and the weak become food or die. Jack didn't want to start a massacre like in his past life, but he wanted to protect his sister, mentor, and Ron. The young man knew that to do this, he would need time and power, which could be obtained at the academy, since only there could he prepare for future challenges. If everything works out, the teenager will be able to take care of those he loves and values most. Raising his hand and clenching his fist, the teenager knew he had to do everything in his power. Suddenly, the guy sat up on the bed, inspired by some idea. A minute later, the guy told himself that even though he didn't like it, he was rightfully obliged to take what was his. And so Jack persistently tried to create mana, realizing that he was only at the initial stages from the first to the 3rd circle. 4, 6 circle are expert, while magicians of 7, 9 levels are able to manage mana at the highest level. The 10th circle belongs only to those who are called masters or supermen. This is the highest level of magic. Rubbing his hands, Jack decided that he was lucky, since there was no one around. It took him about 2 hours to create the first circle, which gave him time to concentrate and think. The teenager remembered that in his past life he began to study mana no earlier than at the age of 17. As he continued his work, the teenager realized that he now felt like a real weakling. The young man managed to expand the magical energy, although he was angry with himself, realizing that he should not be caught doing such a thing. Suddenly the boy heard the sound of a heel, thinking that his stepmother had come to him, but this sound was louder and not so massive, which surprised him. The sound of heels seemed to echo throughout the cold stone prison building. Not much time passed, and the stranger had already approached one of the cameras. Suddenly the young man heard a woman's voice tenderly call him Jackie, and his heart felt both warmth and anxiety at the same time. The guy quickly jumped out of bed, because in his past life, he could only hear this beautiful voice in a dream. Elizabeth Ballantier stood right in front of him, almost crying because she was worried about her brother. The girl reached through the bars, placed her hand on Jack's cheek, and asked if he was okay. The guy was surprised because he finally saw his beloved sister, who remained as beautiful and kind soul as in his memories. The very next moment the beauty touched her brother's cheek with her hand. The teenager couldn't believe his eyes. He turned to his sister, but didn't say another word. Closing his eyes full of tears, the young man noted that he was incredibly happy. Everything was fine with him. Suddenly Elizabeth asked why her brother used black magic when she could have taught him simple magic. The interlocutor noted that she was very sorry, and at the same time stated that the young man should have stayed at the academy. And then she started asking why the guy came back home. The girl continued asking questions, but the guy didn't react. He just smiled in surprise, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. The sister again asked worriedly if he was listening to her, because maybe he was not feeling well. Jack replied that he was just glad to see his family member, and then he lowered his head and began to wipe away his tears, although his sister did not understand what had happened. The young man looked at his sister and began to say that he was glad, and that this was all real, and not his nonsense. There was silence for a moment as our hero collected his thoughts to say something important. After this, the teenager resolutely suggested running away. He said they could live in the village and work in the fields together, hoping to leave all their problems behind. Elizabeth's face looked sad, realizing that this was impossible, because their lives were intertwined with responsibilities and demands. Jack added that he knew how the second and his mother treated her, and he was sure that she should not remain under the wrath of the Marquis. Our hero continued to explain that his sister can fall in love and live with whoever her heart tells her to. The girl began to scream, explaining how long one could live under the oppression of the Marquis. The interlocutor was explaining something while her brother looked at Elizabeth in surprise, whom he had seen so angry for the first time. Having calmed down a little, she explained that no matter what their father was like, a man would still remain a man, and there was no point in saying anything bad about him. The sister continued that she knew how her father felt about Jack, but she would try to change the situation. And again she said that the guy shouldn't get upset. Everything will work out somehow. Elizabeth, with a gentle smile, asked him to wait and trust her, repeating the same thing she had told him in her past life. Our hero, touching the girl's hand, decided for himself that somehow he actually returned to the past, and he said out loud that he was incredibly happy to see his sister again. With embarrassment in her voice, the beauty noted that she was very pleased to hear this, because it was incredibly cute. A minute later, the teenager was thinking about something again. Jack stood up, apologizing. He asked the girl to move away from the bars a little, which made her very surprised. Stepping back, the beauty asked what her brother was going to do. But Jack didn't answer. He only stated that Elizabeth was now at a safe distance. And after the brunette moved away, the young man began to use magic, focusing on the energy emanating from his palm. The astonished guest looked at the teenager and could not utter a word. Jack moved his hand towards the grate and began to focus the energy, feeling the magical force envelop the metal. The sister looked at this in surprise, her hair fluttering from the light flow of magical energy released along with the lock. The relative anxiously asked how the guy was able to create a circle and how he managed to destroy the castle, not understanding where such abilities came from. And while Elizabeth stood rooted to the spot, our hero had already begun to stretch out his hands towards her. The guy silently hugged the girl, because he had dreamed of doing this for so long, feeling the peace and warmth that he had so vainly hoped for. Jack asked his sister for forgiveness, hugging her tenderly. The sister was very surprised by such unexpected tenderness, and she froze for a moment, not knowing how to react to her brother's behavior. After that, the brunette anxiously asked what had happened to the guy. Perhaps he had eaten something wrong or something else strange had happened. Elizabeth continued asking if he was sure he was okay, trying to figure out the boy's emotions. Our hero was flattered by such concern, and so, with embarrassment in his voice, the guy declared that everything was fine with him. Jack continued to hug Elizabeth, realizing how long it had been since he had done this. Our hero assured his sister that everything would be different, not like before, remembering what happened in his past life. The young man promised to give the girl the life she truly deserves, a life in which there is happiness. For a while, the brunette sat silently, not understanding how to react to such an attitude. The sister patted her brother on the back, trying to convey her support and understanding. And the boy remembered how he learned the whole truth about the fourth prince, to whom his sister was given, and his heart was filled with anger. In a past life, our hero took a man captive to avenge his sister because Elizabeth's life was complete hell. After the prince confessed, the young man realized that he was in a hopeless situation that left no chance for salvation. It was all about the truth, a very evil truth. She turned out to be more terrible than our hero thought, and made the young man a greater monster than before. The unfortunate captive understood that there would be no mercy for him, although he secretly hoped for it. An enraged Jack asked how an ill-wisher could offend his sister, adding that he would never forgive him. In his past life, our hero ran away at 17. But after another 10 years, nothing has changed. The Tulkun Empire disappeared, and the Teslan Empire became the largest. Of course, the House of Ballantyre continued to exist in name only. Everything was not the same as before, but it didn't matter. After the empire disappeared, her sister was told that her entire family had been imprisoned, and this was a real blow to her. The girl even dropped her cup of coffee in surprise. Elizabeth begged the prince to have mercy on her family, kneeling, with tears in her eyes, hoping for a drop of mercy. But it is necessary to understand that the girl was in a position no higher than a concubine, and so the fourth prince refused her, pushing her away with indifference, declaring that she irritated him with her pleas. But the brunette was not one to give up so easily. Sitting outside in the cold rain, Elizabeth continued to beg for her family to go. She spent 3 days and 3 nights in the cold, not paying attention to the weather conditions, as long as there was a result. After this, the prince nevertheless decided to listen to the unfortunate woman's request. The man extended his hand to help the girl up, but it could not be called a gesture of mercy. This story was told to the entire continent, but in reality, what was happening within the castle walls was something only Jack knew about. Elizabeth continued to thank the prince, declaring that she would do anything, but she fell silent when the man leaned his hand against the wall and leaned over her, making her feel the tension in the air. The ill-wisher said that the beauty had misunderstood something, and he threatened that he could kill her family without hesitation, although not now. Then the gentleman added that if the girl obeyed, everything would end well. After that, the unfortunate girl became a toy for the royal family, which they used for their own games and amusements. In this situation, the recognized wives could not stand aside, and therefore what happened next was obvious. Over time, the fourth prince lost interest in the girl, and the sister literally became a hostage in the annex. Jack couldn't come to terms with this. It was a big blow. Very soon, the Ballantyre house was completely destroyed. After this, our hero made the cruel decision to destroy the entire Tulkun Empire, wanting to avenge his sister and everything she had gone through. It was about the empress, the princess, the wife of the third prince, the wife of the fourth, the families who supported them, and distant relatives. The young man sought to wipe out even a trace of this family from the face of the earth, which he did, leaving behind only ruins and devastation. That was in the past world, and in this one Elizabeth asked her brother to take care of his health, assuring him that she would talk to his father herself. The guy replied with a smile that everything would be fine and asked her not to worry. And he thought to himself that now everything would be completely different, because he would never again make the mistakes of the past. Night enveloped the estate, plunging it into silence and peace under the glow of distant stars. The sister walked up the stairs, thinking about how Jack had changed, because before he would have simply tolerated this kind of treatment. The girl began to remember how her brother quickly hugged her, feeling warmth and sincerity. Looking out the window, the beauty thought that it was even good to finally see her brother so strong and determined. But the fact that he used dark magic upset her a little, because she knew how dangerous such power could be. With the sixth circle, like the girl, she did not feel any traces of this magic at first. But her father had the seventh. It was easier for him. Having visited her father, the beauty asked him to release Jack from prison. In response to the man's question about why she should do this, our heroine noted that her brother had never studied black magic. The girl noted that she was very complicated, and the teenager was vulnerable and weak, and therefore nothing would have worked out for him. Elizabeth knew that her father wanted the truth about Jack to remain unknown to the public. For some time, both interlocutors were silent. The head of the family continued to drink tea while the brunette simply stood in front of him. Suddenly, the girl began to say that everyone knew that Jack was not claiming the role of heir. He did not need it at all. Realizing that her father was unhappy about something, Elizabeth decided to take a short break, hoping that the Marquis would say at least a word. The man, finishing his tea, remained silent, carefully watching his daughter, whose eyes showed disappointment. The interlocutor said that she was a good girl and very smart, proud that she understood the subtle and imperceptible hint. Elizabeth knew that she had long been destined to be a toy that would raise the status of the family, and although she longed for freedom in a real life. While our heroine was thinking about what would happen to her brother if she refused to follow the prepared scenario, her father declared that the younger one was not suitable for their family, and he added that after he came of age, the Marquis would announce to everyone the death of the young man, and would send him away and invent a fictitious name for him. With an enthusiastic exclamation, the brunette asked again what her father had said a couple of seconds ago. With an indifferent look, the head of the family once again noted that he would in fact send the younger one as far away as possible, and turning into a dog, he added that the girl should never forget her duty. With sadness in her eyes, the beauty assured her father that he had nothing to worry about. After this, the man, looking at his surprised daughter, said that it was surprising that Jack beat up Palon, who had the third circle, while the younger one had none, although he suddenly added that it didn't matter and allowed his daughter to free her brother. Bowing, the brunette sincerely thanked the head of the family for taking pity on the teenager. Having asked permission to leave, the father declared that the girl could go and rest. Hearing the door close behind the beauty, her interlocutor, closing his eyes, seemed to be thinking about something. Elizabeth leaned against the door she had just closed behind her in horror. The beauty trembled but stood silent and motionless, trying to find comfort in the silence. Our heroine remembered how Jack had suggested that she run away, forcing her to imagine how their days would be filled with simple joys, far from the intrigues of the royal court. Looking at her own hands, still standing in the corridor, the beauty said out loud that this could not be done. Crying bitterly, the girl realizes that they should not take such risks, because you can't escape fate. A new day had dawned, and the sun was shining, warming everything around, filling the air with warmth and hope. Jack woke up, stretching and yawning, trying to get some exercise. Turning to himself, the young man complained that after yesterday he had been dreaming of a past life filled with the most unpleasant moments. Putting his feet on the floor, the young man decided that perhaps it was all about the prison that was giving him nightmares. A minute later, some unknown person addressed our hero as the third gentleman. It was a guard who came into the cell and told the boy that they had decided to release him. The young man noticed that the guard addressed him informally and thought that he should enjoy this moment. Jack said he was sorry because it was very nice here, feeling the warmth in his soul mixed with an ironic smile. The young man noticed that the guard had brought him clothes and sincerely thanked him for it, trying to be polite. A moment later, the young man reached for his boot, which the guard clearly had no intention of giving up. Smiling, Jack asked why the guard was doing this, and thought to himself that the ignoramus didn't respect the Marquis' son. The man selfishly replied that there were no shoes, so Jack had to go barefoot, and besides, there was no point in asking unnecessary questions. Our hero was not going to give up so easily, and so he began to egg on this big guy, who did not understand what was happening. The young man, with anger in his voice, asked if he was a friend of this stranger, that he was behaving like this. And then, clenching his fist, he shouted that the guard was obliged to answer as he should, and not as he wanted. And so, concentrating mana in his hand, he swung and hit the bodyguard for his disrespectful attitude towards himself. Not much time passed, and our hero was already standing in front of the entrance to the estate. But the guy didn't have time to go inside because he heard familiar steps behind him. Ron was surprised to see Jack back, his eyes filled with both panic and horror. Hearing the butler ask if the teenager was hurt, he replied that the servants should not worry because he was fine. The young man continued to look attentively at his master. It was clear how worried he was. But a second later, Ron's inquisitive gaze did not hide the bloodstains that were on our hero's collar, and so the butler began to ask if the boy was wounded, to which Jack replied that everything was fine and the blood did not belong to him. The next moment, the young master noticed that after the incident with Palon, there were more guards in the estate. Ron specified that the house was being watched by 10 guards and 1 knight from the metal blood pen. Looking sadly at the most prominent young man, the teenager asked if it was true that the most prominent man was the knight. The butler noted that the owner understood everything correctly. Jack felt sorry for the knight, because he probably didn't plan to spend his time guarding the heirs of a rich family. Surely this guy had some plans and even dreams of his own. The guard in the pen, who was looking at the teenager suspiciously, had probably already been told why Jack was in prison. Less than a minute later, the man approached the young man and addressed him as a third master. The knight asked him to tell what happened in prison. Watching the guard bow, our hero felt uneasy, because up until that moment, no one had treated him with such respect. The man explained that he had been told about a young man who had attacked a guard, knocked out his right eye, and even broken a finger on one hand. Ron didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked why the young master would do something like that. Still bowing, the knight noted that he wanted to know why the guy did this to the guard, since he had no right, and abruptly fell silent. Seeing that the young man was smiling, with fear in his voice, the interlocutor asked what the gentleman wanted to say. Our hero, in turn, asked why his interlocutor was talking about this. Covering his face with his hands, the guy began to scan the man standing in front of him. The young man decided that, judging by the movements, position of the legs, and posture, this man was at least in his 4th circle. The guy thought that the blonde guy was just Mentis's dog, without specifying what that meant. Jack unceremoniously asked what was wrong with treating a dog like a dog, which angered the knight. The young man immediately explained that the knight was assigned only for observation and was not given any other orders. And if this is the case, then it is the young man who will have to deal with all the consequences of what is happening. And poking the man in the chest, he added that he should not dare talk about the rights of teenagers, hinting that the knight still had a promotion ahead for good service. Hearing his interlocutor make excuses, fearing that they would deal with him if Jack did something wrong again, he noted that he would not do anything bad if they did not anger him. The guard closed his eyes and politely apologized, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Our hero praised him with a sarcastic smile, saying that he was glad that the man knew how to think. After this, the young man ordered to sort everything out and report when everything was ready. And he added that if any problems arise, the knight should immediately contact the Marquis. And he said sarcastically that he was not going to address the guard as a knight, because he would be a chicken who could chirp when called. Nudged the surprised butler in the back. Our hero told him not to stand still, but to go into the house. And the next moment, Ron was barely keeping up with the master, shouting that he was already coming. The offended knight, left in the garden, reflected on how unfairly he had been treated. Probably for the first time in his life, the young master felt pleased that he had put someone in their place. Suddenly, the boy switched and asked the butler to cook him some meat, noting that after the prison food, he was very hungry. Bowing to the young man, Ron hastened to assure him that everything would be done in the very near future. After some time, various meat dishes, prepared in the best way, were displayed on the table. The guy ate everything with pleasure, enjoying every piece of food. Our hero had not experienced such joy and pleasure for a long time, and so the young man praised and thanked Ron, noting that he was indeed an excellent cook, to which he responded awkwardly. The butler looked at the boy sadly, but continued to remain silent. However, the interlocutor asked what the servant wanted to ask and why he did not dare to say anything. Ron was in no hurry to answer, timidly turning away and saying that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. Jack looked softly at the butler, knowing that Ron would never dare, and so, spearing a small piece of meat with his fork, he handed it to his butler. The young man smiled and suggested that they eat together, since the portion was still too big. The young man decided it would be better to ask if the man wanted to eat, and then noted once again that there was a lot of food. An awkward silence hung in the room, during which the servant continued to look intently at his master, and so the butler, although he really wanted to, said that he did not think he had the right to share food with the owner. The guy imperiously asked the young man to sit down because he wanted to talk to him about something else. The man reluctantly sat down in the chair, realizing that Jack would not back down if he did not sit down. The conversation turned to Jack's sister. The guy asked how she was, to which the man replied that everything was as usual. The young man looked at the butler with a smile, but was in no hurry to say anything. While twirling spaghetti around his fork, our hero declared that Ron was no fool, and he added that the man, like no one else, understood how hard it was for him, and hinted at this. Looking attentively at his interlocutor, the young man heard the servant remark that he did not understand what the master was talking about. The guy was also in no hurry to continue the conversation, putting spaghetti into his mouth. After this, there was an uncomfortable silence during which no one dared to say anything. Suddenly, our hero started talking about how the butler always cooked excellently, and he began to explain that his childhood was filled with memories of Ron cooking. When the boy didn't have any worries, he would run into the kitchen to check on his friend. But what interested the boy most was whether the butler was preparing anything tasty. Hearing that the servant knew about this, our hero said something that the servant did not even suspect. With a smile on his face, the teenager noted that he wanted to clarify something. After that, Jack said that he knew that the man was a ninth circle magician. The interlocutor was silent for a while, not knowing what to answer to this remark. The young man said that the butler must have known what his mother was like, because he communicated well with her. The guy noted that they said she looked like Elizabeth and therefore was a good person. And a moment later, he stated once again that he had no doubt about it. And again the room fell silent because Ron, with his hands folded in his lap, sat still silently. He added that Ron was trying to protect her and kept quiet. Our hero was in no hurry, so he reached for a cup of tea that was standing nearby. Jack noted that if this were a novel, he would complain about the unrealistic nature of the story about the ninth circle magician. And with a sad look, he continued to say that this was the true truth. The young man remembered a rainy day from the past. Then he ran away from home on a horse with Ron by his side, trying to save him from his father's thugs. Our hero understood that they were in a difficult situation. The pursuers were the Knights of the Metal Blood, trying their best to carry out the order. Their commander was a ninth circle swordsman with long black hair and dark skin. Tears mixed with rain flowed down the face of the young man, realizing that they were much weaker. The butler, who loved the boy as his own, was not going to give in so easily, and he paid for it. That day, Ron died protecting our hero with all his might. The guy cried and screamed, but it was all in vain. What happened happened. Jack continued to tell the butler that he had a hard time accepting that he was a ninth circle mage and belonged to his mother's scroll. The most interesting thing is that the teenager's parent was not an ordinary person, and the Marquis did not even suspect it. After a short pause, the young man added that the woman probably hadn't shared this information even with Ron. And again, after a short pause, the young man put the cup on the table. After that, the young man said that he could pretend that nothing like that happened. But for him, the main thing was to understand what kind of person Ron was. The butler bowed his head and asked what the young master wanted from him. And he replied that he could not trust anyone except his servant and his sister, adding that the girl must be protected at all costs. The butler noted that the mistress, at 18 years old, was already a sixth circle mage, and she would be able to protect herself. To which Jack replied that the girl was too kind, and was even ready to sacrifice herself for others. And death for the sake of family and honor is not what he wants for her, it is what one Marquis wants. The guy admitted that he plans to go to the academy in a day, and if everything goes as it should, he does not plan to return. The young man asked Ron to look after Elizabeth for 4 years while he was at the academy, and then he could live his own life. Ron didn't understand how this could happen, because he spent almost all his time serving Jack. But the teenager said that he shouldn't hide behind him, be his shadow. The butler needs to find something to do that he enjoys. And he continued that in 4 years he would learn, become stronger, and would be able to protect his sister himself. The interlocutors continued their conversation, and suddenly someone politely addressed the guy from behind the door. The young man asked with displeasure who dared to distract them from their conversation. A moment later, the sound of shuffling feet and the clanking of armor could be heard. A knight entered and reported that the guard had been given assistance and sent to the hospital. With a displeased look, our hero asked if this was all the information or if the knight had anything else to report. The guard explained that he had made up a good story to justify the young master, saying that the guard Jacoby had accidentally cut off his finger. And a minute later he added, supposedly being in shock, then accidentally bumped into something and lost an eye. With sarcasm in his voice, our hero declared that since the knight was a sycophant of the head of the family, then he probably earned candy for this. The next moment, the guard quickly said his name, James Carter, hoping the boy wouldn't call him Chicken. The hero answered briefly, because he did not care what the man's name was. After this, Jack said that he needed one wooden and one real sword for fencing training. James immediately stated that it was not his responsibility and he would not do it. Picking up his fork, our hero again addressed the man as if he were a chicken, asking if it was true that he didn't like him. And then Jack suggested to the bodyguard to beat all the stupidity out of him, that is, out of the young master. Ron, hearing such a statement, began to shout at the teenager, making it clear that this was stupid. The knight asked in surprise if he was serious, to which Jack told him to look at his hands. And he added, hinting that he was weak, that the knight would easily defeat the young master. James thought that our hero was asking him to become a mentor and asked about it directly. This made the guy laugh, but he covered his mouth with his hand so that no one would notice. After this, the young man shouted throughout the house that he had never heard such absurdity in his entire life, and asked James to bring the sword. After the man left, Ron reminded him that James had the fourth circle of magic. With sadness in his voice, the servant asked if our hero was confident in his abilities, noting that the teenager could get hurt. The young man asked the butler if he wanted to make a bet on who would win, and after a little hesitation, he said that he personally was interested in who would be stronger, himself or the worthless chicken. Dvoretsky noted that it is better to argue about how many bruises will remain after the fight. This interested the guy, and he asked what Ron could bet. With a thoughtful tone in his voice, the man stated that James was on a completely different level than the young master. Made a displeased face and asked whose side the servant was on. And the very next moment, the teenager proposed a bet. If the chicken hit him at least once, then the butler would win. And he added that the loser will have any wish fulfilled. The interlocutor lowered his gaze and sat silently for a while, thinking about his next steps. And then, with longing and some indifference, he said that if the guy wanted, he could just order. And while Ron continued to explain that he was a servant in the house, our hero thought that it was funny to hear. But Jack emphasized that in this house he could only trust the butler and his sister, pointing at Ron with his fork. There are no other people in this house that the guy can rely on. However, suddenly the interlocutor said that it was impolite to point at a person with cutlery, trying to get away from the topic. The very next minute, Jack noted that if Ron was happy, then there was no need to hide it. He was not very good at it anyway. The young man explained that he was telling the truth, since he was not ordering his people to do anything, but was asking politely. The butler looked at our hero attentively, unable to utter a word, and yet the man could not refuse, which made the guy very happy. Before the interlocutors could finish speaking, someone knocked very loudly on the door, and a minute later, some man in armor sat down on one knee. It was James, leaning over and apologizing because he said he had gone too far with his comments, replying that if the young man needed a coach, he was ready. Looking at the sad young gentleman, the knight apologized, stating that he had behaved impudently. Jack was thinking at this time that indirect insults and direct assault were completely different things, realizing that the person in front of him was afraid of the consequences. Suddenly, our hero suggested going to a deserted place. The young man poked his finger between the man's eyebrows and wanted to say something, but was in no hurry. And after a little hesitation, he asked whether it was true that the knight was afraid of losing to the young master. And the next moment, the teenager was already looking closely into the eyes of his future opponent. James, turning away abruptly, said that he was not really afraid of anything. The interlocutor, with surprise in his eyes, asked again whether this man was really so confident in his own abilities. And without waiting for an answer, he himself stated that he could see it on her face. And the very next minute, Jack asked Ron if he knew where there was a deserted place on the estate. The man did not answer right away. It seemed that such a question had taken him by surprise. Eventually, the butler took them to the basement, where there was plenty of space and weapons. Rejoicing at such freedom, the guy noted that he didn't even know that they had something like that in their basement. And then he asked if Ron himself really practices in this place. Ron explained that his mother built this place for her children. When asked why the guy didn't know about this place, the butler replied that it was because our hero had never done it before. After examining the room, Jack's attention was drawn to one detail. It was very clean inside, despite the fact that the basement had been unused and gathering dust for many years. There was silence for a moment, although despite this, the teenager smiled and was happy with what he saw. The boy thanked Ron for cleaning, as it meant a lot to our hero. The butler didn't know what to say to him, since he didn't seem to be doing anything special, and so he simply smiled sincerely. A minute later, the young man remembered his rival, and therefore addressed him as a chicken. Jack held out his hand, motioning for James to stop standing there and give him the wooden sword. The knight wanted to refuse, but Jack didn't even listen. And so, less than a minute later, the rival gave the young gentleman what he asked for. Jack took the weapon and was determined. It seemed like nothing could stop him. The knight noticed that the third owner knew how to hold a sword, which was already a bad sign for the man. The boy thought that if James knew how many people had fallen by his sword, he would not have smiled so frivolously. Still holding his blade, our hero timidly thanked his opponent for such a compliment. Jack said let the fight begin fairly and began to attack. The opponent looked closely at the young man and seemed not to understand what the teenager was planning. James parried the attack, thinking he had to be careful not to hit his master too hard. Of course, the knight did not want to look weak, but he realized that he was not fighting an equal. But a second later, the sword was under the guard's throat, which shocked Jack's opponent to the maximum. There was silence for a moment. Those gathered did not know what to say. If the situation spoke for itself. Our hero looked closely at his opponent, trying to understand what he was thinking. A moment later, Ron shouted, turning to his master. However, the young man only noted that if it had been a real sword, the man would already be dead. He added that he asked for a fair fight, but unfortunately this did not happen. The guard was puzzled, not understanding how a young man who had not undergone training could know such techniques. Ron wondered how that was possible, since the knight could easily repel the attack, but Jack managed to get close to his neck. The butler didn't even suspect that at 14 years old, the younger one was capable of such a thing. The servant thought that James would knock the sword out of his master's hands in a moment, and the boy would be frightened and upset. As a result, the teenager will lie on the ground, confused. However, Jack continued to attack and defend with exceptional skill, which amazed the butler even more. His stance, defense, and striking were perfect, and it didn't look like a 14-year-old fighting at all. Ron, watching all this in surprise, realized that if the sword was real, Jack could easily kill the guard. The young man coped with his task perfectly, and it seemed as if he was a natural-born warrior. At the same time, the knight realized that having such a rival was unpleasant. Ron, at the same time, did not understand what had happened to the boy he knew, because he had never seen Jack train with a sword. The butler suggested that it might be natural talent, but even a genius without training would not be able to fight so skillfully. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that he was wrong. The main reason was that even for a genius, this was something grandiose and unrealistic. Meanwhile, Jack asked James how old he was, guessing that he was over 20. With some caution in his voice, the interlocutor admitted that he was 23 years old. But the interrogation did not end there, as our hero asked when the opponent began training with Mana and learned that at 18 years old. And then he stated affirmatively that the man had received his 4th round in 5 years and thought that perhaps he had talent, but had started training too late. The next moment, the young man decided to scan this man. Jack saw the knight's potential and decided that if he trained harder, he could reach the 8th circle and become the captain of the knights. Throwing the sword aside, the guy began to walk away somewhere. Our hero decided to take a real weapon, thinking that with his talent the knight has to babysit a child, meaning himself. Jack, holding a real sword in his hands and ready for the competition, added with a smile that he was starting to like James. After the guard pointed out that the young man could get hurt, he only smiled a little. Although after just a minute covering his eyes with his hand, our hero laughed sincerely. The young man looked closely at his opponent, but was in no hurry to say or do anything. But the next moment, with a smile on his face, he again called the knight a chicken. The guy started to approach him, explaining that there was a difference between confidence and vanity. Interrupting the young gentleman, the guard noted that everything that happened was just an accident. Looking at his opponent, the young man continued to insult this man. The guard didn't like it, but the guy continued telling the chicken to attack. James was furious, so he took it as a challenge. The man began to swing his arm to strike. He was determined to give the guy a beating. Jack noticed that the man immediately rushed into battle. This trait is precisely what prevents him from developing. The young man knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, causing him to feel fear, because it was a real one in his hands. A moment later, the weapon was lying on the ground, and our hero again put his sword to the enemy's throat. Tension hung in the air. Afterwards, with a smile, the guy reminded that he had already died for the 2nd time today, as if mocking the man. Looking at the young gentleman with horror, James was perplexed as to how the teenager had managed to do the almost impossible. Jack explained that he simply changed the trajectory of the sword. This made the opponent feel like a bad fighter, because he was beaten by a 14-year-old boy. The young man offered to teach the man, noting that it was all about advanced technology. The knight was upset, but he wanted to know more. James said that in that case he would take a real sword, which our hero did not object to. The next minute, the young man turned to Ron. The young man emphasized that he won their recent argument. Lowering his head, the servant noted that he had nothing against this. At the same time, the guy stated that it remained unchanged and concerns his sister. Ron was silent for a moment, his face looking as tense as possible. Suddenly, the fight continued. James told the owner that now everything would be different, surprising him. The young man stated that the chicken was extremely funny and could use mana. Afterwards, he warned that he would also use it, so that everything would be fair. The man agreed and told him to attack first, so that he could quickly show his master that he was just an arrogant teenager. But in his soul, the knight felt great tension, and at the same time wanted to take revenge for his losses. The guy jumped with his sword, ready to attack from above, surprising his opponent. The man quickly parried the attack, the swords clashing with each other, emitting mana energy until the blade was pointed at the enemy. The next second, James was struggling to hold on to his weapon, which, like him, could fall at any moment. Everyone gathered saw that the enemy could not hold out, and therefore the battle was practically over. Unable to bear it, the man fell powerlessly to the floor, and the sword flew to the side. The young man placed his foot on the armor, demonstrating his superiority. And then he asked if that was all, or if the guard had the strength to continue. The man asked hesitantly if it was true that the young man was on his third round of lies. Then he added that the guy was too strong for the first one. Our hero thought to himself that his opponent would probably be upset to learn that the boy was able to defeat an adult in the first round. Mana is usually distributed throughout the body to enhance physical capabilities, but Jack concentrated it in one place. Suddenly, the young man asked the boy if he wanted to officially become a knight, to which he replied that he did not have such a status. Jack thought about it, remembering his father who had a big dog. He was devoted to his master, for such was his destiny. Looking closely at his opponent lying on the ground, our hero was in no hurry to do anything. But then he offered the knight to be his faithful dog and serve under him, assuring him that life would be more interesting. And again there was silence. James, with a blade at his throat, pondering his decision. The man asked fearfully what would be in his favor if he agreed to this proposal. With a businesslike air, the teenager noted that, to begin with, it would probably be more correct to say what a watchdog needs to do. Turning his gaze to the frightened Ron, the guy nevertheless decided that he would not deviate from the topic. And so the young man explained that if James became his dog, he would receive the strength and power he needed. The guard was interested in what he would have to do if he agreed. The guy offered to kill those who stood in his way and protect the teenager. For a while, the frightened opponent looked at our hero in silence. The butler had approximately the same appearance, not daring to say anything. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the knight asked again who exactly he needed to kill. Removing his foot from his attacker's armor, Jack proudly declared that his opponent had thought about it himself and had come to the right conclusion. The guy said the target was his brother, isn't that obvious? Adding that he gives him a day for the chicken to think carefully and choose the right side. After the conversation, everyone went around the estate to think about what had happened. The butler, entering our hero's room, asked him if the guy was being too careless. While sipping his juice, the young man asked again what his servant meant. Ron warned the owner that he shouldn't trust the knight, because he might tell the Marquis everything. Leaning forward a little, the young man, smiling slightly, thought about something. Seeing the smirk on his master's face, Ron stated that it was not the time for Jack to smile, as it would only play into his stepmother's hands. If a woman finds out that her boyfriend is leaving in a day, she might do something bad. The butler noted that she could even kill him, although the young man was not at all worried about this because he learned that the woman would not succeed. Jack reminded him that his father needed him to control his sister, and then he wouldn't be killed. Although this did not make Ron feel any better, the man stubbornly stated that the young master did not know the Marquises well. But Jack continued to note, even if the Marquis allowed her, the guy was already leaving for the academy and didn't see the point in this situation. The young man confidently explains that ill-wishers can only hurt him, but killing him is something that will never happen. The guy remembered that in his past life, many people wanted to kill him, but no one succeeded. Looking at his drink, our hero fell silent for a moment. At one time, Jack was tried to be killed by Lady Harpy, Lord of Orcs, Lord of Dragons, and no one succeeded. And again he suddenly laughed at the thought that after all this, some woman would be able to destroy him. Jack thanked him for the massage and noted that he needed to exercise more to get his muscles working and stronger. The butler noted with sadness in his voice that he understood everything. Suddenly, our hero turned around a little and addressed Ron, who immediately responded. Jack confidently stated that if he himself did not want to die, then this would not happen, and everyone would be safe. Ron got angry and asked what the gentleman was even thinking about, because his irresponsibility was off the charts and frightening. With a smile, the young man replied that it was better not to know about it. The butler wanted to say something in response, but he couldn't find the words, and so he simply stood there silently. Jack suggested that the servant go after him if he was interested in what would happen on the way, and he noted that, as the interlocutor believed, they could not travel together, since this would disrupt the entire plan, and this could not be allowed. Jack stated that the man should follow the boy at a distance and ensure safety and peace in any situation. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, said that he would do as the young master ordered. Noticing that the boy was in no hurry to leave, the servant asked what else the teenager needed. Jack asked that no one be allowed in, because he was creating the second circle in complete silence. The butler was surprised when he looked at the boy, because he did not expect such a serious request from the child. Ron screamed hysterically that it wasn't as easy to do as it looked. For a moment, the young man thought about it, but then he reassured his faithful butler, noting that for him everything was as simple as pie. The man thought that the guy had gone a little crazy in his fantasies while he was hiding behind the door. James hurried through the estate, thinking about the young man and his extraordinary powers. The man understood that the teenager did not have a first circle skill. Most likely it was a second or maybe even a third circle one. The knight realized that the child had great talent, but asking him to become a tame dog was pure nonsense. Jack has no support from the counts and no personal knights. He is left completely alone. Suddenly it seemed as if it had dawned on James, and he realized that the situation that had happened could not be ignored. The knight remembered how Jack had offered him to become a dog and serve under him, and it had worried him. These were very strange words for a child, so the guard decided to report this to the Marquis and inform him of the threat. The man understood that no matter how talented Jack was, he would never defeat the powerful marquises. The man was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice how the young maids were looking at him. The girls noted for themselves, looking at the knight's smile, that something very good had certainly happened to this man, and he, in turn, was glad that he would be able to curry favor with his masters and earn their trust. In the pink bedroom sat the Marchioness and Elizabeth, the woman talking about how a commoner mother could at least leave the girl a chance for a good life. The Marquise said that the talent and title of Archmage are not as important as it seems to the young lady, because this is not the main thing. The woman selfishly remarked that her appearance was the only thing she had, since no one was interested in anything else, which upset Elizabeth. The beauty looked down at something but continued to remain silent, not knowing what to answer. The Marchioness said not to be sad about this and offered a glass of red wine for the company to lift the spirits. But the girl refused because she couldn't drink in front of the Marquis, which she wasn't embarrassed to say. While drinking wine in one gulp, the woman said that the Duke of Melon's eldest son was interested in Elizabeth, as was the Duke of Ausenble's middle son. For a moment, the Marquise fell silent, but only to give her interlocutor a break and time to think things over. After this, she angrily noted that the middle son would not be a suitable match for the beauty, because he had other plans. The woman was interested in finding a good candidate, and ordered Elizabeth to take good care of herself in order to please the man. Answering her stepmother's question about whether she had caught her eye on anyone, the girl began to resist in amazement. The Marquise reminded that if the girl had fallen in love with some guy she chose to her liking, she would have had to get rid of him quietly. Suddenly, the woman said that the youngest had found something interesting to do. Elizabeth asked fearfully what, hoping that he hadn't gotten into any trouble. The stepmother said that he decided to lure the knight to his side, although this is funny, because he has long been on the side of his second son. Clenching her fists, Elizabeth didn't know how to react to this, so she remained silent. The woman laughed throughout the room, because she was surprised at how the boy wanted to kill everyone. Such stupidity was funny to her. The girl thought to herself that it was because of his stepmother and father that Jack had such thoughts in the first place. The young lady said out loud that she understood everything. Smiling, the interlocutor noted that her stomach hurt from laughing, and added how good it was that the girl understood her. Standing up from her seat, the woman emphasized that she would look for a suitable partner for the girl so that everything would be right. But the Marchioness, before leaving, decided to remind the girl of one important lesson so that she would never forget it. The beauty felt her stepmother's breath behind her back, and this made her feel uneasy. And then the Marquise said that if she found out about her daughter's meetings with a man, she knew what would happen. The woman began to threaten Milady, who was already very frightened without these threats. Realizing the situation, the young lady replied that the Marquise should not worry, because she knew how it would all end. Finally, the girl was praised and invited to go downstairs because it would soon be time for dinner, so there was no need to linger. With her head down and her hands folded in her lap, Elizabeth sat silently, not daring to say or do anything, knowing that it could reflect on her brother. It was time for the meal, and the maids were busy setting the table and bringing in food so that everyone could eat properly. There were a variety of different and even unusual dishes on the table. The family sat and ate silently, as if there was no one in the room, but everyone was used to it because that was usually how it happened. And then the door opened with a loud bang, which attracted the attention of everyone sitting at the table, and Palon screamed in fear. Jack ran into the room, saying that everything was fine in the country, so why was there such a depressing atmosphere at the table? The sister looked at her brother with horror and shouted his name with the same fear. At the same time, the head of the family did not utter a word, although he looked at his youngest son with an inquiring gaze. The young man added that he was his father's third son and asked if there really wasn't room for him, since everyone had to dine together. A few minutes earlier, Jack had been thinking that there were two ways to control mana. The first was to distribute it throughout the body, which allowed for increased sensations, intelligence, and strength. The second way is to materialize mana by creating a formula, fireball, ice arrow, demonic fire, and more. The young man was also interested in why people who use magic are divided into knights and wizards, like Ron and James. For a moment, our hero broke away from his thoughts in order to completely and entirely immerse himself in this moment. Jack showed Ron his second circle, coming straight from his heart, wrapping around his body like a silk ribbon. The servant looked at his master carefully but did not dare to say anything to him. After that, the guy lay down on the bed, asking why the butler was looking at him so strangely, to which he replied something about 2 months. Not understanding, the young man asked again what exactly he meant when he learned that Ron had created the second circle in just 2 months. He then praised the man, saying that this was a very quick result, since it takes at least 4 months. The butler remarked that it was strange to hear such a thing from a child who had created a second circle in just 5 hours. Smiling, our hero once again said that Ron had amazing results, and thought to himself that if he had not reincarnated and would have studied so much himself. For some time, the men chatted casually, as if they were old, good friends. But suddenly the guy asked again what time it was. With calmness in his voice, taking his watch out of his pocket, the interlocutor replied that it was already 5:48 p.m. Rising from his seat, Jack acknowledged the fact that it was already too late. Ron offered to cook the guy some steaks, as always, asking if he wanted anything else. Closing his eyes, the young man declared that he did not want anything, and the butler should not worry. The next moment, the guy said out loud that it was time for dinner, therefore everyone would eat. The guy got out of bed and quickly headed towards the door. Turning around, our hero noted with a thoughtful tone in his voice that he simply wanted to tell everyone gathered the news that he was leaving in a day. In the very center of the table stood a delicious baked chicken. The servant stood nearby and carefully watched everything that was happening in the hall at that moment. Our hero had no intention of delaying, and so, without waiting long, he reached for the chicken. Jack began to eat greedily, noting that the food was not only delicious, but also luxurious. At the same time, the guy noted that Ron's cooking was much better and looked appetizing. The stepmother, sitting on the other side of the table, looked angrily at her stepson, but continued to remain silent. When the guy had eaten his fill, he happily told everyone about it, despite the fact that he was an uninvited guest and did not feel any shame. The boy's attention was drawn to his father, who addressed the teenager. The man asked if he had come to say something, knowing that Jack always did that. The guy smiled slyly, hinting at what the head of the family cared about him. And then he cheerfully replied that he wouldn't just come here to eat brazenly and disturb everyone. The Marquis replied, thinking that his son would give in and come here with an invitation, but he was mistaken in this opinion. Jack decided to ask why his father was speaking so badly about him and ruining the atmosphere for everyone at the table. The young man only smiled politely, which irritated the head of the family, but he did not show it, behaving with restraint. Suddenly, the sister intervened in the conversation. The frightened girl suggested that her brother go out and talk to her about everything, but the Marquis raised his hand, ordering his daughter to be silent, since he was interested in listening to the younger one. The man emphasized that his son should speak if there was something important, and if not, he could go to his room and not interfere. Our hero did not dare to say anything. He paused to collect his thoughts. All those gathered noticed the excellent mood of the youngest heir, who demonstrated it with his whole appearance. Looking at his stepmother, the young man said that he was going to the academy tomorrow because he could not be in this terrible environment. The Marquis, with calmness in his voice, said that if his son had decided so, then he could go. No one would stop him. Still smiling, the boy thought to himself that he didn't need anyone's permission at all. Jack thanked his parent, although this politeness was fictitious. But the guy was in no hurry to leave so quickly. Our hero noted that he had forgotten something. Jack's attention shifted to Palon, and as he addressed his brother, he knew that he would certainly be frightened. The boy reminded Palon that he could not drink water because he was afraid of it, and imagined how thirsty he was. Despite the fact that the young man had bullied him throughout his childhood, the young man, of course, insincerely said that he felt sorry for his brother. Clenching his hands into fists, the young man sat silently, unable to say a word. Jack opened a bottle of wine and, saying that it was not water, offered his brother a drink, demonstratively pouring out the drink. The effect was not long in coming, as the boy screamed as loudly as he could. Palon fell off his chair in fright, and his mother came to his defense and began to scold her stepson. Jack simply turned around and added that he had nothing more to say because his stepmother had started scolding him. Palon squatted down, rested his elbows on the table, and hugged his head with his hands, subconsciously protecting himself from his offender. Elizabeth looked at her brother with apprehension, but did not dare to say anything, realizing that it could end badly. The enraged woman called Jack a disgusting freak because he had crossed all boundaries with his actions. She promised that she would never forgive such behavior, and said that the young man should have been thrown out of the house long ago. Our hero, who had practically already left the hall, stood with his back to his stepmother. But suddenly the guy turned around and said that he would eagerly wait to see what the woman decided to do. Despite the fact that the young man had left the room, the Marquise could not calm down, shouting the most offensive words after him. After some time, the maids were discussing how the young master had changed a lot over the past week. The night would have passed quickly and carefree, if not for his sister yelling at Jack for his actions the previous day. It was time to leave, but something was bothering our hero a little. The boy didn't like that the Marquise's son was going to the academy so modestly. However, he was pleased with the comfort of the carriage in which he was traveling, because the journey promised to be long and exhausting. A very suspicious man was riding a horse next to the teenager. It was Réjean, a knight of the Sixth Circle, in charge of the procession. But this man did not even look the young man in the eye, because he was afraid of him. Jack waved his hand at the man with a smile, while thinking that the Marquise had something in mind for him. The guard looked at our hero with fear, not giving a clear answer, but was sure that the young woman knew more than she was saying. A pleasant voice addressed the boy as Jackie and asked if he would be okay. It was Elizabeth, who was sitting on a white horse and asking why she could not go with her brother, to which he replied that everything would be fine. The girl was sure that her stepmother had something in mind and offered to accompany him to be close. Jack assured that he definitely won't die, and his sister knows it. Our hero happily noted that changes were coming that would bring with them a lot. The guy knew that after what happened to him in his past life, he would be able to cope with everything in this one. However, Elizabeth still had a bad feeling, and she decided to take her brother along. After some time, the guy ordered the beauty to return, since she had gone too far. Elizabeth made a displeased face and repeated once again that her brother should be extremely careful. The butler noticed that the young mistress had listened to her brother after all, and therefore turned her horse. And then he asked again if it was true that the owner would be safe, because there was real horror going on at home. The young man calmed him down and reminded him of their agreement. And then he silently said that this evening everything would fall into place and be resolved. Having read this from his lips, the butler meekly agreed, realizing that something important would happen that evening. The carriage continued on its way, and it seemed that nothing unusual would happen, despite the butler's anxiety. However, Réjean became interested in the conversation, trying to hear at least something despite the noise, and remained at a distance so as not to arouse suspicion. Ron knew he couldn't delay, so he said out loud that he would do everything in his power. Our hero, looking out of the carriage, continued to shout for the servant to come back, because somewhere out there his sister was riding alone. The butler left for Elizabeth to protect her, as he had promised his master. As he settled more comfortably in his chair, the boy thought that his friend would be watching the procession from afar, so he would be a witness to what might happen. The young man began to feel sleepy, but before falling asleep, the young man thought that this was all a conditional gift for Ron, who had served faithfully for many years. Yawning, our hero decided that he could rest a little. He had nothing to do anyway. Everyone drove calmly and did their job. Seeing the guy off to the academy, no one suspected the threat that could lie ahead. The guard noticed that Jack had fallen asleep and looked at him intently, as if pondering something important that had been bothering him all day. Night fell, but despite this, the man, as before, carefully studied our hero. Slowly, Jack woke up after a long sleep, feeling his body return to reality. As he got out of the carriage, the boy asked himself why, despite the late hour, no one had woken him up. The staff were hard at work unloading cargo and setting up camp, preparing a place to spend the night, not forgetting about safety. As he exited the carriage, the young man noticed James, who was looking at the boy closely but continued to remain silent. At that moment it seemed that the blonde had somehow noticeably grown or matured, so menacing was his appearance. The guy looked at his opponent with a searching gaze, trying to understand what he was thinking. Suddenly our hero broke into a smile as if realizing something. The young man said that he understood which option the chicken had chosen and that it was his choice, and nothing could be done about it in this situation. He continued that he didn't expect anything else from the security guard. So you just have to accept this fact and move on without looking back. All the knights stood opposite Jack, and Regent said that there was no point in making long speeches, since everything had already been decided. Leaning on his cane, our hero noted that he did not understand anything, and therefore he wanted someone to explain it to him. The man said they would camp every night for the 4 days of the trip to the academy, and then fell silent for a moment. Jack didn't understand what the man wanted to say, so he asked him to continue. At the same time, the blonde said that they would break the guy's bones. And when it's time to go further on our journey, they will simply heal our hero with a potion. And he added that the Marquise gave a separate order for the guy. The woman knows that Jack can create circles. Therefore, the knights will destroy them, because this is a danger that they cannot allow. The young man stood and looked attentively at everyone gathered, asking what they were talking about. Destroying the heart's mana circle is like death. Of course it can be restored, but the chance of filling it with mana again is 1 in a million. In addition, shock can leave a person disabled for life, and that is what they want to do to Jack. The ill-wisher explained that James had said that the young man was good with both magic and a sword. But this will not prevent the knights from completing the task. And looking at the guy, he said, others may be mistaken, but he knows that Jack is nothing. Taking out his sword, the guard suggested not to resist, since then it would be even more unpleasant, and the pain would become an unbearable part of his life. Looking at his opponents, the guy realized that he had a big advantage, a lot of experience from his past life. The wounds in our hero's soul still ached. This was all something he had experienced very recently, and therefore could not have simply disappeared. Suddenly, Jack asked if Rona was nearby, and then he began to tell that he spent 10 years in the mountains, which greatly surprised those present. Regent, holding the sword tightly in his hands, asked what the young master was talking about. But the young man continued to talk about how he met a mentor who taught him a lot. But when I went down after her death, I learned how much had changed since then. The Ballantyre family and the whole country were in ruins. Regent asked what the gentleman was talking about, because he was only 14 and he was telling some tall tales that were hard to take seriously. Taking out his sword, the boy explained that he didn't care at all who died there or what happened in the Toulon Empire. I was only interested in what happened to my beloved sister. The girl is smart and good. If nothing had happened to her, he would have forgiven everyone. In the meantime, Elizabeth stood on the balcony of the estate, looking at the sky and hoping that everything was okay with Jack. The young man knew for sure that the beauty deserved the best, and that was all her brother wanted to give her. The guard laughed and said that the owner had gone crazy and was talking all sorts of nonsense that was hard to believe. Suddenly, our hero declared that revenge is much sweeter than he previously thought, so much so that it drives him crazy. Jack emphasized that great power and outstanding talent can turn everything upside down, changing this reality forever. Smiling, the young man thought that since he had already irritated the Marquis and Marquis, one broken rib could have made up for it. After this, the guy emphasized that he would still demonstrate what a real storm and outstanding talent looks like. A second later, it seemed as if the young man had gone wild. He knew for sure that he would do everything so that they would finally begin to respect him. The light around them faded, and Jack noted how strong the storm was. Those gathered did not understand what was happening. How could it be that the circle looked so strange? All the knights felt that if they did not kill the young man, they themselves would die. And fear took possession of their hearts, forcing them to act. Jack is sure that a strong, destructive wind will destroy everything in its path, leaving no hope of salvation. He was a teenager, but it seemed like there was no trace of him left because the guy seemed to have been reborn. Suddenly, the ill-wishers pounced on the young master, trying to stop him from facing the mighty force he had summoned. By this time, the chick thought that choosing the second son would be a good idea, but it turned out to be completely different. Looking at the young man, James felt that time was stopping, and this world was coming to an end, because everything around was collapsing. The young man's sword broke and scattered, while only corpses lay nearby. For a while, our hero stood motionless, trying to comprehend everything that had happened just a few minutes ago. Finally, Jack came to his senses a little, and so he called his faithful servant. The butler emerged from the bushes, not understanding what it was and trying to figure out what had happened, but was only interested in why the guy had destroyed the servants. The young gentleman himself seemed not to realize what had happened, and so he simply looked at his interlocutor. The boy tried to say something, but realized that the butler would hardly understand him, and so he fell silent again. The interlocutor was not one of those who were used to asking for information, and therefore waited for the owner to speak himself. Suddenly, Jack announced that this was a fencing technique he had learned in a state of transcendence. The young man added that he could say more, but it was unlikely that Ron would understand what he meant. The servant said that this technique was more like a method of controlling magic than a technique. The next minute, the guy started asking the butler something about the medicine. Before our hero could ask Ron for the potion, he felt pain and his mouth filled with blood. Jack stood there, feeling every breath become more difficult. Ron looked at him in fear and tried to calm down, and the guy simply told him to give him the potion. The very next moment, the servant was in a hurry to open the bottle as quickly as possible. The man gave him the medicine, knowing that everything would work and the owner would stay alive. Afterwards, Jack coughed, spitting out the rest of the potion. The interlocutor noted that if he had not had the potion, the guy would already be dead. Ron looked at the boy with fear as he explained that the servant always had a potion that he was ready to give to Jack. And after a short pause, he added that the butler was the most loyal person the boy had ever known. Suddenly, our hero was transported to the events of his past life, when something similar happened. Then Ron did the same, deciding to share the potion to help his friend. Later, Jack noted that he was in a hurry and couldn't say something, but now he can say it. The young man thanked Ron for his help and support, realizing that he would not have coped with this situation without him. And he thought to himself that in the past, he had been a real fool, believing that such simple words were so complex. The butler sadly stated that the young man knew the future and carefully concealed it to avoid unwanted consequences. The man clarified that returning in time was possible, to which Jack confidently confirmed that this was indeed the case. As the guy tries to get up, Ron asks again if everything is okay, carefully observing the condition. Suddenly, our hero clenched his fist, noting that he quickly came to his senses. The young man decided that the potion was expensive, but declared out loud that he was fine. The young man hugged his knees and decided it was time to check if this was really the case. A minute later, the teenager stood up and walked towards the corpse. But our hero was not worried about the one who fell on the battlefield, but about the sword lying nearby. Waving his own jacket, the guy noted that he was fine. The young man slowly approached the knight and looked at him for a while. It was hard to tell what the guy was thinking from his impassive expression. Afterwards, Jack noted that the chicken was dead. Putting his foot on him, the guy continued to say that he wanted to raise something good out of the blonde. But this did not happen, although the interlocutor stated that, as a knight, this man made the right choice. The young man looked at the butler, thinking about the current situation and trying to find a way out. He noted that Ron wasn't even surprised by the return in time. Wasn't he interested in what it was like there? The servant asked again, looking confused. What could be so interesting? The man was interested in the fate of Elizabeth and the Marquis family, but the butler guessed that the family had been destroyed. Looking at Jack's reaction, it seemed like it was a terrible situation, causing fear and anxiety. The guy whispered that he would like the man to pretend that nothing happened, but if he was interested in something, then let him ask. With a smile on his face, the young man asked his interlocutor if he had thought about what he would ask. The butler said with indifference in his voice that he didn't want to know anything. Not expecting such an answer, Our hero began to accuse the servant of being too boring. The young man asked if the man was not interested in his future life. Ron scratched his head and supposed that he would probably just live somewhere. The man emphasized that it is not so easy to kill him, because he always has a potion and is a very skilled magician. Hearing that this is not so, Jack looked at his interlocutor skeptically and said that killing Ron was very easy. The servant's face showed concern and sadness, but the guy said there was no need to be upset. The young man emphasized that he was going to rest and climbed into the carriage to continue his sleep, forgetting about everything. Finally, our hero was able to lie down on the seat, cover his face with his hand, and just relax. At that time, Ron approached one of the knights who was lying on the ground. The young man was confused by the open eyes of the deceased, and so the butler decided that they should be closed. The next moment, the servant looked at the dead warrior with some respect. Looking at the corpses that were everywhere, Ron thought that his master had killed 25 people with one attack, although it was hard to call it just an attack. Ron was interested in how the guy destroyed people's hearts without a sword, because it seemed incredible and unusual. Still lying in the carriage, Jack heard someone address him as a master. Ron suddenly turned around, hearing the noise. The butler began to think to himself about what his life had been like in the past, because it was interesting to learn about the events that had happened earlier. Still mentally, the servant wondered if everything would be okay with the young man. The boy did not answer, but it was important for the man to know if everything was okay, because he was interested in the young man's fate in the past. Ron shouted too loudly, and after that the boy woke up, looking around in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Our hero jumped up and grabbed his heart, while the butler asked how the guy was feeling. With horror in his voice, Jack asked the question again, and then stated that severe pain could cause one to lose consciousness. Holding a small bag in his hands, the interlocutor noted with understanding in his voice that he understood everything. Suddenly, the servant showed the knight's collected things, among which were 5 elixirs, 63 gold, and 40 shillings. Our hero looked at Ron in surprise, but continued to remain silent. And then he said that it was surprising that Mentis's boys carried so much money with them. The butler offered to drink the elixir, but the boy calmly refused, explaining that he did not need it yet. Jack held out his hand with 3 elixirs, saying that this was his one. Embarrassed, the interlocutor thought that the potion was not created by alchemy. Of course, these 3 drugs are of average quality, unlike his highest, but this is not so important. Having thanked the gentleman, Ron asked what to do with the corpses, to which the guy replied that they should be left in the forest for the animals to eat. The servant said that the Marquis would think of Jack, who would not be among the dead. The young man did not understand what to suspect him of, and so he asked the butler about it again. But he once again clarified that the Marquis would have a number of questions regarding what happened and who was to blame. With calmness in his voice, our hero replied that his father would not do anything anyway, and therefore it did not matter. However, the interlocutor did not calm down, noting that if he were in the Marquis's place, he would have immediately called his son to him. Then, the boy suggested making a bet about what his father would do if he found out what had happened. Ron refused because he didn't want to lose anymore, but the boy noted that he was very smart. The teenager put his hand under his chin and thought about something. The servant was in no hurry to say anything either. He was silent but smiling. Bowing, the butler said that he believed the young man had his reasons for thinking so, and agreed with his words. The young man asked again if anyone knew that the man was with him in the forest. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, confirmed that this was true. It seemed that the young man was not satisfied with this question, and so he asked again whether the servant was sure of this. The man admitted that he used an illusion, and therefore it seemed to everyone gathered that he was cleaning the garden. Our hero knew that illusion is a magic available to the 9th circle. Those who know how to use it work in the demonic forest. Jack wondered if the Marquis would question Ron about what had happened and what information he could provide. Therefore, he ordered that if there was a threat to life, the young master would be held guilty. In case he wants to kill, convey very important words that the interlocutor is interested in. Jack stated that if Ron or his sister died, the entire Marquis family would be destroyed that same day. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell over the forest, each of the men thinking about something of their own. The young man assured that this was for emergencies, and there was no need to look at him like that, since he was not planning to do this yet. Our hero laughed sincerely, assuring his interlocutor that there was no point in worrying. Looking into the eyes full of sincerity, Ron noted that he hoped that everything would still be okay. The guy said that he would give the Marquis one last chance to be a loving father to his daughter, to prove that he truly appreciates and loves her. Answering the servant's question about whether the boy really needed to go to the academy, the young man answered in the affirmative. Jack stated that the butler knew that the school had its own rules. The teenager said that from the beginning of the semester, unless it was the death of a relative, he couldn't leave. It was clear from the man's face that he wanted to leave with Jack, but he remained true to his duty to protect Elizabeth. Afterwards, the young man joked so that he wouldn't run into any monsters on the way. The butler was worried that they would now only see each other in 4 years, although the guy noted that this was not necessary. And the main condition, that Ron looked after his sister, was critically important for the guy and determined all further actions. Once Jack was left alone, he began to calculate how long it would take him to get to the academy. And it turned out that from the establishment to the Marquise's estate, you can set up camp on the mountain 3 times. But if you go by road, it will take 4 days, although along the mountain it will take about that. Moreover, the mountain path is no different from the usual road. Picking up his briefcase, the young man thought that he had to make a decision. Afterwards, the guy remembered that there was a village nearby and decided to go there. The young man understood that he couldn't do without a horse, and so he began to figure out the saddle. The very next moment, our hero tried to climb onto the horse, which was quite difficult to do because Jack was short. Having finally accomplished what he had planned, the young man thought that he was not particularly lucky with his external appearance. Lost in thought, the guy didn't pay attention to what was happening around him, although it wasn't necessary. The night was calm and did not foreshadow anything dangerous, not taking into account what had happened a few hours earlier. Jack decided that he would not go to the academy straight away. Suddenly, the boy remembered his mentor, Valentine Milos, deciding that he should focus on her. The girl brought our hero back to life, gave him the strength to carry out his revenge, and made the young man, whom everyone considered to be nothing, into a man. Although everyone has forgotten about it, Valentine Milos is one of the most powerful black magicians. Jack felt a shudder, something he hadn't felt in a long time, and it bothered him more than anything else. While traveling, the hero came to Abriola, a province of the vassal of Duke Osenbla, which was famous for its natural beauty and mystical legends. Standing in front of the hotel, the young man wondered whether he should stay there for the night or continue on his way. The happy children playing on the sidelines attracted attention. Looking at them, our hero realized that this was a good place to rest and regain his strength. After thinking for a while, the young man made a firm decision. A minute later, the young man entered the tavern, trying to find a warm place where he could eat and rest. Jack saw happy people laughing and sharing stories, which even lifted his spirits. The hungry guy's gaze fell on the delicious-smelling sausages, which smelled deliciously of fire. In front of Jack was a dog who was happy to see our hero, but the guy didn't understand what was wrong with the dog. The dog, as if accompanying the young man, led him to the table, while the young man thought only about not quarreling with anyone here. Suddenly, our hero heard someone's voice behind him, stating the fact that a new guest had arrived. A waitress approached the guy and asked if he had come to have dinner or to rent a room. Jack thought to himself that the employee looked more like some kind of mercenary. The young man asked for water, food, and a room. While sorting through the coins, the teenager added that he had left the sword with the horse and asked to take it to his room. Smiling, the blonde said that 1 shilling would be enough for everything, noting that she would bring steak and apple pie. After that, she suggested drinking beer, to which the guy replied that milk would be enough. As she left, the beauty said that she would be back soon. Looking at the money, the guy thought that, despite the fact that he was not a local, they were not trying to get as much money out of him as possible. Jack, petting the dog, noted that it was not bad here. One could live and stay, and the prices were not high, although this was understandable since it was pre-war time. The dog was friendly, feeling the stranger's trust. The young man turned to the dog, saying that the great little boy had no idea what kind of future awaited him, full of surprises and adventures. But the very next minute, our hero's attention was attracted by something else. At the next table, a group of people were loudly discussing how someone was planning to get rid of all the demonic monsters. People were saying that even Tolkien wasn't doing anything, and there were only 20,000 mana users. And then they added that it seemed like the authorities were laughing at them. Knights were selected from the guards of each noble family and sent out to hunt for metallic blood. This forest stretched across a high, beautiful ridge called the Grand Canyon, which may seem simple. But in reality, there live ogres, orcs, tapestries, elves, harpies, and even dragons. They were killed to make useful things such as potions, armor, bowstrings, and harpy feathers were used for girls' jewelry. Only elves were used as pets because of their appearance. It was all extremely unpleasant. As our hero scratched the dog, he knew that the creatures in that forest were not a threat, so it was all just human greed. The young man knew what others did not suspect, namely that the people would lose this war. Jack remembered that this time the Metal Blood Knights had lost a third of their men, many knights from aristocratic families. After this, the Emperor lost the support of the people from noble families. Jack suggested that this was where the problems in the imperial family began, and a year later, the Civil War. The man at the next table slammed down his beer and emphasized that the problem was the Emperor. His friends, not letting him finish, covered his mouth with their hands and asked in panic if he wanted to lose his head. The people sitting at the next table looked at the group of friends with displeasure, noting that they had drunk too much. The boy thought with a sad expression that the boys were fearless because they faced execution for insulting the Emperor. Suddenly, the guests started talking about the Marquis's third son. The guys noted that the guy used black magic. One of the men emphasized that this fool was also thrown into prison, and the young man was sitting not far away, indignant. The blonde asked his friends where the third son could have learned black magic, since all the dark magicians had died out. The girl suggested with a smile that perhaps there was one aristocrat left, and the young man learned from him. The waitress came up with a tray and asked what made the guy laugh so much. Looking closely at the food, the young man thought about what the employee had told him. Scratching his cheek, it seemed that our hero could not understand the meaning of these words. Suddenly, Jack realized that he hadn't even noticed how he started laughing, and because of this, he was very surprised. The waitress sat down opposite him and asked if the young man would like to share what he was laughing about, since everyone here was very bored. The girl listened attentively as Jack explained that the Marquis's third son was a great fool, according to rumors. The young man said that the kids in the neighborhood told him a lot of funny things. After this, the blonde said that all people gossip about things that they themselves could not hear or see. Our hero asked how the employee judges people. Laughing, the beauty replied that she had to see everything in person to decide something for herself, and rumors were just rumors. Jack emphasized that rumors are sometimes true, conveying his opinion politely and calmly. The lady, smiling, asked again if this was true, to which the guy answered in the affirmative. The young gentleman picked up a piece of pie that looked very appetizing, with jam flowing out of the soft dough, but the guy thought the dessert wasn't as tasty as Ron's, continuing to enjoy the warm dish. The waitress, with her arms folded, tried to collect her thoughts and start talking about what she thought. The guy looked attentively at his interlocutor but remained silent. The girl winked coquettishly and continued to say that she believed that if the Marquis's third son turned out to be a good person in life, then the rumors were wrong. Our hero, continuing to chew the pie, looked attentively at the employee. The young man was surprised. Something was wrong. Scars on the stranger's face, a pumped-up body, and mercenaries around. The waitress cut the steak to make it more comfortable to eat, but the young man suddenly asked if the blonde was the leader of the Adventurers Guild. For a moment, surprise froze on the stranger's face, but a moment later the beauty began to smile. As Jack took another bite of pie, he knew he wasn't just saying that. There are many mercenaries in the village who are looking for a way to make money. These people can be detectives or become monster hunters, and such tasks are given by the Adventurers Guild. This is why such guilds usually offer housing. The guy said that the girl had too much free time, considering that she had to serve the tavern. The blonde explained that there was little work in the guild, so she spent more time at the inn because she needed something to live on. The young man immediately realized that this place served as some kind of cover for the Adventurers Guild. Our hero said out loud that the beauty was doing this in vain, but he thought to himself that he was a disgrace to the family of marquises. But the guy was interested in how the stranger recognized him, and whether the guild masters were really that skilled. Looking into the waitress's eyes and noticing her sly smile, the young man guessed how it happened. Some time ago, a view of a fortress opened up before the guy, behind which there was a village. The boy shared his joy with the horse he had been riding for a long time, because there was no one else there. Having come closer, the knight stopped him, asking why the little boy had come and why he was alone. The next minute, Jack simply showed the coat of arms of the Marquis family. With horror in his eyes and voice, the man screamed that this was the Ballantyre coat of arms. And so the knight bowed and apologized for not recognizing the young master. The guards quickly let the teenager through, wishing him a good trip. Then the guy reminded that it is dangerous to believe unverified information. The beauty began to laugh, wondering if the young man was really worried about her. The teenager noticed that for now he really treats him well. and so far the beauty hasn't done anything bad. The young man noticed that her attitude, despite the rumors, was better than that of her own brother and the accompanying knights. The waitress thanked the guy for his sincerity and kindness, because she really appreciates it. Afterwards, the blonde extended her hand because she had forgotten to introduce herself earlier. The beauty said that her name was Jane Arbeloa, master of the Arabese Guild in Arbeloa. The next moment the new acquaintances shook hands. Looking at his interlocutor, Jack thought that the blonde had a similar last name. The boy asked what kind of child she was in the family, learning that she was the third and that her brother was the local lord. He was surprised that an aristocrat was doing something that someone else should actually be doing, and so he asked whether the girl should have been married off, since she was from a noble family. Jane explained that she would not mind getting married, but her parents would never sell her to anyone like some kind of thing. Jack was offended that his family was not like that, in which everyone only thought about themselves. But his sad thoughts were dispelled by his interlocutor, who called Arnold's dog to her. The dog licked his owner, and she laughed even harder and was happy with her furry friend. Suddenly, Jane asked what the Marquis's son was doing in their village, and where his guards were. The young man emphasized that the family's shame does not need security guards. Holding the dog in her arms, the beauty looked at her new acquaintance in amazement. The girl said in surprise that the young man was not at all like many people say about him. Afterwards, Jack said that he was looking for an escort because he wouldn't be able to reach his destination on his own. Jane looked thoughtfully at our hero, saying something out loud about an escort. The protagonist emphasized that 5 people with experience in cooking and setting up the camp were needed. As payment, the guy promised 2 gold pieces in advance and 3 upon arrival, which made Jane very happy. Usually they pay 30 shillings a head, but here it was much more. But the guy didn't care much. The waitress asked if the young man would pay separately for food and lodging, adding that everything would be ready by morning. Our hero understood the blonde's hint, and so he sat down and took out his bag of money. The guy handed over 3 gold coins and said that if there was a carriage with a horse, then that would be great. Jane was glad to have such a generous guest, because usually things are not like this at all. The beauty handed the teenager the key and told him not to worry, because all the people here were very experienced. Jack thought that if the guildmaster was so experienced, there was no need to worry about the safety of the village. On the 2nd floor there were guest rooms, and the guy went into one of them. The young man walked to the bed, where he immediately fell down exhausted. The young man thought that the day had been as eventful as possible. Jack was almost asleep, thinking that as soon as he washed up he would go to bed, but fatigue overcame his plans. Not even a few seconds had passed, and the teenager was already fast asleep. The guy had a dream where he was crying and couldn't stop. Looking at the moon, the boy heard someone calling him an unfortunate child. The next moment, someone's hand extended chains to the young man. A female voice asked if Jack wanted to live his life in despair. The young man shook his head to show that he didn't want to, and continued to cry from despair and uncertainty. The woman explained that being good is not bad at all, because this trait is very good. But weakness is a sin, and she asked if he wanted to change and become better and stronger. For some time, the girl looked at our hero, but remained silent. Suddenly, the young man declared that he wanted a change, because he was tired of being unnecessary. And just a moment later, the boy's hands touched as a sign that they understood each other. The woman hugged the boy and said that now he should call her mentor. After this, the guy woke up in horror. He dreamed of her again, reminding him of those times. Jack jumped up, tears streaming down his cheeks, the memories haunting him, not leaving him even now. The young man began to listen to the noise coming from the street, and having calmed down a little, I realized that morning had finally come. The door suddenly opened, and Jane loudly wished them a good morning, announcing that everything was ready. While our hero was irritably shouting that he could have knocked, a huge dog's muzzle appeared in the door. The dog suddenly rushed into the room, showing that he was glad to see Jack, and began to lick the boy's cheek, which irritated him a little. After a while, Jack went down to the 1st floor, yawning and thinking that he would still be sleeping. Jane said with a smile that it must have been a deep sleep. Looking at the happy guy, the beauty added that she had prepared an excellent carriage for the guest. The girl also found people with extensive experience in escorting who could help with organizing the trip and protection. There were 2 men who had been talking nonsense about the young man yesterday, and so they greeted each other awkwardly. A strong man extended his hand, saying that his name was John Doe and that he was the captain of the fire ant squad. The teenager looked closely at the strangers, but was in no hurry to say anything. Our hero was greatly confused by the name of the man standing opposite him. The thing is that this name is given to unidentified corpses. Shaking hands with the strong man, the guy decided to now say a compliment out loud about the interesting nickname. Suddenly, John began to explain how many stops there would be and where they would spend the night. Jack listened as the guys took care of everything, even taking a good cook with them. The man answered again with a smile that nothing needed to be done. Handing over the suitcase to his assistants, the teenager said that it was time for them to go because he was already tired. A minute later, the assembled men silently walked out of the tavern one after another. Jack turned to Jane and asked the girl if the guys were seasoned. The beauty, in turn, confirmed that they are very experienced. Although the young man's body was weak, his senses and eyes remained as sharp as before. Ron had the 9th circle of magic, and even when he hid his power, he could hardly be called an ordinary person. But the mercenary was an 8th circle, and Jack thought that maybe this was not his full potential. The beauty noted that the guy asked for the best of the best, and he got them. At parting, the Marcus's 3rd son said that they would meet again. Hearing this, Jane invited her new acquaintance to have a glass of beer. Winking at the blonde, the young man declared that he was not against it, but only at the expense of the beauty. The interlocutor was not against it, and so she went to the warehouse for the best beer. After Jack left, the waitress wished the little guest a good journey. Not much time passed, and the heavy carriage was already driving along the local roads. The boy lay on the cart and thought about how wonderful the weather was, feeling calm. After that, he began to use mana, realizing that he was much better today than he was yesterday. John looked at our hero attentively, but did not dare to say anything. In turn, the teenager did not understand why his escort was looking at him so strangely, as if he was planning something. The young man asked one of the mercenaries if he had heard who the young man they were accompanying was. After a short pause, the interlocutor stated that the young man was an aristocrat, and that he knew nothing more. The guard continued to explain that the master said that the boy was traveling the world. Having suggested asking the man a question, the guy noticed how he responded a little nervously that he could ask anything. A moment later, our hero reached into his pocket. Jack tossed the coat of arms to his companion, leaving the man wondering why it was done and what it meant. Holding the jewel in his hands, the young man understood that the thing belonged to a family of aristocrats. And so the mercenary asked our hero to tell him in more detail everything he knew about this coat of arms. The guy started telling that somewhere far away there was the estate of the Marquis Balantier. Their home will soon be destroyed, and this coat of arms will become a symbol of their former power. For a moment, all the men surrounded Jack, seemingly not understanding what he was talking about. And the young man continued to tell that he heard that a complete loser who had ended up in prison lived there. Laughing, the teenager continued to ask the escort if he knew anything about it, hinting that he knew a lot. Our hero watched his frightened interlocutor while he collected his thoughts. Finally, everyone understood who Jack was, because it was no longer possible to explain it more simply and clearly. The young man noted that it was funny to hear rumors about how he ended up in prison for using black magic. The teenager looked at his escort with a searching gaze, urging him to smile as he quietly apologized. And then he continued to note that he knew a little about magic, because his mentor was one of the best black magicians. Jack claimed that he was not a swordsman, but it was simply impossible not to know about something like that. The next minute, the guy was silent for a moment, observing the beauty of nature. And then the young man said that he didn't need magic because he had fists. Suddenly, Jack pointed his finger at the other man, who became scared because he didn't know what they wanted from him and what to do. The guy asked the escort just stood there while his friend was saying horrible things about him and didn't object. And the young man continued his speech, noting that no one felt sorry for an ordinary teenager. John kept an eye on all this without interfering. The young man believed that the guildmaster had only told the captain about him, but kept it a secret from the others. The next moment, our hero lightly hit his interlocutor on the shoulder. Jack reassured the man by saying that it was all in the past, and now they needed to remember that they still had a few days to be together. Trembling with horror, the guide noted that he understood everything perfectly. Finally, everyone stopped at the camp and made a fire on which food was cooked. The blonde said that rumors are just rumors, and in reality the young man is completely different. Jack was surprised that he was not considered a typical aristocrat. The young man did not hesitate and even washed his own dishes as expected. Holding the mug in his hands, the young man wanted to answer something, but he could not find the words, because he was shocked by what was said. The boy, enjoying the taste of Yorkshire pudding, pie, and sausages, wanted to invite the chefs to his kitchen so that he could enjoy this every day. The guy understood that this was not just delicious, it was something amazing and delightful. Suddenly, our hero remembered Ron's food and mentally apologized, because it was even more appetizing than what he cooks. Jack said kindly that a good dinner had to be paid for because he was usually not easy to please. After the question about the guard, the teenager was offered a draw, but the boy said irritably that he needed to sleep to grow. Jack asked if the mercenary would take responsibility for his growth, to which he replied that it was not necessary. The young gentleman suggested telling stories to avoid boredom and volunteered to do so first. The young man asked how many dragons there were in the world and whether men had ever thought about this. The interlocutors recalled that the emperor had destroyed them all many centuries ago. But Jack wasn't going to finish because he hadn't even started yet, and so he began his story. Everyone listened attentively to the young owner, who explained that the myths tell how Emperor Julius Tesla killed all the dragons. Over time, the empire became smaller and could not be compared with the Tulkun Empire, located nearby. Smiling, the young man noted that this is the truth that everyone knows. Jack listed that there were 2 dragons in the Black Sea, a small one in the Teslan Castle, and 5 in the Forest of Monsters. 8 polymorphs, and a total of 16 dragons that are still alive. The young man realized that it was difficult to believe because no one had seen these creatures in reality. Jack asked with a smile if the story was interesting. He wanted to somehow develop the necessary atmosphere. And a minute later he added that dragons do not approach people. They are bound by an oath because of which they cannot approach places that threaten their lives. John asked if it was true that the emperor had not killed all the dragons that once lived in these lands. The guy said that not everyone, because the aristocrat found a way to negotiate with them. For a moment our hero was silent, but only to give his listeners a chance to think about everything he had said. The commander was interested in what the dragons were doing now. The young man explained that their continent is not the only one in the world. In addition to the western one, there is also an eastern one beyond the Black Sea. Ordinary dragons don't have much to do, but lords have only one mission, to protect the borders of the Black Sea. The young man explained that the borders were created many years ago and separate the continents, and all lords must protect them. The guy added that he himself is interested in what the world of dragons on the eastern continent looks like. For a moment there was an awkward silence, as if the listeners had not understood anything. After a moment, one of the young men began to smile. And then everyone burst out laughing. Although the guy didn't understand why the crowd had such a reaction, he didn't say anything that could make people laugh. Afterwards, the blonde put his hand on the gentleman's shoulders and noted that he told stories beautifully and that they always needed such a companion. Jack smiled but said nothing. It seemed like the teenager didn't know how to react to this. John also began to smile, but he too did not dare to be the first to break the silence. The young man stood up and said that they could not believe him, since there was no point in proving anything. The boy went into the carriage, and when asked if he was going to sleep, he said he would wash himself and change his clothes. The man wanted to go with him because, as a guard, he should protect the boy, but the young gentleman refused because he could wash himself. Not much time passed, and the guy already approached the river and even stuck one finger in to check if the water was cold. Having undressed, the young man climbed into the river and felt relaxed. The young man understood that his story was not taken seriously, but was it worth it to behave so badly? Jack couldn't understand why he allowed himself to be laughed at, as the main character, forced to hide his true powers. Leaning against a large rock, Jack noticed that the water was very refreshing, and that was what he had missed. But now the teenager is interested in only one question, although the guy did not intend to think about it so quickly. The young man remembered all the guys he had managed to meet that morning. And everything would be fine, but John Doe could be a spy for the Tulkun Empire. The young man thought that he was very suspicious, and his behavior raised even more questions. This whole situation was like a big puzzle that was very difficult to put together. The guy was surprised that he only asked for mercenaries, but among them was an 8th Circle mage. This is a lot. The captain of the metal squad had that much. Such a person would have been taken away immediately, but this man is simply the captain of some incomprehensible and unknown detachment. Having dived deeper into the water, the teenager became curious as to why no one had heard of the outstanding magician. Closing his eyes, the boy told himself that he had more important things to do than this man. The young man noted that he had almost recovered thanks to rest and the elixir. For some time, our hero looked carefully at his hands, and then decided that it was time to get out of the river. Jack knew there shouldn't be any problems, but he still needed to get to his mentor. If this escort turns out to be a spy of Tulkun, then it is better not to take him with you further. Jack thought it would be better to ask directly. The young man had already come to the company, with a sword in his hands. The men asked why he was so quick. He explained that he had to rush because an urgent matter had come up. surprising everyone. Looking at someone, our hero asked the guard if he had any idea about anything. The guy pointed his sword at John and calmly said that he was the reason for his worries. The young man asked how a person with the 8th circle of magic could work as a simple mercenary. The interlocutor heard Jack say that he was going to a very important place. It is so dear to him that he is not going to bring there a person who is carefully hiding something. Another man asked in surprise if it was true that his colleague had an 8th circle and how that was possible. He confirmed that he really had that much power, but there was nothing wrong with that. The young man said that he had told him an interesting story, but now he wanted to hear John's story, to which he did not react in any way. The interlocutor asked if he was against saying who he was and why he was accompanying the guy. Our hero, smiling, said that the man would die by the sword. Suddenly, Jack turned his gaze towards the young man, asking if it was perhaps him, and after a short pause, he added that perhaps the guy was a spy for the Tulkun Empire. A minute later, the young man remembered Jane, who had said that the next time they met, they would have a drink, hinting that she might be involved. The man shouted, noting what the young girl had to do with it. The young man asked the man if he was interested in whether Jack would treat her before killing her. Afterwards, he continued to note with a smile that the situation had become much more interesting, driving the mercenary crazy. The captain simply hissed in displeasure, despite the fact that the young man had gone this far, but he did not use magic. Jack gave him 2 options, either die or let him live, because he had poor self-control. Our hero smiled as he said that he was giving his opponent a few minutes to think. The day before, in the pub, Jane had been talking to John, and they had discussed the young landlord, noting that his eyes showed that he was hiding a lot. The girl explained that the family almost abandoned this young man, although he is not at all like many people say about him. The blonde tried to convince her interlocutor that the young man was an ordinary teenager. The beauty explained that the guy needed an escort, and it was better for the man to know what was what. Jane took John's hand, saying that this whole story could possibly change their lives. The captain understood that looking into those eyes, it was unlikely that one could find out whether the guy was hated by his own family. The man looked at the young man and thought about what to do. He had a very difficult choice in front of him that needed to be made very quickly. The young gentleman politely asked whether his interlocutor had thought about it, or whether a minute was too short. Jack thought to himself that he was like a deer who had met a lion, all his senses screaming about danger. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone just looked at the young man, standing behind the commander. The man himself did not understand how the guy knew that he had the 8th circle. Looking at the young man, John thought that Jane might have told him the truth, although this was very unlikely. For a moment there was silence. No one knew what to say. The man believed the girl, who would never do anything like that. This would only be possible if the guy was asking for something. Looking at the blade of the sword, the teenager reminded himself that he only had 40 seconds left to think. The captain said that the young man himself recognized his great power, so how could the guy kill him? The young man began to think to himself about what the enemy had just said about the murder. John wondered what was in the guy's eyes. So much desire for blood. And at that moment he doubted something, namely whether the boy standing in front of him is really a child. The comrades behind wanted to know the truth, so it was even more difficult to know what to say. The man understood that he had lived his entire life as a mercenary, and now all the actions he had committed flashed before his eyes. Closing his eyes, the captain thought that he was quite lucky. Jack noted that time was up, which made John even more nervous, as he didn't know whether to tell the truth. The young gentleman threatened that if he was not ready, he would have to say goodbye to life. Suddenly, the man looking at our hero emphasized that he could tell us something, asking if the guy could tell what was going on with Jane. The very next moment, the guy lowered his sword and began to speak. John's story is short, although it is a love story between an aristocrat and a commoner. When he was 17 years old, he had the 7th circle of magic. Then he met her. The guys fell in love with each other at first sight. Since then, they have never been apart for a day. Now Jack understood why Jane didn't get married. It's still strange that the man continues to work as a mercenary, because with his skills, he could become Tesla's support. The man felt awkward because his friends started asking about his relationship with the lady. Although, given the blonde's character, it is safe to say that her family is not interested in increasing power through marriage. The young man asked again if Jane was really just a master of the Adventurers Guild in a small province, and John was a mercenary. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor noted that this was indeed the case. Jack found it hard to believe, because such a story is not difficult to make up. The young man asked if those gathered remembered the story about the dragons and also what the Tulkun Empire would do with the dragon. To this, the man simply quickly replied that how could he know about mythical creatures? The boy smiled, looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor, but continued to remain silent. Suddenly, the young man began to tell what those who carry 10 circles of magic in their hearts are called, but even the masters do not know that there is something more in this world. Continuing, that monsters that use not lies but the soul as power are called transcendents. John's comrades were very surprised by what they heard. Our hero, raising his hand, decided to remain silent for a moment to allow everyone gathered to think about what had been said. And the guy continued to say that in 2 years, the captain of the Knights of the Tulkun Empire, Heinkus Beggarman, will become a master and will be called the strongest knight of the continent. He will help forgotten stories about transcendence become reality. But the funny thing is that he himself cannot become one. John politely asked to continue telling the story because he was very interested in it. Heinkus will replace half of his blood and bones with dragons, and obsessed with this, will become half human, half dragon. Looking at the faces of his companions, Jack emphasized that it was immediately clear that the story was not so funny. The listeners stood rooted to the spot, looking at our hero with horror in their eyes. John was only interested in how it all connected to what was happening here and now. The guy explained that there was only one dragon in the Empire so far, and you couldn't conduct many experiments with it. And then the Empire sends people to other countries to collect information and dragons. The man laughed, because this story all sounded like a story for a novel. And so the interlocutor suggested telling this tale to others in order to amuse them too. Our hero thought to himself that this man was unlikely to be a spy, but the rumor stated that all doubts were dispelled. Jack began to move away and wished happiness with the guildmaster, adding that an invitation to their wedding awaited him. Suddenly, panic began to appear in the teenager's eyes. The young man quickly took out his sword and pointed it at the man who was about to leave. The man stood completely calmly with his back turned, unable to do anything. For a while, our hero stood silently because he did not know what he could say or do. Time seemed to drag on forever for both the boy and his opponent. Suddenly, Jack aggressively announced that, since he was the first to suspect the man, he would spare his life. Taking the man by the collar of his coat, he added that this was the last warning. And he added that if he goes against him, our hero will turn everyone present into dust. The listeners turned to the owner and the captain and asked them to lower their weapons and talk calmly. It seemed to Jack that because they had become closer, he had pushed the boys away from himself with this action. Everyone dispersed. The young gentleman went to the carriage and was already going to bed, trying to make himself as comfortable as possible. Around the campfire, a conversation began about why John should be a mercenary if he has the 8th circle of magic. One of the guys said that a couple of years ago a colleague had the 4th circle, which he personally confirmed. And again there was an awkward silence. The interlocutor began to think about something. One of his colleagues thought to himself that the captain was good and even saved his life, so he was not going to be offended by him. Afterwards, the blonde declared that their leader was the best mercenary captain on the entire continent and offered to become the king of mercenaries. John thought it was a very stupid title, and he knew there were 4 masters among the mercenaries. As he sat down, the man stated that this was not the best idea. The blue-eyed, golden-haired youth decided to ask again whether the young master's words were true. The leader, tired of making excuses, answered honestly that the young master had not deceived anyone. The young man said it was shocking news, but he would get over it. However, the comrade was interested in why John did nothing when Jack came at him with a sword. The man did not answer immediately. It seemed that he was collecting his thoughts. Even now, the captain's hands were shaking, although enough time had passed since the incident to calm down. It seemed to him that he was on the verge of death. Despite his strength, a little more, and he could die of fear. Looking at the calm surface of the water, the commander thought that this little fellow was interesting, although dangerous. There is a fight for the throne now, and if spies and dragons appear, it will only get worse. Therefore, the leader wants to learn more from the young man. A couple of days later, the guys were driving to their destination again, and Jack suggested telling a story again. The men asked with displeasure what it was this time, thinking that they would have to hear something absurd again. But the young man began to talk about an orc lord living in a magical forest. Those gathered thought that this ruler was in the 9th circle, but it turned out that he was already in the 10th. The guy said that someday they would know for sure and would not guess, but now he wanted to tell a story about the past. The man asked again about what past, because it could be 100 years ago, or 5. The young man explained that if we take imperial time, then it was 23 years ago. Jack explained that the man loved weapons, and asked if they knew about his relationship with Lady Harpy. The men responded indifferently that they didn't know, and the young man explained that it is generally accepted that their relationship is not very good. Although he was upset to himself, realizing that the mercenaries who constantly hang around in the forest for money do not know even the smallest thing. These two races are considered the strongest in the forest, and are even called its protectors, as they protect it with their powers. It was strange to hear that the Orc Lord and the Harpies had such a relationship, since at first they were only neighbors. And to make the story sound more interesting, our hero looked at nature and fell silent for a while. At that time, Blackman became a lord and began to increase his power to become an authority for everyone else. But the problems began 5 years ago, and listeners did not understand what could be the cause of these difficulties. And again the teenager smiled, hoping that his listeners would throw in some ideas. Although Jack later explained that when they found out about Harpy and Blackman's relationship, everything didn't go according to plan. People, Harpies, and Orcs all strove for one thing. Despite their differences, they all needed strength. Our hero smiled, noting that this is exactly what everyone wants. Some wanted to overthrow the ruler, and this operation was supposed to be secret, but everything went wrong, and they are still in power. John asked why relations between the races had not improved yet, when it could easily have been done. Jack explained that after the internal uprisings, Blackman and Valea decided that their people were more important than any kind of love. And again everyone fell silent, thinking about what to say. The captain did not understand whether he should believe the young man, although he said out loud that he was interested. But he knew that 10 years ago these races were not so dangerous. It all started quite recently, when they began to actively increase their forces. The Harpies taught the Orcs their secret fighting techniques, and they in turn adopted elementalism from them. Jack concluded that these powerful creatures that inhabited the forest were able to learn a lot from each other. Raising his finger, our hero declared that Blackman and Vileja had directly contributed to this. But after that they left and became the main inhabitants of the magical forest. Realizing that the interlocutors had become too serious, the teenager stepped on the captain's foot. And then he said that if the mercenaries ever get there, they can tell this story, and perhaps they won't be killed. The surprised interlocutor did not know how to react to this. John did not understand whether this was true or not, since the young man was not an ordinary person. But he decided to pretend that he believed it and promised that he would definitely do it. Suddenly, the man remembered that Jane had cooked the meat and offered the young master to try the dish, which he happily agreed to. Our hero really liked the taste, and the man noted that it was the girl who prepared this dish. Meanwhile, rumors reached the Marquis that the bodyguards accompanying his third son had been found dead near the province. The servant said that the guards were killed by people with a high level of magic. The Marquis sat in silence for a while, wondering how this could have happened. The man decided that this happened when the Metal Blood Squad was not there. In his mind, he suspected that it could have been the Emperor or the Duke, but he was not sure who else could have done such a thing. The aristocrat understood that it was necessary to conduct a personal investigation, and turning to Gonzales, he stated that the culprit should be found. The servant listened attentively to what was said to him, noting that he would do everything as needed. The Marquis then asked why the young man had not mentioned his younger son, whether he had not been there, and whether he had survived. The reporter said he was not among the bodies, and most likely simply ran to safety. The head of the family ordered to find him, because he might know something important to clarify the situation. And once again the Marquis ordered his subordinate to find out everything as quickly as possible. Looking after the young man, the man remained silent, thinking about something. As Gonzales was leaving, he heard the Marquis say that he thought his son was stupid, but it turned out that he was different. It was just unclear whether this news upset or pleased the aristocrat. The servant turned around for a moment, but decided that it was none of his business. Finally, the travelers reached the mountain range. Jack handed over a bag containing a pile of gold coins, saying that it was payment for the work. The very next moment, John began to open the knapsack. Looking inside in horror, everyone gathered could not believe that they now had so much money. However, our hero said that everything was fine. He had 10 elixirs left, and that was all he needed. The young man said that everything else was tips for good work and delicious food, because besides that, it was a lot of fun traveling with the guys. Looking at his serious interlocutor, the teenager asked for forgiveness for suspecting the man. The guy said goodbye and emphasized that the guys should be careful on the way home. But instead of leaving, the interlocutor did not move from his place, which caused a number of questions from the young man. Suddenly, John spoke up, saying that he might be crossing the line, but he wanted to say something. Our hero looked at the captain with wide eyes, not understanding what he wanted to say. The man began to say that the work of a mercenary is not as bad as it seems. Jack didn't understand what this information meant, but decided not to interrupt. And the captain continued to say that he didn't know everything, and therefore he would say what he was sure of. John saw people like the third son, rejected by everyone who were in the same position. The sad eyes of our hero showed that he had been touched to the very heart. Smiling, the guy began to ask if the commander was hinting that he should also become a mercenary. John said again that it wasn't such a bad thing. If you don't take on dangerous tasks, you can see the whole world and earn good money. The man assured the boy that he could have such an experience, trying to cheer him up. Jack began to say that everyone might not understand, but the interlocutor already definitely knows everything. If our hero wanted to, he could kill the man with ease. The young man knew he was not an 8th Circle mage, but even he understood what the commander must have felt. The captain knew this, which is why he told the guy that he didn't yet realize the extent of his power. Scratching his head, the man said he was no longer worried about it. In a world where everything is decided by someone's sword, many hide their true strength and intentions. The young man thanked him for the wonderful words, but pretended that he had not heard anything. And then he whispered into his interlocutor's ear that in a few years trouble would come to the continent. The best solution would be to hide and do nothing. Jack knew that John would not understand these words, but asked him to remember them. The teenager emphasized that this would be a serious situation, and it was not worth selling out for a few gold pieces, because life was more important than money. The interlocutor smiled sincerely and said that he would definitely do everything as he was advised. Our hero noted that the man is a good person, and then the guy smiled tenderly and said that they guys could be free. The young man began to walk into the forest, confidently planning his actions that would help him achieve his goal. But the guy's attention was suddenly drawn to the captain, who asked him to wait. Afterwards, the man asked what the young man's name was. Jack didn't understand why this was necessary if the captain already knew. However, the next moment our hero's mood improved, and so the guy introduced himself as Jack. The teenager didn't want to be rude or impolite, so he asked a counter-question about the captain's name. For several minutes the leader stood silently, seeming to be pondering his answer. However, the man then sheepishly replied that his name was Dinas, or more precisely Dinastimo. The young man noted with joy in his voice that he understood everything. Finally, Jack suggested that they meet again sometime, because now John was a comrade to him. Not much time passed, and our hero was already running through the forest. With the speed of light, the young man jumped to a great height, thanks to magic. Jack knew he had to hurry because it would soon be dark. The next minute, the young man stopped and looked around. The guy realized that he was already very close, because he remembered the area and quickly moved along the mountain. Standing in the middle of huge boulders, our hero peered into the distance. Stepping onto the grass, the young man noted to himself that his body was still too small. This means that Jack cannot jump as far as he would like. Standing in front of some wall, the young man thought about something. Finally, the guy realized that he had found the entrance to a cave where it was very dark and even a little scary. Once inside, our hero lit his way so as not to get hurt in the dark and to find his way. After a while, Jack reached a familiar cracked wall and was sure that what he was looking for was here. There was his mentor, the one he had been looking for so long. The teenager leaned his head against the wall and remembered what had tormented him so much in the past. It was impossible to do without magic in this place, and so the young man opened one of his potions. The young man began to spray the elixir on the wall, realizing that something important was about to happen. Taking out his sword, the guy thought that he had one very important thing left. Our hero put the blade on his hand. It was unclear what the teenager was going to do. The very next moment, Jack cut his hand, from which blood began to flow. Last time, Jack just hid and ran away. After Ron was killed, he had no choice but to die. Unable to do this, the young man threw down his dagger. The young man began to cry from hopelessness and his own weakness. This caused blood and tears to start mixing. Our hero understood what was happening, but it seemed he was not going to do anything else. Suddenly, the young man looked with surprise at the wall, which began to open, and he saw a passage. At that time, for the guy it was a great stroke of luck, something he had never even dreamed of. The young man could not imagine that such a thing was even possible. This time, the passage also opened, but it was no longer surprising because now everything is different. Our hero went further, continuing to light the way in the large cave, which was increasingly reminiscent of the past. Descending the vintage staircase, the teenager was silent. He didn't want to think either. Wrapping his hand, the young man did not understand why he was so worried. Perhaps the reason was that decades had passed since then. Not much time passed, and the guy already found himself in some room. Each new step was more difficult and slower than the previous one. At some point, our hero put his suitcase on the floor and sat down on one knee. Jack saw the mentor he had missed so much, but she was a little different than the last time they had seen each other. The girl looked at the guy in amazement, because she didn't understand at all who it was. The teenager suddenly thought that everyone in this world wants to live as long as possible, including orcs, dragons, emperors. This is natural, although perhaps not entirely wrong. The same applies to the one who saved him in his past life. The teacher lived for more than 400 years. This was made possible by the separation of soul and body, and magic maintained the connection between them. The problem is that this process will soon come to an end. In her past life, after meeting Jack, she lived only 10 years. But this time everything will be different. In this life, you will be given 13 whole years. The young man looked at the girl without taking his eyes off her, thinking about how long he had wanted to hear her voice. And the teacher asked who this young man was whom she was seeing for the first time. The young man asked her a counter question, asking if she wanted to guess it herself. The girl didn't like this attitude, and so the beauty asked why the teenager was making fun of her. And, without waiting for an answer, she declared that she would not ask twice, and therefore our hero must give a clear answer. The guy addressed his interlocutor with affection, saying that his dear mentor used to be so picky. And a moment later, he continued to note that he missed her very much. Afterwards, the girl noted that she didn't even know who he was, and asked if the guy knew who she was. Jack, leaning on one knee, replied that of course he knew, since he had often mentioned her both in the past and in this life. Our hero thought to himself how he could not know about the witch. He remembered all the moments they spent together, because it was not an illusion at all, but only for him. Clenching his fist, the teenager thought sadly about how bad it was that his interlocutor didn't know this. Jack said that the girl is the heroine of this world, who brought the end of honor and laid the foundation for humanity. The young man claimed that she was Valentine Milos. The young man did not know what kind of reaction to expect, and so he hesitated a little and only then continued to say that he was her student from the future. The witch looked at her interlocutor with distrust, not understanding what he was talking about. The teacher angrily pointed out that the boy didn't know that she didn't like predictions. After this, the young man emphasized that he knew and quoted her words from the past. The girl wondered why Jack was talking like that then. The witch said if she really was in this future, what would her answer be? The guy said with confidence that she would have ordered him to disappear immediately, and she in turn ironically noted that our hero should open a fortune-telling tent. Hearing the girl say that she was nobody to the boy, he thought that it had been like that before too. Our hero thought to himself that the witch had not changed at all from her previous life, but he said out loud that nothing could be done. Drawing his sword, Jack apologized for having to go so far, realizing he had no choice. The teenager's eyes showed anger and some surprise, but he was in no hurry to do anything. The boy held the sword tightly and seemed to know exactly what he was going to do. With sadness in her voice, the witch began to say something to our hero. The mentor stated that the teenager was using aura, which she did not like because the consequences could be dangerous. The young man confirmed that he knew how badly he was behaving and was ready for any punishment she chose. Gripping the sword tighter in his hand, the young man continued to remark that it was best to leave this for later. The witch looked closely at her student, beginning to understand what awaited them. Beauty knew that if Jack broke the chains, the whole place would disappear and collapse, but it could not be avoided. With fury in his voice, the teenager noted that this was his main goal, to break and destroy everything. The guy stated that there was no other choice anyway. Despite this, Jack was confident that he could free the girl, so he decided to act without delay. The teacher looked at the young man with horror but could not and did not want to do anything, remembering the unpleasant story of her life. Julius Teslin locked the girl here, promising that he would return for her. However, his promise remained unfulfilled. The traitor never came. At first, the witch's soul still held a glimmer of hope that everything would be fine. Years later, the girl realized that she had been abandoned forever, and the mentor could only come to terms with it. Jack swung his sword with a cry, gathering all his strength into the blow, his tenacity helping him overcome any difficulties. Our hero understood that he would fight until he achieved his goal and freed the girl. At some point, the situation began to change, which gave the guy even more strength. Finally, the shackles cracked. Valentine was surprised because they were made of dragon bones, and therefore it seemed impossible. For some time, the witch could not believe her luck. And then suddenly the girl began to fall, not understanding what would await her next. The teenager knew that he was his mentor's only hope, and therefore there was not a minute to lose. A moment later, Jack easily picked up the girl. Looking sincerely at the witch, the boy said that he was not like Julius Teslin. And then he added that he would prove it with all his actions. Valentine looked at him with disbelief, not believing that after everything, someone was actually saving her. Despite all the sentimentality, our hero had no time for this, because the young man heard the noise of stones. The walls started to crumble. Jack firmly told them to hold on tighter to avoid any possible dangers. The young man was scared, but he tried not to show it, because he knew that there was no turning back. Our hero saw the boulder fly down, and horror briefly froze in the guy's eyes. Suddenly, the youth cast a spell, raised his sword and gathered all his power into it, preparing to use the basic technique. A powerful energy began to thicken around the girl and the young man. It was one of the 4 defensive techniques. The teacher knew that it was called the Mountain of the 4 Elements, and she had to repel the blow. Having plunged the sword into the stone floor, the boys saw how they were enveloped in a cloud of mana, which gradually began to expand around them. For a moment, it seemed to our hero that this energy pierced even the hair on his head. The guy held on with all his might, clutching his mentor as tightly as he could. A moment later, there was an explosion. The light spread over hundreds of meters, scattering stones around. Jack and Valentine remained unharmed. The girl asked who the young man was, possessing such great power. For a while, our hero was silent. It seemed that he had no time for questions after what he had just experienced. And then he replied that he said he was an ordinary student from the future. Having put the mentor on the ground, the guy heard a question about where he got such powers from, and the guy answered that this is not the limit. With a smile, the guy said that they would spend the next 30 years together, exploring the world and training. The very next moment, the mentor began to stretch out her small hands towards our hero. The girl took him by the cheeks and looked into his eyes, checking whether the guy was telling the truth or lying. The young man wasn't sure if this technique worked, but it didn't matter. The teacher asked again if it was true that the guy was from the future, which surprised Jack. The guy clarified that he most likely returned to the past. Finally, our hero began to laugh, noting that he was glad that the witch listened to him and believed what he told him. The young man suddenly fell down, exhausted, having spent all his strength on the spell that helped them both stay whole. The girl said it was strange to start their relationship when the guy had such power. But our hero explained that otherwise the mentor would not have believed him. With surprise, the witch noted that, despite the pain, the teenager could still argue. Still smiling, the guy said that it couldn't be otherwise, because he took all his habits from Valentine. Turning his head slightly, the young man decided it was time to introduce himself, and so he gave his name. And after a little hesitation, he said that he hoped that in this life he and his mentor would also do a lot of good. 5 days later, the boys found themselves in the province of Osenbla. Closing his eyes, the teenager began to ask his companion something. Looking at her student with an impassive gaze, the girl remained completely silent, and Jack continued to ask his mentor about their long silence. The young man couldn't understand how it was possible to say nothing for 5 days. So I decided to joke and asked if perhaps the girl had started paying for the words she said at some point. Valentine replied that she didn't think the guy belonged to the Tesla Empire. But most of all, the witch was surprised by his ability to control the magic of souls. And then the beauty said something else about gaining power and strength. After these words, the witch fell silent, hoping that Jack would continue her thought. The guy knew that if he didn't explain the situation, she would hit him, just like she did in her past life. The young man said that there are powers that only a few possess, but she was not surprised. Valentine noted that his soul was shrouded in thousands of deaths and patiently waited for an answer. The young man said that he would like to tell what happened in his past life, but the girl did not speak to him for 5 days. And again the witch explained that the teenager had more blood on his hands than she did. Suddenly Valentine asked if the young man had thought about what had happened. And a minute later she added why the chance for a second life was given to the young man. Jack himself didn't understand why this happened to him, but he still couldn't find an answer. The next moment our hero remembered the battle, as well as the unknown horseman, although after just a minute the guy returned to real time. The young man said that he had thought about everything but had not come up with anything interesting. Jack asked the girl not to look as if he had brought himself back, believing that it was done by someone who was pursuing some goal of their own. The young man shared his food with the dog and said that if this was true, the unknown person would appear, but if not, he would continue to live his life. The girl looked closely at her interlocutor but said nothing, and Jack emphasized that time spent with her is most important. The mentor noticed that the guy was good at speaking, but she still didn't understand what their plan was, and Jack said that they needed to look for allies. Looking closely at the dog, the guy noted that without the right people, he would not be able to do anything. The very next moment, our hero began to remember the events of the past days. In those days, the young man took the mentor with him, and at that point he interrupted his thought. And then he remembered again that at that time, the young man almost died. I had to drink 2 high-grade elixirs to ease the pain, but the effects were still felt. Suddenly, our hero suggested to his companion that they go shopping and see the town. Jack stated that he needed a new sword, but was interrupted by an unexpected event. The guy froze as if he saw something quite strange. Suddenly, a girl with a basket of flowers flew out from around the corner, shouting for everyone gathered to move aside. The blonde collided with Jack and fell, scattering her flowers around. Our hero began to explain, saying that he himself had not looked around, but after a moment he faltered and fell silent. While the beauty was complaining about how she had overslept everything, the young man was thinking about how he could start with a stranger. Realizing that he needed to be polite, the guy asked the blonde how she was feeling, and just a moment later the young man approached the blonde with a proposal to work together, which surprised the girl, who at first did not know what to answer him. Looking at the bag of coins, and also hearing the guy say that this was payment for the work, the beauty began to scream. Looking inside, the stranger was taken aback for a moment, and then began to say something unintelligible again. The beauty refused the bag of money, believing that it was too much for a simple peasant woman, but Jack insisted on his help. The boy asked how much she needed, and the girl replied that 1 shilling would be quite enough for her needs. Less than a minute later, our hero handed over the required amount to his new acquaintance. Picking up the basket of flowers, the blonde declared that from now on it all belonged to the teenager. The young man wanted to say something else, but the stranger quickly said goodbye and ran away. Jack realized that this could be the beginning of their cooperation in the future, noting to himself that he had not seen vampires for a long time. The mentor emphasized that she did not expect to meet a vampire in such a place, with which Jack agreed. A second later, the guy turned to the witch, asking again if the blonde was really a vampire, not expecting it at all, while his partner thought that he chose her because of this. Jack explained that he took the stranger because he believed that she could reach the 10th level of the circle, and there was no other reason for it. The mentor emphasized that the guy's stupidity was surprising. He would have to learn a lot, but on the contrary, he was happy and wanted her to live long. The young man noted with joy that the witch had not changed at all, and the girl thought about the familiar face of the vampire, feeling as if she had seen her before, but she couldn't remember where exactly. Suddenly, the teacher remembered that she had once walked in a beautiful grove. There were young people there having fun together, and it confused her. The teacher remembered that she was a blonde beauty. Only the witch did not think that the inhabitants of the demonic forest could appear here, because they usually do not leave their possessions. And then, changing the subject, she noted that she knew where to buy a sword. Vampires, like dragons, are a very special race. Their relations with other peoples have always been complex and confusing. While the young man was choosing a sword, he was simultaneously thinking about the war that had taken place several years ago between these creatures. The reason was power over the demonic forest. And in this confrontation, the dragons won, forcing the vampires to flee their lands. Surely that girl also escaped from there, or she is the child of those who managed to do so. For a moment, the guy returned to reality, looking carefully at the table on which the cats were sleeping. The young man thought that this was much more pleasant than the wars that he would like to forget forever. The seller described the sword so that the guy would finally buy one, but it pissed him off and he wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Our hero has finally chosen the right weapon for himself. Jack turned to his mentor and said that he had already decided who would be his first comrade. Once outside, Valentine asked her student again if he was sure of his choice. The young man understood her doubts, but he thought that this could be useful not only to him. After all, a young lady can reveal her potential and become very strong. It seemed that the mentor either did not fully understand or did not believe the young man. And so I asked again whether the guy was doing all this, not just for his own plan. Our hero should know that the mentor asked for a reason. The fact is that 400 years ago, she herself made a contract with people who had the blood of dragons. Many races moved into the forest where they could not be found. The emperors who made this treaty are long dead. No matter how strong they were, time still proved stronger. Even after this, other races could not leave the forest. The reason was that the dragons forbade them to do so, and the law remained in force for a long time. These creatures watched everyone closely, understanding that the rules could not be broken. The teacher's law remained unchanged, so all the dragons had to be killed. But now our hero thought that he could save them in this life. The next minute, Valentine saw a vampire being stroked on the head by some strong man. The young man turned to his mentor but was in no hurry to say anything. Our hero placed his thumbs on the girl's little hand, and then he said that she shouldn't bother taking responsibility for their past actions. The vampire happily took the orc blood, thanking the seller. Answering his teacher's question, Jack replied that he knew a lot about her because he was her student and had studied the lessons well. The girl agreed with him and our hero just laughed. But Valentine, looking at the tomatoes, warned the student not to feed his blood. The young man looked attentively at his interlocutor, not understanding what she meant. Jack didn't know what the witch wanted to say, but he thought that the girl was still a child, and they were supposed to be fed with goodies. The young vampire went home and recalled her recent conversation with the aristocrat. She wondered what the guy should answer, because he wanted to offer her a job. Although the blonde was flattered that someone asked her to be an assistant. Holding the blood in her hands, the girl thought about generous people, meaning our hero, and decided that after this drink her parent would feel better. Her mother always told her not to drink human blood or any other blood, even in extreme cases. The woman did not explain this, but the girl remembered the instructions forever. You can only use the one that your uncle brings. Entering the house, the blonde thought that perhaps he would show up today and help her with this issue. Looking around and not seeing her mother, the girl thought that perhaps she was resting. And while the beauty began to call the woman, she emphasized that guests had come to them, but the girl did not see anyone in the house. Entering the bedroom, Charlotte asked where this man was. Suddenly, she heard Jack's voice from behind and was very surprised by his appearance here, not understanding how he was able to find their home. The blonde looked at her new acquaintance with horror, unable to utter another word. At the same time, our hero sat silently and simply smiled. Looking at the woman, Valentine thought that it would be better for her to get up rather than lie around doing nothing. Then the teacher told Charlotte's mother that they had not seen each other for a long time. The witch began to question her about the reasons for their current state. Vivienne de Royale was a vampire of noble blood, known for her power, but her current state raised doubts about her true strength. Jack and Charlotte went outside. The girl was feeding the birds, and the guy did not understand why she was wasting time on this activity. Our hero heard the teacher telling the girl's mother something about mana, hoping that nothing would happen. At the house, Vivienne began to ask her interlocutor who she was and whether she was by any chance a vampire hunter. With sadness in her eyes, the witch asked if the young woman had forgotten her face. But suddenly the blonde remembered Valentine. Meanwhile, the witch was recalling how the vampires were driven out of the forest, and this brought back sad memories. The pale interlocutor wanted to say something but could not find the right words. Before she could say anything, the vampire began to cough heavily, and the mentor continued asking questions about their current lives. But it wasn't that easy, because the woman bent over on the bed and fell silent. The witch saw that the vampire was not feeling well, and therefore decided to postpone the questions for a bit. A minute later, Vivienne learned that her friend had become so small because of a spell, and only once a month could she live like an ordinary person. But the next moment the witch declared that it didn't matter at all. The mentor asked what the vampire elite were doing in such a backwater, because Vivienne was very strong, and now no one was afraid of her. Looking from under her brows, the witch continued to say that she saw clearly. And a minute later she continued that the young woman had not drunk blood for a long time, not understanding why she had to go so far. The woman continued to cough, holding her fist to her heart and trying to say something. And then she asked if her mentor felt sorry for her. Looking out the window, Valentine silently began to talk about how much time had passed since those glorious times. Previously, the vampire was very strong, the kind that everyone was truly afraid of, despite her pretty appearance. Back then, no one could have imagined that the blonde would turn into a weak and feeble woman. The mentor noted that she no longer saw the same vitality that had been in her interlocutor since their last meeting. Valentine said that if it weren't for Vivienne, they would have already died at the hands of fanatics who persecuted them for their magical abilities. Lying down on the bed and throwing her hand over her forehead, the young vampire noted that she was ready to answer the question. There were 5 creatures hiding in the forest, and behind them stood 2 lords. They were the ones who controlled everything, and therefore it was the most dangerous time. For this reason, in the past, vampires had to leave the forest. This was the only way to escape oppression. At that time, Vivian's daughter was very small and did not understand anything. She could not even walk. As the dragon dealt with everyone, the young woman sat on the ground and begged for mercy. The monster looked at its victim and thought about what decision to make. And then the dragon emphasized that he felt sorry for Vivian, so he took pity on them. The interlocutor did not understand how this was possible, but the vampire said that it was true. Now they live among cows and pigs, but somehow they cope with it. The main thing for Vivian is to raise her daughter. The woman was glad that her baby had everything she needed. She was happy. The witch listened to this whole story with astonished eyes and did not understand how this was possible. The mentor considered this unworthy, because Vivian was an aristocrat, in whose veins the blood of rulers flowed. Instead, the girl drags out a miserable existence in some small town and waits for her death. Suddenly, Charlotte asked Jack when they were leaving. The girl explained that her uncle did not like guests very much and might be angry at their appearance. Our hero was very surprised by this, and therefore he wanted to know something. The young man asked if the beauty could tell more about her uncle. Charlotte was horrified by what she heard. The blonde did not understand why a stranger needed such information. However, she said that her uncle would hardly like the teenager, and Jack was outraged that she thought exactly that. The young man explained that he was bored waiting, and therefore just wanted to listen to an interesting story. The girl agreed because it was not difficult for her. The beauty thought for a moment because she did not understand where to start. Charlotte explained that she didn't know much. All that was known was that he bought this house for them and that he brought them food every 3 days. The young man thought to himself that most likely they were talking about the blood of pigs and cows. Jack began to tell the girl to listen carefully, wanting to convey important information. Suddenly, our hero was interrupted by a man who asked in surprise why they were talking about him. After that, he asked the girl about her new friend who was standing nearby. The stranger noted that he was seeing the young man for the first time. The girl was glad to see her uncle, because she did not expect such a meeting in this place. The next minute, the boys looked attentively at their interlocutor. Jack said that he was probably the uncle the young girl had talked about earlier, when she remembered her relatives in the city. The man noticed that the young man was an aristocrat, and after that he asked what brought the guy to this house, where guests are not often received. The stranger fell silent, but he looked intently at our hero. Jack suspected that the man might be a dragon, although he tried not to show it until he had something to say. At this very time, Charlotte's mother was telling her friend that a lot of guests had come to visit them. Vivian asked Valentine to take her daughter off the street so that she could tell her something important while the men were staring at each other. Uncle noticed once again that there were too many guests for this place. The mentor mentally asked Jack to bring the girl and the man so as not to leave anyone out of the important conversation. The young man was quietly whispering something under his breath, and the stranger selfishly asked what he was muttering. Taking hold of the door handle, our hero explained that the mentor had asked him to come. Suddenly, our hero stopped and asked if the man hadn't come for an important conversation, and after a short pause, he added that he was talking about a conversation with his toy. The very next minute, a group of people was climbing the stairs. The woman lying in bed began calling for her daughter. Vivian, rising slightly, began to point at someone in horror. The man, smiling, began to ask what had surprised the mistress of the house so much. Had she really seen a ghost? And then he continued to say that he just came so they could just talk. And with sarcasm in his voice, he noted that he promised not to make a scandal before the death of the young woman. Charlotte started asking what was wrong with her mother. Had she gotten worse? She looked as if she had not expected such a turn of events. The girl picked up a bowl of orc blood and forced her mother to drink it to make her feel better, although her parent did not want to accept this help. The woman emphasized that she had prepared a gift for the girl's birthday, and apologized that she could not give it even now. Charlotte looked at her mother in horror, not understanding what was happening to her. Our hero listened attentively to the conversation of his relatives, but did not interfere in it. In fact, Jack and the mentor weren't supposed to see all this in the first place. They accidentally bumped into the girl and followed her out of pure interest, especially since there was no reason to keep an eye on the blonde. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the young man turned to the sick woman. Jack asked if Lady Vivian would trust him with her daughter. The woman did not understand what was being discussed and looked at the guy with horror. And our hero added with calmness in his voice that they had little time, and therefore the guy was going to get to the point. Jack continued asking what the woman wanted for Charlotte. The guy asked if the mother wanted her daughter to become a full-fledged vampire with the whole world at her feet. And again, our hero asked if Vivienne wanted to avenge all the vampires and kill the dragon, which greatly interested his uncle. The man was surprised by the words of the young man, who was commenting on something under his breath. Realizing that hardly anyone was looking at him, the reborn dragon smiled sarcastically, clearly expecting the long-awaited denouement. Vivienne raised her hand with difficulty and extended it towards Jack. Charlotte's mother stressed that she would like a better fate for her daughter. The woman noted with calmness in her voice that she had nothing to wish for except one thing. And then she noted that she wanted the girl to always smile, and that would be enough. The woman finally asked if she could find out the young man's name after hearing how he introduced himself. Then Vivienne asked if the young man could protect her daughter in the future. Our hero was silent for a moment and then declared that he would definitely do everything. And he said that the woman who possessed noble vampire blood would rest in peace for eternity. Vivienne began to fall apart, but at the last moment she managed to hold her daughter's cheek and said that she loved her very much. The girl looked at her parent in fear, tears streaming from her eyes. Charlotte didn't want this. She hysterically asked her mother not to close her eyes, because she couldn't believe what was happening. Jack decided it was time to take his mentor in his arms. A minute later, everyone gathered was looking at the empty bed. Jack held his mentor in his arms while Charlotte cried in despair, not knowing what to do next. The guy wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words that would comfort the girl. The man sitting to the side began to laugh loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the room with him. The dragon spoke about some truth but did not explain. But the very next moment he began to laugh as he never had before. Everyone gathered watched the man closely, not knowing what to say to him, and he said that he was going to die laughing because Jack had taken custody of a vampire who was going to die soon. A second later, Jack was already flying over his opponent, focusing his mana in his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful and unexpected blow. The blow was so strong that the man flew through the wall of the second floor, not having time to protect himself from it. Smiling, the ill-wisher did not understand why they were treating him so rudely. The man called our hero an ill-mannered young man because he dared to attack a defenseless guest. The enemy was silent, a cold smile on his face. The man noted that Jack would not be a good friend to his Charlotte, and therefore it is necessary to teach the young man and give him a good lesson. Suddenly the man stopped, saying that he felt some kind of weak magic. After that, the teacher made the dragon introduce itself, but the man thought it was some kind of toy talking. The witch noted that if the two lords were removed, there would be only 5 dragons left in the forest, but there was no man, meaning he was born 200 years ago. The opponent listened attentively to what was said to him but remained silent. The man's eyes were wide open and he was smiling, but it was hard to tell anything from his expression. But suddenly the dragon got angry. He asked how the toy knew this and who this girl was, trying to figure everything out. When Jack heard his mentor being called a toy and a girl, he became furious. The witch asked to let her go because she could handle it herself, emphasizing that she was a sorceress from the past. The young man had no intention of disobeying his mentor, and so he did as she asked. Standing in front of the enemy, the girl stated her full name. The witch was an immortal necromancer in the Time Village, but the man did not believe it, thinking that it was all nonsense. The interlocutor replied that there was no mistake. That was how it was called in ancient times. The enemy refused to believe it, saying that the doll had made it all up to look more respectable. But the next minute the man heard the words Bahamut and Balimoth. The woman named the real names of the 2 lords, and now the stranger believed her, because only a few could know this. With melancholy in his voice, the ill-wisher stated out loud that he understood that Milos was not lying. The man stated that he was also a dragon, and his name was Valactus Machiavelli. The ill-wisher did not think that he would be able to meet such a face in an inconspicuous village. He only wanted to play with the second toy, after the death of the first. Suddenly the witch ordered Valactus to leave, but the opponent emphasized that the woman had forgotten a lot. The dragon surpassed the humans in everything and won. And these unfortunate people had no choice but to flee. The man said that he believed that the witch was no one to order him around. The mentor did not agree with this opinion because she knew the truth, unlike her opponent. Valentine said that it was she who did it, not the dragons, surprising the nobleman, who was confident in the greatness of his race. The enemy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and again did not believe what she was telling him. It was Valentine who then divided humans and dragons, due to the latter's deep self-conceit. The situation was extremely tense, but no one wanted to change anything. The world began to come apart at the seams and could very soon come to an end. But the dragons stubbornly continued to believe that they were better than others, and therefore they committed outrages. Valactus commanded the mentor to stop talking nonsense, because she couldn't possibly know anything about the past. The man looked attentively at the people who stood below in silence. Meanwhile, Jack called him a lizard and emphasized that he should listen more and not talk. The young man didn't understand why. If the man was so cool, he was so scared when he heard the name of his mentor. At this point, Valactus's patience ran out. He called the guy a fearless freak, and said that he would show him where he belongs. A moment later, the enemy showed his claws, preparing to strike. The young man watched everything that was happening, but he was not going to do anything rash. Although less than a minute later, the young man pushed off the ground with his hands. Jack began to use a combat technique, realizing that there was not a minute to lose. Our hero kicked the man in the chin, causing him to fly back. The blow caused the opponent to hit the wall very hard. The man was in pain, he was not going to hide it, and so he began to scream and swear very loudly. The opponent knew that he couldn't give in to weakness, and so he began to slowly rise from his seat. Lifting Valactus's chin with the tip of his boot, the young man warned him not to dare to think himself better than his mentor. But the enemy did not calm down, saying that he was a dragon, and therefore better than everyone else, because people were real nobodies. The guy said, "If he continues to behave unkindly, Jack will simply kill him." Suddenly the man grabbed the boy by the leg and threw him back, because he didn't like that he was covering himself with Valentine Milos's back and considered himself better than him. The mentor watched what was happening carefully, but had no intention of interfering. Charlotte was the most surprised of all. She was in tears, trying to understand what was going on. The boy, as if nothing had happened, stood up and said that if Ron had seen how dirty the gentleman was, he would have fainted. Turning towards his new acquaintance, our hero was about to say something. The young man looked at Charlotte and declared that her uncle was the last non-entity on this earth. The girl started crying again. She couldn't say a word, but there was no need. The guy thought about what he could do in such a situation, and then he silently took the blonde by the hand and led her to look at Valactus, explaining that it was a real scumbag. Jack said that this man killed their kind, destroyed her father, and played with her mother until her death. And again the unfortunate girl wanted to say something, but could not. And after that, the young man said that Vivian had given an answer, but he needed the young lady's permission. The guy pointed to the sword that was in the case. Let's see what he meant. And then he said again that the final word still remains with Charlotte, who must decide for herself what to do. The young man emphasized with a smile that he would show how responsible he could be and how much strength he had. Our hero jumped up again and was ready to strike, proving his words. For a moment, the young man hung in the air, choosing the best moment to attack. Jack moved closer and almost touched his face with his sword, trying to cause harm. Valactus easily jumped back, dodging the attack, looking at his opponent with confidence. For some time, the ill-wisher studied his opponent, wanting to find his weaknesses. The same goes for the guy who looked at Valactus with a stern gaze. Not even a few minutes had passed, and our hero had already jumped up from his seat. The rivals rushed at each other to decide who was stronger. This did not happen because the men came together in the fight and then separated. The enemy hoped that the guy's skills would be better, but his technique turned out to be ordinary and easy. Suddenly, Valactus was surprised. He did not realize when his hair was cut above his shoulders that it fell to the floor. After Jack's remark that the guy didn't want to ruin his face, Valactus became angry and emphasized that he wouldn't hold back. There was real rage in the enemy's eyes. He understood that he would do everything to destroy the young man. The ill-wisher cast a spell, using mana at full power to punish the impudent youth. The guy was surprised to see a powerful force rushing towards him. There were only a few seconds left. However, the young man blocked the blow with his sword and pretended that nothing had happened, without even blinking. Valactus couldn't understand how our hero was able to repel the dragon's attack. The mentor watched her protege with an impassive look. As before, she had no intention of interfering. Our hero understood that he had to act, and so he prepared to attack again. The young man looked closely into the frightened eyes of his opponent. Without giving the ill-wisher a chance to come to his senses, Jack had already flown up to him, put his hand on his face, and knocked him down. The enemy lay on the ground, unable to do anything. The young man himself remained standing, but the man screamed in pain with his last breath. Jack realized that he couldn't figure out if Valactus Machiavelli was the son of Luca from the Forest of Monsters. He, in turn, asked fearfully how the guy knew his father, since he had hardly seen him in person. The young man explained with a smile that Luca Machiavelli was one of the 5 dragons that controlled the monster forest. In his past life, it was our hero who cut off his head, but he didn't see his son, thinking that someone had killed him or that he was hiding somewhere. Valactus was stunned, his body shaking with fear and confusion, but he wanted to know who the teenager was. Jack replied that he was the first and last disciple of Valentine Milos, whom Valactus mocked. With despair in his eyes, the enemy thought about how an ordinary guy could stop his magic. And our hero thought about the fact that in front of him was a dragon, the most powerful creature in this world. Suddenly, the youth pointed the tip of the sword at the eye and gave 5 seconds to allow the man to apologize for everything he said about the mentor. The guy was ready to kill his opponent because he had offended the witch. Valactus asked what would happen if he refused and did nothing. The man received the answer that he would be ground into powder that no one would find. Jack was going to do to him what the man did to others because you have to be responsible for your actions. Our hero began to count down the seconds, and Valactus understood that his life was at stake, which both angered and frightened him. The ill-wisher looked into the witch's eyes, hearing the boy say that there were only 4 seconds left. Our hero did not take his eyes off the villain, waiting for him to make the right decision. Finally, the man flew up into the air, spreading his wings before the young man could kill him. The enemy was thinking that the situation had become much worse. Valactus knew he had to run and tell the other dragons. Jack looked up, watching the man run away, but he thought it was impossible. Taking a fighting stance, the guy began to accumulate mana, although he did not want to go that far, but he had no choice. The young man cast a spell of one of the 4 techniques called Heaven. The enemy watched what was happening in horror. He did not believe that the young man was capable of something like this. A magical vortex appeared in the sky in front of Valactus, making him nervous because he didn't understand what it was. Our hero was not going to give up, and so he recited the spell again and again, aimed at stopping the villain. With horror in his eyes, the enemy tried to understand what was happening and how far it would go. He wondered who he was dealing with, because he had never seen such strength, especially from a minor. The man found himself in some space and began to run in the hope of returning to the real world. However, he did not understand why he could not get out, because the space seemed to repeat itself wherever he went. A large likeness of Jack loomed over Valactus, frightening him and causing him to make rash decisions. The only solution was to run again, but not to stop for a moment. Each new step was difficult. It seemed that there was no way out and never had been. Eventually, the offender fell, trying to escape the huge shadow of the young man. Suddenly, the teenager's huge hand reached out to the offender to pin him down and punish him for all his thefts and impudent behavior. Jack suddenly woke up, looking around the room in surprise. The guy didn't understand how he ended up in a room on a large bed, because the last time he was outside. The young man stood up a little and tried to remember what had happened to him. Ron entered the room and asked what had happened to the owner, as he had just woken up. There was silence for a moment. The butler looked closely at the young master, but decided not to say anything. Our hero, with amazement in both his eyes and voice, asked if it was really his servant standing before him. The young man did not expect to see the butler approaching and asking if the boy recognized him. Covering himself with his hand, the teenager noted that firstly, he was not a child, and secondly, why was the butler in this house? The interlocutor thought, deciding what the young man should know. Jack wondered if the butler had seen the girl and the toy that were with him, fearing that he had lost them. Ron explained that the girl had been washed and put to bed in the next room. The butler did not know what had happened to her, but she was in despair because she was crying a lot. The servant realized that something terrible had happened, although he did not understand what exactly. Jack asked again about the toy, to which the man pointed to the mentor who was sitting on the sofa. The witch was in some confusion and embarrassment, but remained silent. To lighten the mood a little, our hero smiled at the girl. The boy wished her good morning, and the teacher sternly replied that it was already evening, surprising Ron, who did not expect her to talk. Valentine was unhappy because the young man suffered a lot, which she did not like at all. The young man laughed, noting that nothing serious had happened, and therefore the witch should not worry. The butler asked again whether the hostess was really talking to him, since she had not moved for 3 days. He was confused, but the young man said that he would explain everything later and that he should not worry. The guy warned that this was his mentor, and Ron should be more careful when communicating with her. For a while, the servant was silent and looked attentively at the teenager. He, in turn, was sure that the owner had a reason to say so, and therefore he would be careful. Jack asked to tell what happened then, in the hope of at least somehow understanding the situation. It all started with our hero dealing with a group of guards who were going to destroy him. After the knights accompanying the third son were found dead, the Marquis learned of this. Jack's father hired knights to sort out the situation and track down the young man. It wasn't that difficult to do this because the young man introduced himself more than once. Besides this, many people saw the guy in the province of Arbiola. Subsequently, rumors appeared that the young man had appeared in the province of Osenbul, where the knights had arrived. They saw a large funnel in the sky created by Mana, which helped them find the young man. After this, Jack was found on the ground, where he lay unconscious for a long time. No one knew what condition the teenager was in, but the wounds were very serious, so the boy was moved here and began to be treated. They had to use 3 premium strawberry-flavored elixirs. The young man liked that everyone remembered that he liked strawberries. Our hero liked everything, but he didn't understand why the servant was here and not protecting his sister as he promised. Scratching his ear, the young man timidly began to make excuses. He explained that the girl also wanted to go looking for him, but the Marquis stopped her, not letting her go, and sent Ron instead. The guy looked at his interlocutor in amazement and asked him if the gentleman had really given such an order personally. Jack called his father a fool for sending Ron here without understanding the consequences. The guy was glad to see the butler, whom he had already missed. But then he noticed a red-haired man who was standing and watching everything that was happening, wondering who this person was. The man emphasized that finally the third lord woke up, looking at him with surprise and incomprehension. He explained that his name was Gonzalez and that he was the second in command of the Knights of Blood. The boy assumed that the young man had already learned from his servant that he was the one responsible for the investigation. The knight wondered if the Marquis's son knew that he was not allowed to travel through the provinces and play with the local common people. Of course, the third heir may be allowed to do so, but the boy is still the Marquis's son. Ron began to defend the boy, but Jack stopped him because he wanted to listen to the second in command. With a smile on his face, the knight said that he would like to ask a few questions and hoped that the teenager would answer honestly. Jack thought about the fact that this man bought him 3 elixirs. Clenching his fist, the young man decided that he could withstand exactly 3 questions. With calmness in his voice, our hero stated that the deputy commander could ask questions since he was ready to answer. Gonzalez noticed the young man's gaze and did not understand why he was looking at him like that. The knight was curious about what happened at the place where all the knights were killed, because the young man was the only survivor. Jack explained that his guards had received strange orders to cripple him, and then he gave him the elixir to drink. And before he could finish speaking, he asked the man why he was looking at him like that. The interlocutor's eyes were full of horror, as the guy asked if this was really the first time he was hearing about this. Gonzalez, with a businesslike air, asked not to change the subject and to continue the story. Still clenching his fist, the teenager thought about how he was barely holding back from being rude and continued the story. The boy said that the knights smiled evilly and said that the young man should understand them. The travelers were to stop for 4 nights on the way to the academy, and all this time, the knights planned to break his bones and then heal him with elixirs in the morning. Jack said that there was also a 6th-class knight, but he couldn't remember his name, to which the man noted that his name was Rejon. The guy emphasized that he was very self-confident and was going to destroy our hero's mana circle. The butler began to ask in horror what the young gentleman was talking about. When Ron noticed this, Jack stated that he simply went and killed the enemy. The deputy commander, listening to all this, did not believe that this was possible, and so he began to say something, but could not find the words. Our hero, getting up from his seat, asked whether his interlocutor had gone deaf or forgotten what he wanted to say. Without waiting for an answer, the teenager began to laugh and again said that he had killed everyone who wanted to harm him. Gonzalez looked at the young man, thinking to himself how a defenseless boy could single-handedly wipe out the entire squad. The man thought that this couldn't happen, and therefore it was all fiction, and so he said that he could turn a blind eye to many things, but not to the impudent person. The teenager looked at his angry interlocutor and said that he was wrong to think that way. Gonzalez stressed that the boy was probably bullying him and warned that if his sister didn't love him, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. The butler was frightened, and so, taking the knight by the hand, asked him to go out into the corridor and discuss everything face to face. Ron tried to calm the man down, but he didn't like that someone was touching him and started shouting that a servant had the right to do something like that. The young man, hearing this, opened his eyes wide in surprise. A moment later, the guy flew up and hit Gonzalez in the face hard enough to make him treat his friend with respect. The man flew towards the door, landing loudly on the floor, feeling the full force of the third heir. Jack angrily reported that he had restrained himself 3 times from punching the scoundrel for his attitude. For a moment all 3 were silent, each in his place. The butler began to ask fearfully what the young master was doing. Ron then began to calm the boy down, reminding him that he was sick and that he shouldn't be so tense. The guy lay down on the bed, making the servant even more worried because he did not understand what was wrong with him. The young master said that he was just feeling dizzy and there was no need to worry so much. The guy also noted that the man has the seventh circle. Smiling, our hero continued to talk about how surprising it was that a knight with such powers would mock an ordinary servant. Ron started to smile. He was pleased that the guy cared about him. Suddenly, Jack grabbed the butler by the collar and asked him not to live the way he had lived before. And a minute later, he added that he had been too stupid before. The boy thought that it would be much easier with Ron around, but now he thinks differently. Ron was one of his own people, so the teenager wanted him to live like a human being. After which the butler noted that the guy had never spoken like that before. Jack looked at the man with pity and asked if he really didn't want to change anything. The servant began to smile, noting that, of course, he wanted something new and normal. The butler rose from his seat and turned to Gonzalez, declaring that he was the third most powerful of them all. And even though the young gentleman didn't really recognize him yet, he himself remembers everything perfectly. Jack asked how much time his friend needed, offering 5 minutes to deal with Gonzalez. The young man smiled but said nothing. Everyone knows that Ron is a great cook, and talking about food here is completely inappropriate. The point is in another very important moment. This became clear when looking at the actions of the man, who skillfully dodged the knight's attacks. Moreover, the butler not only managed to maneuver perfectly, but he also dealt blows to his offender. The servant hits him in cold blood, knocking out several teeth without even flinching. It seemed that for the first time in all this time, the servant could finally show himself and declare what he was capable of. The deputy commander did not like this, because he considered the butler stupid for swinging at him. The young man was experienced in such matters, and therefore parried the blow perfectly. Ron easily landed a punch to the chest, sending the man screaming in pain flying. The servants gathered in the corridor, as well as the guards, could not understand what was happening in the room, but did not dare to interfere. Jack watched this and felt that these actions were already familiar to him. The young man was proud of his assistant, realizing that he was very strong. Of course, the boy had seen Ron fight before, remembering his past life. Our hero recalled one incident when the butler defended him while the young man curled up on the ground and covered his head with his hands. At this very time, his faithful assistant was doing what seemed to be completely incredible things. But even at the 9th circle, his main strength was not magic, but physical strength. And that's why even now the guy sat with a serious look and watched the butler. Our hero thought about it. Isn't it surprising that Gonzalez, a 7th circle magician, loses to Ron, a simple servant? Of course, the knight has a lot of experience in close combat with stronger guys. Jack wondered if it was possible to tell that the man was an imperial spy, so the servant would have to kill, although it was unlikely that Ron would be able to do that. Suddenly, Gonzalez snatched a sword from one of the knights, knocking him down in surprise. The enemy threatened the butler, telling him to die, because there is no mercy for the impudent man. That is why our hero's faithful friend raised his hand to instinctively protect himself from the blow. The man didn't have time to swing his sword as Ron approached him, placing his hand on his back. A second later, the butler's knee hit the knight in the face. Jack understood that the butler had to hide his true strength precisely because of him, his young master. At this point, the ill-wisher began to wipe his mouth, thinking about what to do next. The young gentleman turned to Ron as he looked at the exhausted Gonzalez. The butler turned around with a smile and asked what the young man wanted. The guy asked how long he would have to wait for food. The man looked at the guy in surprise, trying to understand what they were talking about. The next minute, Ron quickly realized what the boy wanted. While from behind, the knight tried to strike the man. In a matter of seconds, the butler clenched his fist in his hand and used magic to fulfill Jack's request, knocking out his opponent. Gonzalez lay unconscious, and the guy noted that 1 minute and 20 seconds had passed, and Ron needed to try to be faster. The young man, seeing the knights watching all this, angrily sent them to work. The guy grabbed the offender by the hair and suggested that they now talk face to face. The young master noted that the man had a cool name and good skills, and his father trusted him. Despite the pain, the ill-wisher began to say something about our hero, as well as his butler. The guy added that perhaps the man didn't understand yet, but the young man wasn't expecting a direct answer. Jack asked if the knight had come here to find out what had happened, and a moment later, he added that now he knew about everyone who was behind this. And then he continued to note that this was the Marquis's favorite, the third knight, the captain's deputy. It would be a shame to simply kill someone like that. Suddenly, our hero quietly asked if the opponent would like to have an 8th circle and become a captain. Looking at the frightened ill-wisher, the young man repeated his question once again. The guy emphasized that they could come to an agreement, but the knight still looked lifelessly at the young master and remained silent. However, Ron realized that the gentleman was up to something. The servant thought to himself that he was proud of him, because the boy had already grown up. The butler was approached by a mentor who poked him in the leg to attract the man's attention. The young man was so immersed in his own thoughts that he did not immediately understand what they wanted from him. But a moment later, Ron bowed and said that he knew that the master called her mentor and asked if he could introduce himself. For a moment, the butler froze and looked attentively at his interlocutor until she spoke. Valentine said it was an impulsive incident, which surprised Ron greatly. She was also amazed by the fact that 20 years ago, the servant already had the 9th circle of magic, and to receive it in his 30s was simply something incredible. The witch didn't understand what such a person found in serving some guy, because now his strength should be much higher. The butler was taken aback by what he heard, but was in no hurry to say anything. The mentor explained that the man could have already reached the 10th circle and become an archmage. Looking at Ron, the girl asked if 20 years wasn't enough. Realizing that the servant did not understand anything, she explained that 20 years of not using magic was not enough. The butler had not used magic since Elizabeth and Jack arrived at the Marquise's estate 19 years ago, but recently he had to do it because it was simply necessary. It was just one time to save Jack. The witch decided to herself that it was not important, but out loud she said whether the man did not feel sorry for the life he had given up, especially for the sake of people who were weaker than him. The mentor explained that the butler should not close his eyes to his desires, and then asked if he was going to continue living for the sake of this child. Now she understands who gave Jack his skills and knows how much power Ron has. The girl again asked the guy if he knew how powerful his assistant was. For a while, the interlocutor was silent. It seemed that he simply wanted to collect his thoughts. The butler began to remember the words of his hostess, who had once told him that there was no point in looking back into the past, no matter how difficult it was. Ron is sure that the boy knows, but he just doesn't take it into account. If he heard their conversation, he would turn into a dunderhead. In reality, Jack didn't know much, and at that moment he threatened the knight to remember 2 things. The guy emphasized that he would not repeat it twice, and would gladly kill him, but he was sure that he would need him, and could live for now. The ill-wisher convulsively tried to squeeze his hand, but he couldn't do it. Then our hero asked again which side Gonzalez was on, and he thought for a long time because he was afraid to say the answer. Jack sat on top of the offender, realizing that he was tired, so he decided to take a look himself, emphasizing that he should not move and not use mana. The man closed his eyes and tried to turn away, not understanding what they were going to do to him. Our hero, getting ready, noted that it was best for the knight to remain calm so as not to get hurt. A moment later, the teenager reached out to his interlocutor. The young man began to use magic and the enemy screamed very loudly, not understanding what was happening to him. The young man placed his hand on his heart, but he was not going to stop there. For a while, nothing happened, and then the guy shouted that he had finally managed to find what he was looking for. It was about the 7 crystals that make the heart beat. The young man, looking at his opponent, noted that he should have given up right away. Then he wouldn't have had to go through all this. The man did not understand what the young master was doing with his mana, and tried to understand it while worrying about his life. Our hero understood that his opponent was about to rise, and therefore began to squeeze his hand even tighter. Jack, looking the knight in the eye, said that he could kill him in a second, but to avoid this, he needed to obey. Smiling sarcastically, the teenager noted that this was all for the well-being of the ill-wisher. The knight understood that he did not want to resist any longer, and so he closed his eyes and turned away. Magic enveloped all the crystals and caused them to crack more and more. Energy seemed to be coming from Gonzalez's chest area. A second later, the energy was released throughout the room. It seemed like a real explosion that could stop everything in its path. The man lay there in fear with his eyes closed, afraid that he had already been killed. Jack pointed out that the knight could already open his eyes, which made the man calm down a little and gradually come to his senses. The man did not understand what had happened and kept asking the guy until he replied that everything was ready. Suddenly, the frightened assistant commander touched his heart and asked what was wrong with it. Our hero said with absolute calm that the knight probably meant crystals. Jack added that this crystal he added will work for 3 to 5 months. Gonzalez asked why the guy would give him power, since it was not at all safe. The young man said that he shouldn't ask questions, which was completely incomprehensible to his interlocutor. Our hero was silent for a while. He looked attentively at his opponent, but did not want to say anything. However, a moment later he declared that there was no choice now, and that he would have to do what he said. The boy asked if the knight understood what would happen to him if he suddenly decided to refuse. The teenager threatened that if he disobeyed, he would die a horrible death that was hard to even imagine. After that, he asked with a smile if Gonzalez knew about the rumors about Jack and his connection with black magic. The guy said that back in the days when he beat Palon, and then paused for a minute. And then he abruptly continued to say that he then went to prison, where some rumors reached the young man. Everyone said that Jack had black magic, and it was true. People gossiped about things they didn't really know, but it didn't matter. The guy noted that the news about magic was true, although he assumed that the interlocutor had already understood everything. The young master ordered him to kneel, and he, overcome with fear, did not know what to do, because life was much more valuable. A minute later, a frightened Gonzalez was sitting in front of our hero, not understanding what to expect next. The young man advised him to turn on his brain and listen more carefully, making it clear how serious the situation was. Pointing his hand towards Gonzalez, the young man noted that the first thing a knight should do was visit our hero's father. Jack ordered the man to return to the Marquis and say that the third master knew nothing about what had happened. The teenager was pleased that his interlocutor bowed his head and said that everything was perfectly clear to him. Finally, our hero thought that he would succeed, and so he continued. The boy added that in 3 months the Count's supporters, the knights on the side of the Marquis, must be destroyed. The young man noted that there are about 40 of them in total. At first Gonzalez said he understood, but then asked again, not understanding how this was possible. But this did not stop Jack. He menacingly declared that the knight was obliged to obey him, and he agreed, because now his life depended on what the young man would order. Our hero watched this attentively, as if it were a performance. This story clearly amused him. A minute later, the teenager leaned on his knees and stood up. Jack walked up to the man, put his arm around him, and told him not to worry. He added with a smile that the knight should have listened to the guy, then he wouldn't have suffered. Pointing to his heart, our hero said that the man had achieved the impossible. Thanks to the master, Gonzalez became a magician of the 8th circle, and now he should obey, because it will be better that way. With a smirk on his face, the teenager hinted that he might be beaten even more severely. The interlocutor stared at one point in horror. It seemed to him that all this was not happening to him. And again the teenager sarcastically asked why the knight didn't want to say anything. Suddenly the boy remembered that the man had been pestering Ron his whole life, treating him like trash. And the servant had to simply endure it and do nothing when he was so mercilessly mocked. Our hero knew that the butler was not guilty of anything, but spent whole nights cleaning food from the floor and then cleaning the carpet. The young man said that Gonzalez would now be Ron's doormat and asked if he understood all the consequences. The butler was silent, but he felt incredible pride that the young master was taking such care of him. Our hero began to shout at the knight and say that he was obliged to ask Ron when and how to help him. After this, having explained everything, the young man threw Gonzalez out the door and ordered him to hide. The young owner leaned against the door, happy that he now had a second chick. The first one was a complete fool, but the second one will have to obey no matter what happens. Suddenly Jack turned to his assistant, asking him if he was finished. Looking at the teacher, who was sitting sadly on the sofa, the butler answered in the affirmative. The boy was so hungry that he was ready to die, and Ron immediately asked if the young man was going to go somewhere looking like that. Jack didn't understand what was going on and why the assistant was so worried. But after a minute, the butler asked to wait and took something out of the suitcase. Scratching his head, our hero thought about what the servant had prepared for him. Since Jack's luggage was lost, his faithful companion prepared spare clothes, as if he knew this would happen. The guy thanked Ron and admitted that it would be great to eat, since he hadn't eaten for a long time. The butler said he would not leave, and the young man asked who would then serve the food. Suddenly, Charlotte flew into the room, dressed in a beautiful pink dress, and rushed to hug the young man, because she was very worried about him. The young lady immediately began to talk about how she was worried that the guy would never wake up again. Our hero was shocked. He didn't know what to say, and therefore preferred to remain silent for a while. Finally, the young man turned to the butler. Jack noticed that their guest was trembling and, surprised, said that he would come later, staying with the girl. The butler bowed, wished them a pleasant conversation, and left. Our hero decided to himself that without blood the girl was probably exhausted, and then asked her to let him go. It was getting late, but there were no fewer people on the street, which Jack noticed. Standing on the roof, the young man apologized for almost destroying the blonde's house. Charlotte assured that her home is where her family is, and after losing her mother, living alone in an empty house made no sense. She smiled, trying to accept the situation, although it moved her to tears. The teenager climbed down from the parapet and walked towards his new acquaintance. The young man lightly took the girl by the hand and led her along with him. The boys were walking around the area, and Jack admitted that he too said goodbye to his mother early. The boy was so young then that he had no memories of her. Jack had Ron by his side all his life, taking better care of him than his own father ever could. Now he also has a mentor. The teenager said that even in the worst life you can find happiness. Perhaps for the first time in all this time, some hope and faith in something better appeared in the young lady's eyes. Suddenly our hero began to cast a spell to cut his wrist. At first, the girl looked at him anxiously and began to say something about his blood, but did not have time to finish. The beauty quickly approached his hand and began to drink, because she had been missing this for so long. Jack took his friend by the shoulders and asked Charlotte to come with him. The young man watched her drink blood, realizing that she was very hungry. For some time, our heroine did not pay attention to her interlocutor, absorbed in her occupation. Charlotte's grip on the guy's hand grew tighter with each passing minute. On the one hand, this was unpleasant for the guy, but on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that this was vitally necessary. Suddenly, energy was released, and a wind blew around, fluttering the girl's hair and dress. The astonished blonde stood and looked attentively at her savior. It seemed as if the young lady wanted to say something, but could not find the right words. Charlotte came to and realized that her body had recovered and was very happy about it. Vampires protected themselves from dragons because they could restore their strength by drinking special blood. It was not for nothing that they always opposed themselves to others. The girl asked in surprise how this happened, and the guy only asked if she felt better. Embarrassed, Charlotte began to sincerely thank her savior, and our hero only asked what her impressions were, because he really wanted to hear the answer. The teenager recalled that he had then shown how much he wanted to protect her, and after a short pause, he honestly admitted that the battle had been difficult and had scared him a little. The beauty was shy, and therefore took a long time and with difficulty choosing her words, although the young man was in no hurry. Our hero looked into the amazed and joyful eyes, realizing that he was very glad to see the beauty happy. Suddenly, Charlotte said that she was a little scared, but she was amazed, noting that her brother was very cool. This surprised the guy, who didn't expect this. Jack said that he should call him boss and not brother, because he is many years old. The young man grabbed his head and emphasized once again that boss sounded much better and more appropriate. The girl really liked the idea and happily agreed. While setting the table, Ron talked about whether he had misheard or not, and whether the guy had mixed up anything in his story. Jack was having dinner at the table, talking about how he had managed to catch the dragon. The butler looked at the young man in amazement, thinking that such a thing was practically impossible to do. This was understandable, because when a dragon turns 10 years old, it develops a 4th-level Heart of Lies. By the age of 50, the dragon becomes a true master, able to control its strength and abilities. In addition, these entities have their own abilities. They can shrink to the size of small people, although this is not the case with polymorphs. The dragon's body is automatically formed from magic, but the transformation into a human is usually used in combat. At this point, Ron pointed out that vegetables should be eaten too, to which Jack replied that he would do that later. The butler looked closely at the gentleman, thinking that this act was reckless and thoughtless. Although Jack only had a 2nd circle of lies, he managed to win against a dragon of the 10th circle and above. Ron listened attentively to the young master and timidly said that defeating such entities was real luck. The guy noted that the dragon was inexperienced and did not know how to use its abilities correctly, and fear clouded its mind. For a moment, the guy fell silent and looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The young man noticed that the butler was reacting strangely to their conversation, because he was not behaving as usual. Our hero noted that if anyone found out that he had killed a dragon, they would simply laugh at it, as the mercenaries had done before. The guy remembered how unpleasant it was, but Ron seemed to accept that Jack could defeat a wizard of that level. Although our hero's assistant still couldn't believe that everything ended so well. The butler asked sheepishly if Jack knew about his past, hinting that there might be something unknown. The boy asked him what he meant and whether the butler was hiding anything from him. And to make his words sound more convincing, he jumped up from his seat and began shouting at his faithful servant. Ron warned that the conversation would be long, and there were things that Jack definitely didn't know, asking if he wanted to know about them. Our hero, sipping juice, noted that he was ready to listen. Looking into the glass, the young man thought to himself that, despite everything, the butler was very dear to the guy. In his past life, even when they ran away from home together, the assistant did not talk about his past. Jack decided that it was better for the secret to remain a secret, but he still wanted to know one thing and asked about it. The butler tensed up a little and looked closely at the young master. Bowing, the man said that he would tell the teenager everything he wanted to know. Our hero asked if Ron was connected to the Tulkun Empire, for example, as a spy. The guy carefully chose his words so as not to offend the servant, whom he treated like a family member. Ron explained that he didn't at all and had nothing to do with it. The young man looked closely at the butler, trying to understand if he was telling the truth. Having calmed down, the teenager decided that he wanted to know this just in case, hoping that he was not putting too much pressure on the man. Taking the fork in his hand, the young man thought that his assistant was not very offended by him. Jack understood that if Ron smiled, then everything was fine and he could be trusted, even remembering his past life. For a moment, the guy looking at the table was lost in his own thoughts. The young man began to think that he had to develop his circle of lies in order to become much stronger. When the young man used the energy, he almost died. He knew he needed to improve his physical fitness and his circle of lies, but first he needed to study at the academy. Our hero understood that he couldn't just give up everything. It would be a wrong decision. The teacher sitting in front of Jack said that he was truly her student because he was able to use black magic. The witch added that the young man used the black crystal with ease. In this world, only Jack and the mentor know about the black crystal. No one else has this knowledge. This remained a secret because the stone was created by the teacher herself, telling only her student about it. The black crystal made the witch famous during the war when she began to use its power. Then the woman did almost impossible things. If you engrave a vow on a magic circle and do not fulfill it, the body will break out. This means that one must be extremely careful with this kind of magic. It is advisable to use such things only in exceptional cases. This terrible magic made Valentine even more famous and powerful. The teacher asked what vow Jack had engraved on the circle. The young man explained that this was just a safety net for Ron and his sister Elizabeth. With tears in his eyes, the butler thanked the young master for not forgetting about him. Looking at his assistant, our hero thought that after talking with Valentine, the man became too emotional. A tearful little Charlotte with pigtails came into the room and explained that the maids had tortured her with excessive care. The young man looked at the girl attentively for several minutes. Jack noted that she had arrived on time and invited her to sit at the table next to them, which the girl did happily. Pouring tea for her guest, Charlotte said that she was not hungry thanks to her boss. The next second, our hero called out to his faithful friend. The boy asked Ron if it was possible to send Charlotte to the academy, which the girl really liked. The butler emphasized that the boy sometimes forgets that he is only a servant, albeit a very special one. Jack asked again if their all-powerful Ron could arrange it, hoping for a solution. The interlocutor remained silent, not understanding what he could counter this with. The guy hesitated a little, but already started to say something. The man said he didn't know, to which the young man replied that he would then figure out for himself what the butler didn't like. Ron whispered in the young master's ear that no one should be blackmailed, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Charlotte interrupted them by asking if she was going to school. Closing his eyes and continuing to eat, the young man answered the question positively. The girl looked at the guy in amazement, asking again what he had told her just a minute ago. The blonde didn't understand how she could get into an academy where only aristocrats studied. Although the girl did not yet have a circle of lies, Jack promised to help her reach level 10. He knew that then she would become a skilled magician, capable of anything. Jack thought he needed to talk to Gonzalez to get the girl into the academy. The only problem was her age, because you can enter the academy from the age of 14, and Charlotte is only 11. The guy understood that it would not be as easy to arrange everything as one might think. It would require some effort. The young man assured his friend that she shouldn't worry because she would still be studying there. A few days later, the boys arrived at the academy. Jack was glad that they had finally gotten here, but little Charlotte didn't understand at all what was happening. Ron reminded him that he had packed his luggage and wished to take care of his health, for which the teenager thanked his faithful comrade. Finally, the butler priest asked that if something happened, the boy should definitely send him a letter. Having confirmed that he would do everything as needed, our hero again turned to his interlocutor. The young man said that he wanted to leave all the affairs to the butler because he wanted to concentrate completely on his studies. The servant seemed not to understand what the young master wanted and therefore clarified this point once again. The guy pointed at Gonzalez, noting that he was too stupid and could cause trouble. The young man said that it could not be said that the knight had outstanding mental abilities. If necessary, he could be gotten rid of. And the next moment he thoughtfully declared that there was some work for this man. The guy added that Gonzalez should be given a task and asked Ron to supervise it. Jack hinted that the trash needed to be taken out of the house, but to be done gradually so as not to attract attention. Ron didn't understand anything at first, but then it dawned on him and surprised him. Jack was referring to the vassals and the family of Count Mentis, who were always in the way. The butler, bowing his head, began to say something about Lady Elizabeth. The boy said that his sister was too kind and couldn't handle it, so Ron needed to help her change. The atmosphere at home will have a bad effect on her. All this will have a negative impact on the general condition of the young lady. Therefore, the butler should keep an eye on her. For a few seconds, the interlocutor looked attentively at the young owner, but said nothing. But a moment later, the man, firstly, said that he would do everything, and secondly, stated that the guy had changed a lot lately. Our hero was pleased by such words, and so he stood and smiled. The mentor emphasized that Jack had two good subordinates, but he did not agree. He said that Ron was his friend, as was Valentine, which left the teacher puzzled. This remark greatly surprised the witch, but she thought about what to say. And then our hero noticed that he treated his mentor very well and even managed to fall in love with her. The witch listened attentively to the guy, and it seemed that she didn't care. But a minute later, the witch began to smile sincerely, almost for the first time. The academy was a beautiful place that Charlotte enjoyed, and Jack let her explore everything around her. The teenager stated that the girl would often have to walk around the neighborhood, and therefore the girl could get used to it. Charlotte looked at the guy with a smile, already getting ready to study everything around. But they were interrupted by the maid, who addressed Jack as Mr. Ballantier, and the frightened Charlotte quickly stood up behind the young man. Our hero himself did not understand what had happened, and so he asked the employee about it. The woman said that she was glad to see the guy, and that the director was waiting for him in his office. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing among the luxury of the office. The man, looking around, said that there was such an aristocrat who destroyed several buildings. The director also recalled that he had heard about Jack, even read about him in the newspaper. The man's name was Rommel Einhard Isenbull. He was the father of Duke Isenbull and was the head of the academy. It seemed to our hero that an eternity had passed since he had sat in this chair. Jack looked at everything around him and realized that nothing had changed from his past life. Looking at the fire in the office, the young man reflected on how this place inspired some kind of calm and trust. Our hero remembered how the director of this institution once suggested that he conduct an experiment. The man said that if the boy ended up on the list of the best students, he would not be expelled from the academy. All beaten up and with tear-stained eyes, our hero looked into space without answering his interlocutor. The director admitted that his stupid brother and father were strong, and this would not allow the boy to live to adulthood. His relatives would kill him before his time. With a sad voice, Rommel said that in his time he had seen many guys like our hero. Looking at the old man, the young man asked what he should do then, how to find a way out of the current situation. Rommel said that Jack himself should decide how to live, patting him on the head. The man offered to give the young man a separate room in the dormitory. The fact is that the director of the institution had a special weakness for unfortunate children. That was then. And now in front of the director sat a confident guy who knew exactly what he wanted. Jack decided to make a deal with this man, despite his status. The interlocutor looked attentively at his student but remained silent. The guy explained that he had a debt to the old man, and therefore our hero was ready to save the man's life. But there is one nuance, it is that Rommel must fulfill one request of the teenager. The director was ready to listen, noting that the young man had not been so sharp-tongued before. And looking into the student's eyes, I thought about how amazing it was that this guy had managed to change in just a month. If only the director knew that for him it was only 30 days. But for our hero, it was a long journey of 20 years. What is interesting is that even the river changes its direction twice during this period. And what's worse about a person in that case? Finally, Rommel decided it was time to break the silence, so he asked how the guy was going to save him. Jack's memories stated that the Teslan Empire fell in war with the Tulkan Empire a month after it began. Time passed slowly, and in the Tulkan Empire there were more than 30 swordmasters, among whom were Dragonblood. In addition, there were over 1,000 people with 7th mana circles, while Teslin only had 2 swordmasters and 1,000 mages. And again the young man looked at the flame, thinking about how long ago it had been. Jack believed that with such a difference and a month's limitation, the war would have ended in 3 days if he had been captain. Our hero was convinced that a good leader decides everything. The Empire survived only thanks to him, a member of the squad of battle mages led by the slain General Rommel. Everything that happened then could not be described in words. Mothers grabbed their children, not understanding whether they would be able to escape, whether there was anything to count on. The good thing is that there were about 700 people under the detachment leader. All these people suddenly appeared and began to fight for Tesla. If nothing had happened to Rommel, the Empire could have shown itself from a different side. But any plans could have been ruined by the betrayal that took place. Suddenly the man heard the name Bluetooth spoken by his student. The director said sharply, "How dare the young man pronounce the name of this great man?" With calmness in his voice, our hero declared that he was a spy for the Tulkun Empire. The young man was in no hurry to continue, and so he turned his gaze to the table on which lay many scrolls. Bluetooth Mark, a spy for the Tulkun Empire, now worked as an assistant instructor at the school. The director noticed that this man was very devoted to him, to which Jack did not respond, but only smiled. Rommel looked at the young man carefully and asked how he dared to accuse the young man of betrayal. But our hero explained that Bluetooth would stab him in the back in a few years, although the director might not believe the child. The man threatened the young man to answer for his words, and that he would make it appear as if the conversation had never taken place. Turning away from his interlocutor, Rommel told the guy to go away and mind his own business. Having put the watch on the table, our hero again turned to the manager and declared that he was not some kind of empty talker. Our hero looked at the man who was in real danger with fury in his eyes. The guy said, "If the director doesn't understand anything, he can call the spy when he's ready." Soon, Bluetooth Mark appeared in the office, not understanding what was wanted from him. Jack and the director looked at him silently, without saying a word. After clearing his throat a little, the teenager decided that he would tell this traitor everything he wanted and had to. The young man broke the silence, praising the man but telling him not to pass on any more information to Tulkun. The interlocutor looked at the guy with horror, but collected his thoughts to answer him. Bluetooth didn't understand what the guy wanted, who added that his hearing should be good. Smiling, the teenager asked if such a good person as many considered him to be really wanted to deceive a child. The man noted that the same Jack Ballantyre was sitting in front of him, calling him a problem son. Laughing, the interlocutor said without a shadow of a doubt that he saw that the young man had problems not only with his body, but also with his head. He added that this terrible accusation deserved appropriate punishment, which made Jack very angry. Clutching a small chain in his fist, our hero thought that this stupid traitor still dared to contradict him. The young man suddenly stood up from his chair and hit his opponent with his fist so that he would at least understand something. Jack began to beat him mercilessly because he could not stand it when people told lies. Our hero looked closely at his ill-wisher, realizing that he would not succeed anyway. Realizing that things had gone too far, the young man turned to the director, who turned away and stared at one point. Gathering all his strength, our hero hit Bluetooth in the stomach, throwing him to the other end of the room, causing him to suffer. Wiping his nose with his hand, the opponent called the young man by name, but said nothing more. The opponent, wanting to gain time, asked the guy how he dared to behave inappropriately in an educational institution. Jack proudly dodged the attacks that followed, not allowing himself to be harmed. The ill-wisher did everything in his power to knock the teenager down, believing that he was small and weak. Unfortunately for the offender, the young man once again dodged the blow, which enraged Bluetooth. However, the teenager was not very happy about this. With fear in his eyes, he looked at something that greatly amazed him. Our hero noticed that the man was filled with the lies of the sixth circle, which was his great weakness. But there was no time to think, and so the guy, having caught his breath a little, hit his opponent with renewed force. And again something happened that Bluetooth didn't expect, because he flew to the other end of the room. The director watched everything that was happening with horror, but decided not to interfere. The guy asked if the man was in too much pain and hinted that it was time to confess. The teenager once again said in a menacing voice that the young man should come to his senses and start talking. And then, with a sly smile, he called his opponent a poor guy. The guy pushed Bluetooth to tell the truth, because it was stupid to lie any longer, although the man didn't understand what he was talking about. With anger in his voice, the opponent noted that the young man had gone crazy. However, He only smiled and looked attentively at the unfortunate man. Suddenly our hero placed his hand on Bluetooth's chest area. The youth said, "The sixth circle of mana can only be obtained by going through great pain." The teenager stated that if you destroy something that a person has worked hard to achieve, it will remain in his memory forever. And then, in a calm tone, he said that he wanted to ask his interlocutor one question. Jack warned that he would destroy the circles one by one if Bluetooth continued to lie, and so asked if he was going to continue to lie. This greatly frightened the man, because he had no idea what it meant. The young man asked with a smile if he was a spy for the Tulkun Empire, trying to prove the director right. The ill-wisher looked at Jack with horror, not understanding how he knew about this. The young man clutched the carpet convulsively, as if this decorative item was his only hope, and then he started shouting that it wasn't true, and that he had nothing to do with espionage, and that he didn't understand why the guy brought up the topic. It was the wrong answer, and Jack began to destroy one of his circles of lies. The young man then noted that the man only had 5 laps left while he was shaking in pain. The guy repeated the question again, standing his ground and not even blinking. Bluetooth was silent, looking at the guy cautiously, tears of pain flowing from his eyes. When Jack received no answer, he said that losing the circle meant he would have to die to get it back. But our hero was not so merciful and placed his mana into the heart of his opponent. The guy said he did it so that every attempt at recovery would bring unbearable pain. Jack smiled and fell silent for a while to give his ill-wisher time to think, or better yet, to confess. The guy explained that it was better to die because restoring the circle was a very serious process. And again, after falling silent for a while, the teenager proudly declared that he would be happy to talk about it. To do this, you need to infuse dragon blood into Bluetooth and then replace the bones with dragon ones. After thinking for a bit, the guy slowly said that after this procedure, perhaps the circle would be restored. And a moment later, he asked if the ill-wisher knew about this method. Looking at this unfortunate man, the young man added that it was a test. Bluetooth asked in horror how a teenager his age could know about such things. Without waiting for an answer and moving closer to the man, our hero suggested that he try something. Jack decided to finally test the true nature of his opponent by continuing to cast spells. Finally, the man began to shout frantically, asking who Jack was and how he knew about the research. But the guy asked a counter-question about whether the young man with the sixth circle knew much. But our hero did not stop asking how Bluetooth knew about the secret research in Tulkun. The young man looked at the young man in surprise, hoping that he would finally speak. The guy smiled, realizing that he would still do what he was going to do. Jack raised his hand over his opponent's chest and began to spin streams of energy. And with renewed vigor, the teenager asked Bluetooth how he knew so much that only a select few knew about. A few minutes later, our hero stood over the unconscious man. Smiling, Jack declared that he had stripped his opponent of all his circles of lies so that he could no longer use them. The next second, the teenager was already looking at Rommel, getting ready to ask him a question. The young man asked the director if he agreed to fulfill his request, but did not have time to hear an answer. The same applies to the director, who looked at both the guy and the traitor. The losing opponent began to scream loudly in pain, unable to withstand the pressure. Bluetooth threatened that the Empire would not leave our hero alone, and every day would be full of pain. With a calm face, Jack decided to kick him into silence so that he wouldn't interfere with their business. The men looked at their ill-wisher, who was again lying unconscious on the floor. After apologizing to the director, Jack noted that he would spend time cleaning up the body. Rommel looked at the teenager again carefully, about to tell him something important. The man did not understand how this was possible, because the young man had changed and did not look like the one he had seen before. The young man admitted that in a month you can change very quickly, isn't that enough? Closing his eyes, the gray-haired man stated that he did not want and would not ask about our hero's affairs, although he asked to tell him more about the betrayal. Romelu wasn't quite sure what the guy meant when he said dragon's blood, but Jack was in no hurry to tell everything he knew. He was interested in whether the deal he asked for would be concluded. Understanding that everything remained in force, the teenager noted that the director probably understood that the war was slowly beginning. War was breaking out on the continents, and in Tulkun there was a struggle for the throne. The struggle was between two factions, silence and cruelty, where one was led by the son of the imperial family, the other by the crown prince. It was the latter who had to win, which affected the life of the entire continent. Although Jack did not know all the details well, he spent 10 years in the mountains with a mentor. The young man decided to save the spy's life, because he knew a lot about dragons and was useful to the emperor and the director. And after a short pause, he added that this man was valuable because he possessed a lot of knowledge. Rommel understood that everything was clear with him. But what role did the Emperor play in this? Jack wanted to call the Emperor a scoundrel, but he held back. He was also interested in how the spy knew about the experiments, since the theory was just emerging. The experiments were just beginning, and only a limited group of people knew about them. In his past life, the young man heard about this and was convinced when he saw the details of the research. The papers were carefully hidden and classified, but our hero managed to get them in his past life. Interestingly, even in Tulkan, this information was very difficult to access. The guy turned to the director again, reminding him that they had not yet managed to discuss important things. Jack noted that he wanted something, but the man spoiled his mood and fell silent. And smiling, he added that for this reason he now has 2 requests. After looking at the flowers, our hero asked the director to buy the teenager a house near the academy, and best of all, one with a garden. Raising his finger up, the young man said that he would first voice his first idea, but before that, he asked how much money Rommel had. The man reminded that all students live at the academy, but Jack asked to make an exception. Romelu wanted to know about the second request, so he asked about it directly. The second request concerned the acceptance of a new student. The young man asked for this in an attempt to arrange for Charlotte. The director noted that new students are accepted only at the beginning of the semester, and now it is already the second. The manager asked again if it was true that they were talking about the girl at the door. Jack replied that it was this child he was worried about. But the man did not calm down at this, and therefore began to inquire about the relationship between the teenager and Charlotte. After thinking for a moment, our hero admitted that he was, in a sense, a guardian for this unfortunate child. The director agreed, but took a demonstrative breath, which alerted Jack. Our hero made a displeased face and thought to himself that perhaps there was some catch to this. Finally, the young man left the room, and the girl happily turned to him, calling him boss. He stroked her head and asked how long she had waited, saying that now the girl could study here. The astonished blonde listened attentively to her interlocutor, but did not believe what he said. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, calming his friend down and saying that now they would be together. Charlotte was very happy because she had dreamed about this for a long time and was afraid that nothing would work out. Suddenly she became sad, but the young man did not understand what had happened again. Jack asked what was wrong, assuring him that they would have fun. The girl was worried because the academy was for aristocratic families and she wasn't even human. The girl noted that this was an old and elite establishment, where only the best of the best had access. Holding her mentor in her arms, Charlotte continued to remark on how different she was from the other students. Surprised by what was said, the teenager asked what difference it made who was who. The girl looked attentively at her interlocutor but did not know what to tell him or how to react to it. The guy asked her if she was ashamed of being a vampire, and she replied that she just wanted to be a human. Looking attentively at her new acquaintance, the girl remained silent. There was sadness and disappointment on her face, although there was no reason for it. Jack felt sorry for the girl, but he couldn't show it, because she came from an aristocratic family. Charlotte may not have known that her family ruled over all vampires, but it was true. Most of the members of this race, including her kind, died because of the dragons, including her father. It turns out that the girl was left with only Vivian. Now she didn't even have a mother who could support her, hug her, and explain important things to her. Jack explained that there was no need to worry about one's origins and to separate humans and vampires. After all, her name is Charlotte de Royale, and that says a lot. Kneeling down, the boy declared that he had to keep his promise. Taking the girl's hand tenderly, our hero said that the beauty should remember one important thing. The guy explained that if Charlotte wanted to become queen, he would help her, and if she wanted to restore the race, he would support her. If a girl has problems, a young man will definitely solve them, so she should not allow herself such thoughts. The young man looked attentively into the eyes of his interlocutor, convincing her that everything would be very good. For a few seconds, our heroine stood silently. It seemed as if she was carefully considering everything that had been said. The girl thanked the young man, and noted that her mother said that nothing in the world is free. The beauty noted that sooner or later she would have to pay the bills. The surprised guy looked at his friend, and now he didn't understand what to answer her. Our hero confirmed Charlotte's suspicions, noting that in fact, in this world, you have to pay for everything. However, one day he will ask the girl for help, and she must fulfill it, to which Charlotte happily agreed. The blonde, squeezing her mentor even tighter in her arms, noted that she would never abandon her savior. The very next moment, the teenager offered to carry the suitcases so they could go for a walk, pointing to the beautiful view. A few minutes before this, A very interesting conversation took place in Rommel's office. The director promised to get the girl into the academy, and he will do it today or tomorrow. Looking at the man continued to note that there is a house outside the academy, but there is one thing. It will be difficult for one person to manage in a large mansion, and therefore the manager sends several experienced people to help. Jack said he would be glad of that, as company never hurt, and thanked him for his concern. Standing on the street, the witch, who was already sitting in our hero's arms, wanted to tell him something. The mentor emphasized that Jack said the right words in relation to the girl. In the young man's views on racial differences, respect for the individual comes first. This is very important. Valentine continued that she thought the teenager was the first fool, but now she doesn't think so. The boy decided that this was a compliment, after which the teacher asked if they had arrived. Suddenly, everyone gathered turned their attention to the powerful blade. The guys stood there and didn't know how to react to what was happening. Our heroes saw a man standing with a sword and training to wield this weapon. Jack noted that the man was very persistent, although he was completely indifferent to what was happening on the site. The teacher asked him to stop and watch, which the young man agreed to, since he had no choice. And so the boys sat down on a bench to watch what would happen next. The teenager didn't understand why the witch wanted to look at the stranger. It was clear that the man was about 17 years old and tall. Afterwards, the guy began to look at how much mana the stranger had, although he didn't expect a large amount. And at this very time, the young man, who did not pay attention to the audience, continued to study hard. Suddenly, our hero's eyes widened at what opened up before him. For a moment, it seemed to the teenager that he had simply made a mistake in his visions. Looking around, our hero decided that this was simply impossible. Jack was very surprised that the young man had the fourth circle, but the strength was the same as the second. The man looked so cool, but in reality there was nothing there that would interest the mentor. The witch asked the boy if he was worried that she would take on a new student after hearing a negative answer. A moment later, the young man again asked his interlocutor why she had paid attention to this stranger. The mentor emphasized that her student sees only external characteristics and nothing more. The guy asked if the young man had anything else besides his physical fitness, of course. Valentine looked closely at her charge, but did not know what to say to him, and therefore remained silent. For a moment, the boys turned their gaze to the sword standing against the wall. For some time, our heroes sat in complete silence. They were immersed in the process they were observing. And it was truly amazing how the stranger handled the sword. Suddenly, Charlotte announced that the man had been training for a very long time and might faint. The girl noted that from the sweat that appeared, one could tell that the person was holding on with all his might. And the very next minute, the blonde drew the guy's attention to the abrasions on the stranger. In a serious voice, the young man stated that he himself had noticed this. The teacher asked Jack if he still understood what she was hinting at. Our hero began to carefully study the young man again, trying to understand what the catch was. It turned out that this man had one circle of mana destroyed. The interesting thing is that it is difficult or even impossible to restore it. The most amazing thing is that it doesn't seem like anyone was involved. It looks like the man hurt himself. Valentine said that's why she likes him, but added that there was no point in saying anything else. Jack smiled, realizing that the witch knew much more than she was saying, although a moment later the witch declared in an indifferent tone that she had nothing more to say. Our hero guessed that the woman was interested not only in physical strength. Valentine also drew attention to the basis for the black magician, death and endless revenge. The man's persistence to restore the destroyed circle, his willpower to raise his sword every now and then, despite his wounds, were also amazing. However, there was also a hatred hidden inside that was keenly felt. Suddenly, the stranger heard someone speaking to him. Jack decided to talk to the man before he realized what they wanted from him and why they were bothering him. The young man explained that the young man was straining his arms too much, which surprised him greatly. Our hero continued to explain that his right hand was too tense, and he needed to swing more accurately if he didn't want to die. The young master pointed out that he was too focused on the destroyed circle. It was better to protect his heart first. Jack advised the stranger to change his attitude towards what was happening, but in his own head. The man asked who the teenager was, but in response, received a question whether he was ashamed of being a weakling with such a form. He was embarrassed and tried to answer something to defend himself, but he couldn't say anything. Jack sighed heavily and just looked at him with sadness, but with understanding. The young man then handed his interlocutor an elixir with the highest level of grape flavor, but the man did not understand why he was giving it to him. Holding the bottle in his palm, the stranger wondered what it was made of. A little embarrassed, The blonde asked the teenager why he gave him this potion. Smiling, our hero happily said that there was no catch in this. He just wanted to do a good person a favor. The boy knew that he could give the elixir, because Gonzalez was very rich and did not mind if the young man had even more of it. And so, a moment later, he added that the stranger should not worry about anything. Our hero understood that he had to know to whom he had given the elixir, and so he asked the young man's name. After the young master asked about his name, he said that his name was Thanos. Jack wished him good training and got ready to leave so as not to disturb and waste the guy's time. But now Thanos asked to tell the teenager's name. And a minute later he received an answer. The young man stated that the young owner's name was Jack Ballantyre. The young man emphasized that he was already leaving and thought that they would see each other again soon. Valentine, still sitting on his shoulder, said that only a guy could talk so badly. The girl happily declared that there was no one better than the young man. The boys understood that time was running out, and so they had to go too. Charlotte, who thought Jack was cool, looked back to see where the man was, and he just stood there, holding in his hand the potion he had received just recently. The young man did not understand why someone would give him a potion just like that, although the very next moment the man loudly pronounced the name of our hero. Thanos recalled the rumors about the third son of Ballantyre, who was considered an idiot who only knew how to eat and breathe. Standing in the middle of the arena, the blonde thought that he remembered everything correctly. It was this teenager that everyone was discussing. This guy's reputation wasn't the best before, but it's a different story now. At the beginning of his studies at the academy, Jack had no equal in his academic performance. Thanos didn't understand and thought that maybe it wasn't him. After all, in the first semester the young man had all the A's in every subject. After some time, the boys stood in front of a large and elegant estate located near the academy, specially built for the Duke's guests. John Doe was the director's servant, and he said that if Jack needed anything, he could ask the servants. The teenager looked attentively at the man, who smiled sweetly, showing that he was glad to have guests. Our hero understood that he most likely needed to treat this person with respect. Suddenly the guy remembered that there was another person with such a nickname who was famous for his cruelty. But the guy decided not to develop this thought, looking towards his mentor. Jack was pleased because the Duke's estate was on a completely different level. The young man noted that this was a house for real aristocrats, but it seemed to him that the servant was trying to interfere with the succession to the title in the Ballantyre family. The servant explained in response to the question that his feelings were not important at all because he was doing what he was ordered to do. The young man noted that despite this, it was not very polite to hide one's true nature. The man didn't understand what the guy was talking about until he asked if the director knew about it. Jack said that John had a strange hood covering his face, and he didn't understand why he kept meeting strange people. The guy understood that there were few people with the ninth circle in the kingdom. Therefore, he was very lucky. After a short pause, the teenager asked himself, just in case, whether it was true that the man was also a spy. There was tension in the air. Silence filled everything. Those gathered simply looked at each other. At some point, our hero wanted to say something, but he didn't dare because he was thinking about something. John took off his hood and began to ask how he guessed. He even stopped the flow of mana in his body. It was the tower's owner, Bellamy Craig, who was very surprised by the director's request to look after the young man. In the Empire, among other empires, it was this man who remained loyal to the director until the end. The man was interested in how the young owner guessed that he was a polymorph. With a smile on his face, the teenager said that he would never have guessed before and fell silent for a moment. And then he received the answer that the young man had recently had to kill one such polymorph. Craig explained that he was the master of the tower and the rector of the Faculty of Magic, and Jack was just a student, so he should be more polite. The guy didn't like this and emphasized that in such a case the man should have said hello first and then demanded respect. Our hero angrily shouted that it was he who had revealed the true identity and therefore had the right to be taken into account. Smiling, the interlocutor added that our hero was absolutely right. Polite people say their name first. After thinking for a moment, Craig complimented the guy, saying that he was amazing. The man thought about it and suggested that the young man learn magic from him personally, because Jack seemed very smart to him. The young master did not like this idea and pointed out that he already had a mentor, and the magician thought it was Elizabeth. The teacher honestly admitted that he had previously wanted to make the boy's sister his student. The only thing that's offensive is that the girl started screaming loudly and saying that this would never happen. Craig didn't want to give up and offered even more because the guy's sister refused, but this time he is not going to allow this to happen again. When Jack refused, The man offered to take on himself as a tutor because he really wanted to teach the boy. A moment later, Valentine spoke up, addressing a child. The teacher asked what the name of the child with the 9th circle of magic was, which surprised the rector, who did not think that dolls could talk. Our hero intervened in the conversation and explained to the witch that this was an adult and respected man who was the owner of the tower. The girl explained that the man could easily reach the 10th circle, but in the past, when he tried to do this, he was attacked, which surprised the rector. The witch noted that she was simply seeing the remains, the shape of the 10th circle being inside Craig. The rector suggested that they are found in those who have a broken mana heart. Valentine said the man knows the theory, and although it is difficult to succeed at that age, he has a chance, so he should not give up. The magician must try, not even for himself, but for the tower and everyone who is there. A man must show himself from his best side. Lost in thought, Craig wanted to ask the name of the witch who had impressed him so much. However, the girl noted that it is better not to know this, adding that it is better to consider her an heir from the past. Jack told his mentor that it was time to go, and Charlotte was waiting for them. The young man asked the man to tell the principal that he would come to him on the first day of classes. Walking away and looking after the rector, Valentine thought how good it was that she had not been taken to the magic tower. The mentor considered it insulting that those who had talent did not try, and those who did not kill themselves by training until the end. The witch did not understand why Craig, with such great talent, did nothing and just sat around doing nothing. Suddenly Jack asked why the woman didn't tell him anything, because it really offended him. The interlocutor asked a counter-question regarding what she could tell her student. Valentine noted that the boy used dark release on Gonzalez and there was nothing more to teach him. It was the last technique she taught the boy. The young gentleman thought about the fact that the owner of the tower himself had come to keep an eye on him, but he didn't care. Craig silently prepared to leave the estate with the maid. The rector turned around and looked somewhere into the distance. A slight sadness and disappointment could be read on his face. In the distance stood our hero with his mentor. The girl asked what the owner of the tower was thinking about because she was worried about it. The man said that the director told him something other than that he needed to keep an eye on the boy. Despite this, the young man was still worried about something that he kept silent about. When they met, the director asked if the man really didn't like the young man, although this was not at all the case. The rector understood that Jack was a very good fighter for his age. Even though he was in the 2nd circle, he managed to win against the 6th magician. Craig was sure that the guy was very dangerous. So the director asked if that was all he understood. The man said that the guy brought another girl. The young man said that she would also study at the academy, not understanding why Rommel trusted him so much. While drinking tea, the head of the establishment noted that our hero could cause a war with the Tesla Empire. The director said that there was no need to rush, because with time, it would become clear where exactly the young man would lead them. Lost in thought, the rector thought to himself that he still felt somehow uneasy, and he said out loud that since his interlocutor thought so, and then abruptly changed the subject of the conversation, wanting to ask Rommel something. The rector added that he would not want the director to interfere in the problems of the Marquis's estate. However, the interlocutor noted that he seemed to have heard that the Ballantyre family had already chosen an heir. For a moment there was an awkward silence in the room. Craig knew the heiress of the Ballantyre's family very well, and Elizabeth could have become an excellent master, but this idiot uses her in his political games. The second guy is already in his 3rd round at 17, and there are a lot of them in their academy, but he is not very smart yet. Craig had never seen a person who lived his life so worthlessly. Rommel did not understand why the young man was telling him something he himself was well aware of. The rector explained that the director was already old and that he should not get involved in politics. It would be better to give up the title of Duke. He then pointed out that Jack could have been sent to solitary confinement in the dorms for skipping classes, but Rommel had given him a house outside the academy. Hearing that Jack was the academy chief's favorite, which could cause rumors to spread, the old man laughed. The director noted that he understood what his interlocutor was worried about, since they had known each other for 30 years. But Rommel had a feeling that without Jack, he would miss something very important, and he knew that this was very strange. The next moment, the director fell silent, but only to laugh heartily. He said that the house where the young man would live was almost ready, and Craig could go and visit him personally. It seemed that the young man did not like this idea, but he did not argue and therefore agreed to the proposal. Even though the guy gave him the creeps, the rector now understood what Rommel meant and thought about it. The man remembered how the maid asked why the master was smiling like that, but he was in no hurry to answer. He wanted to spend a few seconds in his own thoughts. However, he then replied that everyone has the right to laugh, and there is nothing surprising about this. In this estate, in addition to the servants, there was 1 cook and 5 guards. Jack noted that they should work well and he would help them. The guy told everyone that he loves meat and needs quality nutrition, namely a full breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The young man wanted his assistants to cook well and not use magic for this, and also added that he liked tomato and strawberry juice. Our hero explained to everyone that juices should be served every day. The staff listened attentively to the young owner and said that they would try to make the teenager happy. The young man understood that since all these people were here, he needed to use every opportunity to live well. But it seemed to him that the cook looked like an idiot. It was Guinness who looked a bit sad. It seemed to Jack that this man was not only far from Ron, he was far from preparing quality food at all. The boy knew he wouldn't remember the names of the bodyguards, so he would call them the 5 Musketeers. Our hero was sure that they were either murderers or informants who had been returned by the old man. The young man looked closely at these people, and one thought was brewing in his mind. He decided that these men, like that guy, probably had broken mana hearts. The teenager decided to please these people, and therefore declared that after the destruction, a new circle could be made in the academy, although not ideal. Hearing that the boys were asking for this to be done for them, Jack said that he would try to resolve the issue if they did a good job. Perhaps this conversation would have continued for a long time if the teenager had not been called out. Charlotte reported that there was plenty of space, and the guy simply waved his hand from the balcony and declared that now they could look at their mansion together. The positive thing was that Rommel gave the teenager the house on August 9th, and his studies at the academy started on the 16th. However, time flew by quickly, and the young man did not notice how the 14th arrived. Jack had been having a great time at the estate for 5 days now, realizing that you should only take the best from life. They bought new clothes with Charlotte, and there were a lot of funny moments during this action. The boys had a great time exploring the city and even eating local food, which the girl didn't refuse either. Our heroes attended events that they had heard about before, but did not think were available to them. In addition, they attended a wonderful performance, which the little vampire really liked, having never seen anything like it. Remembering this with a smile, the guy thought that it was fun to relax, except for the fact that it was time for the young man to train. Looking at his watch and realizing that it was already 1 o'clock, our hero decided that it was time to devote time to useful things. The weather was fine, which meant nothing could stop the young man. While out for a walk, Jack decided that perhaps it was all because of his warlike attitude. The boy realized that not only was he poor at using mana, but he was also physically weak, so he took up running. During training, the teenager was suddenly distracted by a girl's voice, which made him surprised. The young man saw his new acquaintance, who was also starting life from scratch, and therefore did what she didn't want to do, but had to. Charlotte suggested that Jack run together, which made him happy because she was trying so hard. After a long training session, the girl was very tired and asked if they would go and watch that young man again. Enjoying the water, our hero replied with a smile that they would definitely do it. The 17-year-old boy they met one day came to train at the same place every day. It seemed that nothing and no one could stop this man. Jack watched him for 5 days straight, and he worked hard, even though he had no talent. But even without any special abilities, having only perseverance, Thanos could become the first in the academy. But our hero was not interested in this, but in why he liked this student. Looking at the injuries, Jack wondered where they could have come from. But the worst thing was not this, but the fact that the abrasions became more numerous every day. Thanos, noticing the observer, approached the young master, who asked why he did not drink the elixir provided. The young man looked down, ashamed that Jack had given him such a valuable potion. The interlocutor remained silent because he did not know how best to answer this question. But Jack was not happy with this turn of events, and so he once again asked what happened to the potion. After a moment, the interlocutor spoke, noting that this elixir probably cost 40 gold. Thanos promised to return the money, but the Marquis's son was not interested, since the elixir was not purchased with his money. The teenager was interested in why this student did not drink such a high-quality potion that could help him. Jack noted that Thanos' injuries were severe, possibly even with broken bones. Thanos wanted to continue training, even though his legs were so injured that he wouldn't be able to move them for much longer. Our hero noticed that the young man was training, despite severe pain, day after day, which is impossible for an ordinary person. Jack remarked that he didn't understand why people like him always got so little out of life, which left his interlocutor surprised. Although, despite these comments, the blonde did the same as before, not considering it necessary to stop the lesson again. Valentine, smiling, wanted to say something but was stalling for time. Then the guy turned to his mentor and quietly said that Thanos was very cute, to which the witch agreed, feeling sorry for the guy. After this, the interlocutor looked at her student, noting that anything can happen in life. Finally, the girl stated that, as her student, our hero should understand what this blonde was controlling. Valentine noted that the young man was filled with hatred, and it might seem like these feelings were driving him forward, but without control over them, they would lead to collapse. Jack looked at his mentor, pondering the decision of whether to take Thanos with him despite his lack of talent. However, there was still something that attracted the teenager. The Marquise's son approached the young man and asked about the purpose of his training. For a few seconds, the interlocutor looked at Jack attentively, trying to find some suitable answer. In response, Thanos confidently stated that he wanted to become the best swordsman on the continent. Valentine kept her eyes on the young man, but she couldn't tell if he was joking, and he, in turn, did not understand what was happening to the teenager. Jack laughed because he hadn't expected such a sincere answer, knowing the unlikelihood of that goal. Thanos replied that the guy could mock his dream as much as he wanted, because he wouldn't understand it. Our hero suddenly said that he was not laughing at the dream at all, so the interlocutor should not invent anything unnecessary for himself. Previously, the extent of the aspirations and great greed in the heart was unclear, but now everything has become obvious. The teenager looked into the sincere eyes of the blonde and was already starting to say something. Looking at the training ground, our hero thought about what else this man needed, but said something completely different out loud. Jack offered Thanos to become his ward, which surprised him, because he had never received such an offer before. At that very moment, someone was tightly clutching a white teapot in their hands. It was little Charlotte who had water in her container. The girl thought that the children would be happy. She saw Jack holding Thanos by the shoulders during the conversation, which interested the beauty. And at that very moment, our hero once again asked the blonde if he was ready to become his chicken. The interlocutor shouted, not understanding what they wanted from him. Thanos asked again about the offer to become a chicken, because it's not every day that you get that opportunity. The young man smiled and said that he couldn't understand whether the blonde agreed or wanted to refuse it. And Thanos admitted that he does not understand Jack's intentions, although it seems to him that it is something good. The young owner offered an alternative. If he didn't want to be a ward or a chicken, he could become a dependent. The guy stood and looked closely at the teenager, thinking about what he had just said. Thanos did not understand the meaning of the word, so they explained to him that it was something like a vassal of the Marquise's son. The young man said that there was nothing unusual about this. The young man noted that he was a simple man without a fortune and would have nothing to offer Jack. The young owner asked with a smile about the importance of this, since money and status did not interest him. The interlocutor was embarrassed, saying that practically no one hangs out with him. However, Jack was not going to give up, and so he wondered what was so unusual about this. Thanos admitted that he had heard of the Palantir family, but the young man did not at all correspond to the rumors about them. And again our hero thought to himself that everyone at the academy knew about him too. Clenching his fist, Thanos explained his position that without money and talent, no one needed him, and Jack should find someone better. The young man was touched by such concern because Thanos was worried about his future, not his own. And a minute later, he reminded that the young man wanted to become the best swordsman on the continent, so how could such a warrior not be useful? But Thoth again noted the lack of talent for mana, trying to convey this to Jack. But the young master understood that Thanos had something more valuable than this talent, because many achieve success without it. Placing his hands on his interlocutor's hands, the teenager noted that there were many owners of mana without him. Even peasants have a talent for mana, but they don't realize it, and therefore don't know how to develop it. These people die without ever realizing their potential, without even realizing the wealth they had inside. Jack explained that he only learned about his talent thanks to his mentor, having not even suspected it before. The world that our hero saw is not at all the same as how others see it. As a child, the young man saw mana enveloping him, but he did not understand the meaning of this phenomenon and could not properly develop his abilities. At that time, everything was completely different. It seemed that mana was something useless and unnecessary. Jack noted that Thanos has a talent for overcoming difficulties, and not many are willing to go all the way for their goal, so it is worth believing in yourself. The guy added that of all the people he met along the way, he believes in Thanos the most, and that he will succeed. It seemed that for the first time in a long time, the interlocutor was proud of himself, but did not know how to react to these words. The young man was also embarrassed by these words, but did not have time to answer, because their conversation was interrupted. 3 academy students approached Jack, mocking him for associating with a vagabond. Our hero, looking at these impudent fellows, thought to himself that for the sake of peace in the house, he would have to deal with these guys. However, the very next second, Thanos began to say that it would be best for him to go somewhere. The guy did not respond to the provocations, but the guys continued to behave defiantly and aggressively. They called the blonde a poor idiot. The red-haired youth threatened Thanos, reminding him of their previous meeting, during which he got little. Thanos quietly asked Jack to leave, explaining that they had come specifically because of him, and the young master should not interfere. Looking at the bruises on his new acquaintance's arms, and then turning his gaze to his ill-wisher, the young man understood the origin of the wounds. However, the teenager was not going to just stand there and watch all this with indifference, and so he intervened in the conversation. The aggressive student noted that it was now clear where the commoner got the valuable elixir from, since the young man standing next to him provided it. Our hero began to think to himself about where these bad guys found out about the elixir. Jack asked if they had taken the elixir from Thanos, to which he merely replied that he intended to return the funds so as not to be guilty. With irritation in his voice, our hero asked if these hooligans really dared to take his gift for themselves. In a dissatisfied tone, Jack advised his new comrade not to allow his offenders to treat him badly, because it was very low. The leader of the fighters really didn't like the behavior of the teenager, who was holding himself confidently. Thanos felt sorry for the boy, so he told the boy to leave as quickly as possible, or he would also suffer. Our hero apologized with anger in his voice, and noted that he definitely wasn't going to leave. Smiling, Jack asked again if these people really dared to take his potion. The young owner resolutely declared that he would have to deal with those who took away the elixir he had given him. After this, the young man gave the leader's 2 accomplices 5 seconds to leave, but the leader declared their loyalty. Jack assumed a fighting stance, and warned that their choice to stay would force him to help them leave. There are 5 marquises in the Tesla Empire, and they are true aristocrats, not those who received the title through magic circles. One of the 5 marquises, Herman, lives in the East and has a problem child in his family. This is the future owner, Dietrich Herman, who will soon graduate from the academy. It all started with the murder of a maid at the age of 13. At 14, he became addicted to various substances, and from 15 to women of dubious origin. They say that the guy not only uses various substances, but also sells them, so the future of the German family was determined. 1653. This is not allowed at the academy because the children of the emperor and dukes study here, and many people are watching their actions. Then Dietrich had to find toys for himself, or rather, a commoner who appeared at the academy for an unknown reason. It was Thanos, whom they had been torturing for a long time, and no one had stopped them. The guys saw how this young man was doing, and it made them angry. One of the not-so-wonderful days, the sword that the blonde never let go of was suddenly knocked out of his hands. Several people pushed the young man to the floor and began to put their feet on him. The ill-wishers rejoiced and grimaced, enjoying the fact that the young man was in great pain. One day when the boys were bullying Thanos, something cracked in the boy's pocket and attracted the attention of the fighters. Dietrich didn't understand what it could be, and therefore was determined to find out. It was an elixir that was slowly pouring out of a broken bottle. The opponents began to ask where such a beggar could get such a valuable thing. Taking a big stick, Dietrich decided to teach the guy a lesson for his insolence, although in fact Thanos did nothing. The young man understood that they were going to beat him, but he seemed to have no desire to resist it. Now, standing in front of ill-wishers and seeing Jack nearby, the guy behaved completely differently. At this point, our hero hit the first guy who had a problem with excess weight and incapacitated him. Dietrich decided to attack from behind, taking the same stick, which looked like a bat, saying that the young man was being too presumptuous. The teenager turned around slightly to see who had the nerve to swing at him. After this, Jack easily kicked the fighter's stick out of the way, leaving the guy without a weapon. At this point, Charlotte told her mentor that the boss was acting like that again, to which she replied that she was not at all surprised. The opponent noticed that the opponent had a very strange aura that he had never seen before. It was dark and filled with malice. Jack began to stretch and say that he finally warmed up a little, and asked if the guys were tired already, since the fight had only just begun. The young man covered part of his face from the sun, which was shining directly into his eyes, hearing Dietrich accuse the boy of what happened. But our hero didn't care about this at all. He had suffered humiliation and abuse for so long that now he only wanted to avenge himself and his friends. And a second later, he noted that the idiot servants were not going to interfere even when the master was lying on the ground. The Marquis's son was very angry about all this, expressing his opinion and hearing that his rival continued to call him badly. An exhausted Dietrich threatened his rival, saying that he would immediately contact his father. But the young man did not have time to do anything because he looked ahead in horror, and all because Jack raised his leg in order to hit his ill-wisher. A minute later, the teenager's foot was already confidently resting on his opponent's head. The guy said with a smile that if a person finds it difficult to understand something the first time, he can explain it again. The servants, who had been doing nothing, decided to stand up for their master because he was in a hopeless situation. Our hero happily declared that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time because he was tired of looking at the guy lying on the ground. The young man heard threats that it was in vain that he had started a fight, but the guy just continued to smile. When Thanos said the red-haired guy's name, our hero's spirit perked up a little. However, this did not please the aristocrat lying on the ground, and he began to shout that the commoner should not dare to talk about him. Jack got fed up with this and ordered Dietrich to shut up and kicked him again. The Marquis's son gave the guards 3 seconds to explain why they allowed that idiot Thanos to be beaten. One of the mercenaries looked angrily towards our hero and shouted something at him. A moment later, the ill-wisher rose from his seat and was about to attack. The man attacked Jack, but he easily dodged and was sure that he had just come across some stupid guard. Suddenly, our hero saw the guard's mana mixing with the scarlet blood and pitch-black darkness, creating the initial explosion. This was the best magic for the 6th circle. The guard used a large-range explosive magic called Explosion. Jack wondered if this crazy guy really wanted to destroy Thanos, Charlotte, the Mentor, and this whole area, and he started to accumulate mana as well. The guy began to concentrate, thinking to himself that he would have to fight idiots again. The young man managed to concentrate all his mana in his hand and deliver a stronger blow. Jack easily repelled the attack, which further wounded the same guard. Our hero happily noted that he had dreamed of something like this. He wanted to show his top class. The guard was not going to calm down. He shouted at the teenager and called him the most obscene names. The man wanted to take revenge, so he began to attack again, but Jack noticed that he was attacking with his right hand again. The guy hit the guard in the chest, saying that all his blows were similar and easy to guess. The man winced in pain, not expecting the blow to be so strong. When he tried to get his sword, Jack easily knocked it out, as well as Dietrich's bat, but a little earlier. Next came the knife, but nothing came of it either, since the guy, having hit the opponent's hand, deprived him of this opportunity as well. The man howled in pain, rubbing his own wrist. The guy thought that the man had a headache, which is why he was thinking so poorly. And so he came up from behind and began to strangle the man, reminding him of how unfairly they had treated Thanos. The enemy tried his best to resist, although he was not very successful. Having knocked the ill-wisher to the ground, the teenager asked in surprise that he could probably relax a little now. The guard lay there and asked who this young man was, not understanding where the child got such strength from. The Marquis's son pushed back another bodyguard, blocking the mana in his body, which he would hardly be able to restore. The young man looked thoughtfully into the distance, worried that these fools could burn everything around them. Then Jack turned his gaze to the ill-wisher, who asked how it could happen that our hero took away his magic. The young man said with anger in his voice that he didn't need to know that. The guy then leaned over to the man and began asking why they were bullying Thanos, even though he knew there was no point in asking. Everything was clear, because for them Thanos was just a toy, because he was just a man, and did not even have the right to complain. Jack decided to start simple and force his opponents to return the money for the elixir that their master destroyed. The guy didn't care about Dietrich's family, but the elixir was his and cost 40 gold. The young man smiled and asked if his interlocutor really disagreed with this. And without waiting for an answer, he once again stated that no one had given the money back, although the potion had been taken 5 days ago. And again the guy started laughing, saying that they could agree on 5,000 gold. But Jack understood where they would get such funds. And stepping on the bodyguard's back, he said to pray that others would have them. The red-haired young man looked attentively at our hero and remained silent. After this, Jack approached Dietrich and told him to relax, because if he returned the money, no one would beat him. And so the teenager once again stated that the ill-wishers should simply return the money. Jack felt like a rich man, because he now had 2,000 in cash and 60 gold coins. When he asked the son of the Herman family if he was happy, because if they didn't have money, it would be the end for everyone, he looked displeased. The young man began to ask who the teenager was, whom he had never seen before at the academy. However, the guy was in no hurry to answer, he just started laughing. The young man, stroking Dietrich on the head, emphasized that it was already late, but it was worth introducing himself and gave his name. And the next moment he added his last name so that the enemy would have no doubt who the teenager was. The ill-wisher screamed in fear that Jack Ballantyre himself was next to him, knowing the rumors about him. He didn't understand how it was possible that Palon's own younger brother was now standing above him. The Marquis's third son understood what kind of friends his brother had, and it became even more enjoyable to mock them. Our hero declared that nothing terrible would happen if these scoundrels got what they deserved. Jack noted that he usually doesn't touch ordinary guys, but there are exceptions, meaning bad guys like them. And so that Dietrich would forever remember that you can't hurt others, the teenager stuck his shoe in his mouth. The young man said that the bully only had his family name, and without it, he was simply nobody. The teenager added that the enemy used the mana of higher-level magic users to transfer it to himself. Although in reality, Dietrich can do nothing but mock those who do not belong to the aristocratic community. Jack threatened that the young man was lucky, but when the ill-wishers turned 20, he would definitely throw their corpses into the lake behind the academy. The Marquis's third son emphasized that he lived on an estate near the academy, and if the boy dared to take revenge, he would wait. As he was about to leave, our hero added that next time he would not stop and would continue what he had started. Stepping back a little, the teenager was surprised to see his offender's wet pants. The young master decided to leave, telling Charlotte and Thanos this, and reminding them that his offer still stood. And to make it sound as convincing as possible, the guy specifically approached the blonde and told him about it personally. Our hero left, noting that he wished the blonde a good and productive day. And to interest the blonde, the young man noted that they had an excellent cook in their house, and therefore Thanos would eat meat every day. However, the interlocutor stood silently, not understanding what he could and should say. When the boy came home, he said that there would be a fireworks festival tonight, and since the young master had nothing to do, he decided to go and see it. In the province of Ozenblay, a few days before the start of the semester, the academy always organizes such an event. This is a great opportunity to see and welcome new and transfer students. Many important persons graduated from this educational institution, such as the emperor and his wife, 2 dukes and princesses. While cutting the meat, our hero reflected on the fact that usually graduation from the academy guarantees successful employment. Having stabbed the meat with his fork, the young man thought that if he creates problems, then expulsion will not be long in coming. The teenager was troubled by one thought, which he drove away, but it still caught up with him. Jack wondered how many years it took, and how long it took for the Tesla empire to be wiped off the face of the earth. The guy hoped that all the bad aristocrats would die soon. And then the teacher said one phrase, and it frightened the young man, who thought that he had spoken his thoughts out loud. The witch began to say that she was worried about what had happened. Valentine once again reassured the teenager, saying that she was worried about what happened at the academy today. Valentine didn't understand why security was needed if it allowed this kind of behavior and fights that were unacceptable. The teacher, who was one of the founders of the academy, expected this, but there was a rule that all students were equal. According to the first paragraph of the first article of the special law on behavior on the territory of the academy, everyone must behave decently. And Article 1, Paragraph 2 states that everyone is obliged to maintain neutrality regarding political views. But ideologies become distorted over time, and the norm is set by those who manage to fit in. Hearing this, the teacher began to cough. It was unclear whether she did not like to hear this, or there was another reason. Watching her charge with one eye, the girl said she wanted to say something. Valentine confidently revealed that she had hidden the dragon's blood and bones and remembered the Tulkan Empire. Putting his fork aside, our hero declared that he understood everything. Suddenly, the guy suggested that he would tell about it, but it would take a long time because he knew a lot. This time, the witch didn't roll her eyes or make a scene, but simply looked at the young man. The girl took a deep breath, hoping that the student would understand her hints. However, unexpectedly, she said that it was not necessary and extended her fist, which made Jack think. Smiling, the teenager was a little embarrassed, but said that he would do as he was told. At that very moment, a beautiful fireworks display appeared in the sky, which everyone watched with delight. The dancers demonstrated their performance, doing their best to please the audience. The city was very lively on this day. Families were walking together. Children were joyfully celebrating without any worries. Jack hadn't felt this way for a long time, remembering his past life, which was full of disappointments. Charlotte asked the boss how Paul learned to fight so well. Our hero thought for a moment and then replied that he had a lot of experience. And again there was an awkward silence that no one was able to break. Charlotte looked closely at her interlocutor, wanting to ask him something. The girl asked how many people the guy had killed. The young man had no intention of lying and answered honestly that there was a lot, even too much. The blonde also decided to clarify whether it was true that the guy came from the future. But Jack clarified that he had gone back 20 years, remembering that he had already spoken about this with Ron. Our hero understood that he could only share such information with his faithful comrade. The servant, placing his hand on the table, listened attentively to the young master. He then said that he died by accident, while simultaneously asking his interlocutor if she wanted to know the truth. The young man explained that he saw Charlotte for the first time in this life. Although I had been to that city often in the past, I had never met the girl. Jack added that he had only met vampires in the monster forest, realizing that Charlotte would definitely understand what he was talking about. When Vivian died, Velactus told the boy that he had come to kill the girl. From this, it could be understood that she died when she was only 10 years old. Although the teenager still did not understand why his friend was talking about this. The blonde wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. Charlotte noted that she wants to fight as well as the boss because she wants to be stronger. Jack knew this feeling well, but he tried not to think about it. A painful past and a heart that wants to change things for the better. Our hero said that then they would start training from tomorrow, which the girl did not expect at all. Taking her by the cheek, the young man asked why she had such a reaction, since she wanted to learn it herself. After thinking for a moment, the young man said that it would be best not to postpone his studies. Charlotte, learning that they would be creating a mana heart tomorrow, thanked the boss for his help. The girl smiled for a few seconds, realizing that for the first time in her life she was doing something differently. The girl was so happy with the changes that she thanked the guy again. Jack simply smiled, realizing how much benefit and happiness he could give to the little vampire. However, he thought to himself that he could imagine how hard it would be for the girl in the future. A quiet night enveloped the entire academy and dormitory. Only in one room it was very loud. The male voice looked at the maids sitting on the floor and shouted at them to shut up and not get on his nerves. Dietrich picked up a chair, lifted it above himself, and began to scream, remembering how Jack dared to beat him. He threw a chair, which fell with a crash. The room was in complete chaos. Everything was scattered around. The young man considered the Marquis's third son a real idiot. The young man remembered our hero, and this made him feel uneasy. Dietrich thought about the fact that, even if only for a second, the look in this teenager's eyes was as terrifying as possible. The only thing is, the guy didn't understand how this was possible, because before this, he had never been afraid of anyone. The young man, clenching his fist, became even more angry, because it was because of the guy that he wet himself in front of everyone. Dietrich took the sword and began to shout that he would do to that fool the same thing that Jack had done to him, because he had encroached on his popularity. Our hero's enemy was thirsty for revenge, explaining that now the impudent teenager would surely come to an end. Jack and Charlotte walked home, the young man talking out loud about the fact that the second day of the term had passed, and silently noting that he already wanted to see Ron to try delicious food. Suddenly the young man felt dizzy and did not understand why his body was shaking. Our hero raised his hand to his forehead, realizing that nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Although the reason was obvious, Charlotte ate a burger with his blood on the sauce so that the girl could gain strength. Trying not to show it, the guy asked her if she liked it. She replied that she really liked it, and Jack was happy about that. The guy was pleased to hear this, and so he began to smile so that the girl would not guess anything. But the next moment, everyone gathered noticed something that caught their attention. Near the gates of the estate sat Thanos, completely exhausted, his head resting on his knees. Jack looked at him, asking what happened, what he was doing here. But Thanos remained silent and said nothing. Our hero didn't want to say anything, and so he looked at his interlocutor with wide eyes. But it was no use. It seemed like the blonde simply had nothing to say. Thanos lowered his head to hide his shame or to close himself off from the world. Suddenly, the young man timidly asked if he could ask for a favor. Our hero did not understand what was being discussed, but he was going to listen to this man. After a while, the guys started to have dinner, and Jack said that there was nothing special here, but the guy could take whatever he wanted to eat well and gain strength. Thanos felt very awkward, because he was just a human who had never even dreamed of such a thing, and he was embarrassed to take something to eat. Enjoying his favorite strawberry juice, our hero said that they would now have dinner and then find a room for the guy. Little Charlotte, who was sitting next to him, asked her new acquaintance to eat, caring about the guy, because she knew that he was now their friend. The young man continued to sit for half an hour, and it seemed that he again did not know what to say. Thanos looked at the food, but he was not interested in what was poured into the plate. The guest, who had been sitting up straight before, now leaned over the table. Jack didn't understand what was going on with their friend, but he didn't want to ask. A moment later, the young man noticed that drops of tears began to fall on the table, and he was surprised. Not understanding what had happened, he thought that he had said something wrong. Our hero had never been in a similar situation before, and therefore did not understand what was the best way to proceed. The guy started crying really hard, although it was unclear why, because no one had ever treated him like Jack. The young man turned to the cook, and he politely asked what had happened, since the dishes were prepared very well and there shouldn't be any problems. Jack explained that he must have rushed and put in too much of the eye-sharp onion while Charlotte was calming the guy down. The cook exhaled calmly and said that perhaps that was true, and next time he would improve and put in less. Looking at his dishes, Guinness realized that the food was fine. He just had to play along with the young master. The next day, everyone met again, and Jack asked if Thanos was better now because he was in a bad condition yesterday. In turn, the young man simply apologized for his behavior, to which the young man clearly said that anything can happen in life, and there is nothing like that. The guy wondered if the young man would ask him about anything, but he replied that everyone could have their own secrets. And a minute later he added that, of course, he was interested, but he wouldn't press. Our hero thought to himself that with this approach, Jack would be able to earn the blonde's trust. Valentine sat on the stairs, angry that the boy was once again playing the hero, even though she knew why he was really doing it. The girl asked the blonde if he knew that he was required to attend classes at the academy, receiving an affirmative answer. The Marquis's son explained that Thanos did not have to go to school. Having his own room in the castle, the guy can turn to Guinness when he gets hungry. Our hero pointed to the 5 guards watching the guy and said that he could call them by numbers and make friends with them. Jack explained that this was once the estate of the Duke of Osenbla, and now this is a gift that he received from the elder. Thanos thanked his interlocutor for telling him everything and said that he would go, to which the young man asked if he would train again. The blonde explained that if he didn't do this, he would become even weaker, so he couldn't skip even one day. Only a few minutes passed, and Thanos was already training with a sword in his hands as usual. Jack sat, drank tea, and thought that this man was hard-working, but the important thing was that the wounds healed thanks to the elixir that he finally took. And a minute later, the teenager came up with the idea that this guy could be crying precisely because of the potion that was taken from him. Suddenly, the young man was interrupted by little Charlotte, who wished him a good morning and was already warming up before the lesson on creating a mana circle. The guy smiled and said that he was also free, which meant they could begin. Night fell and the little girl lay on the ground, exhausted after a long training session. Jack encouraged her, calling her a hard worker because she had done a great job today, but the girl said that she couldn't do it anymore. Charlotte asked in surprise if this meant she could now use magic, not believing that she had succeeded. The young man confirmed this and praised the girl again, thinking that he really guessed how charming she was. For a moment, our hero thought about how good it was that he met Charlotte. She was skilled in using mana at a high level, and it felt like she had been training for a long time. The guy realized that creating a magic circle in 10 hours was an excellent result, and suggested that we stop there for now. The girl smiled and noted that she would do it with great joy, since she was a little tired. The blonde happily stood up and, seeing a bench, quickly walked towards it to sit down. Before she could sit down, the girl fell onto the bench, which greatly surprised Jack, who was watching her with a smile. Our heroine fell asleep immediately, because it was already evening and her body was exhausted, needing rest. The mentor asked Jack if he was going to tell Charlotte because it was completely impossible for beginners to create a circle in 10 hours. The young man noted that if he were the rector of magic, he would immediately ask to be Charlotte's apprentice. Walking slowly along the ground, our hero said that without his help, it would have taken the girl at least one day to create the circle. This magic circle takes mana from the air, allowing it to be collected and created as a barrier. After gathering the mana within, Jack transferred it to Charlotte to make her training easier. He understood that this method would not work for everyone, but Charlotte was still great, because she was able to create a clean circle in a short time. Looking at the sleeping girl, the young man told the witch that she had taken the task seriously. The mentor asked if her student wanted anything for his help. He just looked at her, not answering, because he didn't need anything. Jack remembered Thanos and looked at him, noticing that he was standing with his back turned. Jack asked if Thanos was crying, which made him worried because he didn't want to show weakness. Thanos, wiping away his tears, quietly replied that he was not crying and asked how long they had been there. The blonde, clenching his hand into a fist, looked at her carefully, but said nothing. The young master thought for a moment and asked if Thanos felt he had reached his limit and if he really wanted to give up. The young man asked if the young man would really just give up everything so easily. It seemed that the interlocutor did not know what to answer or did not want to do so since he remained silent again. And so the young man pressed Thanos, saying that the girl was able to make a circle in 10 hours. Surely the grown guy doesn't envy her. Jack was convinced that the blonde hoped that the girl would not have a talent for fencing, because she could surpass him. Our hero said that becoming the best knight on the continent is not easy, because power does not just fall from the sky. Seeing how the guy clutches the sword with trembling hands, Thanos fell to his knees and began to cry, saying that he hated himself for such moments and considered himself a terrible person. On the one hand, the young man was engaged in self-flagellation, and on the other, he felt strong pity for himself. Jack just looked at him and thought, how could he be such a crybaby? Looking closely at the blade, the teenager asked again if the young man would really give up so easily. The young man reminded that the best knight on the continent should not give up because of a little girl. Realizing that this assurance was also not working, our hero reached his hand towards the top of his interlocutor's head. He placed his hand on Thanos' head and assured him that he could achieve his dream, even though it would not be easy, but he should not give up. Smiling, the guy added that if you try, everything will definitely turn out the way you planned. Thanos asked again if Jack really believed him, since this was the first time anyone took his dream seriously. Before everyone laughed at the blonde, saying that it was stupid and that nothing would work out for him because he was a loser. Those around him convinced the boy that he had encroached on something unattainable, believing in various nonsense. Our hero thought to himself that this was familiar to him, since events in his family had developed in the same way. And then the blonde extended his hands to his mentor. Thanos thanked Jack because he, like no one else, understands him. This struck the guy to the depths of his soul, the guy who decided for himself that the person in front of him was quite nice. However, the young man decided not to say this out loud, but stated that the guy must definitely try harder. From Jack's experience, he knows that only skills will not fail him or betray him. Our hero could not refuse this little child in the body of a great man and wanted to help, although he knew that until that time, he himself had been the best knight on the continent. Suddenly, Thanos called him master, but something caught the attention of the Marquis's son, causing an uneasy feeling. Turning around, the guy thought about who could have come at such a late hour. Our hero became wary and said out loud that he didn't like this situation more and more with each passing minute. Jack noted that the uninvited guest had arrived in time, leaving his comrade perplexed. The blonde, who was still sitting on his knees, began to ask what happened that the guy didn't like so much. However, he only said the name of his new comrade and then fell silent again. The Marquis's son ordered that the girl be taken away immediately, and that they come to him so that they could stay together. The interlocutor looked at the teenager with horror, not understanding what he was talking about, but a second later he declared that he would do everything as needed. Thanos ran to carry out the task, and the young man continued to say that he had invited the enemy to his death, but did not believe that this man would appear. The next moment, the guy, using his special vision, tried to find the villain, realizing that he was probably hiding. Our hero saw that his guards were lying down, but breathing, which made it clear that they were simply unconscious. The blonde man walked up to Jack with Charlotte in his arms, telling him that he had picked her up. The girl, still asleep, suggested to her boss that they go have dinner, but she continued to doze off. The very next moment, multiple steps were heard announcing the approach of a group of people. A moment later, Dietrich stood in front of the boys with many bodyguards behind him. The enemy menacingly emphasized that he had not seen Jack for a long time and was sure that he would kill him. Our hero was not at all embarrassed by this. On the contrary, it even provoked him, and so he boldly named the name of the ill-wisher. The Marquis's son called the bully a scoundrel and warned him not to appear before him again. Dietrich, the future Marquis of a vast eastern province, was convinced that the world is ruled by force, and he was sure that soon the power of his family would belong to him, and therefore he had no reason to leave the annoying Jack alive. The enemy understood that there might be problems with the Duke of Ossenbla, but Ballantier struck first, and this was seen by witnesses. This will become the second reason for the clash between their families. One can say that Dietrich thought everything through to the smallest detail. With him was the master of the fentanyl guild named Ventamun, very strong, who had the 9th circle of mana. This means that no matter how strong a teenager is, he will never be able to defeat a mage of such a high level. A few hours ago, Dietrich explained that their target was only Jack Ballantier and said that he was in the vacant lots near the academy. The enemy explained that he was with a girl named Charlotte, who had been specially accepted into the academy, and Thanos, who had been studying there for 4 years. Venomon was told that the girl was making a mana heart. The ill-wisher said that the guys had been studying for about 10 hours, but that was not the limit, and therefore they would probably stay there for a while longer. The young man was sure that it would take her at least 2 days to create a mana circle, despite her talent. There was a cook and 5 guards on the estate, and when Dietrich gave the order, they would be killed too. But the villain warned that it was best to be wary of a clash with the Ossenbla family. Of course, they would not declare mobilization, but there could be problems. Dietrich imagined how frightened people would shout for water to be brought quickly, because the fire was spreading faster and faster. A fire has started in the basement of the Duke's estate, and everyone will be busy putting it out and will not be able to allocate a detachment to prevent the operation. Everything was going perfectly for them. So Venomon gathered a lot of people and was ready to defeat the guy very quickly. The master announced that it was time to attack, and their main target was Jack Ballantier. And in order to make everything look as grand as possible, the man shouted once again that it was time to move out. Dietrich declared that the boy would come to an end for his actions, thinking to himself that this order cost him 500,000 gold. Our hero was silent, but he smiled slightly. He knew that this farce would soon end. 1827. Thanos told Jack and his mentor to run faster. He would hold them back, although Charlotte also wanted to fight. The blonde held the sword tightly, saying that he finally believed in himself and his powers. Therefore, the owner does not need to interfere. He always buys time for everyone to leave. The young man was very surprised by this, because both Charlotte and Thanos were ready to voluntarily protect him. The guy thought they were cute fools and wondered where else he could find such people, because they were very valuable. Jack stood before them, stressing that he would not allow the boys to get hurt, and ordered them to stand behind him. Our hero, looking at his opponent, declared that if he wanted to die, then he could do nothing about it. Smiling sarcastically, the teenager began to say that since that's how it turned out, he fell silent for a moment. The guy started to approach Dietrich, raising his hand and continuing the phrase about how he would destroy everyone since they came themselves. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed Jack by the cheek and asked him to wait, stopping the guy who had not yet managed to accumulate mana. Looking at the witch, the guy asked if she really wanted to try to deal with these scoundrels herself. The enemy, observing all this, remained silent for some time. Dietrich did not understand why the toy moved and even spoke. Suddenly, the teacher began to use magic, and no one understood what she was going to do. The light spread throughout the entire territory, illuminating the evening expanses near the estate. It was so bright that it blinded everyone, but it did not clarify the situation. To everyone's surprise, women's legs appeared in this light fog, and in just a moment, one could see the face of a woman with beautiful eyes that stood out from everything else. A beautiful witch appeared before everyone, from whom one could expect anything. Charlotte, who was standing behind Thanos, looked at everything in surprise and admiration, because she had never seen anything like this before. Dietrich's mouth dropped open in surprise, and everyone standing behind him looked as if they had seen a ghost. The great heroine who once raised humanity has returned after a 400-year hiatus. Jack happily confirmed the fact of his mentor's return. Our hero leaned over to greet the witch, but did not manage to finish his sentence. The woman hit the guy in the face with all her might, causing him to fall. The guy asked why the girl hit him because it was quite painful, and it could have been resolved a little differently. Valentine said the teenager now remembered how he ignored her opinion when he forcibly took her from the cave after waking up. Then he was indifferent to her words and thoughts, and this was punishment for bad behavior. But our hero was not upset by such behavior. He thought to himself that the mentor was as beautiful as before. The young man missed such a Valentine. However, the girl with a menacing look noted that even a young man would think before doing something. Jack pointed at Dietrich, who was watching everything that was happening with fear and did not understand what they wanted from him. Our hero told him to give him his coat, but he didn't understand why and didn't want to give it. An argument developed between them, because the ill-wisher did not understand why they were pestering him in particular. Wanting to convey the truth to the enemy, our hero once again loudly ordered him to take off his outer clothing. It seemed like it would go on forever, because Dietrich reluctantly approached the young man, not knowing what he could do to counter him. The opponent had to agree, because he was afraid that Jack would hit him again, despite the master of the ninth circle behind him. The teenager threw his coat over the teacher, emphasizing that it was cold. And a moment later he added that he did not regret at all that he pulled the witch out of the cave. The interlocutor thought for a moment, and then said that she had to do it her own way. And fortunately, everything turned out for the best. The teacher asked if she wanted to die in peace, but the guy was sure that she didn't, because he was her student. Valentine partly believed that humans were animals, and she knew that the world they created would be different from others. However, the girl realized that there was no difference between people and other races, which really amazed little Charlotte. Hearing the witch's question about whether the teenager pulled her out of the cave because he subconsciously wanted to, our hero confirmed this. Jack knew that she had not done anything wrong or thoughtless in the past, but she had trusted someone she shouldn't have. The young man admitted that he was never able to fully see what the witch had been trying to achieve for so long. As a result, this cave became a prison that the mentor created for herself without realizing it. Looking at Dietrich, Valentine noted that she was now indebted to her student. The teenager wondered with amazement whether the girl really meant him, although Jack believed that the mentor did not consider him her student, but thought that he was just a small and capricious child. However, the guy was pleased to realize and think that he had done the right thing and made the right choice. A minute later, the witch remembered the purpose for which she returned to the human body and addressed her ill-wishers. Valentine emphasized that if they came to destroy Jack, then she asks not to hate her when there is nothing left of them. Our hero's enemy did not know how to vent his anger for all the injustice that was happening there. Dietrich loudly exclaimed why his bodyguards were standing and not attacking, after which he ordered them to be killed. Charlotte and Thanos just stood there and continued to watch everything, not fully understanding what to do. The young man also watched the actions of his mentor without saying anything or disturbing her. The girl commanded that the black resin that would cover the earth and decorate the sky would return to this world at her command. Energy began to be released, and it was visible from anywhere in the world. At this very time, somewhere in the Tulkan Empire, events were unfolding. There were 2 glasses on a small table, and a bottle of alcoholic drink next to them. The stranger took a sip from one of the glasses with pleasure. The very next moment, his hand froze in one position. One of the assistants approached Mr. Beggarman and asked what had happened. The gentleman, looking at the candles, noted that everything was in order. The man thought to himself that he had had a bad feeling just recently, although he thought it was just a coincidence. And to distract himself a little, the young man took another glass of alcohol. On the island in the Black Sea, they also felt that the past energy of the soul and the current one too clearly belonged to one person. Everyone realized it was Valentine Milos. The dragon said that there was still a hole in his heart left by that woman. Another stranger said that he would like to forget her, but he can't. The island's inhabitants noted that a person cannot live for 400 years. They did not understand how much longer this woman would rule the world. Jack looked at the power and shape of the skull that appeared from the energy of black magic. Our hero's eyes showed a horror that he seemed to have never experienced. Suddenly, this figure began to scream very loudly until it stopped, continuing to release energy. Dietrich did not understand what it was, because he had never seen anything like it or even heard of it. The guy understood that this ghost was not created just like that, and therefore it was dangerous. Meanwhile, the limbs of the guards began to disappear, and everyone was very worried and scared. Dietrich's legs also began to disappear, and the young man realized that this was death. Our hero's enemy looked at his hand, which was disappearing before his eyes. He thought that he would die, crumbling. Dietrich began to cry. At that moment, he was no longer as shy as before, realizing that there was no trace left of the palm. In the eyes full of horror, there was real despair. Suddenly, the hand of the large skeleton reached out to the boy, ready to carry him away. The young man looked at the limb and tried to offer the skeleton a lot of money, so that he would not touch it and leave it alive. Dietrich turned his gaze to Valentine and began to name a sum of 50 or 100 gold. The next moment, The skeleton's hand grasped the head of the ill-wisher, who continued to believe in something. The young man screamed with all his might that they should not touch him. A second later, all the enemies simply disappeared, as did the large projection of the skeleton, leaving only the remnants of mana nearby. Everyone gathered watched as a purple vortex swirled everything inward. Valentine turned and looked at Charlotte and Thanos, who looked very surprised and scared. The vampire asked if the woman was the final boss, Mistress Valentine, that she had been told about and feared. The girl looked at the witch with horror and subconsciously tried to grab the blonde by the elbow. Suddenly the witch raised her hand. When the teacher extended her hand to the girl, Charlotte closed her eyes, because she did not know what would happen to her. The woman placed her hand on Charlotte's head and Thanos' shoulder, trying to calm them down. The witch turned to the girl, saying that little Miss de Royale had inherited the noble blood of her ancestors, and Thanos is a warrior who moves forward without giving in to anger and his desires. A minute later, the girl formally introduced herself, emphasizing that she was the mentor of this stupid student from the past. She hoped that these two would take care of him and keep him out of trouble. The blonde looked at the witch with concern but was afraid to say or ask anything. Suddenly, Thanos noticed that the woman had said everything correctly, except for one nuance. The young man noted that the master was not stupid at all, which surprised Jack greatly. The blonde fell silent, fear and confusion written all over his face. The witch also said nothing, thinking about something of her own. What amazed our hero even more was that Valentine agreed with Thanos. After this, the teenager began to grimace and act the fool as if he were 5 years old. When the young man began to say that he was really smart, the teacher poked him in the forehead with her finger to show that she was what she was. The woman stressed that she needed to talk to her student and asked if the boys could leave them alone. For a moment, our hero was taken aback by what he heard. He raised his hand, clearly to stop his friends. The teenager approached Charlotte, telling her that his blood was in the kitchen and that she might have a little drink before bed. Jack also told Thanos to wake up the unconscious men and make sure the girl got her dinner. The blonde was very tired, and so she began to ask the young man to carry her home. And the young man simply waved at the boys with a smile until they disappeared from sight. The young master noted that these guys are simply wonderful. It is a lot of fun to spend time with them. The witch looked closely at her ward, but did not say a word to him. However, Jack asked what the witch wanted to talk about with her very smart student. The girl said that she thought about everything that had happened and what had been said before, and then she added that it was all very complicated and confusing. The witch remembered how on the first day of her arrival at the academy, she sat in Charlotte's arms, and with the help of her magical abilities, heard everything that was happening in the director's office. Valentine explained that she was talking about the blood and bones of a dragon that had been hidden on the academy grounds many years ago. The girl took a deep breath and paused for a moment before starting to talk about important things. Immortality is a way to avoid aging and death. It is the cherished desire of people to live forever. Research into immortality led to cross-breeding experiments, and dragon blood and bones were closely related to this. Our hero noted that everything is actually like this. Of course, all people want to live a long life, but simply living is not enough. They strive for health and youth. Therefore, in the distant past, various experiments and studies on immortality were conducted. One of the scientists noted that it is impossible to live forever. It is better to live like dragons, who can live for thousands of years. Long-lived races such as vampires and dragons have different blood, organs, and their bones are different from short-lived races. Also distinctive were the rates of aging, the number and quality of cells, and sensitivity to mana also varied. These were experiments in crossing different species, although they were only half successful and were considered failures. But thanks to this, people began to use the power of orcs and elves. But there was one problem with this. In exchange for strength, a person significantly and inevitably shortened his life to 5 or 10 years. However, the demonic experiments that took place 400 years ago have resumed once again in the Tulkun Empire. In just 2 years, they were able to increase the lifespan of half-breeds to 30 years, which was significant progress. The mentor thought that she had destroyed everyone 400 years ago, but this turned out to be wrong, which upset her. Jack shook his head, saying nothing, not knowing what to add. Having learned about all these studies, the mentor burned everything connected with them. All the results were destroyed. The girl burned everything connected with it, so that not even a trace remained. Everything around was burning, and the witch was happy that she had managed to do the practically impossible. Valentine remembered how, in the midst of all this horror, someone's hand tried to touch her leg. It was a poor half-breed who begged to be spared, although it was impossible. All the scientists, mages, and other bodyguards were destroyed along with all the materials. But Valentine didn't take one thing into account. The young man noted that she was supposed to destroy the Dragon Lords, reminding her of this after so many years. The witch looked at her student in surprise but said nothing. The girl was partly ashamed of what she had done, or rather, of what she had not done. To break the oath, the Dragon Lords sacrificed their kin in the name of experiments. While listening to the story, our hero said that this part of the story was also familiar to him. The mentor noticed that two of them were trying to interfere with the human world. They were very unbearable and impatient. The young man asked her if she knew the name of the dragon that had become the test subject, but she did not know. Jack was sure that Valentine would understand that half-bloods like him and his mentor could easily use soul energy. Both our hero and the witch were very strong individuals who knew and could do a lot. The girl did not react to this remark in any way. She just stood there and remained silent. Suddenly, the teacher asked if it was true that the dragon that was Tolkien's test subject was the child of two masters. Answering in the affirmative, the boy stated that they are the only dragons who can use soul energy. Therefore, their descendant is also capable of using it. The people from the 10th level circle in the Tolkien Empire crossed the offspring of two dragon lords, meaning they could use the full potential, easily breaking through the mana barrier and reaching the soul energy. Valentine asked the boy as a mentor if she could ask him something. And after a short pause, she stated what the young man was going to do next. Since she is from the past, she tries not to ask questions of global significance, but knowing the future, Jack is definitely up to something, and she is very interested in it. Shifting from foot to foot, our hero noted that there was indeed something he had been thinking about. The young man explained that the experiment would be completed in 2 years. Then he would reach the 5th or 6th circle and go on vacation to the Tolkien Empire. The guy will do this to destroy the lab and kill everyone involved. Meanwhile, Thanos dealt with the personnel who had been injured by Dietrich's guards, who had turned out to be quite heavy. Valentine thought to herself that they would go to the Empire together, destroying everyone they could. The teacher asked her student again about his plans and whether it was necessary to wait so long. The teenager began to smile, realizing what the witch had planned. Jack didn't have time to ask the girl about this, as Valentine said that he was definitely her student, because he knew well what she was thinking. The guy didn't understand something, because the woman said that she wasn't going to interfere in world affairs. However, the interviewee noted that she just wanted to make sure that it was all over. And a moment later, she added that it would probably be right if she didn't stand aside and just wait for someone else to solve the problem. The young man thought that the mentor wanted to send Tolkien to the Empire immediately, and he could not stop Valentine in any way, because she was the mentor. But the teenager agrees with her, because for the radicals who want to unite the continent, the explosion will be a big problem. The reason is that radicals are experimenting with interracial relationships. Now the mentor does not remember the insult from the past, which remained with the guy forever. The young man thought that now these people irritated him even more than before. The guy asked if the woman could open another space, because he needed one beautiful sword. Our hero noted that this was the best weapon of all that he had ever held in his hands. The teacher said with confidence that the young man knew the answer himself, and there was no need to ask again. The witch had already begun to cast a spell, thinking that it was actually her student standing before her. The girl began to open another space with the help of black magic to give Jack what he wants. Suddenly, a very beautiful sword fell into the hands of our hero. It was a famous sword that had been crafted by mermaids in the past, and personally forged by the king of the dwarves. The boy took the sword, called it Solarian, and held it in his hands, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. But the magic didn't end there. A minute later, the young man noticed something else. The mentor took out another interesting thing from another space, a mask, asking if he needed it to hide his face. Taking this object in his hands, the guy thought about something for a few minutes. A strange flow of mana emanated from this mask, opening and closing the face. The young man asked what it was. Valentine replied that she didn't remember what kind of mask it was, except that she bought it at the market. The young man decided not to pester her with any more questions, and so began to put on the gift. Although a moment later our hero declared that the girl had items that even he didn't know about. When the young man asked if the witch wore this mask to spy on men in the bathhouse, she became very angry. The teenager knew that the girl had a difficult character, and when he saw how she clenched her fist, he decided that it was better not to bully her. The mentor hit the guy on the head and said that she needed coordinates for teleportation. When the girl heard the code, she was surprised, because this was the capital of the Gunnar Empire. 400 years ago, people were at the very bottom of the racial pyramid, but even they had their own country. For a moment, the witch even remembered what this place looked like. The Gunnar Empire was the mentor's homeland, and the laboratory was located under the landmark. Suddenly, the woman started to open a portal, and the guy just looked at it as if nothing had happened. The witch asked the guy again if he was ready to teleport, to which he replied that he was always ready. The guy happily declared that with a girl, every trip is something new and interesting. At Beggarman's estate, two men were talking, and the owner praised the doctor for his idea of a union between man and dragon. But the interlocutor was interested in why the emperor did this. And then he explained why the aristocrat stopped his glass so abruptly. Maybe he did something wrong. Still holding his drink in his hands, the man explained that these were all small things. Heinkes continued to think that he had the feeling that something had arisen in the world that did not belong at all. But this was impossible. Therefore, it was not even worth talking about. Real trifles that were worth forgetting. The emperor asked to return to the creature, asking since when it began to experiment on people. The doctor explained that he had had such ideas for a long time, and experiments on cattle had shown good results. But he is still worried about the reduction in the life expectancy of the subjects, although if he continues with the activation of cells, he fell silent. The man with anger in his voice began to ask when the doctor would be able to start. Bowing his head, the interlocutor said that he saw that the emperor was as interested in the experiment as the crown prince, and after a short pause, he added that it was now difficult for him to find materials for research. If he had them, everything would have turned out differently. Answering the aristocrat's question about test subjects, the doctor admitted that there were not enough of them, and it would be desirable if they also had magical abilities. Rising from his seat, the man noted that there was no problem with that. The next minute, Beggarman called the maid to him. The aristocrat, turning to the doctor, said that he had only one question left. The man asked him what he would call the creature created from the union of a dragon and a man. The doctor honestly said that we were talking about half-breeds. Throwing his coat over his shoulders, the man said he liked the name because it sounded interesting and appropriate. Beggarman turned his back to his interlocutor but was in no hurry to leave. Suddenly, the owner of the estate turned his head slightly and asked the doctor if he had made an appointment with someone in their castle. The scientist, who did not understand anything, honestly said that he had not planned anything like that. The man asked with irritation in his voice, then whose sweat manna was felt in the room. The emperor immediately felt that this was the energy of some master, while they began to attack him unnoticed. 1957. The emperor easily created a shield to protect everyone present. The young man watched in horror as the furniture began to be carried away somewhere to the side. It was difficult for Beggarman to hold the defense, because the enemy's strength was extremely great. He had not had such strong opponents for a long time. The emperor understood that he would not be able to hold out for long, although he did not understand what to do. Mana penetrated the barrier and threw the doctor against the wall, who continued to scream and beg for mercy. Looking around with difficulty, the man tried to understand what was happening. Answer. Instead, he watched the fire grow. An assistant standing next to the emperor asked if this was the end of the attack, but he replied that it was not yet, that the next blows would come now. Beggarman understood that everything would not end so easily, and a moment later he shouted that they were being attacked again. The fire beam pressed harder and harder on the barrier, and everyone tried to hold it in order to stay alive. Almost everyone was thrown in different directions, although the barrier itself remained intact. The owner of the estate also held on with all his might. Beggarman understood that his strength was running out, unlike his enemy, who had no intention of stopping. Only a few minutes passed, and the barrier was completely broken, and the man flew off somewhere to the side. The emperor hit himself so hard that blood began to flow from his lip, and he did not understand what had happened. The man tried to pull himself together with all his might, but he was having a hard time doing it. At some point, the young man began to look attentively somewhere, as if trying to find a familiar face. Suddenly, Beggarman looked to the side and saw that the doctor in charge of the study was dead or unconscious. Someone's voice in the corridor was wondering what was going on. In the basement where the experiments were conducted, everyone was dead. Jack said it was horrible, looking around. The next moment, our hero was already looking at the dragon hanging there and was indignant, and the mentor was simply silent. The teenager tried to say something, but he couldn't find the right words. He was so amazed. Finally, the guy said that it was the desire to kill, a very deep emotion that drives even the mana around. The witch asked what Jack was going to do, and he asked her to leave him there. The girl agreed because she knew that she shouldn't interfere with her ward, and she trusted the young man completely. Valentine decided to use mana to free the dragon's path, and so she began to cast a spell. The witch began to call upon Hellfire, realizing that only it would help in such a situation. The boy noted that it looked just as good as in his past life, although the witch noted that she was just getting started. Adding that it looked like a fire, the guy continued to watch as the mentor removed the extra walls. Looking at everything that was happening with surprise, the young man wanted to say something but could not. And then he added that they were probably on the 3rd floor. But who would have thought that these were the remains of a civilization that disappeared hundreds of years ago? Valentine emphasized that she had cleaned up everything around her and asked again if there was anything left, to which the guy said no. A minute later, our hero's attention was interrupted by some sound, and so he turned around. The dragon began to roar loudly, as if he was unhappy or wanted to say something. The teenager looked at him and was surprised that he could scream so loudly. He thought it looked cute. In a past life, this animal constantly asked to kill itself after all the experiments that tormented it. The young man realized that this time everything had changed, but something still needed to be done. Raising his sword, the young man noted that his mission was not yet over. Suddenly, the dragon screamed. It was so loud that it almost deafened the guy. But this didn't stop Jack, and he jumped up and found himself on the same level as the animal. The boy began to break the chains, although the dragon screamed, afraid that he might be killed. The teacher watched all this silently, confident in her student. In front of the teenager, who was already standing on the ground, were the broken shackles. The dragon fell to the ground. His condition was not the best. Our hero began to stroke the unfortunate animal, calming it down. Jack said with a smile that it was all for the best. The woman didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that 18 years had already passed, and that's because he had to say something else in that case. The boy sat down next to the dragon and began to pet him, saying that he looked very tired. Then the teenager asked if he wanted to live, abandoned by his parents, material for experiments. Having fallen into the wrong hands, he gave away his flesh and blood. The young man explained that his situation was no better than that of livestock, which greatly angered the creature. After all, his skin was used to make armor, and his blood and bones were used for interracial experiments. If the doctor didn't succeed, he repeated it again and again, without even asking the patient's opinion. Jack said that if this continued, the dragon would go crazy, lose its freedom, and simply pray for death. Our hero looked at everything that was happening with horror, because he felt sorry for this dragon. The creature began to cry because it did not want to be used and die. But the young master explained that the dragon could live in another place, where Thanos and little Charlotte were. The guy noted that he came across a small dragon without a name, who could radically change his own destiny. Jack cared about his will, and he asked him again if he wanted to live in another world. The teenager sat and looked attentively at the unfortunate animal, noting that he did not understand why it was silent. Hearing nothing, the young man suggested that the dragon shout with all his heart, so that even those who abandoned him could hear. And he added that the creature had nothing to fear. Now he was free. The dragon began to scream that he wanted to live and to cry because he had wanted this so much for a long time. In the past, it was Jack who killed him, but he did not want this outcome, and only did it so that the creature could find peace after losing its soul. Why torture those you don't want and those who don't deserve it? This dragon is not from the guy's past. That one asked to be killed, but this one begs for life, and he decided to save him and return home together. The young man smiled and said that he could do what he had wanted for so long. And once again the teenager declared that he would give this creature a completely new life, happy and joyful. The young master asked the mentor if she would mind that their new friend would be with them. The witch didn't say anything, but Jack realized that she liked the dragon too, and the girl wouldn't mind. The young man thought about the fact that his mentor was a kind and good person at heart, and therefore advocated for the protection of the innocent. After a minute of reflection, the guy was interrupted by a male voice that was shouting and indignant. It was the Emperor with a sword who wanted to know who they were and what they had done in his basement. The dragon began to shake with fear, realizing that if everyone here was killed, he would never be saved again. The man asked menacingly one last time who our heroes were and why they had come to see him without an invitation. Valentine looked closely at the owner of the estate, but did not consider it necessary to explain anything to him. Jack noted that even though the mentor said what was best to do, he would do what he thought was right. and a minute later he added that he never doubted the witch. The boys did not answer, and the emperor did not like this at all, and began to take out his sword to attack. Beggarman demonstratively showed his blade so that the uninvited guests would be, at the very least, scared. The man went into battle to force the girl and the boy to say their names, but it didn't scare anyone at all. The swords merged into one, each protecting its owner who did not want to give up. Jack and the emperor looked each other straight in the eye, unwilling to give in, but wanting to end this as soon as possible. Our masked hero understood that he was stronger, but he made sure that Beggarman showed everything he was capable of. He, in turn, was holding on with all his might, and fatigue was visible on his face. Our hero noted to himself that at that time Beggarman was at the same level as our hero. The man did not like the fact that the young man was smiling at such a moment, and began to shout that how dare he be so disrespectful to such a noble person as he. The guy started to smile even more and asked what was forbidden. Having repelled the attack, he was still as positive as before. The teenager did not come to this castle to play, but instead began to attack again. The emperor simply considered him a fearless idiot, since he was going to fight him with a smile. Our hero thought that Beggarman was in the 10th circle, and it's not for nothing that he is considered one of the strongest on the continent. Despite this, the ill-wisher is now weakened, and therefore cannot show everything he is capable of. The blonde, in turn, felt the energy. The man thought that this was the pressure that he felt recently. Jack started using black magic to end it faster. The boy told his opponent out loud that he was not yet strong enough, because despite the fact that he was considered as such, the young man was still much stronger. The man did his best to teach the young man and show him how to behave with his elders. Our hero quickly began to attack the villain. The teenager decided that all energy should be concentrated on the blade. After the next blow from the young master, the sword finally broke into 2 parts, which greatly surprised the emperor. The teacher just looked at all this, but something was bothering her a little, and she didn't understand what exactly. The next moment, a bright light illuminated the room, and one of the emperor's assistants began to shout loudly. There was a reason for this. His master could no longer resist. Beggarman lay against the wall, and it might have seemed as if he had lost consciousness from such a powerful blow. Our hero slowly approached the enemy, immediately saying that he was disappointed in him. Beggarman looked at the boy as he said he didn't know a man could lose consciousness so easily. The emperor asked who the young man was, since he had never seen him in these parts. The teenager smiled and looked attentively at his ill-wisher, thinking what to tell him. Jack asked with a smile why he needed to know anything about him. It would be better if he listened to his prophecy. Rising from the floor and holding the blade with difficulty, the owner of the estate did not understand what the teenager was talking about, and our hero continued to insist that he wanted to tell one interesting story. The guy emphasized that there is one man he knows, but for now he is too simple and strong only in his dreams. The blonde is a good man. He knows exactly what he wants, although he has a hard time achieving his goals. The teenager fell silent again, giving the emperor the opportunity to think everything through carefully. A second later, the guy continued. He said that the day he became the best swordsman on the continent would be the day of Beggarman's death. And again the young man fell silent, waiting for a reaction from his opponent. The man was so angry that he turned red as a tomato and was ready to simply tear the stranger apart. He started running towards the young man to deliver a strong blow and show him where his place was. Our hero thought for a moment, and then remembered the dragon's crippled paw, which was missing fingers. Now the young man was overcome with rage, and wanted revenge with all his heart. The guy saw his opponent's outstretched hand and understood what he would do with it. Jack simply cut off Beggarman's hand, realizing that he fully deserved it. The man screamed in pain and was very scared because he lost a limb in just a few seconds without expecting it. The young owner noted that Beggarman was still a weakling. Suddenly our hero declared that he even felt a little sorry for the blonde, and kicked him, as he did with his other opponents, causing great damage. Less than a minute passed, and the emperor was lying on the ground again. Jack looked at the lying man and said that this was, of course, only his wish, but he wanted him to become stronger. The guy brought his sword to his opponent's cloak and just looked at him. The guy began to remember that Beggarman served the crown prince of Tulka, and the prince is the head of the faction of the adherents of cruelty, the source of all things. In a few years all their heads will roll. The teenager, smiling slyly, thought that if it became too easy, then it would become uninteresting to him. The young man returned to the other man and said that he was also very weak now. It was Beggarman's student, whose name I think was Maringos, and he was asking where Jack came from. In a past life, when our hero was killing Beggarman, he was attacked by a knight who was trying to protect him. And of course, the young owner immediately cut off his head and did not remember him clearly. Jack said that the mentor and the student are one, and therefore it is impossible to cut off the teacher's hand and throw moringos because it would be completely impolite. The young man looked at the unknown guy with horror, not understanding what he was going to do. Suddenly, red-hot shackles began to surround the man's hand. He did not understand what was happening and what to do with it, because it was the first time he had seen such magic. With each passing second, fear grew stronger and stronger in Beggarman's student. Jack held the chains and then began to pull on them, squeezing the man's hand tighter and tighter as he screamed loudly. The student shouted at the top of his lungs for the boy to not do anything else. The situation became extremely tense. The young man understood that the guy was about to achieve his goal. A moment later, Mering's arm was torn off. He was in great pain, and he began to cry from fear and pain. The teacher asked, in an angry voice, if the guy had finished, because she was tired of waiting and watching all this. The dragon, who was watching all this, said that there was one more thing that was worth taking. Suddenly, our hero's estate was illuminated by a bright flash of light. After the boys teleported to the castle grounds, the mentor said that the young man looked as if he was very bored, but he had already gotten used to it. The teenager smiled, letting the girl know not to worry because he was fine. The young man turned to the unfortunate creature they had taken with them. Jack asked the dragon what his name was so that he could call him something and address him. The animal, which raised its head with difficulty, tried to say something. It turned out that the first name was Cell, but the last name was still not clear. Our hero did not rush his new friend, but gave him a chance to speak out. The young man, having stroked the animal, said that it need not continue, because what is the point of the surname of the parents who abandoned it? The guy stroked the dragon's head and emphasized that now his name was simply Cell. After this, our hero offered to heal the animal's wounds. The creature agreed, because it was already grateful that it was saved from the place where it was tortured. Bowing, the young man noted that he would do everything to make the dragon as comfortable and convenient as possible. Cell was given a place to sleep, finding him a large pillow for comfort and a blanket. The mentor sat on the couch and asked what the young man was planning to do with the dragon lords, because his actions were completely incomprehensible. Jack said that whoever needs to bow down will come and bow down first, and it will be very strange that the strong will find the weak himself. The woman asked if the guy cared about her that much, to which he replied that she was right. He smiled happily, scratching the back of his head because he really values his mentor. Valentine was already 400 years old, and in the past she had done a lot, and created the basis for the existence of the human world. But all these people now don't even remember her name, and for the sake of such individuals, it's not worth interfering in all this at all. Jack knelt down, took his mentor's hand, and said that he would deal with the two lords when the time came. Our hero, taking the witch by the hand, added that she could always count on him. The young man explained that a woman does not need to sacrifice herself for the sake of some people, but rather take care of herself. The girl let go of the student's hand and looked at him, thinking about something, trying to understand everything well. The teacher began to stand up and said that they would do so, although the guy did not understand where she was going and decided to ask about it. The woman explained that there was a lot of dust and smoke on them, and it was worth going to wash to get rid of it all. Smiling, the teenager noted that this was a great idea, and therefore wished Valentine a wonderful refreshment. The girl came to the bathroom and began to bathe in order to relax and have time to think about many things. When he bumped into Valentine in the hallway, the boy complimented her, and the witch remarked that her student could use a wash as well. The young man came and began to undress. He noticed that there were cuts on his chest that he had received in a fight, and they hurt a lot. Standing in front of the mirror, the young man looked at them tiredly, as if with disappointment. Our hero drank another elixir to heal them, leaving the jar on the sink by the mirror. He understood that if he drank so much of the potion, he would become addicted, and after that he would not be able to do anything about it. The teacher became interested in the noise, the cause of which was Jack, who was going somewhere. The girl noted that he was not wearing sleepwear and asked where he was going, dragging a chair in his hands. The guy sat down on a chair near his mentor's bed and said that he was not going anywhere. For a moment, the witch looked attentively at her student, but remained completely silent. Valentine reached out to the boy's cheek and asked if it hurt much. Worrying about it, the guy explained that he thought he would die from the pain, and even now it hurts, to which he heard words of sympathy. Afterwards, the young man calmed the girl down, saying that everything was fine now, while drops of water were dripping from his hair because it still hadn't dried. The teacher asked her what she thought. "The guy won't sleep today. He said that he heard about it for 3 days while he was lying down, and she was keeping an eye on him. Ron told the teenager about this then, and all these days the mentor watched to make sure that everything was okay with Jack. The girl understood that she couldn't leave the young man for even a second, which is what she did, but the butler thought it was just a well-made doll, and he was probably very uncomfortable about it. The guy said that he wanted to protect his mentor's sleep and look after her, because she always loved to sleep. The witch did not answer him, because she had already fallen asleep while Jack was speaking his words. Our hero looked attentively at the witch, glad that he had the honor of being acquainted with her. The young man was partly glad that the girl fell asleep so quickly, because she had spent so much energy and strength. Still sitting on the chair, the young man noted to himself that something was bothering him. The young master wondered what would have happened if they had met earlier. The guy decided to cover the girl with a blanket and continued to think about what would have happened if he had met her 400 years ago, when she was born. Our hero cared for the witch as if she were the closest person to him. Jack didn't understand how anyone could call her a terrifying necromancer who was terrorizing the entire continent. Embarrassed and blushing, our hero reflected on the fact that this girl was incredibly beautiful and smart. A few hours before, something interesting happened in the underground prison of the Duchy of Osenbul. Some man turned to the prisoner and told him how it was possible to follow the boss for 10 years. The man didn't understand what was wrong with spying on the director for 10 years, trying to prove it to him. The rector explained that the director cared very much about the traitor. He took him in, raised him, and he simply went and stuck a knife into his heart. The blonde continued to remark that this was the most vile thing that could happen. The man again said that he saw nothing wrong with hearing people tell him that he had no pity or sincerity at all. The tower owner explained that there was no evidence or testimony, and so asked how long the spy could sit there and remain silent. He sternly asked him one last time to tell him what he knew, trying to find out the whole truth from him. The traitor simply said that it was surprising that the rector did not know this, and suggested that he was simply pretending, which made him very angry. Despite the fact that the man is in such a situation, he feels very confident. The blonde heard that the man's circle had been destroyed, although it seemed to make no difference to him. The traitor began to tell the man to think about what happened over the course of 10 years. Does he really think that these are all simple coincidences? The villain continued to ask why the previous owner of the tower became a citizen of the Tulkan Empire, which is why so many 10th Circle mages left the country without regret. He also asked to think about why so many magicians had gathered just to clear the forest of monsters, because this was not entirely true. The tower owner explained that he would definitely talk when the torture began, but the enemy found it funny, because he didn't understand why this hadn't been done yet, and why they were keeping it here. For a moment the prisoner fell silent and looked off to the side, and then the young man asked again why he was still being kept in prison, despite the fact that he was a traitor. The rector thought that this man did not look like someone who had been tortured and in prison for 5 days, but had not lost any weight. The spy stressed that perhaps they didn't do anything bad to him because they knew he wouldn't talk anyway. And a moment later he added that the blonde should think carefully about whether the kingdom really had a future. The owner of the tower began to climb the stairs. He did not understand much. The man wondered what the reason for such great self-confidence was. Was the kingdom already completely rotten? Otherwise, Bluetooth wouldn't be acting like he's in charge. The rector knew that within 24 hours this man would be transferred, and therefore I understood that when this was heard, there would be no official investigation. Everything would most likely be decided internally. Balthus is not at all scared, and perhaps he believes that he can survive there after what he did. This scenario was not the best one, but there was no other explanation anyway. 4 hours later, a fire started in the underground prison, and it seemed very strange. The rector was in a hurry to save the man sitting there after all. He was very strong evidence and had a lot of information. The young man understood with horror that he had to do everything he could. But when the rector arrived, it turned out that the spy had died. The director did not expect this and did not understand at all what was happening here. The man was upset. He was absolutely sure that this darkness was just beginning. In the morning, looking at the dragon, the young man realized that he stood out very much. Besides this, our hero wondered since when he had so many allies. Thanos looked at their new animal with some horror, not believing that there really was a dragon in front of him. Our hero confirmed this, realizing that the blonde was very embarrassed. The boy said out loud that the dragon, which was supposed to die and disappear, was now in their house. The guy continued to note the amazing realization that not everything people know is true. Our hero folded his arms across his chest and thought about something but remained silent. Suddenly, Jack said that Charlotte treated their new friend very badly. He stroked the girl's head and explained that she shouldn't behave like that because he wasn't the Velactus she remembered. Our hero said that this man should be erased from his own memory forever. The little vampire apologized, and the dragon watched all this, a little afraid of this situation. The next second, the young man looked at the animal and spoke to it. The guy started talking about how this was the best dragon he had ever met. The teenager emphasized that Sal should not worry, because no one would eat him here, trying to calm him down and teach him that now he would be treated well. A simple sword cannot harm a dragon. It is not for nothing that they are called blessed beings. And it was beggarmen who used Sale, rather for the sake of an experiment, for which he ultimately paid. Jack was proud of this because last time he had made it clear to him that this was not right, and their new friend had been watching all of this. The young man smiled and thought to himself that there was nothing strange in the fact that the dragon was now afraid of him. Taking his new friend by the cheeks, the guy asked if it was true that after sleep he looked a little different. The teenager began to smile again, noting that today he was a real handsome man, not like the day before. The dragon lowered his head, as if bowing to the guy. One could say that he was expressing his submission in this way. The young man thought again that in his past life, Sel had almost lost himself, but now our hero was convinced that he was better off than 10 years ago. However, this is not entirely true. There are some nuances. After all, as far as the guy knows, the dragon is now only 8 years old. If you think about it, the young master only takes in unfortunate creatures, but they are all very good people. Looking at the mutilated paws, the boy thought that this was all very unfair. At that very moment, the mentor decided to make the dragon's life easier by using a series of spells. He growled at her, not understanding what she was doing, thinking that he might torture her. The next moment, unusual things began to happen to the animal's paws. Sel looked at his limbs in surprise, not understanding how they could be completely restored in just a couple of seconds. This surprised our hero, who was glad that the animal was helped so quickly. At this moment, everyone gathered noticed Valentine's house slippers, and upon entering the room, the girl said that the dragon had stood out a lot before. But the magic wasn't over yet. The main thing was yet to come. The dragon understood that something was wrong, and this surprised him even more. But this something was something incredibly interesting and positive. A small human leg suddenly appeared from somewhere in the bright light. The girl, with her hands on her chin, could not understand what was happening to her. All those gathered noted for themselves that a polymorph was standing in front of them. Valentine explained that now the girl would not stand out so much, although this greatly frightened Charlotte and Thanos. The witch stood and carefully watched all her charges. Jack looked at his mentor and noticed that she looked like a simple person. She was shining with happiness. The most amazing thing is that this light encouraged me to do something new and incredible. Suddenly, the girl turned to her student. She asked him if he had forgotten about the beginning of the semester ceremony, which would take place in a couple of hours. Crossed his arms and said that he absolutely had to be there. After this, the witch noted that Charlotte and Thanos must also definitely be there. The young man explained to little Sella that they would return soon and that she could rest. Jack asked what dragons eat, to which the girl did not know what to answer. The guy continued, saying that dragons must have some tastes, perhaps meat or fish. Our hero was almost certain that these species of living creatures were unlikely to be vegetarians. Jack decided to offer her a steak, but Sel only asked what it was, because she had never heard of anything like it. The young man thought it would be interesting to ask what she was fed in the dungeon, but decided not to do so. After that, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, the guy said that he would ask the cook to cook something for her to try. And our hero also had a task. The girl had to go up to the roof, because there is a very beautiful view from there, and think about what she would do. The academy grounds were completely empty, as all the students and teachers were in one building. The school principal explained that many years ago an empire called Tesla appeared. The academy was also founded at that time, and it managed to graduate many talented people. Rommel explained that nothing in the world lasts forever, and everything eventually decays and disappears. Jack realized that he hadn't heard that in his past life. The old man hadn't said that then, which surprised him greatly. The man noted that students are the hope of the kingdom. The guys must be self-confident and also must focus on their studies. The director continued that it was not visible from the outside, but the kingdom cast a very dark shadow. The students did not understand what he was talking about, because everything was said in some kind of hints. Despite the fact that the mentor destroyed the laboratory the day before, 2/3 of the owners of the 10th Circle in Tulkan are still adherents of the cruel party. And of course, it was clear that they would win the battle for the throne with such strength. And after that, in a few years, a terrible war will begin, which Jack has already survived once. This is something I would not like to return to again. The young man was sure that the director knew a lot and could have heard this from Baltus, who had been exposed as a spy. The director said that their kingdom was built thanks to the blood and sweat of noble ancestors who gave their lives for it. As they went out into the street, the students remembered the last phrase about how their ancestors were resilient, and they all are like that too, so they should remain like that on their path. Finally, the academy grounds became very lively. Everyone was bustling about, some were settling in, and some were just walking around. Jack stretched, knowing that there were no classes or events on opening day, so that would be the end of it. The young man thought about going to visit the old man and thanking him, because he liked the house. The next minute, the teenager's thoughts disappeared in an instant, and there was a reason for that. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to 3 students talking to each other, one of whom was Palon. The young man decided not to waste a minute, and therefore began to shout out a familiar name in the hope that the young man had understood the hint. The teenager addressed his brother affectionately, asking when he had arrived, but Palon had not expected this at all, so he stuttered and said that it had happened yesterday. Our hero looked attentively at his tormentor of the past, but he was waiting for something, and therefore remained silent. As for the interlocutor, he was beside himself with fear. Jack smiled, and noted that his brother looked handsome. Could he finally drink water without fear? The young man then asked Palon that they at least say hello. Taking his brother by the hand, the teenager reminded him that they shared the same blood. Not hearing an answer, the guy threatened the young man in the ear so that he would say something or his limb would be broken. Palon answered, and Jack added that if he had not said anything, he would have finished him off here. Again politely, the guy said that he had probably kept his brother very long and apologized for it. After this, our hero pushed him towards his friends and emphasized that Palon should already move because they were already waiting for him. The teenager smiled as his brother walked towards the spot where he had been standing. Looking after the young man who was running away, the guy decided to play a joke on him, and therefore asked where he was running off to. The next moment, a blonde appeared behind the teenager and wanted to say something. Charlotte asked worriedly if the guy was her boss's family, because she had never heard of his relatives. Jack said that never in his life, which surprised the girl because she had heard that they were blood brothers. Our hero confirmed this, but then hesitated and fell silent again. After that, Jack explained that not everyone who is related to you by blood can be your family. The young man noticed that the girl was deep in thought and asked what was bothering her in order to somehow calm her down. She briefly asked who the guy thought she was, and our hero thought for a long time and did not know how to answer correctly so as not to upset his friend. Charlotte looked at Jack, holding back tears as he carefully considered his answer. Our hero stroked the girl's head and thought, what nonsense, has she really already started puberty? Jack smiled and replied that of course the girl was his family, which made her happy because that was what she wanted to hear. Looking at his favorite roses, the guy thought that these were not empty words, because when he considers someone his own, then for him they are like family. Just when the young man was thinking about family, he turned around and saw Valentine and Thanos standing nearby. The boys looked great. The teenager noted that they were more beautiful than ever. Our hero decided for himself that he should be with the wrong fool and fell silent for a minute. And then he added to himself that he was obliged to be with people who had a mentor next to them. As for everyone else, they can go their own way. Palon's friend asked what happened to the boy and noted that his younger brother was very strange, not believing that they were actually related. The classmate replied that the teenager looked mentally retarded and then added that it was somehow strange. The guy added that if you look at them together, it would be the older brother who would be mistaken for the feeble-minded one, not the younger one. The comrade understood that his interlocutor was not reacting and added that such a remark would have infuriated him before. Palon didn't like the thought of his brother at all, and he didn't understand why he was afraid of him at all, because it had been different before. The young man remembered their recent meeting, as well as how confidently the teenager behaved. But Jack had been a toy for his older brother all his childhood, but for some reason now everything had changed dramatically. Palon quickly walked towards his younger brother, without saying anything to his comrades, who did not understand where he was going. The guys were surprised by their friend's behavior. They simply did not recognize him and thought that maybe he had bipolar disorder. Jack was talking nicely with his friends when he suddenly heard his brother's voice calling him offensive names. For the first few seconds, the teenager stood as before, wondering what the best thing for him to do was. Finally, the young man began to slowly turn around, realizing that his relative had again misunderstood something. Jack turned and began to look his older brother straight in the eyes, with anger, making it clear that he was finished. Palon stopped abruptly, because the look scared him very much, although at first he was sure that he would give a proper rebuff. Our hero quickly approached and asked what the young man was telling him and whether he wanted to hit him. With horror in his eyes, Palon stuttered and told him to forget about it. Just in case, the brother decided to justify himself so that he wouldn't be beaten again. In fact, his brother was very boring, a fact that the young man himself emphasized, but he said nothing in defense of Palon. A moment later, the teenager returned to the company of his friends, continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened. Palon didn't understand what was wrong with him because he had overcome his fear, but his heart was beating very fast, not knowing what it was. In the principal's office, Jack learned that Bluetooth had died, and at that moment, while trying the cookie, he didn't understand what was so special about it. Our hero asked honestly if this was some kind of news or sensation. The director did not understand the young man, and therefore noted that he was confronting him with a fait accompli. The young man didn't care whether the man was alive or dead. And a minute later, asking again if there was anything else to say, Rommel replied that there was not. The guy decided to thank the man for the estate, which he really liked, and the cook. The young man admitted that he is a true professional in his field with whom it is difficult to compare. Rommel, after thinking, noted that he understood everything on this account, although he considered it strange that the student did not react in any way to the death of Bluetooth. Jack was about to leave, but the manager stopped him. The guy, taking the cookie in his hands, froze, not understanding what else they could talk about, since they had already figured everything out. The director stated that, as far as he knew, our hero had entered the first year of the fencing department. Jack continued to chew his cookies and remained silent. Suddenly, the director asked if the boy wanted to transfer to the magic faculty. The young man said that he was interested in all this, and he was sure that the director had been asked about this by the owner of the tower, who had already wanted to give him a place to live. Our hero thought to himself that he had no intention of attending classes, although sooner or later the laws of the academy would be revised. Rommel explained that students reported that people like Jack were using the shortcut method and skipping classes. The head of the educational institution was silent for a while in order to convey the meaning of his words to the student. The young man remembered that soon the laws would be revised, and it would no longer be possible to act like that. Jack thought that the law would not be revised until next year in the second semester, but talk about it had already begun. The director noted that the young man would have to attend all classes, including those he skipped. However, Rommel noted that if the young man transferred to the Faculty of Magic, it would reduce the time he would spend on classes. Our hero thought to himself that the old man was quite smart and cunning. Jack knew he needed a diploma from the academy, but he didn't want to go to classes. The teenager thought to himself, would it help the other students in any way that he would study with them, since he would have to put up with the boy's difficult character? The guy understood that some kind of compromise had to be found, and therefore he wanted to tell the director about it. Raising his finger, the young man announced that he had come up with something. Our hero suggested attending classes once a week, reminding the manager that he himself had agreed to reduce the training time. Rommel asked if that was too little. The director winked and noted that 3 days a week sounded much better, hoping that he would agree. The young man insistently did not back down, and said that he had a mentor who taught him, and there was no point in going where he would not be taught anything new. The director asked why the teenager had enrolled there and even looked for a house near the academy. Reaching for the cookie again, the young man thoughtfully noted that he had his reasons. The guy explained that he only needed a certificate. The interlocutor looked at the student in surprise and asked him again about the certificate, wondering whether the piece of paper was needed to get into the treasury of their alma mater. The academy treasury in the Teslan Empire provides not only a certificate, but also armor, a cloak, a staff, and weapons. The director noted that all the best had long since been taken, and it was unlikely that the sword he would need would be there. The man explained that he was not in the duchy, but he could make a worthy captain's blade and staff from a simple sword. Rommel pointed out that the level could be much higher than the vault, but Jack is sure that it is not free. Bellamy Craig is a man who, as everyone knows, has been loyal to the director for 30 years like no other. He needed an apprentice, and at first it was the desire of one, and now the men together want to subjugate Jack. The young man thought that the director was very nice for his age, and an idea came to his mind. The boy said he wanted to graduate early, which Rommel didn't like because it would mean skipping an academic year. The director said that they would talk about this later, and Jack should choose between 1 and 3 days, for example, 2. The young owner saw no point in refusing and agreed, and therefore agreed to be left alone. Rommel explained that from today on, training at the Faculty of Magic would begin, but this would be on one condition, if Jack was not yet the Tower Master's apprentice, to which the director asked why. Our hero said that he has a seeing eye, and first you need to see his mana, how talented he is and how much he has grown. Jack explained that his skills in magic were far greater than what the director could imagine. The director noted that this was interesting because the boy seemed to have a talent for distinguishing good from bad. Rommel stated, if this is true, and was silent for a while. If this is true, then the man is ready to take responsibility and make a marquis out of our hero. However, the guy suddenly laughed throughout the entire office as if he hadn't laughed for a very long time. Rommel looked at the student in surprise, not understanding what was happening to him. The young man suddenly apologized for not being able to hold back his laughter, explaining that he didn't need it. Standing up from his seat, the teenager once again noted that becoming a marquis was not his goal. Our hero looked at the cookies, which were almost finished, deciding that he should return home. Jack was about to leave, but the man stopped him again. The old man quickly asked what had happened at the estate yesterday. Standing at the door, the young man turned around, not understanding how to answer this question. The guy remembered the guards lying on the ground, realizing that they had probably reported this event. Our hero said that there was nothing special to tell. The young man explained that nothing had happened and everything was fine, although in fact this was not true. The director asked again if the guy had told the truth, trying to find out more information. To this, he replied that Jack had gone to check on the boys because they had not prepared food for dinner. The teenager himself did not understand what had happened. Thanos found all the guards unconscious on the estate and tried to help them. The young man did not ask what happened, but he guessed that they might have fought among themselves, which surprised the director. Rommel didn't understand how this could happen, but the student said that children, when they grow up, have a habit of fighting. Jack bowed and said that he really had to go because he had some things to do, hoping to finally get out. The guy finally came out and began to breathe with relief because they had stopped interrogating him. The next moment, our hero was looking ahead with wide eyes. The guy's attention was drawn to a picture that showed a figure similar to his mentor, but slightly different. The teenager looked closely at the painting, wondering what it might mean. The teacher thanked him for the tea while the director continued to reflect on what had happened in the office. Rommel, who has been in the political arena for a decade, has a sense that is not easily deceived by years of practice. The man saw hundreds of aristocrats, knights, and even kings. There was something so unusual about the girl that it was impossible to describe in words. Every move the mentor made was unique, and the man was convinced that Valentine was a special woman. Rommel didn't know what was wrong with this beauty, but there was something about her. A moment later, the witch standing at the window spoke. The teacher noted that his words were impressive, but the title of general was more suitable for the director than for the school principal. The man said that he used to be a general, albeit for a short time, recalling his youth. Valentine noticed that the child named Bellamy was also talented, and that there were many gifted people in Teslin in general. The mentor asked the man if he could protect everyone and if he thought about it in general. The girl turned around, waiting for an answer, knowing that it would definitely follow. The man looked at his own hands, wondering how best to explain his position. The director tried to answer when suddenly Jack ran into the room and asked why Valentine wasn't coming and what she was doing there. Turning around and looking at his student, Rommel said without a doubt that their hindrance had returned. The woman told the young man not to behave like that because she was about to leave. Hearing the guy, retreating, explained that he was just worried. As she walked through the city, the girl's hair fluttered in the wind so much that even women stared at her. It was not for nothing that the director of the academy noticed that there was something in the witch. And this was true, since all the passers-by looked at the girl with admiration. Our hero, who was walking behind his mentor, thought to himself that she was captivating the eyes of all the residents. In response to the baker's request to taste their delicious bread, the beauty indifferently declared that from that day on she was allergic to flour. Some unknown lady offered the teacher to have some tea together, but she replied that she had already had some. However, this did not seem to interest her at all, and Jack wondered if the witch was used to such looks. The guy asked if the director wanted to make a student out of her because it was all written on her face. Our hero didn't like the way the girl looked at him, which greatly alarmed the guy. The mentor asked if Jack trusted Principal Rommel, trying to understand the situation. The teenager stood silently for a while, but he was smiling sincerely. Looking at the cats, Jack replied that he didn't trust anyone but his people, and he has a special relationship with the elder. They need each other, and there is no need to worry. The witch looked at the young man and confidently said that he would not allow himself to be used. Not much time passed, and our hero proudly announced that they had already arrived. The boys reached the Arabies Guild building, but the mentor did not understand why they needed to go there. The teenager happily said he had come to collect his funds, but did not provide any further details. It turned out that in this guild you can hire hunters, mercenaries, and anyone at all. If you have enough money, then there will definitely be no problems with this. Only a minute passed, and the teenager already approached the door and decisively pushed it. The young man understood that if they needed a ninth circle mage, they would need much more resources than it might seem. Most likely the magician is the one whom Dietrich hired to kill Jack, and he was interested in what would happen if both the customer and the performer died. The young lady sitting in the reception area politely asked how she could help the guests. There was an awkward silence in the room for a moment. The guy said they needed to see the manager, coming up with a plan to get someone else's money. The young man asked to tell the chief that last night there was the ninth circle and a murder, without explaining anything but conveying the meaning. The girl was a little embarrassed and closed her eyes. She did not understand what all that set of words she heard meant. The blonde coughed loudly, clearly giving someone a special sign. The secretary was afraid and wanted to say the name of the young owner, but the guard covered her mouth. Jack was glad to be known, but asked why she was so surprised to find out the whole truth. Smiling sarcastically, our hero explained that he had guessed something and abruptly fell silent. When the young man remembered Dietrich, and that he had ordered Heir, the guard behind him warned the girl that it would cost her dearly. He continued that he did not meet him one-on-one, but the coward tried to kill Jack with their hands. The frightened secretary realized that the matter was very complicated, and therefore could not really say anything. The young gentleman reached into his pocket and emphasized that he was giving him 5 minutes to bring the manager here. All those gathered looked attentively at the clock that stood in front of them. A moment later, the young man added that despite the fact that this was the Arabies Guild, he would still wipe everyone off the face of the continent. The falling sand made it clear to everyone gathered that the young man was hardly joking. The mentor later asked if Jack really intended to destroy the guild. The boy didn't think Valentine would have to explain that most groups calling themselves guilds were middlemen. There are organizations that call themselves adventurers, and they always work for someone. Jack added that such people could be considered informants, making the mentor think that the world had changed a lot. In fact, the young gentleman came to find out who exactly Dietrich had paid, and so he said that they should speed up. The teenager added that the witch herself had recently seen the employee's reaction, realizing that the girl understood who Jack was, but did not realize why he was still alive. If an aristocrat applies to assassinate another aristocrat through an agency, then that aristocrat announces it to the whole world. For this reason, Jack initially thought that Dietrich and the killer had met in person, but who could have thought that he was such a fool who would use intermediaries for the matter? The teacher noticed that everyone was looking at her student as if they had seen a dead man come back to life. Our hero took a deep breath and smiled, but did not immediately say anything. Jack explained that to him, everyone who tried to kill him and brought Dietrich here was the same. Now the mentor stood silently, concern visible in her eyes. Looking at the clock, the sand in which was getting smaller and smaller, the girl thought that now she understood what kind of life the guy had. The secretary knocked on the manager's door, fear written all over her face. The young man slowly picked a grape, not thinking that they wanted to tell him something important. The boss asked indifferently what had happened there and whether it really needed to be said right now. The girl began to stutter, not understanding how to explain to her what had happened. Suddenly, the secretary finally plucked up her courage and announced that Jack Ballantyre was waiting for him in the corridor. The man couldn't believe his ears, because the guy should be dead. Answering the manager's question about whether the employee might have mixed something up, she said that the young man introduced himself personally. A moment later, the secretary announced that she had a strange message to convey, and then said the words that Jack had spoken of. The girl emphasized that the teenager said that if the man did not appear in 5 minutes, the guild would disappear from the face of the earth. The guild leader has heard a lot in his 34 years on the way to this position, but this is the first time. The Fentanyl Guild is a group of assassins that never makes mistakes, and its leader is a ninth circle mage. The manager rested his hand nervously on his lap and wondered how things had gotten this far. However, the man had no time to think, because every second counted, and he asked where the young master was. The leader began to descend, attracting the attention of Jack and the mentor. Our heroes, who were standing below, heard apologies for the long wait. The man politely said that he was glad to meet you. He paused briefly, saying that his name was Abiru and that he was the head of this guild. The manager offered the guests some tea, but the guy decided to get straight to the point, thinking that he wanted to stall for time. Smiling, the boss asked if it was true that the teenager had come to leave a request. With a business-like air, our hero noted that he would do just that to begin with. Jack could see in the man's eyes that he could already sense the money that would soon be in his pocket, but in vain. The young man explained that they had wanted to kill him the previous night and fell silent. After a pause, the guy stated that the order for his death was placed by their guild. The manager listened attentively to his interlocutor, but was in no hurry to give an answer. A moment later, the manager confirmed this without any remorse, therefore he does not intend to hide anything. As Jack began to explain, he noted that the Adventurers Guild was legally an intermediary between a client and a mercenary, receiving payment for it. The young man smiled, declaring that the youth had grasped the gist of it, but had misinterpreted the rest. Abero noted once again that the young master had not quite understood the meaning, since by law their guild was protected. Mercenaries need work. They are sought by those who want to do the job with someone else's hands, and for this purpose, adventurer guilds were created, connecting the client and the customer. The Arabi's Guild is the largest organization in the Teslan Empire, but its leader is in hiding, as rumor has it that he may even be a member of the imperial family. Jack guessed how much they paid to kill him, and it was a considerable sum because the mercenary belonged to the Fentanyl Guild. The man noted that they did not know the exact amount, since they had already discussed it with the killer, which Jack did not like. The guy noted that he came to talk about this specifically, and he needed full information about the amount and payment. Our hero confidently declared that he would not leave until he got everything he wanted. Abero asked again because he had not expected him to want to go so far, despite his words. The young man looked at him angrily and said that he would not repeat it twice, because the man should understand everything anyway. The teacher heard the man making excuses, saying that everything was very unclear. The manager noted that he thought the guy wanted to entrust the task to the Arabi's Guild, but he was not an employee, so it was worth signing a contract. Jack listened with displeasure to everything while they told him that he needed to sign a contract with the Empire, citing some amendments to the law. The teenager was annoyed that he had to determine the amount of payment for his request, or more precisely, the initial payment and the commission. Hearing the boy's indignation, the director did not understand what he wanted. Jack noted that the man did not understand him at all because he did not intend to leave any request. Our hero said that the person who wanted to kill him and the one who helped with it were the same. Having kicked, the young man shouted, "What kind of commission can we even talk about?" hinting that the boss had mixed something up. Our hero thought that the organization did not reject Dietrich's request, although it could have, because there was a choice. After that, the guy mockingly said that if they did not carry out his order, he would kill all the guild workers, despite the fact that they were under the protection of the emperor. Our hero poked his interlocutor in the chin, making it clear that he was saying something wrong. The guy noted that it would be best for the boss to think everything through carefully. The young man didn't like that the man didn't understand who he was talking to, and he needed to figure it out before he destroyed his impudent face. He threatened that his money should appear by the end of the week. If this does not happen, the guild will disappear from the face of the earth that same day. The interlocutor, leaning back on the sofa, said nothing, but it was clear that he understood everything. As he was leaving the room, our hero called his mentor and said that they could leave. Close to the door, the teenager decided that he had to remind him of what had been said once again. The young man said that he would conduct his own investigation and reminded that if the amount differed from what Dietrich had paid, even by 1 gold coin, then that would be the end. The guy said that it was better not to play with him because it was dangerous, and he added that the young man should not think that there is a reward for his efforts. Looking at the frightened man, our hero asked if he understood everything. Covering his face with his hand, a bear remained silent, not understanding how he should react to this. Looking out the window, the interlocutor declared that everything was clear to him. Only a few minutes passed, and our hero and the witch silently descended the stairs. The secretary, looking at the frightened boss, asked if he was okay. Abero said with fear in his voice that he had big problems and that he shouldn't have taken this order at all. He reflected that it was foolish for an aristocrat to kill an aristocrat, and Dietrich was probably out of his mind when he approached them with such a matter. When the man first read that guy's request, he immediately realized that he didn't want to take on this case. Aber realized that only a psychopath could ask for this. But when he reported this to the top, the young man paused in his thoughts for a second to feel sorry for himself, and then continued to think about what they said there, that you can't refuse the young master and promised cover. The boss shouted, not understanding how he could resort to such tricks. The man knew that he had provided Dietrich with a guild of fentanyl assassins, and everything was going to end very simply. Concerned, another man asked the manager if it was true that they were now being blackmailed by the youngest gentleman, who was not even in line to inherit the title. The young man bowed his head and turned to his comrade in despair. Abero asked Tolisso if the Marquises were his friends, or if he couldn't even understand what could be said and what couldn't just because he was a newbie. The young man scratched his head and thought for a while. The chief remembered that they had taken Tolisso several months ago. He did have good information gathering skills, but now it was unclear why he had been elected yet. Finally, the interlocutor, a little embarrassed, asked for forgiveness for everything he had said. The boss looked closely at his leg, as if that could somehow help solve the problem. The leader understood that Ventiman couldn't just become a raven and gather all the elite members to autumn. Abero thought that it might be worth 30 silver, but what if the target of the assassination was still alive? Once again the man paused in his thoughts to look at his own feet again. Tolisso remained silent. He did not understand how he could help his boss, but he continued to think that Jack Ballantier did not know the amount of the contract, and there was no evidence that the killer had left the province. Even if Dietrich had been caught, the young man would probably have known the amount the mercenary received for his murder. A minute later, Abero decided to turn to his subordinate. The leader asked Tallis if that idiot Herman had been at the opening ceremony at the academy today. Upon learning that he was not there, the boss asked his subordinate to tell him more about it. The man did not understand how this could happen, and despite security, he disappeared from the hotel without a trace, without saying anything or informing anyone. The men began to think about what would happen if they imagined that a person was attacked by a 9th Circle magic user and 30 level 6 professional killers. The interlocutor, cowering, explained that this was the most terrible thing that could happen. They are the best professionals. There is no escaping them, but the missing Dietrich Hermann died, and the entire fentanyl guild was destroyed. The man noted that the task had failed. The guy asked again if it was definitely a failure, and the leader started shouting that he was an idiot, because the goal of the mission was to return alive. The manager noted that it was really normal that the young man returned without a scratch, but the guy did not understand why he was asking him about this. Abero understood that even if our hero were under some kind of protection, there would be a note of worry on his face, but the young man was calm as a boa constrictor. The chief was aware that this was a real mystery for him. There was no one special among the latest recruits to Osenbul, although the Marquis might have a few knights. However, Abero immediately rejected this option because it did not fit the timing. A minute later, the young man began to think it was someone local. The man believed that it could be the Duke of Osenbul, since Jack lived in his residence. If the young man is a high-ranking guest, this is a reason to protect him. But the chief did not take into account that there was a fire that evening, and the Duke's army was unable to do anything like that. The manager didn't understand what he was missing, but asked to contact a representative of the Marquis Ballantier to find out as much as possible about Jack. Tolisso bowed, saying that he would do everything in the best possible way. As he left the room, Aber ordered his assistant to search everything, but to find a place where Ventimon could hide the money. The young man knew that this was not all, and so he asked what else he should do. The boss asked to send a message to the top management that Dietrich Hermann's mission had failed, and the fate of this guild was unknown. Suddenly, the young man remembered Valentine and started to say something but fell silent. The guy told Tolisso not to stand there, but to go and carry out the task. Looking at the bottles of alcohol, the man decided that he could drink something, although he was tormented by one question. Aber was curious about who the girl was who was standing next to them and watching their conversation. One day their eyes met, and there was nothing special about it, but the man was overcome with instinctive fear. The young man understood that he had to behave carefully with this girl. Therefore, he was not going to look for the beauty, remembering her because he had a bad feeling, while simultaneously listening to his secretary's questions. When the mentor and Jack came to the estate, they saw a strange picture while the young man was chewing a delicious shish kebab. Charlotte held a wooden sword and was aggressive. At that very time, the blonde was doing the same thing. It turns out that little Charlotte was training in fencing against Thanos, who was much larger than her. They had heavy blades in their hands, but they were determined, as if they were fighting real opponents to the death. Jack didn't think the boys were fighting. It was probably just a simple training session. It seemed to our hero that these two had received their first circle of mana. It seemed that the rivals, absorbed in their work, did not notice anyone or anything around them. That is why the guy, waving his hand, noted that, despite the fact that he said that this was not a battle, he fell silent. And all because a girl who had her own opinion on this matter intervened in the conversation. The mentor thought it was strange that Thanos thought he could win against a child. Hearing these words, the young man thought about what happened last night. The guy suddenly thought about Beggarman, and that the blonde had said something. And Valentine emphasized that the young man should have understood that the girl had never held a sword in her hands. Jack noted that it was obvious. The little girl was even now very hesitant in communicating with him. She doesn't know how to keep her distance, but even so, she can resist Thanos, who seems, on the contrary, to be destroying them. The boys again turned their attention to the girl, who seemed to be losing her position. In reality, the blonde, who could do a lot, was unable to show all his strength, although at times he bragged that he could do much more than Charlotte, making her cry. But in fact, the reason was different, very significant and noticeable even to an ignorant person. Thanos himself was bigger and stronger than her, but it was impossible to tell who would win. Jack understood that Thanos couldn't do much, but the girl was able to attack, and it was surprising that she hadn't learned fencing, and how this could have happened was unclear. The next minute, our hero smiled slyly, clearly plotting something. Jack challenged his mentor to a bet, although she didn't understand what it was about. The gist of the bet was that in 9 years he would make it so that Thanos could defeat Beggarman. Valentine asked why in 9 years, since the enemy would become stronger, but agreed because she was interested. The teenager said that they were betting on a wish. The loser would fulfill the will of the winner. The girl did not understand how Jack would make Thanos so strong. Of course, the young man fought with all his might, which was evident from his expression, but it was not enough. Although the teenager simply replied that there are many ways. A second later, our hero walked off somewhere to the side. He walked up to Charlotte and the boy and told them that they should stop and go and rest. The little girl began to say that they were not arguing. Thanos, scratching his head, looked guiltily at the guy, not understanding what he meant. Jack looked at the boys in surprise, declaring that he had not come to scold them for arguing. After a short pause, the teenager looked closely at Charlotte and turned to her. The young man said that the girl had a talent for fencing, which she was glad about, because he had not seen a fight in which she was able to strike 3 times. The guy gave the blonde all sorts of compliments, realizing that she needed them. The young man continued to note that she hit Thanos' sword twice out of 3 times, despite the fact that he was much more skilled than her. If someone asks what to do when the enemy is much stronger, he will answer. The secret to this matter is simple. You need to be like Charlotte. Our hero was sure that if he had not interrupted their fight, she could have easily defeated Thanos. Stroking his charge on the head, the teenager said that the girl definitely had talent in fencing, but they would find out about magic later. A moment later, the guy asked if Charlotte wanted to go up to her room and have some cake. And then Jack suggested playing with Cell, because she needed company to keep her spirits up. He then added that he just needed to talk to Thanos, which made him a little worried because he didn't know what he did wrong. The girl knew better than to argue, so she decided to mind her own business. Finally, the little girl bowed to the men, wishing them good luck and causing our hero to wonder where the blonde learned to do this. When Charlotte left, Jack asked the guy if he knew he had lost to a little girl, to which he replied that he did. The young man noted that it was a pity that she was so good at it, and that she had a talent for close combat, unlike the man. The young man hung his head and stood silently, realizing that words were unnecessary in this case. Jack explained that it was easy for him to figure out how to turn around a situation when you were giving up your position, because Charlotte had done it, even twice. Thanos was simply confused, so he did not understand how to repel the girl's attack, and then he was completely unable to pull himself together. Jack pointed out that if he hadn't intervened, the man would have simply been lying on the ground with a bump on his forehead. The young man asked whether it was stubbornness or selfishness, without explaining the essence of his question. It seemed that Thanos didn't understand this either. The young man wanted to ask something, but didn't dare. Charlotte was physically small. If you didn't look, you'd think she couldn't do anything at all. Continuing, he said that such a little girl was able to recognize his strength and come up with tactics to repel the blow. The young man asked Thanos what he should do at that moment, which made the guy very worried and unable to give an answer. Without waiting for an answer, the young man explained that he had to change his sword technique or strength so as not to lose control. Our hero emphasized that instead the blonde would simply continue to swing the sword, and that would not do. Jack smiled and suggested that the guy try to kill him once, not seeing anything wrong with it. The interlocutor, not expecting this at all, asked in fear what he had done that was worth dying for. Jack explained that the boy wanted to become the best knight on this continent, but to do that, he needed to train and try. The blonde began to make a displeased face, explaining that he was most likely causing everyone nothing but inconvenience. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the teenager once again noted that he should try very hard. The young man said that the guy should be ready for everything, even death, because death is inevitable for a true warrior. Jack asked again if the blonde was ready to try so hard that he even risked dying. The interlocutor squeezed his sword even tighter, but he was in no hurry to give an answer. Finally, having plucked up his courage, Thanos declared that he was ready for anything. The boy turned to his mentor and asked her not to leave, but to help them, although Ta did not understand how exactly. The boy stated that he wanted to use the illusion within the magic circle to create a training partner for the blonde. Hearing the girl confirm her student's guess, he smiled, noting to himself how this was possible. The mentor explained that it would take a lot of mana to create an illusion that looked like a human, but knowing this, the boy immediately began to cast spells. A moment later, the teenager began to draw something on the ground with a magical stream. The witch looked at it in surprise, realizing that the drawing was what she thought it was. Jack combined the rules of death and illusion, which greatly interested the mentor. The first spell is performed through the black magic of the 10th circle. It controls the limitation of space and changes the path of mana. In the 7th space, you can drive any opponent crazy and make them feel anxiety, fear, and panic. And the illusion of the 9th circle is a spell that creates a creature similar to a real person, but controlled. Jack remembered that he and his mentor had come up with this in a past life, because the combination of spells would be very interesting for them. The mentor reminded that changes in magic can have consequences, but they can be controlled through discipline. Suddenly, our hero turned to Thanos, who did not understand what to do. The guy said that the battles have difficulty levels from 1 to 10, the higher the harder, and a moment later he asked what level the blonde would like to start at. Thanos stuttered a little, timidly saying that it was best to start from the very beginning. Jack listened to his comrade's wishes and set up the first level, thinking that when he died 100 times, he would learn. Holding the girl's hat in his hands, our hero did everything possible to stay on track. The mentor finished everything and told Thanos to go there, but he hesitated, because it was scary, because the guy did not understand what he would face. For several minutes, the young man thought about what to do, but it was too late to retreat. Finally, the blonde made up his mind and stepped into the magic circle. A second later, Thanos was already hovering above the ground looking up. At this very time, Valentine and Jack were deciding who the first opponent would be. Jack quietly told her his first and last name, which surprised the girl, because she did not expect such a coincidence at all. For a while, the guys looked at each other like old friends who understand each other perfectly. Jack reminded the witch of the words 9 years, and noted that they could do it much faster. The girl said that the young man was a very bad person, but he did not hide it, because everyone says so, and it did not bother him. At the same time, the blonde's feet were standing on the same inscriptions as before, but this was no longer asphalt or a street. Thanos appeared in some space and did not understand where he was, because everything was dark. Only magic illuminated this room. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught his attention and made him look back to see who it was, peering into the darkness. A pumped-up guy came out from there, whose face was not visible, only his figure and the sword he was holding in his hands. The stranger came even closer, standing in front of Thanos, his head slightly lowered, which looked threatening. It was clear that he was neither old nor very young. It seemed as if Thanos had seen him somewhere before. For a while, the opponents looked at each other, but said nothing. The young man looked closely into these eyes, which were difficult to confuse with the same but different ones. For a moment, the blonde thought that this guy's gaze was the same as Jack's, his mentor's, which seemed impossible. Adult Jack pointed his sword at Thanos, indicating that this was the training he had been told about earlier. The blonde didn't think that this would be a tricky task, although he didn't expect anything else. A second later, the enemy was already flying to attack Thanos and win this fight. being as determined as Jack. The guy got nervous and thought that he had to stop his opponent with a sword, continuing to stand in a stance and trying to concentrate. The blonde felt anxiety taking hold of him with renewed vigor, and gathering his will into a fist, he decided to fight to the last. The young man understood that the well-wisher would not hesitate and would do everything possible that depended on him. At one point, everything slowed down, and then Thanos realized that the imitation of Jack would cut off his head if he did not react in time. After some time, the young man opened his eyes in horror, taking a deep breath and looking at the blue sky. The young man stood up and screamed in fear, trying to understand what was wrong with him and where he was. The guy wanted to feel his own neck and head to make sure that everything that happened a couple of minutes ago was just an illusion. Watching this, our guy came up and asked what the blonde guy was doing sitting on the floor, and he just looked at him in fear. Having come to his senses a little, the interlocutor screamed when Jack came even closer to him. His reaction was as if he had seen a ghost. Our hero shook the blonde's hand, wondering what had happened to him. Thanos took his master's hand to rise and asked who had just been in the circle, for the man looked very much like him. Starting the conversation, the teenager assured his interlocutor that it was just the magic of illusion. The young man added that the young man had little experience and had probably never been in a situation where he had to risk his life, which the young man confirmed. Jack then explained that Thanos saw him in this circle when he was 18 years old. The young man should have figured this out himself, but our hero will lift the veil of secrecy a little. The young man added that Thanos would have to fight him from his past life, and the longer he could hold out, the stronger he would become. Jack was confident that lack of talent could be compensated for by experience. After all, magic is not used there at all, only fencing, so the difficulty was at the level of the first circle. Thanos said that he understood, but he was interested in what kind of past life, because in principle, this could not exist. The guy promised to tell his friend about this later, remembering that this man could not know the story of his past life. Hearing the question of whether Thanos was confident, the young man covered his eyes with his hand, thinking about what to say. The guy said that he understood the owner, and now he will try his best to win and hold out as long as possible. Even though it was all an illusion, death felt very real there, and it was possible to go crazy. But Jack understood that Thanos was not like that. And it wasn't just a matter of sympathy. The teenager truly believed in this man. After all, despite his broken bones, he trained with a sword every day, and this took up all his free time. At the very beginning of our acquaintance, the guy admitted that he only takes breaks for food and sleep, and spends the rest of the time studying. His only problem was that the blonde constantly directed all his great mental power in the wrong direction. In that case, all he could do was die and learn from his mistakes, but Jack is absolutely sure that he can surpass Beggarman. There will come a time when this young man will be able to make a name for himself, and our hero will be happy to help him with this. The young man asked how long his interlocutor would call him Marquis. The teenager understood that initially he was just going to play with this chicken instead of the last one, but then his plans changed dramatically. Our hero thought that he would make a real man out of this chicken and asked his interlocutor out loud to call him boss. The young man, scratching his head, felt a little embarrassed, realizing that this did not suit him very well. Then Thanos suggested that they just call him young master instead, to which he agreed. The teenager patted his friend on the shoulder, getting ready to go and do his own thing. The interlocutor looked at the owner in amazement, but decided not to say anything. Suddenly the guy was overcome with a pleasant feeling, and in some sense even shame. He liked that they treated him well. Afterwards, he noted that he relies on the young owner, because he knows that he will really help him, and his dream will become a reality. Valentine, who was walking ahead and had heard the entire conversation, playfully addressed her student as a master and told him to hurry up to dinner. Little Charlotte, climbing the stairs, thought that she had done something wrong. After all, at first she was waiting for the boss, who was at the ceremony, but he never came. Afterwards, she saw her great brother Thanos and thought that he could teach her fencing, so she asked for it. But when the boss came, even though Charlotte had received a compliment, she still felt like something was wrong. Of course, the young man smiled, as he always did, but there was probably some catch to it. The girl climbed to the very top and was bored because it seemed to her that the boss was a little angry with her, which was very upsetting. Charlotte thought it was because they had dueled without permission, and she would probably have to apologize to her boss. Cell appeared in her path, and for a while the girls stood opposite each other and looked, not understanding what was happening. The new inhabitant of the house was a little scared, and did not understand what to do at the moment. because she had prevented Charlotte from passing. The vampire, on the contrary, looked at her with admiration, examining every little detail of the polymorph's appearance. Suddenly, Cell fell to her knees and began to apologize, explaining that she had not seen the girl coming this way. Charlotte, in turn, was scared because she did not understand why her new acquaintance was behaving this way and worshipping her. She knew one dragon named Valactus, because of whom she hated this entire race. After all, he used his mother and her as toys almost all their lives, and meanly called himself Charlotte's uncle, and they blindly believed it. But the boss told the girl one important thing that she remembered. She is not at all like Valactus, and the vampire believes what the young master says. But that was then, and now the girl witnessed a strange scene. Polymorph lay on the floor and shook with fear, afraid that they would start to mock her, as they did for 2 years in the Tulkan Empire. Charlotte was no less scared, and she tried to figure out what to do and overcome her fear and believe that there are good dragons. Pointing at this unfortunate woman, Jack's ward decided that she had to act. The vampire decided to pick the girl up from the floor and hug her to calm her down and make friends with her. Jack didn't tell her at all what happened to Cell, but perhaps young Charlotte could help her. The young gentleman entered the kitchen and looked at the delicious fried eggs that were standing in the frying pan. The guy asked the cook again about the polymorph, and he calmly replied that the baby had been on the roof since the morning. Afterwards, the man offered Jack something to eat since he was already there, to which he happily agreed. Despite the fact that time was passing, the girls, as before, stood in the middle of the corridor and hugged. This scene was witnessed by Jack and the mentor, who were very surprised that they had finally become such friends, since before only Cell had shown friendliness. Our hero was in no hurry to say or do anything, but simply watched attentively what was happening. The guy thought that if he looked closely, he could see that Charlotte was crying, and Cell was shaking with fear for some reason, and at that moment they were hugging. The teenager understood that this could not go on for long, and so he coughed to attract attention. Suddenly the vampire jumped up from her place and ran towards the boss. However, the expression on our hero's face did not change at all. He stood and looked at the same point. Charlotte apologized to Jack, and the polymorph began to bow again, which attracted the girl's attention. The vampire ran up and started to lift Cell, emphasizing that she should get up from the floor, but she really didn't want to do this and asked to let her go. The mentor noted that the dragon was completely different last night. Despite everyone's surprise, the teenager explained that the little girl had to go through a lot in that laboratory and that she probably had psychological trauma. Jack lifted both girls up with ease, drawing their attention to himself and asking them to explain. It turns out that Charlotte was apologizing for them starting a duel without his permission, thinking it made him angry. The vampire began to scream loudly and cry that she would not do it again, if only Jack would not be angry with her anymore. The young man explained that she was allowed to have them whenever she wanted, because if she hit Thanos on the head with a wooden sword, he definitely wouldn't be angry. And then he asked why Charlotte even thought the guy was unhappy. And a minute later, laughing, he added that the most important thing was that the novice fencer didn't kill the blonde. The girl asked again if he was sure he wasn't angry, to which he replied that he simply felt sorry for Thanos, who had fought so poorly. Our hero thought for a moment before continuing his thought. The gentleman said that they were convinced of her fencing talents, and that at night they would test her mastery of magic, which Charlotte really liked. And again, for a moment, the young man went into his own thoughts. The guy remembered the unhappy and trembling Cell, who had recently been lying on the floor. And then the teenager's thoughts turned to the chef who was preparing such a delicious steak. The young man looked at his new charge and asked what was happening to her, why she had no strength. The previous evening the dragon was full of energy, resisting like she was not herself, and now she can hardly stand on her feet. Suddenly the girl began to utter some incomprehensible remarks, which both surprised and frightened the teenager. Polymorph began to speak of a demon who changed the earth and sky. Our hero sat the little girl down on the sofa and asked her if the reason for her worries was the destruction of the world, which she confirmed. The mentor explained that this was the prophecy of the third dragon lord, because she knew what the girl was talking about. 400 years ago, this dragon, who was stronger than all the others put together, rebelled against the will of his mentor. Of course, he died because the girl's victory was obvious. And this is considering that she put minimal effort into it. The third lord was able to foresee the future using the power of souls, so he left a message even before his death. Jack asked if she was afraid that he was a demon who would destroy the world. The young man thought thoughtfully that, unfortunately, this was true. The young master decided to report that this prediction was complete nonsense. The end of the world does not exist at all. The girl tried to object, but our hero once again stated that this was nonsense. What kind of end of the world could we be talking about? Everyone knows that this will never happen. The teenager looked sadly at his interlocutor, who was not going to give up so easily. Cell began to get angry and say that this was the Third Lord's prediction, and he was never wrong. The young man began to smile. The young man thought to himself that this little girl was quite energetic. The boy explained to her that her parents had not told her that this lord liked to change his predictions for the sake of the race. The Dragon Lord did this to protect his race, and it happened very often, so don't believe it. The teenager patted Cell on the head and noted that she was worried about something stupid, but now she should relax and switch over. Polymorph promised to calm down, but asked again that the young man would not eat her. Our hero sincerely replied that dragons were not to his taste. The next second, the young man finally began to smile and wanted to say something. Jack reminded her that it was almost lunchtime and that the girl should tell him something now. Our hero was especially interested in whether she liked the steak from the chef. After these words, the little girl began to drool, although she continued to remain silent. The girl answered with embarrassment that she really liked it. That is, the steak was very tasty, and she had never tried anything like it. Our hero laughed, saying that then for lunch they would eat steaks together, but not like in the morning. The young master noted that tomorrow he would ask the cook to cook something new that Sally liked. The young man added that the girl should enjoy the delicious food and not get bored, happily watching how she came to life before his eyes. The little dragon looked at the young man with admiration, already in some kind of anticipation. Jack suddenly remembered that he had not introduced the girls to each other, although they already knew each other. But for some reason it was necessary. The young man explained that Charlotte would become the future queen of the vampires, and she waved her hand with a smile and joy. And Cell will become the future mistress of dragons, but she did not understand how she could become one, because it was impossible. The teenager looked at the blonde, but decided to introduce the young man at dinner. The next minute, our hero turned to the vampire, who immediately stood at attention. Jack asked Charlotte to run to Guinness, so that he could start preparing dinner for them, which the girl obediently did. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the two hands had come together. The vampiress approached the little dragon and silently took her hand. The girl suggested going together and having a good talk and becoming friends. For some time, the polymorph looked attentively at her interlocutor, not understanding how to react. Cell didn't answer. Although she agreed, she had never seen her peers and didn't know how to communicate. A moment later, the girlfriends were standing in the hallway, chatting pleasantly about something, getting ready to go to the kitchen. After the girls left, the teacher emphasized that Jack was a good liar because the Third Lord was very special. He used soul energy as mana, but only for psychological skills. It is also necessary to understand that all his predictions were brief. They were like, it will rain tomorrow, the battle will begin the day after tomorrow, and everything according to his prophecy was true. Only one did not come true, about the demon who will destroy the whole world. Jack asked his interlocutor if she thought he would destroy the whole world, and she replied that he was the only one who talked about it. Our hero, closing his eyes, noted that he did not think these words could be trusted. The young man said that if this were true, he would have been able to destroy the entire world in his past life. And the mentor asked again why it didn't work out. The young master said that he destroyed one country and then died because he had no reason to live. Our hero remembered how it happened and he felt a little uneasy. The teenager said that there should always be a meaning, and when there isn't, he fell silent. And after a short pause, he added that when he is not there, he does not want to be there, and therefore our hero does not believe in predictions. Jack tried to calm the mentor, who looked so worried, by saying that the demon was someone else in the future. The young man continued to note that the future and fate were not determined, that tomorrow it would rain, and then somewhere else the battle would begin again. The young man continued to say that if you close the sky and stop any conflicts, you can prevent the prediction from coming true. Then everyone will live as they lived before. So the young man is sure that the future is not determined, the future in which his mentor has only 13 years left to live. The guy thought that if this really happened, he would be very angry. But the very next second, Valentine shouted after him and suggested that they go to lunch together. At this moment, the girls watched as the cook prepared the food, but he could not concentrate because he was being closely watched. Finally, everyone gathered together at the table. It was a unique opportunity to introduce each other to everyone once again. The guy started the story with Thanos, whom they met recently but became friends. This guy is only 17 years old. Many people have probably heard of Charlotte because she loves blood, and she is 11 years old. The new resident of the estate is the one who was released the day before. It was 10-year-old Cell. And finally, our hero introduced himself as a boss who looked 14 years old, and that's how the gang of kids turned out. Looking at the plates around him, the teenager noted that Guinness was a much better cook than he had originally thought. The chef even once said that he worked as an imperial chef for 4 years. After tasting the fish, he thought, who knew such talent was so close? Chewing the fish, the young man understood that this was a real masterpiece, something he could enjoy every day. Jack told Cell that today's steak was bloodless, realizing that the little girl didn't like that at all. It scared her. Charlotte, as soon as she heard the word blood, approached Jack because she wanted to taste his blood, which she liked. The little girl stared at her plate and didn't want to see it because the sight of the red liquid still made her feel sick. The young master thought how quickly they were growing up. The first girl would become a queen. The second would be the mistress of dragons. Our hero was also pleased that the girls became friends and helped each other, which was very valuable. The boy sat and smiled at the thought that he was like a dad to them, and he liked to watch how they lived. 2473. The teacher looked intently at the young man. It seemed that the girl was worried about something. Suddenly, she asked why the young man was not training, after which he became a little dissatisfied and thought about what to tell Valentine. There was a moment of silence, the teacher and student staring at each other. While stabbing the fish, the teenager emphasized that 2 circles were enough for him and that she didn't have to worry about him. As he put a piece of fish into his mouth, the guy hoped that such an answer would completely satisfy the girl. The witch sat and watched attentively as her ward, with his mouth full of food, chewed it with difficulty. The beauty continued to ask what happened to Bluetooth, the spy, and the mercenaries, and did he really think that the mentor didn't understand anything? Charlotte, who heard this name, tensed up a little but said nothing. The woman continued that in reality, Jack doesn't trust them but himself. Of course, the guy has a small body now, but he needs time, and then he can easily get the 3rd and even the 4th round. Our hero turned all this into a joke, noting that if he really wanted to, he could get a 5th round. The teacher was silent while drinking her juice. She had no intention of pressuring her student, although she understood that he needed instructions. Jack thought he didn't want to admit it, but still, he was biologically a little boy, and his body wasn't the same as it used to be. There is a difference in the size of his veins, and even the size of his heart is different from what it was in his past life. If he were Thanos' age, he could easily get around every day, but now he needs more time. And don't forget about attentiveness, because if you injure a person at the moment when he creates a mana circle, he will receive a big shock. The teacher asked again if Jack was worried because he might get into some kind of danger while creating the mana circle. The guy smiled and said that he was a witch and couldn't hide anything even if he really wanted to. When Jack first reincarnated as his 14-year-old self, he created the first step in prison because no one could get to him. The young man created the second circle when Ron was nearby, always ready to protect, and the boy trusted him infinitely. The butler didn't ask anything, he just did his job. The young man knew that if the gentleman wanted, he would tell everything himself. The young man explained that while the teacher was a doll, he had to protect her, and there was no time to create a circle. Our hero knew that Valentine returned to his normal form once a month, and it happened today. Looking at the dessert, the guy continued to note to himself that he couldn't waste time on circles. The source of his strength was energy. Valentine stated that it was foolish to receive protection from a student when you were his mentor. And then she noted that even if it was only once a month, she could fulfill her duty. The girl said that she could take care of the guy while he created the circle. Our hero watched in horror as the witch tried to feed him. The guy didn't really like this, nor did he like her idea, because he had plans for the evening that he didn't want to cancel. The teenager bought tickets to the theater, because there would be a performance by a famous troupe of artists, and he really wanted to go see it. The mentor began to get angry and say that she returns to her form once a month and can protect him, but he refuses. The girl demonstratively placed her hand on the table, showing that she was against the plans. Valentine smiled and asked her student directly if he was really refusing her offer. Jack started to get up from his chair and said that it was now 1 o'clock, and if nothing was done, he would have to make it in 5 o'clock. The young man caught the surprised glances of his acquaintances, although they said nothing. And in the evening they will all go to the theater because he doesn't want to give it up at all, and the tickets have already been bought. At the guild, the leader finally found out how much the order cost, and was very surprised, because it was a large sum of 500,000 gold. The man did not believe that such a thing could happen at all, and so he asked his assistant about it again. Hearing that Dietrich had paid such a sum, the chief smiled greedily. He noted that the young gentleman was truly a complete psychopath, because he gave away such funds, although he could have paid less. The Marquis's annual budget is 300,000. Despite this, he paid out an amount that exceeded his income by 1.5 times at once, and all this for the sake of killing just one person. Heir learned that the aristocrat had borrowed 200,000 in the name of the House of Hermann and had received the remaining 300,000 immediately. But it is still unclear where this man got so much money. The manager came up with the idea that he might be selling illegal drugs, and his subordinate confirmed that there were rumors that he had his own business. Taliso explained that he had tried to find out something about this, but no records could be found. It was not unusual for aristocrats to lead such a lifestyle using drugs, and who would open their own business related to this, especially since it was supposed to be the young gentleman's hobby? The assistant explained that Dietrich did not do this on his own, and as they say, all the Marquises of Hermann do this. The manager came up with a theory that the aristocrat was simply acting on their behalf, but was not doing anything on his own, especially since there were distribution routes throughout the country. The young man asked his boss again whether he had understood the scheme just by looking at some document. Sighing, Heir said that he basically knew about it anyway, but how far they had gone was another matter. The assistant immediately asked if he should conduct any further investigation. The young man thought for a while because he himself did not know what to investigate next. The business of selling forbidden elixirs was impossible without the support of the ducal or royal family. Getting up from his seat, the manager thought that there were many nuances in this matter. Heir decided to stop investigating further, because now it was time to deal with the payment, having learned from a subordinate that he had found half of the money. The man was surprised, although he noted to himself that now everything was clear to him. He understood that the assassination attempt had failed and the Assassins' Guild had been destroyed. Otherwise, the informants would have found out everything long ago and would not have let him go just like that. Ventiman hid his money after dividing it. All that was left was to find the other half, and then said he would go get lunch. Heir told the boy to continue searching, and for him to order the other boys to join in. The subordinate asked why they don't tell the top brass about this. Is there really something wrong? The boss turned around and looked closely at his colleague, although he did not say anything to him. The interlocutor watched the boss with fear, regretting that he had even started this conversation. Heir suddenly replied, "They are not hiding anything. He just wants them to have fewer problems, and they will solve everything themselves." And he continued to say that they were busy people, knowing that the guy was a complete fool and would believe it, so there was no need to explain anything. Not much time passed, and a middle-aged man happily greeted the gentleman. Heir approached the baker Martin and asked for 10 buns to take with him, to which the baker replied that they had just come out of the oven. For a moment, the guy thought about the fact that he didn't trust the top brass, because Jack's threats were very real. Therefore, he must find money to save his head. The guild leader decided to think about it later, because there was no point in giving his life for the top leadership. Heir was the director of the branch, and therefore he could make some decisions himself. A few moments later, when the young man went outside, his thoughts were interrupted by someone pushing his leg. The guy went down to pet the cat, who was very cute and rubbed against him. The man didn't know the top of the guild at all, and therefore didn't understand how one could be loyal to people who hid their identity. Heir understood that the boss was definitely not one person. The young man understood that if he had confidence in the top, then everything would have been completely different. The baker asked not to feed the cat, because he had already eaten 2 bowls of food this morning, which is why he was so fat. Moving along the face, Heir did not understand how it was possible to subjugate the forest of monsters. He thought that it was a pity for people who gave their lives for the forest of monsters. As the chief bit into his pie, he knew that this battle could have been avoided. But it wasn't even a battle, but a whole war between people and monsters. The monsters can't get out of the forest, but that doesn't change the essence of the matter. Standing in front of the door, the young man understood that wars are created to plunge society into chaos. The guy walked into the guild and handed over the buns, saying that he bought one for everyone, delighting his colleagues and lifting their spirits. The Arabi's Guild is stronger than it seems, because it is not difficult to control the mood of the country through information. Also, thanks to the king's support, the number of people who were mana users was greatly reduced, although the king may lose his support. The guild leader fell onto the sofa and wondered why their organization was involved in such terrible things. Placing his hand on the piece of paper, Heir thought about how many strange things had been happening lately. And then the young man looked carefully at the portrait that lay in front of him. The young man mentioned the name Dietrich Hermann and said that perhaps he could too. Heir understood that Dietrich's business, connected with the sale of forbidden elixirs, could not exist without the support of the Empire. Everyone understands perfectly well that the entire top is interconnected. Still lying motionless, the young man understood that he needed answers to many questions. It is quite possible that those 300,000 were used to push this stupid man forward and make him responsible. The man knew that they could earn a lot of money this way by promoting their young son, but as a guild, they did not see the movement of this money. Heir wondered if a day of investigation would be enough to find out everything. The guy himself didn't understand that their superiors were deliberately hiding it. Could it really be their stolen money? The young man understood that this was why he had previously received a response asking him to accept Dietrich's offer. But it was still unclear why the top would go so far unless. And the man interrupted his thoughts. Maybe this is money stolen from the bosses, although no, it is not that amount. Perhaps the funds went towards military expenses, and then the top brass is preparing for some kind of war. But whose funds are these? Is it the money of the top brass or those who cover their backs? Heir decided that these were certainly not the funds that would be used to attack the monster forest. Count Mentis paid most of the money. The man did not understand why and what their motives were. The young man was still lying on the sofa, trying to understand where it all started and where it would lead in the future. Lately, the leader has been wondering if someone is deliberately undermining the power of the city, or rather the entire country. Because the number of drug addicts and the crime rate are growing now, and that is why so many mercenaries are being hired for their protection. The man thought that this might be related to rumors that the Tulkun Empire had conducted experiments on dragons 2 years ago. Even though they said that all dragons died out long ago, these are just words, and there must be reasons for these rumors to appear. Then Heir immediately wanted to check how true these rumors were, but a message came from above. The letter stated that the young man should not investigate anything related to the Tulkun Empire. The boss held the piece of paper in his hands. He didn't like all this, but how could he interfere? Heir decided that if these were just rumors, then he would not have been given such an order. Raising his hand, the young man thought that he had some kind of premonition. The boss tried to convince himself that he needed to stop thinking about it. But on the other hand, how could he? It was work. Closing his eyes, the man thought that he was unable to stop because some terrible feeling was taking over his body. The guess was that the Arabes Guild leadership was either connected to the Tulkun Empire, or there was someone from those parts, and the Adventurers Guild was actively helping to gather information. The man wondered if this was true. Then where did they get the dragon from? And perhaps the animals still lived somewhere, for example, in the monster forest. And if in fact a hunt is conducted to find their tracks, this will become very likely. The Tulka Empire has absolutely no value for soldiers and is ready to use them as expendable material. If the result is excellent, then good. But if not, they will simply be glad that they have reduced the country's military power. It is the man from the Tulkun Empire who must have the greatest power and control over what is happening. Heir suddenly jumped up from his seat, as if an idea had just occurred to him. If the leader's guesses are correct, then the Tesla Empire will not last long. It already holds its borders poorly and will easily become a colony. So Tulkun is what they are really striving for. It dawned on the man that the Empire was striving for war, and they were simply helpless, and that might be true. The manager clutched his head, realizing that he was too confused by this information. There are probably people from Tulkun at the top of the Arabes Guild and in the government, which means they want to unite the continent. There is not much time left, perhaps 20 years. Heir consoled himself with the thought that perhaps another 30 years would pass, although he knew that this was a deception. But what would happen to the guild? What would happen to him personally? That remained a big question. The young man really likes the country, but he doesn't want to become a hunting dog thrown away after catching rabbits. If so, then it is necessary to create new and strong threads, namely, those that there will be no need to doubt and which will certainly not break. Jack sat in a gazebo standing over the water and created another circle, and the mentor protected him from danger. Valentine and Charlotte looked at the boy carefully. It seemed like they had never seen him like this. Little Sel, seeing something like this for the first time, entered the room and wondered who this strange stranger was. The little girl thought that she hated people, She remembered being tortured with magical shackles, having her limbs cut off, and having her blood drained. The girl understood that no matter what she did, she could not love these creatures. Although, ironically, it was one of them who freed her from captivity and gave her a new, safe, and comfortable life. The little girl stopped, clasping one hand with the other and clutching her sarafan, which spoke of how much she was worried. Sel remembered that her parents had abandoned her, leaving her alone in the country of Tulkan, and had written knowledge of xenobiotics onto her body. At first, she was afraid that strong people like Jack ate dragon meat and wanted to eat her. But the young man did not demand anything in return, and Sel realized that a good man cannot be a demon destroying the world. Our hero brought something into the girl's life that she had never known before. The baby realized this when, being a dragon, the guy already began to stroke and calm her down. The girl once again thought about the fact that the Third Lord, for some unknown reason, had deceived everyone. How could a person reach the third circle in just an hour, and reach the fourth in another hour? But the most amazing thing happened a couple of hours later. Something happened that amazed everyone present. Jack reached the fifth circle, and this was an incredible result for an ordinary person. Charlotte apparently thought the boss was really cool, and anyone who saw it would agree. Although the little girl herself looked at the young man with admiration, not understanding how this was possible. The teacher turned to Sel, asking if she was worried, and the girl loudly answered that she was very worried. Valentine said calmly that the girl shouldn't worry, but should relax. The young lady agreed, although there was still some concern in her eyes. The woman reassured her once again, saying that they both had great talents and reminded her to keep an eye on the guy. The witch explained that what the girl saw was a striking state of the circle, pointing to Jack's chest. Valentine said that a difference of one lap makes a big difference, and this is exactly the case. Sel looked at her mentor, trying to figure out if she was a human, a god, or perhaps a demigod. For a moment, the little girl saw the witch in a different light, thinking that she might be a monster. And the teacher continued to explain that Jack was strong enough, and his circles were in complete harmony. The form in which this unity was achieved is sometimes called the unity of mana. If you can control this state, you can open all boundaries. Then the witch turned to the girl and asked her not to think about stupidity, reminding her who they both were. Valentine asked her interlocutor what she thought about who she and her student really were. The woman said that she could talk about herself, but not about Jack, after which Sel became very upset. The little girl bowed her head, said out loud that everything was clear to her, but thought to herself that the reason was that she was a stranger to everyone. The mentor winked and admitted that she also knew a little about him, and that there were reasons for that. The girl lowered her head in silence because she wanted to know if this strange guy could be trusted. Valentine hugged Sel and said that she understood what happened in that lab, asking her to trust Jack. The girl hugged the baby so tightly like no one had ever done before. The witch confirmed once again that she was safe with these people, primarily hinting at her student. The woman promised that as long as Jack was around, no one would even touch the girl with a finger because she was protected. Tears of joy appeared in Sel's eyes because the mentor proved that she was now safe. The very next minute, the little girl was smiling through her tears, smiling in a way she didn't even think she could. A fifth circle at 14 was something to be proud of. It was unprecedented, but Jack wasn't sure his body had changed. Our hero believed that he was creating circles so quickly because of past events, but his energy is not related to age. The secret was the pure soul energy, which was of a higher level, and so it could handle mana. The young man was glad that everything turned out the way it did. Everyone was watching the theatrical performance that Jack was so eager to attend, although his thoughts were elsewhere. The young man thought that he could become stronger than in his past life, when he first discovered his inner energy. Charlotte was fascinated by the actress and looked at her with admiration, but Jack was only thinking that perhaps he really did have the power to destroy the world. The performance came to an end, and so all the spectators joyfully applauded the actors. Our hero, looking around as before, was immersed in his own thoughts. It seemed like there were happy faces everywhere, and it seemed like Charlotte had forgotten all the problems in the world. Unexpectedly, the young master's attention was drawn to Sel, because the guy did not understand how he and his mentor became such friends, although they did not communicate at all. The baby dragon sat on Valentine's lap, smiling, and the young man had not seen her like this for a long time and thought that she had forgotten about smiling. If Jack had known that everyone would like it here, he would have brought Thanos with him, who could also diversify this evening. The guy was upset that the blonde stayed home at his personal request. Our hero thought how difficult it is to become the best swordsman on the continent. The witch, turning to her ward, stated the fact that the young man did not like the performance, not suspecting that he had not really paid attention to it. But the guy emphasized that everything is interesting and even amazing, especially the exciting plot twists that constantly keep you on the edge of your seat. The mentor asked again if he meant the moment where Christine turned out to be a phantom of the theater, trying to catch him in a lie. Jack proudly replied that it was this moment that struck him, because no one thought that the ghost was the main character of the play. Those present looked at him silently, and a slight disdain appeared in the teacher's eyes for his inattention to the plot. The woman explained that the ghost was not Christine, but a man named Eric, who always wears a mask. How could they be confused? The young man laughed nervously, trying to divert attention from his mistake. And in order to somehow divert attention from himself, he suggested going out for a bite to eat, because people were already leaving. But the teacher did not calm down. She said that the young man was confused, and therefore was in a hurry to change the subject. One of the pubs was very lively, with guests actively chatting and enjoying dishes whose aroma could be smelled from the street. Jack and Valentine walked in and were greeted by a waitress who asked how many guests there were, to which they replied that there were 4 and 1 dish to go. Our heroes looked at the meat, wondering when their order would be brought to them. Sitting at the table, the girls shared their impressions of the performance, trying to shorten the time it took for their dishes to be prepared. Our hero watched his companions attentively, rejoicing that they had spent such a wonderful evening. But the next minute the guy was worried about something. He heard someone's familiar voice. It turned out that Abero had entered the room and was immediately noticed by the waitress, making him feel a little uncomfortable with her attention. The man tried to answer politely so as not to offend her, understanding how fragile a young girl's heart can sometimes be. By chance, the boss noticed how Jack and the mentor were looking at him, realizing that there was no way to avoid this couple. For some time, the young man simply stood there, not daring to do anything. Abero approached out of politeness and said that he did not expect to see them here, to which he heard a joking question whether he was following them. The guild leader replied with a smile that he had come to eat, since an information gatherer would not reveal himself like that. Jack noted that the man had a lot of time since he was going to restaurants and not looking for his funds, explaining his dissatisfaction. The manager sat down next to him and said that he had already found half, because it was his job to be fast and loyal to his clients. The young man smiled. He was clearly proud of what he had managed to learn in just one day. The young man noted that it seemed to him as if the man wanted to say something, but instead, he sat silently, like a fish in water. Abero explained that he had something to say, but he wouldn't say it now, and quickly fell silent, leaving his interlocutor to sit in suspense. Our hero sat and smiled. The guy didn't want to start a scandal. Although the very next moment, Jack changed his mind and declared that he understood everything. The teenager, looking at the mentor, noted that she stood out among everyone here, looking like a goddess of beauty, even better than the legendary Aphrodite. But before the young man could finish his thoughts, someone took Valentine by the hand. The stranger came closer and asked if the beautiful lady would allow him to sit next to her. Our heroes held their breath for a second, noting that it was this man who played the ghost in the performance. Valentine, smiling, replied that she was very busy, apologizing so that he would be less upset when he heard the refusal. But the young man was in no hurry to give up. He understood that the girl had things to do and hoped for a quick meeting. And so the stranger began to ask where the beauty lived, although Abero loudly called out to the actor, drawing his attention to himself. The guild worker began to quietly explain something to the uninvited guest. Then he whispered something in his ear again, and from the expression on the man's face one could tell that something was wrong with him. Suddenly the actor turned around and started running without even having time to apologize. Jack asked Abera if he thought he would pay, to which he received the noble answer that he did not want to see that. And then, scratching his head, the young man noted that the young man need not worry, because he would find all the money. Abera was about to leave, but the mentor stopped him and invited him to have dinner with them for that kind gesture. Our hero, looking at the man, thought that he was waiting for his invitation, and therefore told him to sit down. The man sat down next to Jack again as he asked if he had the funds, to which Abero didn't know how to answer. The young man explained that nothing here was free, and he was not going to buy food for those richer than him, which sounded like a reproach. The young man looked at the teenager with disdain. He didn't like this attitude. After a while, there were already many dishes on the table that looked very appetizing, so much so that you wanted to start the meal as soon as possible. Sel looked at the food most astonishedly. It seemed as if the girl had not eaten for several months. Abero emphasized that the beauties can eat more and not be shy, and if they want something else, he will order more. Jack noticed that this man treated children much better than he expected, because at first you wouldn't say so. While stabbing the meat, the guild leader happily sent it into her mouth. Although suddenly our hero asked the man why he accepted Dietrich's order, which greatly surprised his interlocutor, because he had thought about it a lot. Abero explained that this was what the higher-ups had ordered, and fell silent, since he had nothing else to say in his defense. The teenager smiled, carefully thinking about what to say. And then Jack noted that the man was trying to say that he was just a puppet being controlled. The young man honestly admitted that although he is the head of the branch, he is also a convenient tool. The young man accepted the fact that his interlocutor had also suffered, and asked again whether he had found half the amount promised in the contract. When the man clarified that Jack had been paid 500,000 gold, he spat out everything that was in his mouth, because he had not expected that. The guy, amazed by everything that was said, asked again whether his interlocutor had mixed up anything. Perhaps they were talking about 50,000. Everyone was interested in where Dietrich got his talent for making money and why he spent such a large sum on one guy. The manager noted that he had some businesses and said nothing more, continuing to enjoy the food. And again the boys fell silent, each one immersed in his own thoughts. Jack asked again if the man was testing him now because his answer was very vague, as if to test his reaction. The interlocutor explained that there might be something in these businesses that Dietrich was involved in, but he could not tell about it for free. A moment later, our hero slapped his table neighbor on the shoulder. Jack angrily asked if he asked for it, forcing the boy to eat faster and pay half because he doesn't pay for the elders. The young man, smiling, noted that he could pay but would not do so. The interlocutor still did not understand why he should pay for more than one person out of 5. The boy explained that he had originally intended to eat alone, but the manager had intervened, so he had to pay half for it. In a quieter voice, our hero asked why the guy was silent and whether he would pay the bill. But then the guy noted that he was joking and quickly fell silent. And then he said that the interlocutor should consider this a gift from hell where he lives, and if he does not finish the job, then the gift will not be needed. The young man added that he hoped their case would be resolved as soon as possible. The man was shaking with fear while Jack sat and smiled because in this case he really was joking. Evening came, and the mentor's time in this body ended, which she announced to those gathered. Suddenly the light enveloped the girl's body, illuminating everything around, which surprised the guest, who saw this for the first time in his life. A bear felt like something was wrong, because it couldn't possibly be. However, a moment later, instead of the curvy girl sitting on the chair, there was now a doll, who remained the teacher as before. The man asked in fear what it was and what had happened to the woman. Was she really not real? But instead of answering, our hero took this miniature girl in his arms as before. Jack said he didn't care if he told anyone about it, but asked him to keep quiet if possible. The boss, just like a few minutes earlier, was in shock and therefore did not know what to say. At the same time, the witch looked questioningly at the young man, but said nothing. Finally, having come to his senses, the interlocutor noted that he would not tell anyone anything. No one would take his and his mentor's secret at their word, although he didn't care if anyone found out about it. Although the guy thought that Abero also considered it a simple transformation. Standing outside, the boys were about to leave when Jack ordered the man to be careful, as if he was caring about him. Only a few seconds passed, and our heroes were already watching the departing guest. The teenager seemed to enjoy the company, as he smiled and waved at his new acquaintance. The mentor began to tell Jack that even in her past life she had not told him about one thing, but he did not understand what the girl was talking about. Valentine was in no hurry to celebrate anything. She simply, like her student, watched as a bear left. Suddenly the witch explained that this could be considered intuition. Perhaps it was because the girl had often encountered death in the past, and therefore in the present she could smell the death of those who were about to leave this world. Jack asked Valentine if she thought the manager was going to die soon, and she confirmed that he did. With a thoughtful tone in her voice, the interlocutor stated that it was unlikely to be our hero, hinting at someone else. The teenager decided to himself that many talented people died in the Empire at that time, and perhaps this young man was no exception. The guy confirmed that it was not he who would deal with the manager, although a couple of seconds later he replied that he himself actually did not know who it would be. The young man did not understand what kind of person this man was. What kind of person Heir was, because the boy only knew his title and name. The man does not seem untalented to our hero, but at the same time he has nothing to give the teenager. At this very time, Charlotte was showing the cat to little Cell, who did not understand what was wanted from her. After that, she decided to offer the cat to the boss, and he thought, why not, hugging his comrades tightly. While Heir was busy with his business, Jack told everyone that only time would tell whether this guy could be useful to him or not. Suddenly, the guild leader remembered the work that urgently needed to be done and decided that he would have to eat something to stay awake. The next day, Jack was swimming near the gazebo because it was a very hot day, and he enjoyed refreshing himself. Standing in the water and wiping his forehead with his hand, our hero noted how wonderful it was that he found himself in such a beautiful place. The teacher who was nearby asked if the young man could not bathe in another place, since it was created for meditation and prayer. With a smile on his face, the teenager kindly invited his mentor to join him, hearing her refuse. Only a few seconds passed before the young man began to slowly climb the stairs. The young man, coming out of the water, asked Cell if she had decided what she would do next, since the girl had time to think everything over carefully. Turning around, the little girl was in no hurry to say anything. Some confusion could be seen on her face. Seeing this, Jack sat down next to her on the stairs and decided to ask her plans again, seeing how Cell could not bring herself to say anything. Suddenly, the girl, who had looked confused before, turned into a real beast, screaming that she was planning to take revenge. She said she wanted to meet her parents who abandoned her and the beggarmans who abused her. Jack looked at her with a smile, thinking that Thanos had a rival because this little girl's strength was extraordinary, as was her desire for revenge. Cell, upset and embarrassed, asked if it would be difficult, realizing that the guy was unlikely to support her idea. However, the teenager thoughtfully stated that nothing would be particularly difficult, but that he needed to hurry. The young man explained that people can leave this world due to other circumstances, such as illness or murder. Cell looked down and asked why she should live then, realizing that the meaning was lost. Our hero looked at his interlocutor in surprise, but remained silent. But a moment later, smiling, Jack declared that the little girl herself must understand who she is and what she wants to do in this world. Embarrassed, Cell honestly noted that the young man was absolutely right. Suddenly, Devochka asked where Charlotte and Thanos were now, because she hadn't seen them for a long time. Jack explained that they were at an academy where they studied and had fun while gaining new knowledge. The boy reminded the little girl that at 7 o'clock in the morning, when the kids were getting ready for classes, she was still fast asleep. The teenager continued by saying that the academy not only teaches combat, but other things as well, which is why students go there. Cell, calling him boss, asked what the girl and the boy were learning from Jack, who did not understand why the little girl had suddenly started calling him boss. The young man noted that he could not teach anything except fighting, as well as relationships with other people. For example, you can't learn the communication process by being in the same circle. The academy brings together people from all over the country, and where there are many people, there is more space for development. Jack stated that he would like Cell to study too, but she probably isn't ready yet. The little girl, embarrassed, said that she didn't get along well with people. Jack didn't understand the reason, so he asked why Cell thought so. The girl was silent, and Jack smiled as if he had planned something to cheer her up. The very next minute, the guy started splashing water, which scared the girl, who didn't expect this. The little girl subconsciously tried to protect herself, and therefore began to back away, not realizing that she was on the very edge. A second later, Cell fell into the water and asked what the boss was doing, trying to understand his actions. Jack explained that he saw her sad face and decided to cheer up the little girl, noting that one should not get attached to the past. Shaking his hand to his ward, the teenager declared that the past is just the past. It is gone. It can no longer be brought back. A minute later, the girl asked what had happened in the past to the guy, who did not understand why the dragoness asked such a strange question. The young man explained that they were completely different, and added that the girl was still a child, and since that was the case, she should live freely, without thinking about anything. The young man smiled and noted that if Cell suddenly wanted to go to the academy, she should say so. The next moment, Jeans entered the room and asked the teenager if he had gone anywhere. Hearing the cook say that they had a guest, the young man asked in surprise who it could be if he wasn't expecting anyone. It turned out that it was the head of the Arabi's guild. At least that's how he introduced himself. With a smile on his face, our hero stated that, apparently, this man was not dead yet, which provoked the anger of the mentor. Not much time passed, and Heir was already sitting on the floor in the rest and meditation room. The man, tired and sleepy, said he had found the second half of the money, surprising Jack, who did not understand how it could have been done in a day. And in order to confirm his words, the guild representative handed the guy an envelope. Jack looked at it all in surprise, and then began to quickly open it, not knowing what could be in it. The envelope contained anonymous checks from the Continental Exchange, which the young man could immediately exchange for gold. Our hero looked closely at the pieces of paper that were inside, getting ready to count them. After some time, the teenager looked in front of him attentively, and seemed surprised by the amount of money that was inside. Jack realized that the amount was slightly different, because there were 5 checks for 100,000 and 1 for 5,000. The young man asked where these additional funds came from, to which he received the answer that this was half that the young man could pay. After bowing, the manager said he had a few questions for the teenager. The man said that if Jack answered them, he would receive an extra 5,000. Our hero looked at his interlocutor. It seemed that the guy did not understand what he was talking about. The young man explained that he could not disclose confidential information that concerned him, but still invited the man to ask questions. The teenager was about to listen to his interlocutor, although before that he looked at Cell and the mentor, who were swimming in the pool. Turning his gaze to the young man, Jack asked him what he wanted to know. Heir asked about the Assassin's Guild, thinking that Jack was the one who destroyed them. Our hero smiled sarcastically, realizing that this question was aimed at finding out who was behind the young man and whether he had destroyed everyone himself. The manager looked at the teenager with some indifference, but was in no hurry to say anything else. The young master said that he had destroyed them all, ridding the world of them so that even the corpses could not be found. Although, of course, in fact, it was the mentor who did it. The interlocutor noted with calmness in his voice that everything was clear to him, although he wanted to know something else interesting. The man asked if Jack was connected to the struggle for the throne of the Tulkun Empire, which surprised our hero. The teenager did not understand what the Tulkun Empire had to do with all this. The guy also didn't know how he could be connected to all this, asking about it directly. And so Jack, in response, decided to ask his own questions, which confused the man. The young man stood up, and at that moment he was engulfed in a blue glow, evidence that he had begun to use mana. The interlocutor covered his eyes with his hand, while the guy was talking about how he was glad that the manager was collecting information for him. While our hero continued to thank Heir for keeping his word and returning the money, he saw how the girls were carried away from the room by a whirlwind of energy. The teenager paused for a moment and then said that for now everything was fine with him. Pressing on, the guy started saying something about the Tulakan Empire, hoping that his opponent would understand him without words. The young man explained that 10,000 gold was not a small sum, and for that money you could get whatever you wanted. Jack noted that he hadn't slept all night because of the urgency, but what did the Tulkun Empire have to do with it? The interlocutor looked at the teenager with horror, gradually trying to back away, not understanding what to expect from the young gentleman. On the one hand, fear could be seen in the interlocutor's eyes, but on the other, there was some kind of confidence. The teenager smiled and asked if it was true that the guild leader was looking for new connections. The next minute, our hero put his foot on the guest's shoulder and began to push him. The young man asked his interlocutor if he thought that Jack's henchmen could become his informants. The guy continued to say that he knew that the young man was doing a good job, but at the same time, he had come up with something extra. Jack decided to say directly that he had no patron and therefore there was no point in looking for one. At the same time, the young man noted that there was someone who said that the guild leader would die soon, and after a short pause he noted that it would hardly be him. Our hero assured Heir that there was no need to kill him, because he had done everything properly and knew only what was necessary. And he asked with disdain if the young man felt that Jack could be trusted. The teenager said that what Heir noticed was not something he needed to know. What the guild leader noticed they will soon find out too. Jack added with a smile that he was surprised that the Tulkun Empire couldn't understand this. Patting his interlocutor on the cheek, the teenager said that he liked his skills. And the very next minute he declared that perhaps it was worth saving the unfortunate man by giving him a chance. The teenager said he could become the man's new rope. The youth offered Heir protection, as well as transformation into a death knight if he needed revenge. The interlocutor began to ask questions, but our hero said in a calm tone that he would tell about this later. The question is whether this man will be useful to the young master, because the mentor said that Jack is not suitable for normal life. The guy himself agreed with her because this was what he needed. And Charlotte, Cell, and Thanos will become parts of his future, a new existence that the teenager is now working on. It must be something completely new, unlike anything that has happened before. And while the young man was wondering whether Abero would fit into this scheme, he asked his interlocutor who he really was. The guy blushed a little but continued to smile, thinking about what he should say. Stretching, our hero noted that he was ashamed to talk about it, and therefore it would be better for his interlocutor to guess for himself. Abero didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked again while the young man looked at him in amazement. Jack suddenly asked if the man liked fishing, noting that he did not mean ordinary fishing on the river. The girls, who had finally recovered from their shock and were now sitting by the pool, also could not understand what was being discussed. At that very moment, the man entered the guild, at which time the secretary declared how good it was that he had come. She said that the manager was waiting for him, so he should hurry. Talus was interested in this because the day before the manager was tired, having worked for almost a day. As he climbed the stairs, the assistant hoped that he would not be assigned some boring task, as had been the case lately. Abero was a man of talent. He achieved high positions at a young age with good thinking. The manager used his intuition well. He knew what to do and when. Standing in the corridor, the guy thought that for the first time in many years, the young man worked for almost a day without understanding what the reason was. Taliso knocked on the door and asked if he could come in as he was expected. Standing in the doorway, the employee heard part of the conversation, which was dedicated to the Tulkun Empire. The young man looked inquiringly at the little girl who was holding a funny doll in her arms. At the same time, our hero sat in a chair and asked what he had done. Jack was tied up and told to make the man forget what he said earlier. Taliso, standing behind the chief, did not dare to intervene in the conversation, but tried to understand in his mind what had happened. The leader said that they were not a simple mercenary guild, but supported the Tulkun Empire, and the duchies were not important to them. The teenager cried and resisted. It seemed as if they wanted to squeeze everything and even more out of him. Abero began to interrogate the guy so that he would tell everything he knew, and most importantly, who was behind him. The man was curious as to why the boy had destroyed the Fentanyl Guild and why he needed the forbidden medicinal plant. Jack said that he was simply ordered by Duke Ausenbel and Duke Melon, and he did everything without saying another word. Although a minute later, he once again said guiltily that he was following orders and could not have acted otherwise. The leader turned to Talus, who looked at his interlocutor attentively and did not know what he wanted from him. Heir, who was sitting with his back to his subordinate, told him to send a message upstairs as soon as possible. The young man had heard that the Duke thought differently, although he did not understand how this man was connected to their guild, and so he asked about it. At that very moment, the angry boss slammed his fist on the table with all his might. Looking into the eyes of his interlocutor, Heir stated that now was not the time to be cautious, or that the subordinate did not know that their lives were in danger. Then he explained that they had to carry out Dietrich's order, and now the young man had to understand what that meant. And a minute later he added that they had failed, and therefore this was fraught with the most unpleasant consequences. Tolisso began to say that he was new and innocent, which the manager did not like at all. The subordinate looked at his boss with horror. It seemed that he had never seen him so worried. Abero stated that the top brass did not want to kill Dietrich, who was the face of the Tulkun Empire, and therefore he could be left and used. The leader explained that this did not happen because the Duke intervened, and the result was that Dietrich was dead. To put it simply, the duchy, or rather the entire empire, acts in opposition to Tulkun. Looking at his frightened colleague, the boss continued to explain that this is what is happening, and at this very moment, too. Abero apologized to the employee, saying that he was going too far. He continued to say that he had received another order, namely to eliminate Tolisso if he decided to betray the Tulkun Empire, adding that he had probably been given the same task. This means that the leader's words have meaning, and he is not just voicing his thoughts out loud. With longing in his voice, the young man tried to say something, but could not find the right words. But a moment later, smiling sarcastically, he declared that Adero was an excellent leader, and it was surprising how long he pretended that he knew nothing. Jack asked if he could leave, trying to free his hands, which surprised the staff. Taliso no longer intended to play any role, and so he abruptly walked towards the prisoner. The young man came up and kicked the guy in the shoulder to keep him quiet and still. The guild worker started saying that he could just dump Jack at the slave market, and therefore he should keep quiet. Our hero played his role faithfully, and therefore sobbed loudly and asked for mercy. The teacher, who witnessed everything that was happening, watched the performance in amazement. But Tolisso continued to think that the manager was indifferent to the fate of the young master, and therefore asked what the purpose of this conversation was. Hearing his subordinate poking his boss, the latter began to wonder when everything had changed between them. The manager noted that Talus was new, calling him a newbie, and asking if he knew who he really was. The young man said that he was just the shadow of Duke Melon. 5. Usually, mana users are divided into two categories, swordsmen and wizards, but there are others like Ventimon. These people use daggers and are called either killers or cleaners. In aristocratic families, in addition to swordsmen and wizards, there are separate squads of cleaners. The manager said that Talisso's partner was the Duke. He laughed, noting that the boss was speaking as if he already knew everything. Abero admitted that until the very end, he thought that this was not the case, but the truth cannot be hidden. The interlocutor looked attentively at the manager, but did not consider it necessary to justify himself or say anything else. Meanwhile, the teenager was busy with the tourniquet, thinking that everything was becoming much more interesting than he initially thought. Jack untied his hands, since they were tied so that he could do this, and said that it was time to change strategy. The young man asked if he had done a good job of turning into a defenseless boy who could do nothing. An hour ago, Jack and Abero realized that this guild did not just belong to a guild, but was part of Arabi's. The young gentleman was sure that they would not send a common man after the leader and anticipated his death. Answering the question of who would come to kill him, our hero stated that he did not know for sure, because he was guided by a premonition. But turning his gaze to the mentor, he declared that this was something that would definitely come true, and therefore it was better not to take risks. The teenager explained that the guild was merely a puppet of the Tulkan Empire, looking for new support, something that Abero himself had already guessed. And then he said that the leader at this stage is looking for something to grab onto, but no one notices or says anything. Jack asked if Abero had ever seen the guild master, to which he replied in the negative. The teenager asked out loud how this could be, but to himself, he thought that this was precisely the reason why the boss had called himself a tool the day before. The youth noted that the Tulkan Empire recognized the man's skills, but had no intention of showing their true colors by using Abero. The leader wondered why they didn't persuade him to their side, although our hero already knew the exact answer. The guy looked at his sad interlocutor, but was in no hurry to say what was already well known. Our hero said that the guild does not trust him, and the top management leaves only their own people in the guild. Perhaps there is already talk about replacing the boss. Jack said they wouldn't send just anyone, and it had to be their man, someone very capable and careful. The young man asked to think about newcomers to the guild, talented but with unknown intentions. Our hero suggested that perhaps there was already someone who was going to take the boss's place. There's no way the guild would send someone unverified. The teenager was sure that he was one of his own, but it was hard to say when he was sent. The guy assumed that this stranger was somewhat similar to Abero. Our hero asked his interlocutor to remember who had recently appeared in his circle. It had to be someone smart, but nondescript. The young man thought for a moment, and it seemed that he could not remember or point to anyone. Suddenly, Abero's expression changed, and he said that he remembered one person. The manager said it was Tolisso, a man with silver hair and scars all over his body who had been admitted several months ago. Now surprise and thoughtfulness could be seen on our hero's face. Jack noted that during the first meeting at the guild, something happened that he could not explain. Then on the stairs, the guy noticed a stranger who asked permission to pass. Then the teenager felt something strange, because the man had an incomprehensible expression on his face and quick steps. But the most interesting thing was not this, but the fact that Tolisso possessed the seventh circle, which for a guild employee was extremely strange. Abero honestly admitted that the man's information-gathering skills were simply amazing. Sometimes this young man did stupid things and made faces, although there was a lack of restraint and something difficult to describe in words in him. The man thought that Tolisso was a spy for another guild or aristocrats. Our hero listened attentively to his interlocutor and smiled. And then Jack had the idea to go and question the employee in person, and that's exactly how it happened. Sel, who was sitting in the office, asked Valentine in fear if everything would be okay, but she only told the girl not to interfere, calming her down. The teenager walked around the room, talking about how boring it was, but quite entertaining. And then the young man noted that Tolisso was quickly caught, and he asked if it was true that one of those people was the Duke of Melon. adding that he would have to deal with many. The young man was angered that the boy was speaking about the Duke in such a tone. Clenching his fist, the enemy shouted that it was indecent to talk about the Duke, and it is completely forbidden for some youngest son of a marquise to do this. The teenager stood for a while and simply watched his interlocutor, who played the role of an indignant person. Although Jack thought he was funny because he really was a seventh circle, but he acted as if he had only just recently learned what mana was. The young man smiled, wondering why the enemy didn't attack first. Was he really waiting for the teenager to do it first? Taliso ran up and began to attack, reaching into his pocket where the dagger was before doing so. The opponent was convinced that with just a few clever moves, he could easily defeat the guy. Only a moment passed, and the guild member's blade was already near our hero's neck. Jack dodged the blow and jokingly said that he was afraid of the young man, in order to anger him even more. The man began to swing harder, but still could not hit the young owner. The teenager, remembering his past life, skillfully maneuvered, doing everything possible to deceive his opponent. The young man noted that he was thrilled when he learned that the murder was his calling, and a moment later he added that the main thing in this matter was not to hold back. The teenager was interested in how far the young man would go. Taliso asked who the boy was and tried to understand the 14-year-old's fearlessness. Jack asked him if he would believe the truth, since it was hard to accept. Rising above the guy again, the young man shouted that he was talking nonsense. The man wanted to hit our hero, but he grabbed him by the hand and even knocked the dagger away from him. The ill-wisher was clearly not happy with this turn of events, but did everything possible to restore his lost positions. Taliso found it quite difficult because the teenager was doing the almost impossible. The young man told him to look at himself because he was nervous at the thought of death. The young man bared his teeth because he did not want to agree with what the ordinary student was saying. The man suddenly hit and pushed Jack, who did not understand how this could happen. Our hero opened the shield with mana and told Taliso to give it his all because it was interesting. A moment later, the guy who had flown towards the wall pushed off and flew in the opposite direction, straight towards the ill-wisher. The man couldn't understand how Jack appeared next to him because a second ago he was far away. Realizing that the young man's hand was very close, the guild member noted to himself that he was in danger. Taliso wanted to parry the blow, but he didn't have time. Jack hit him so hard that he started bleeding. The young man was clearly unhappy that the rules of the game had changed abruptly, but he could do nothing about it. The traitor, despite everything, was not going to retreat, and therefore slowly began to raise his hand. It was unclear what the enemy was going to do, but his hand reached towards the teenager's face. The young man, seeing this, smiled and said that the young man looked like a cockroach. Valentine knew what the outcome would be, so she stood up to close little Cel's eyes. At that very moment, Abero, who had been forgotten and was sitting on the sofa, watched what was happening in horror. Jumping up from his seat, he asked why Jack killed Taliso, when he could have gotten information, and now he was dead. The guy assured that he would receive information regardless of the person's death. Moving towards his mentor, the teenager noted that he wanted to know something. Is it true that a person does not have to be alive to extract the necessary information from him? And, answering the mentor's question about whether our hero was going to turn this man into a Death Knight, he confirmed this. The girl looked at the young man lying on the floor and stated with understanding that in that case, this act was justified. It wasn't long before the guy began turning his opponent into a dead knight to find out more. The young man looked closely at the defeated man, beginning his ritual. It was the magic of reviving corpses, a spell that was the hallmark of black magicians. When a person studies such magic, he masters this spell first of all. But it is not easy, because to revive a person with the seventh circle, you need to have at least the seventh circle. But this rule did not apply to the teenager, because he already controlled souls. The young man lifted Taliso and looked at him with horror, saying that it was disgusting to hold a corpse like that. After this, Jack asked if the manager had anything to secure the neck. Abero said that he would find it, because he didn't want to look at his dangling head all the time, and if he rummaged around a little, he could get a bandage. In the real world, Death Knights are not subject to death, because they are already corpses that live forever. Of course, walking corpses decompose over time, so they need to be used to the maximum. Jack turned to Talas and told him to tell him everything he knew. The young man began to say that the Melon Duchy had long ago entered into an alliance with the guild, and the top leadership of the guild is part of the so-called committee, and the Duke is one of its members. Taliso knew this for sure, and he learned about it when he was accompanying the man, and no one else knows about it. Jack thought that he hadn't asked for unnecessary information, but judging by the confidence in his words, the Duke was actually the fourth. The guy thought to himself that it was not easy to talk and try to create shackles for the soul, and asked out loud about the other participants. The dead man continued to say that he thought the Duke was the only one who knew about this. For this, the man promised him the position of branch manager, and Taliso himself is the deputy commander of the Dark Knights, accepted its continuation. Jack was curious about what order he had given him in an attempt to find out what had happened. At that moment, Heir shouted joyfully and showed everyone present the bandage he had finally found. But our hero was not going to stop, and therefore demanded again and again that the enemy tell the whole truth. The unfortunate man was told that, firstly, he had to find and eliminate those who could harm Duke Melon, as well as Tulkin. Continuing, he said that secondly he should keep an eye on the current head of the Heir branch, and if he began to waver, kill him. Thirdly, Taliso was to disseminate information about the Empire and report any unfabricated data to Duke Melon. Our hero was pleased with the information he managed to obtain in this way. Jack finished his spell and said that now another dark horse was ready and would serve him. Taliso looked at the teenager carefully but said nothing more. At the same time, the young man was not satisfied with this, and therefore he asked why the narrator had become silent, since no one had given him such an order. The living dead man told about the Duke's woman having an affair with the Marquis of Darrett. The young gentleman is also very frivolous, because he likes to have fun with women. Valentine listened attentively to the story, but thought to herself how good it was that they had prepared in advance and sent their man there. Taliso continued to tell unnecessary information, and from the outside it might seem strange, but in fact it is a normal phenomenon. After all, in its essence, black magic allows you to take control over the mind and soul of a man to break or work on it. Therefore, the young man was different from himself, who 5 minutes ago wanted to kill our master. His soul now belonged to Jack, and he recognized him as his master, giving him complete power over him. The young man decided to sum it up and began to say that the Adventurers Guild was managed by an organization known as the Committee. Noting that he maintains ties with the Tulkin Empire, and no one knows the members of the committee except themselves. And it was clear that this was a branch of an organization with committees located, most likely, in different countries. Duke Melon is the fourth in importance. There are 3 more that our hero guessed about, although he understood that the information was not so valuable. Suddenly, Jack turned his attention to the leader and wondered why he was silent, and therefore he was very surprised and even scared. The guild leader was actually beside himself, either from the information he had received or from what he had seen. And so the teenager decided to explain that he wanted the man to see for himself what our hero really was like, and then make his decision. The young man asked again whether he, an ordinary student, could be considered reliable, or whether Heir was considering other options. A moment later, the young man clenched his fist as hard as he could. The manager, as before, stood behind the guy and was not going to do anything. Suddenly, Heir got down on one knee and asked to be allowed to serve the young master. The man said that the young man would simply give an order and he would immediately carry it out. Our hero, crossing his legs, smiled and looked attentively at his interlocutor. Jack said he had no desire to take under his wing a man who served him in words. After all, when he found out that they wanted to kill him, he immediately began to look for a new patron. The young man noted that what he was going to do was not very different from the actions of the guild. Our hero stated that Heir constantly asked about the teenager, but he constantly avoided answering. The guy admitted that it irritated him, but more importantly, if a similar situation arises, everything will happen again. Smiling, the guy asked the manager if he was right. The interlocutor leaned even lower and declared that the young man had said everything as it really was. Jack knew what the next step would be. Not because of the information he had, but because of what would happen in the future. The current emperor of Tulkin is ill and will die in 4 years due to deteriorating health. After this, a full-scale battle for the throne will begin. Soon the hardliners will win and the current crown prince will become emperor and a continental war will begin. He didn't know what was happening in Tesla at that moment, but he knew that his sister had died a tragic death and the empire had fallen. Our hero didn't know more, although he didn't care about it then, and he didn't care about it now. Jack wondered if Heir became his man, how he could use him, and after that he asked how old he was, learning that the young man was only 34 years old. Smiling, the young man stated the fact that his interlocutor was still young, adding that he had a lot ahead of him. Jack began to ask him if he had a wife or a lover, again hearing the answer that he did not. When asked what plans Abero has for his life, the man honestly replied that he wants to live happily ever after. The interlocutor asked why the teenager was asking such strange questions, and then he answered the question with a question and asked if the young man wanted to know what the interview was for. Looking at his watch, the young man asked if he knew anything about time travel. Abero only knew about what had been passed down from mouth to mouth for many generations. Our hero reached out to the leader, noting that in this case the conversation would be short. Placing his hand on the guild member's shoulder, the young man quickly said that he was the one who had returned. Jack told Heir that he had returned from the future and would now make one exception and tell him what it would be like. Looking around the room, the guy thought about what would be the best place to start. The teenager began to tell that he killed everyone who hid behind the name of the Tulkun Empire. The same fate befell all the dragons that got on his nerves. But this is not the entire list, since there were also inhabitants of the demonic forest, with the exception of orcs and harpies. In reality, they all became free because the adult Jack destroyed the dragons. But after the young man gave freedom to all the magical creatures, they united with the Empire against him and pointed all their swords at him. It seemed that these creatures had forgotten the past and turned against their own savior. Of course, the man of that time wanted to somehow resolve the situation. Jack explained that he killed everyone, but spared the lives of the orcs and harpies who helped him. After this story, the guy got many different scary nicknames. Abero watched the storyteller in amazement. He was definitely scared, but it's hard to say whether he believed it. At the same time, the teenager smiled, thinking to himself that the reaction was just as he thought. The young man began to say that he was embarrassed to talk about it, shaking his head in different directions. And then he added that perhaps the population of the Western continent had been halved because of him, although he decided not to go into details. But the reason was not in the interlocutor, but in the mentor, who could misunderstand all these stories. And indeed, Valentine looked intently at her student, although she said nothing. The young master decided to say just in case that if the man wanted to leave this place, then let him leave. Our hero stated that he would not pursue Abera to kill him, hearing him ask what would happen if rumors spread. Since Jack had told the manager his secret, he knew that this was the first time he had ever been in such a situation. In response to the question, the young man said that he could bet that he would not spread rumors. Heir knew that this child or this man was different from anyone he had ever met, and all because he is one of those who challenges common sense. The young man was surprised that the group of assassins of Duke Melon and the vice captain, who had the 7th circle, were killed by some kid. The most interesting thing is that there were no particular problems with this. Everything was as easy as breaking a branch. In addition, the young man easily revived the one he had previously destroyed. The guy understood that it was black magic. He had to read about it in memoirs and time travel. As for the Tulkun Empire, Jack was sure that his interlocutor was not lying, at least his intuition told him so. The teenager sat there, clenching his fist, but was not going to do anything special. The leader knew that this man would become king, and he believed him because he had no reason not to. Abero placed his hands on the floor, but was in no hurry to say anything. The young man bowed at the feet of his master and asked him to give him an order, because he would serve him. The teenager sat and looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The young man blushed and began to smile, although he was in no hurry to break the silence. Jack told the manager to get up because what was this all about? And he was very ashamed that he was doing this because he was not a fan of worship. The teenager started yelling again for Abero to stop what he was doing, and so he just stood up. And to back up his words with some actions, our hero extended his hand to his interlocutor. The man asked how he should address Jack now, but Jack said he could call him whatever he wanted. Bowing, Abero stated that in that case he would call the boy young master or master, but it all depended on the circumstances. Our hero noted to himself that it would be strange if a young man started calling him master in public. The guy emphasized that he would leave the master for later, and ordered to help make the living dead man's head straight. A moment later, the men began this activity. I understand that it is better to finish it as soon as possible. Having changed the environment, the leader began to share the information he had. There was quite a lot of it, as the young man had expected. As Jack looked through the records, he realized that everything he had been given was valuable. It was written about the purpose of illegal drug business and the subjugation of monsters, as well as about hunting dragons. The business turnover was estimated at several million gold. As he prospered, Dietrich took out loans of several thousand, which were obtained for the role of a puppet boss. Our hero said out loud that everything was as no one could have even imagined. After this, Abero began to recount rumors about how the Tulkan Empire had conducted experiments on dragons, to which the young man nodded understandingly and thought to himself that it was he who had dealt with the offenders. Seeing that the guy was in a great mood, the young man decided to ask our hero about something else. The man asked if it was known how the future that Jack knew was formed, or if he saw it in the form of events that had already happened. Returning in time, he knows the future, but only the teenager spent 10 years in a cave with a mentor. And when I came out, there was complete devastation. The Tulkan Empire had already united the continent. Our hero understood that he could not answer the question directly, and therefore, with a businesslike air, he stated that this could be looked at from different angles. And he added that the only thing that is known is the details of the processes that took place after the fall of the empire. Abero decided to himself that he needed to examine the situation from all sides. And so the husband gave Jack a bunch of papers, although he did not understand why. The young man said that he would first state his assumptions. Pointing to the map, the man began to say that this was a new internal logistics route. Our hero just smiled and noted that for now everything was clear to him. Pointing to some objects, Abero asked his interlocutor if he knew whose territory these were. Jack replied that the territories there were those of the Marquis of Derrit, the Marquis of Herman, and the Duke of Melon, and that they were all connected. The young man did not understand why this was so, but the youth noted that the lands began to be washed away at a rapid speed. He stressed that no one is fighting for territory, but their purchases have increased, and this proves that they know about the distribution of illegal drugs. There are currently two types of drugs in circulation: cannabis and munkar. The first is simply a type of tobacco. Although it is prohibited, does not cause hallucinogenic properties, and is non-toxic. In the villages, even ordinary workers know about it. The problem was in the munkar. It is very easy to make and gives the recipients tremendous pleasure, but it has a serious drawback in the form of melting the skin. There is a cure for this effect, a potion, and the higher the level, the more effective it is at dealing with the side effect. Our hero understood that the higher-ups make money on medicines, stock up on potions, and also make money on resale. Jack noted that the country was already facing collapse, and then asked if nothing would happen if they created chaos. He added that it seemed to him that there was much more than 1,000,000 gold coins there, but the man said that this was only the minimum expected figure. The young man decided that they would first deal with Derrit, Melon, and Herman, and then with everyone else. When asked when it started, Abero said with sadness in his voice that it was about 2 years ago. The distribution of these drugs first began among common people, and those who consumed them out of curiosity remained silent, as they feared punishment. Users spent all their savings to buy more potions. Jack said that the more he thought about it, the worse the whole situation seemed. Abero remembers that 2 years ago, a quality potion cost only 20 gold, and now it costs almost 40. Putting some documents on the table, the teenager stated that this should be enough, since the distribution most likely began from the imperial palace. The leader noted that no matter how easy the production, the productivity of the drugs for distribution is impossible without permission from the ruling families. The young man said that if even Abero noticed that something was wrong, it meant that these people had earned as much as they wanted from this, and the business had outlived its usefulness. Even if the family gave the go-ahead for such a business, it was still difficult to stay afloat. Nobles not connected to the Tesla Empire are not stupid. Jack remembered his brother and father with a smile, thinking that they were fools, and what fools they were. A moment later, the guy changed the subject and asked if his interlocutor had managed to find out where the mercenaries who had been recruited to conquer the demonic forest were. The man hesitated, and the young man explained that there was nothing to think about, because everyone involved in this business would be mobilized. But there is one nuance to all this. Only a few will return alive, if they do return. Jack knew that the higher echelons would simply want to destroy the evidence, as it would lead directly to the Tulkan Empire. Hearing that the civil war was being sponsored by hardliners, Abero confirmed that this was probably the case. Although the young man was sure that there were no signs of large sums being transferred, because Dietrich was an idiot who kept the money he received. At the same time, the young man asked the teenager again whether there was anything left in Tesla. The manager immediately understood the whole point, and Jack liked it, because he was very smart. Abero also noted that if he were Dietrich, he would have hidden the money in the palace, since the emperor was involved in this matter. And a moment later, the young man asked to tell him more about it, because he knew little. The young man explained that they knew that Duke Melon was fourth, but it was unclear who, besides the emperor, occupied the remaining 2 positions. Jack noticed that the man was hesitating and afraid to say something, thinking that he would be wrong, and so he asked him to tell despite this, because no one would scold him. The interlocutor explained that the second position is occupied by the Duke of Melon's property, and then the third one, and he fell silent for a moment and saw a beautiful dog running in the street. At that very moment, someone's strong hand began to stroke the dog. It was the director, who didn't know that at that moment the guild leader continued to say that the third position was probably occupied by the academy. Hearing this, the young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise, not believing his own ears. Trying to think about everything that was said, the teenager asked again if it was really about his academy, receiving a satisfactory answer. Abero continued to say that rather, the first place is occupied by the imperial treasury and the duke's estate, which may be true. Our hero listened to the leader and at the same time thought about the option with the academy, which was quite strange. The academy was closed to outsiders during the school year, so it was a perfect place to hide something, but it came in third. Remembering his interlocutor, the teenager asked him to continue his story, which he did. The Osenbul family has much more influence on the territory of the duchy than the imperial crown. At present, there are two people in the empire who have high authority, more than Duke Melon, but less than the emperor. We are talking about Duke Osenbul and the director of the academy, Rommel. The guy listened to everything attentively, but at the same time was lost in his own thoughts. It was clear to everyone that there were three families that formed the backbone of the Tesla Empire. These are, of course, the Emperor's family, the Melon family, and the Osenbul family. Finally, Jack began to understand what the man was getting at. All the major powers of the empire had joined the adherents of the other empire's brutal line. If things had been different, the Tesla Empire would not have fallen so easily. The man noted that he could say for sure that either Director Rommel or Duke Osenbul had definitely united with the Tulkan Empire. For a moment, there was complete silence in the room. None of the young men knew what to say. Looking at his confused interlocutor, our hero asked him if he thought that this was the head of his alma mater. Abero was in no hurry to say anything. He carefully considered the teenager's words, which had some meaning. Scratching his head, the young man finally stated that he knew that the director had a good relationship with the Duke, although in Jack's opinion, it was simply mutual assistance. The young man was interested in the opinion of his new acquaintance. He wanted to get to the bottom of the truth, and therefore asked him to come up with interesting ideas. Taking one of the bottles, our hero declared that one should understand why one could doubt Rommel. A frightened Cell told her mentor that it seemed like the boss and the second person were discussing something important, and therefore did not notice them. Abero spoke quickly, explaining that in this state the old man's influence could not be ignored. It has been 7 years since Osenbul retired and handed over the duchy to his son, yet more than half of the aristocrats follow him. Smiling, the teenager admitted that he was not very interested in the affairs of the duchy, but this was something new. The young man continued to talk about what if Osenbul retained his influence, then the director would become only a symbolic figure. Hearing that in that case the real owner would be the Duke, the man said loudly that this would be a problem. It turns out that Duke Frederick Osenbul, who has the lands at his disposal, is a very capable man. He can even be called outstanding, but he could not escape the shadow of Director Rommel, who was too influential. The guy was distracted for a while, looking into the bottle, although he still listened attentively. Looking at the teenager, the interlocutor said that they say that the owner of the magic tower undergoes closed training. Our hero, distracted from his work, said that he remembered such a person. Jack remembered how it had amused him that the man had wanted to make him his apprentice, but hadn't heard from him lately. Abero spoke again, this time reporting that there were rumors that the rector could become a master of the 10th circle, and he added that if the third master of the Tesla Empire, known as the owner of the magic tower, becomes their subordinate, then this cannot be ignored. The manager also said that the director's second son is the commander of the Imperial Guard, and he is in the 10th circle. Upon learning of this, Jack confidently noted that in that case they should be even more careful, and he added that it was impossible for a man of such high position not to know what was happening inside the empire. The director took the dog into his arms and said that Yongsok had run away from the dorm again, taking him back. At this very time, Abero explained that despite all that had been said, Rommel was doing nothing, which surprised the young man. The young man noted that they simply had different views. On the one hand, there was an uprising, and once again the guy thought about how this was very different from the future he knew. The tower's owner, who had followed the academy's director for 30 years, fell silent, and after a short pause, He added that he was in political conflict with the current duke and head of the Imperial Knights. But they are all connected to Osenbul, perhaps the most dangerous in the empire. Abero explained that there could also be a double agent on the other side, although both possibilities make sense. In the future that Jack knows, the director died defending the empire from attack, but he doesn't know how he made that decision or what happened before that moment. The young man was sure that the director could be thinking about rebellion and could be a double agent, working for both the empire and the defenders. While sipping wine, our hero thought that this would be interesting to watch. Jack paused for a moment, as if another interesting thought had occurred to him. The guy thought about the fact that he had previously thought that everything was on the surface, but if that was the case, then it would be wrong to leave now. And again the teenager fell silent for a moment, once again immersed in his own thoughts. The young man turned to Aber, to which he quickly replied that he was ready to do anything. The young man did not know what he would be assigned, but he was ready for anything, because he himself wanted to figure out this matter. Patting his interlocutor on the shoulder, our hero asked if he knew what it was like to catch a mole. And without waiting for an answer, he smiled, and then said that he meant the scoundrels who had united with the Tulkan Empire. Jack stressed that they would take back all the money they had not managed to earn from their business. The girl stretched, realizing that the morning was so wonderful that it was perfect for a part-time job. The stranger walked confidently down the street and hummed something under her breath. Suddenly the girl stopped. Her attention was drawn to people who were discussing something very loudly. They talked about the rumors about the Duchess of Melon's relationship with the Marquis of Dareth. One of the gossips loudly shouted that most likely the Duchess was no longer attracted to her husband. Although others disputed this, noting that the family's history goes back 400 years, the Duke is simply not in the best shape right now. The girl was very surprised by these stories. She could not even imagine that such a thing could happen. Running away and hearing fragments of phrases, the stranger thought about how one could say such low things about a noble family. The girl didn't understand what was happening in the city on such a beautiful day. She thought about what was happening. Everyone knew that the Duke was one of the pillars of the empire, and who could spread such terrible rumors at such a moment. When she reached her workplace, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. But wherever she went, these rumors were discussed everywhere. After some time, the Duke's men appeared on the square, apparently having come to find out where these rumors came from. Once again, one of the market's buyers noted that the knights were ordered to find out the whole truth. On the night of March 19th, the Duchess took advantage of the moment when her husband fell asleep and whispered sweet words to another marquis, who was visiting them as a guest. It was said that this man was short and thin, although no one really knows how it is. The girl who did not want to listen to this was forced to, since there was not a single person who did not participate in the discussions. A few hours later, the shop owner came to Mary and asked if she had heard about the rumors circulating in the village. The woman gave the girl a newspaper that was considered authoritative in the empire so that she could see what they were writing. The girl didn't really want to find out anything, but it would have been impolite to refuse, so she began to read what was written. Mary was distracted for a moment, remembering that the townspeople believed everything the newspaper printed. The current rumors began to spread from the lands of Osenbli, although despite this, it was difficult to attribute this incident solely to the Duke. If we look for the source of the rumors, they did not come from Duke Osenbul. It all actually started with the Adventurers Guild. It was hard to imagine that this was not a confrontation between Autumn and Melon, but the Arabes Guild against Duke Melon, which greatly surprised the girl who did not understand what was happening. At that very moment, at the Melon estate, a man angrily clutched a piece of newspaper. Another printed publication followed suit, and the man screamed, not understanding where these strange rumors came from. With difficulty, holding onto the table, the man did not understand what to do next. Bastian Melon was the undisputed authority of the Teslan Empire, a man with a bulky body that belied his age. But despite this, his weakness was in endurance. Upon learning of the rumors, he noted that he could have held out for a minute. The man was indignant because the information was too detailed and specific, which meant it couldn't just be a fabrication. On March 19th, 5 months ago, his wife and that marquis were having a good time, and after Bastian noticed, he put her under house arrest. Then Taliso's assistant reported this to him personally, and the Duke knew that Dareth would not tell himself, so that left only that man. The man began to scream. He could not understand how Taliso dared to speak out against the owner who raised him. The next minute, the man ordered his faithful servants to come to him. The Duke gathered many guards and told them to go to Osenbule to bring the one spreading these rumors. or rather, Tolisso, and immediately deliver him to the estate. Bastian was angry and wanted this bad man to pay for what he was planning to do. Standing half-turned, the Duke heard the commander, leaving, declare that they would do everything within the most urgent time. But despite the order given, things did not get any easier. On the contrary, the rage boiled up with renewed vigor. The man believed that this woman, who was shameful to call his wife, was cursed, and had a desire to start a civil war right now. Half of the elite Shushir Melon Knights of the Shushir Order are part of the Demon Forest Conquest team. His adopted son from a fallen noble family, the only master and commander-in-chief in the empire, responsible for the conquest of the forest. Bastian was unhappy that he didn't have enough people, and the absence of this young man was not good either. Besides, rumors started to spread from the Adventurers Guild, and if so, then does the Tulkun Empire really want to remove him? But first of all, it was necessary to catch Tolisso and listen to him. At this time, our hero, turning to Heir, said that something very strange was happening. Changing the subject, Jack thanked the man for the clothes, because he was irritated by how he looked like some kind of prisoner, although this was necessary for the prank. The young man noted that the manager turned out to be a stylish guy, and he really liked that the owner was happy. Looking at Valentine, the leader reported that, as ordered, he had spread the information throughout the city. But the matter turned out to be larger than everyone thought. The teenager smiled, noting that this was natural, that this was how it should be. The man said that even if the report did not come in, and it still had not, the Duke could send an assassin. Jack hoped that if this had happened, the Duke had sent reliable and useful people. And he added that if they want to find money, they will have to hurry. But to do this, you won't have to run and break your legs until they bleed. He continued that it would be better to act as with Tolisso, to kill all who come for their souls, turn them into dead knights and send them on a search. With sadness in his voice, Heir said that it was a great idea, but he would never have thought of it. It was surprising that the imperial newspaper Teslan Time got involved in all this, since it was a publication that was in great demand in the empire. Public trust in a country is nothing other than the will of the emperor. And the emperor is a puppet of the hardliners. In other words, the hardliners are involved in this war. Answering Jack's question about what was wrong with his face, the manager admitted that something was really bothering him. The man then said that the fans were acting hastily because the Duke was a member of the cabinet. Listening to this, the young man thought of making his interlocutor his advisor for such intelligence. A minute later, the young man asked our hero if he knew why they were in such a hurry. Smiling, the teenager thought to himself that, of course, he knew everything perfectly well. Their outburst was understandable because it was the work of Jack and his mentor. The young man then asked Heir why he thought this was all the work of hardliners, which surprised his interlocutor. The hardliners who want to unite the continent are a rather aggressive group of people. On the other hand, moderates hold an ideology that is opposite to that of hardliners. They do not want war on the continent. For the sake of the survival of the Tesla Empire, it is more profitable to unite with supporters of moderate views. Jack asked the man if he understood why the Emperor and Duke were cooperating with the hardliners, to which he replied that he did not. The Tulkun Empire conducted a cruel experiment on dragons, in other words, an experiment with genes, the essence of which was immortality. The guild leader finally realized that the committee was an organization created to find immortality. But our hero, with his characteristic calmness, replied that his interlocutor was right, but not entirely. The Emperor and the Duke are people who lack something in life. The reason they cooperate with the hardliners is because they are promised more than they currently have. Hearing the boy talk about experiments and immortality, Heir froze in surprise. The man was always surprised that he could not find information about the child in any materials, as well as traces of her origin. Moreover, no one in the city had ever seen this little girl before. The leader asked if this girl who was next to them, Sel, was a dragon, and if she was brought from the Tulkun Empire. Jack said the man had a straight line in his thinking. The interlocutor thought with horror about how difficult it was for this unfortunate woman, and the young man only noted that it was all over. And a moment later he added that it was she who delivered him to the estate late at night. At this time, the young man noted that it was very difficult for him to believe what had happened then. And just a moment later the manager asked whether the teenager had really managed to destroy the laboratory so easily with his own efforts. Happily pointed out that it had burned to the ground. The only thing left was ashes. If this is the case, then the hardliners have no choice but to hurry. Surely in the neighboring empire of Ismail there must be people who cooperate with the hardliners. If neighboring countries support moderates, No matter how strong the hardliners are, they lose. There is only one thing that makes one cooperate with the hardliners, and that is immortality, because humanity is greedily striving for its eternal life. Chewing on a cookie, our hero said that even if the experiment failed, it had value for those who sought power, but they were fools. The reason why everything was possible was because of the genius crown prince who led the hardliners. With the help of one dragon, he split 5 countries, except for his empire of Tulkun. But in the empire of Lee Tulkun now is this unfortunate dragon. Currently, this dragon lives a happy life with them and plays with Charlotte, who has become his best friend. Could the hardliners break this news to the committee? Namely that the dragon somehow mysteriously disappeared. Of course not, because they would have been killed immediately without mercy, because the prince is a very cruel man, and no matter what the guards said in their defense, it still wouldn't help. If it weren't for our hero and his mentor, the word monster would refer to the crown prince. At this time, interesting events were unfolding in one of the empires. Witchman raised his hand and ordered everyone to remain in their places. One of the main bodyguards emphasized that Taliso needed to be taken away carefully. Even though he is a traitor, he cannot be allowed to die. The subordinates, who had been waiting in the bushes all this time, noted that they would do everything as they were told. The unknown man explained that from now on they were on the territory of the Duchy of Osenbla. Jack mused that the dragon was lost, leaving the hardliners with 2 options: find another one or use the committee and then get rid of it. Today, the Crown Prince revealed his plans in the Teslin Time newspaper, and based on them, he wants to get rid of the committee. The guild manager explained that because of this, civil war would break out not only in their empire, but in other countries as well. And a minute later, he added that the matter was taking on a definitely different scale. These events could be compared to dominoes. When a civil war begins in an empire, one domino falls, and then other dominoes of the country follow. Our heroes have brought to light the disgrace of the Duke of Melon, but few know what consequences will arise after this. It is impossible to predict the outcome. In theory, the situation could turn either towards peace or towards a protracted war. There is one person, though, who knows more than anyone else, and that is Jack, who knows the future. This is the battle that took place between him and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had already made his move, after which the young man made his. And what was important was that the teenager knew this man very well, but he did not know him. The man asked the young master what he was going to do now, and also who would ultimately win. Our hero asked to simply not think about it, although this answer clearly did not please the interlocutor. For a moment, Abero looked at the boy carefully, thinking about his next steps. However, the young man then turned his gaze to the unfortunate traitor Taliso, who stood next to him. Afterwards, he said that Death Knights also have limitations, and Jack wondered how he could know that. But everything was much simpler, because the man simply loved to read books. Abero explained that this information can be found in a novel written by an author under the pseudonym Raccoon about Death Knights. A skilled warlock can control up to 5 people, and a warlock who has reached the 10th circle can manipulate 10 knights. Abero said frankly that despite the book being written over 400 years ago, some passages are credible. Jack began to smile because his protege called the author of the book an E-note, and there would be nothing strange about this if it were not for the mentor, whom no one had ever called that. But who was that very author? The teenager turned to Valentine, who began to cry and turned away from everyone present. Running up to the girl, our hero declared that this was a great annoyance. Hiding behind a large book, the witch looked closely at the student, but remained silent. The young man understood that even in a bygone era, immortalizing something in writing was not a bad idea. Once during training, Valentine admitted that sometimes she thinks about what will remain after she disappears. The girl thought about what to do and decided something for herself. At that moment, she came up with the pseudonym E-Not because she thought that she would live. Jack didn't like this nickname very much, and after that, they simply closed the topic, and the witch didn't mention it again. Abero did not understand what the teenager was talking about, and he only noted that there could be no mistake. The young man explained that there were limits on the number of corpses, but not for Jack. Answering the question about whether this book had survived, the young man said that he had the edition, but it was in a tattered state. But our hero was not frightened by this, and so he asked to send this book to him at the estate. Suddenly, someone knocked on the office door, interrupting such an interesting conversation. Unknown persons reported that 11 strangers had bypassed the southern gate on Ozenblay. Eyes lit up with murderous intent as the guild leader spoke of the informers having to leave quickly. After some time, These 11 warriors rose up and knocked down the door to the building where Jack and the others were. But a moment later, the men saw a bright light that made everyone stop. The young man blinded them with lamps, saying that he thought it would be difficult for them to climb up, and therefore went to meet them. All these strangers had a high level of mana. One was even at the 9th circle, and all the rest at the 7th. Without saying anything, the teenager thought to himself that Duke Melon had sent all his best forces. Snapping his fingers, the young man turned to the traitor. The guy asked Talus to explain to them everything they had agreed on earlier. Extending his hand, the Death Knight began to tell of a shadow commander named Christopher Schwern. He was the son of a count, a native of the Ismail Empire, who fell after participating in an uprising. And while Christopher was thinking that this man was definitely a traitor, the others could not understand what was happening. Our hero watched this performance attentively and smiled. It was clear that it brought him joy. While the knights were asking who the teenager was, he again turned to Taliso and told him to tell everything he had to. Alice began to explain that the Duke of Melon's shadows had included orphans for generations. It didn't matter whether they were formerly representatives of fallen nobles or mercenaries. All 11 people standing before the master are orphans, brought from every country and raised by the Duke. The young man said that of course there were no feelings for these children, and there could not be. These unfortunate people were controlled as they pleased. Jack wanted details, so he wanted to know who was doing what. Afterwards, Taliso continued to tell that, for example, Schwern looked after the Duke's eldest son, Nerson, and took care of all the illegal affairs he got involved in. The man recalled that the last time Nerson, who had stopped in the city during his vacation, had kidnapped 5 commoners and the daughter of a local baron. Abero listened with horror to how the Duke's son had released the unfortunates into the forest and begun to hunt them. As far as the dead knight knows, Schwern killed all the family members of the commoner victims, and they concluded a peace agreement with the family of the baron's only daughter, as if nothing had happened. The boy gestured for him to stop, and noted that he thought he would feel guilty for turning them all into death knights. But now the guy was convinced that in this situation their lives were worth nothing. A moment passed, and the leader already began to take his sword out of its sheath. The commander began to attack Taliso, shouting that he had betrayed the Duke and had gotten involved with this boy. However, the Death Knight simply stood and watched what was happening, because he did not receive any other orders. Christopher looked in horror at the young man who began to slide down, realizing that he should have left him alive. Before he had time to recover, Jack stopped the man's dagger, which greatly surprised the latter. What surprised the commander most was Taliso, who, despite being seriously wounded, seemed to feel nothing and was standing on his feet. Christopher tried to say something, but he found it difficult to find the words to describe his surprise. The young man began to approach the commander, declaring that he was loyal to the Count, and that he knew that he was collaborating with the Empire. The knight looked at our hero in surprise and did not understand what he was. But this did not bother the teenager, who confidently declared that he was their enemy. Jack grabbed the man by the throat and told him to just know one thing. He threw the enemy to the ground and said that he would work for him until every bone in his body turned to dust. Christopher felt the blow and was already preparing to give a worthy rebuff, since he knew what he was capable of. The commander cried, trying to resist, but could not react. He felt that a transcendental being was standing before him. Jack let the warrior go and added that it didn't matter that he had broken the shadow's neck, with the 9th circle. Turning to the warriors, our hero sarcastically asked who wanted or was going to be next. The remaining 10 people decided that they wanted to die and avenge their commander. The teenager saw the knights attacking him, but our hero was not only not frightened by this, but even amused. Only a couple of seconds passed, and Jack already took out his blade, intending to deal with all these people. The next moment, the young man grabbed one of the ill-wishers. In the end, they didn't succeed, and the young master even got bored. There was one fighter left, shaking, holding a dagger and asking what was going on here and who this guy was. Abero stood to the side and simply watched silently, knowing that it was best for him not to interfere. But after some time, the young man looked ahead with horror. The surviving warrior decided to take the guild leader hostage so that Jack could not do anything. The man angrily shouted at the teenager to get out of the way as quickly as possible and under no circumstances to follow him. Rubbing his shoulder and listening to the threats from the criminal, our hero simply remained silent for a while. And then the young man told him to do it faster, because it was already night outside, and everyone was tired, causing surprise. Then Jack turned to Taliso, who immediately appeared behind the attacker and killed him quickly, and without regret. The young master gave the guild manager 3 gold coins. The guy asked if this would be enough to restore order in the building, to which he answered in the affirmative. After this, they decided to examine those who had been lying lifeless on the floor for some time. The boys tied their necks the same way they did with Toliso so that no one would suspect anything. Jack began to make them his servants, adding an element of control and healing their wounds with mana. Our hero understood that there was no need to rush this matter, and therefore he did the job as efficiently as possible. Within a couple of hours, the teenager had 12 death knights, including Toliso, which was perfect. Our hero looked at them and thought how lucky he was to now have 5 knights with the 9th circle and 7 with the 8th. Moreover, if all 10 circles are engraved on the heart, it immediately becomes 1 with the body. Jack had done this experiment before when he put a control element on a semi-master. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided to himself that it would be good to be stronger. A moment later, the teenager ordered his new knights to stab themselves to see if they were following the order. And after that, I thought about how there is a dog with the 9th circle of mana, who always obeys, and also a dog who constantly asks questions, although it is pointless to compare them. The young man decided that these knights he created would not have a master. If the young man does this, he paused and then added, "I'm sure someone has already crossed this line." Jack got their attention and said that the mission was simple and easy as day, just search and reconnaissance, to which T. Alice promised to carry it out. Our hero thought to himself that this man had become so devoted. Who would have thought about it? The teenager noted that the knights needed to visit 2 places, the Imperial Palace and the Duke of Melon's estate. Afterwards, Jack asked who was better at finding secret places, and everyone pointed to Toliso, and he himself raised his hand. Then the young man threw a small bundle to the young man. He said with a grin that the guy was the core of the mission, and he continued to say that he must find a place where several million gold coins are kept. The young master ordered everyone else to help their commander so that he could focus only on the task. The teenager was silent for a moment, and then said that there was one more important point. The guy emphasized that when he saw the place and the object, he should give a signal to the others and tear the scroll in half. Jack once again noted that the paper needed to be torn in the very center of the room. The magic scroll that Jack gave to Toliso has a teleportation formula. It will be possible to move objects, including corpses, with its help. The teenager said that if the knight could not find what he needed, he should tear up the scroll in the warehouse of the Imperial Palace. Jack called the 2 knights from the 9th circle and told them to come closer. When they did as ordered, our hero whispered something in their ear. Abero looked at all this, but did not understand why the young master did not speak about it openly, because in front of him there were simply puppets, and so the guild leader lowered his gaze and simply stood to the side. But this did not last long, because a moment later the young man turned to him. Abero quickly approached our hero and handed him the scrolls that were discussed earlier. Jack continued to explain everything clearly, so that everyone could give their best and achieve the goal by working together. Looking at one of the knights, the young man asked again if he understood what he wanted to say. The puppets unanimously declared that they understood everything. Folding his arms, the young man noted that he was very glad that everything was going according to plan. Having given all the instructions, the guy said that all his dead friends could start working, and everyone went to their positions. In a few hours, important changes awaited the lands of the Duke of Melon. So, in one of the rooms sat a sleeping man, who did not even suspect what was happening right next to him. The knights looked for where the funds might be hidden, even looking where the guards slept. What was surprising was that our hero's warriors were trying to find something on the roof. At that very time, a guard stood in front of the Duke's estate, yawning and wondering when his watch would end. The knights went to the Duke and attacked his estate, and the guards did not even have time to understand what was happening. And then panic began. Someone shouted that they were being attacked. Someone tried to understand what to do next. Suddenly, something started burning in front of the castle until one of the commanders started shouting for the guards to close the gates immediately. The door to the estate's warehouse was open, and someone had already managed to kill the guards. It was Toliso, who had finally found the estate's warehouse, where there were many jewels, and was examining them. As he approached one of the tables, the young man noted to himself that what he needed was not there. The knight was most interested in the box standing right in front of him. Opening the chest, the young man took out a small, precious stone. It was the rarest gemstone in the world, a red diamond valued at 4 million gold. The man looked at the find with a smile and was glad that he had discovered such an expensive thing. Toliso held the jewel in his hands, thinking that he had completed the first task. Looking up, the young man also decided that there was no civil war and nothing indicated it. At that very moment, a battle broke out on the street where a fire was already blazing. Suddenly, in all this confusion, Tolisso shouted out Christopher's name. Closing his eyes, the former guild member fell silent, probably waiting for some kind of order. As for the knight, he was clutching in his hands the scroll that our hero had given him. However, a moment later, the man was already tearing up this sheet of paper. A moment later, in the place where the battle had recently taken place, only a cloud of white smoke remained. The knights who attacked the stranger did not understand what had happened, as these people simply disappeared, being surrounded by them. Aderu was concerned about the constant costs of traveling between the Duke's lands and the imperial courts, but Jack assured him that everything would be fine. The young man looked at his interlocutor in amazement, not believing that this was possible. However, our hero once again stated that everything was under control. The youth explained that while creating magic circles to collect mana, he cast a special circle that would activate when the knight's body's mana ran out. The teenager added that their life is not so long, but this does not bother many people. At this moment, something was wrong in the Teslin castle, where they were shouting that they were being attacked. Everyone began to worry, deciding that if this was teleportation magic, they had to cordon off the palace and find the thieves. One of the commanders immediately ordered that some of the guards be sent to the palace hall. At the speed of light, the dead knights began to attack everyone, killing everyone in their path to achieve their goal. It seemed like chaos was happening everywhere. No one understood who the attackers were. Jack's subordinates knew their task, and therefore carried out only it. Suddenly a knight came out of the castle and said how the enemy could step with dirty feet on sacred territory, although courage deserves praise. The guard threatened to deal with them right here and now, because it was Douglas Osen, the head of the knightly guard. The opponent looked at this man, who was not going to hesitate. And Christopher understood that he would not win in a long fight, so all he could do was play for time until Tolisso gave the signal. Tolisso, in turn, went to look for the place where the treasures, weapons, and valuables were kept. Approaching one of the display cases, the young man noticed a grimoire there. It was valuable, but it was not what was needed. A moment later, the former guild worker was crawling across the floor, wanting to find something on it. At that moment, the man himself did not know what he was looking for, but he was sure that he was on the right track. The next moment, the knight noticed something that caught his attention. Tolisso sniffed and noticed multicolored slabs, some of which seemed lighter and others darker. The young man smiled slyly and said that he had found what he needed. The knight reached out to one of the slabs and pressed lightly on it. The next moment, there was a roar and a column of smoke appeared, making it difficult to see anything. Looking at the door, the young man noted to himself that, as expected, there was a secret passage there. The man cautiously walked inside and began to descend down the long spiral staircase. When the dead knight went down there, he saw a lot of gold. The guy decided that these bars were definitely real, and one was worth about 1,000 gold. Looking around, the young man decided that this treasury contained approximately 10 million gold coins. Then he noticed the chests and was sure that what he needed was there. Tolisso had no fear and could not have any, but he slowly opened the drawers. The knight's eyes widened at what he saw, because these were also riches. Tolisso saw the red glint from the diamonds and signaled to the others that it was time to retreat. Although at that time, a life-or-death battle was taking place on the street, while some were attacking, others were doing everything they could to defend themselves. The knights, as one, having heard the signal, noted for themselves that they had received the command, which meant they needed to act. At that very moment, the men shouted that their mission was accomplished, and therefore it was time to retreat. However, Douglas did not want to let them go so easily, directing magical energy into the sky, but it hit Christopher. Although a moment later the commander-in-chief froze in place, because he noticed something unusual. And Christopher, who had absorbed the energy of the 10th Circle Sword into his body, thought that he had become useless. The other dead knights worriedly asked Captain Christopher if he was okay and tried to take him with them. The guards understood that it was impossible to leave a man in the castle, and besides, no such order had been received. The man defending the palace asked again who the enemy were and what their goal was, realizing that this was their last mission. The man said he was not the type to ask twice or wait a long time for an answer. The king, watching everything that was happening from above, stood silently. The assistant, turning to him, asked him to return back into the building because it might be dangerous here. And all the ruler did was raise his hand and give some kind of sign. The subordinate, bowing his head, noted that he would carry out any order that followed. The guards watched everything that was happening closely, but did not leave their positions. Already many knights near the castle, ready to attack at any moment to protect the king. The situation was such that Christopher would not have been able to escape with such a wound. However, everything went according to Jack's carefully worked-out plan. The young man said that when Taliso gave the signal, the three should separate, which they did. The men saw a sword being pointed at them, but they continued to sit motionless in their places. The knight defending the castle said that the enemy was already surrounded, and that those who escaped would definitely be captured. If they want to die in peace, they must tell the whole truth. Christopher looked closely at the leader, but as before, remained silent. During the preparation of the operation, Jack emphasized that when their work was done, they would not die as corpses, and this will be a blessing for them, and let them shout with all their might. As the young man had said, the warriors began to shout, praising the Tulkun Empire as loudly as possible. The knight standing above did not understand what the enemy was saying. The king's assistant was the most indignant of all, saying that it was a real blasphemy to lead an empire, not knowing what else to say in such a situation. However, the commander-in-chief was surprised by something else, the light that suddenly began to surround the warriors. It seemed as if a circle of mana began to envelop the enemies and pull them inward. The next second, the knight realized that there was no one left in the place where the opponents were sitting. Everyone suddenly seemed to have dissolved. And all the other actions took place in the estate where Jack lived. Tolisso moved all the wealth to the estate, and he was surprised that there were more ingots than he expected. Taking one of them in his hands, Abero noted that it looked like the emperor was also actively preparing for a civil war. Smiling as always, the teenager asked if his interlocutor now understood everything, noting that it was now 6 a.m. and the matter had been completed in 16 hours. Our hero stated that the total wealth was approximately 20 million gold. There were a lot of elixirs in the chests, 500 of the highest quality and about 2,000 of the highest. Considering the volume, these funds were prepared for a civil war, although there were also the emperor's personal reserves, which he lost due to his stupidity. The boy silently thanked the great Emperor Tesla for his own stupidity. In addition, the chests contained jewels from the Melon estate, and in one day Jack became the richest man on the continent. Sitting on the ingots, the teenager said that everyone would now be extremely scared, but not him. Abero, sitting on his knees and writing something down, noted that there was no point in searching the academy, because it was unlikely that a civil war would break out there. And he continued to speak, no matter how much Emperor Tesla supported the hardliners. In such a situation, he fell silent. But the guy continued his idea, saying that he would think that he had simply been screwed. The emperor was willing to sacrifice his citizens and soldiers to please the Tulkun Empire, but the empire sent mercenaries to him, and the funds for the civil war disappeared. He will probably think that in Tulkun they are treating him like an idiot. In such a situation, the emperor will not be able to unite with his hardliners, and other countries will learn about the incident. All the aristocrats on the committee, as well as the nobles from other empires, would have doubts, and eventually, Jack would remain silent. The guild leader was struck by a sudden inspiration, because he realized that the guy had been able to predict everything, and had thought out the plan down to the last detail. The young man confirmed this, and Abero noted that he had not expected anything else from the young gentleman anyway. Looking at Valentine, who was carefully examining the ingot, the men continued to talk about how they should see the results of their work. According to the original scenario, the hardliners were planning a civil war in the Teslan Empire. However, now they will not be able to start a war because there is no money and trust is completely undermined, which means there are two possible developments. Either they will unite or they will be at odds. Given the current situation, Abero decided that there was a high probability that events would develop according to the first scenario. The teenager thought for a moment, and then said that they should do the following. For a moment, our hero was silent, but his eyes were shining, indicating that he had come up with something interesting. The guild leader was also silent, although fear and confusion were visible on his face. Realizing that the silence had dragged on, Abero bowed and declared that he would carry out any order. After all this, the young master decided to suggest going out to eat, realizing that food is necessary in order to think well. Charlotte and Cell slept together in the same bed all this time and had the best dreams that could be. Suddenly the vampire woke up. It seemed that something was bothering her. Opening her eyes, Cell took a deep breath because something was wrong with her too. The girls looked at each other and realized that they were able to feel something was wrong. They felt that in the basement of the villa they noticed the movement of a large amount of magical mana, filling the space with a mysterious force. Charlotte assumed it was the boss, and since he had been busy the last few days, They thought they would take him something to drink to keep him going. Sel asked again if it was possible to do this, to which the second girl replied that of course it was, since there were no problems or obstacles in this. The vampire tried to give her friend a choice of what dress to wear, because she was ready to share her favorite thing with her. As Jack walked out into the street, the mentor said that he was brilliant in many ways. Who would have thought that in such a short time he would be able to put an entire continent in order? Valentine noted that not only does the guy skillfully use mana, he is also an excellent tactician. With a grin in his voice, Jack asked if it was possible for a student of a great raccoon master to be ordinary. But before the teenager could finish speaking, he noticed something that surprised him greatly. The guy noticed the girls walking towards him and thought that they should still be sleeping instead of bringing him juice. Our hero picked up the juice, hearing the little girls say that the vitamin drink would perk him up. Jack praised them and said that it was wonderful, which the girls really liked and were happy to hear his praise and support. And this was true, because the teenager drank the fruit juice with great pleasure. And while the guy was talking about how delicious it was, Valentine noted that her mentor even drank very well. Jack began to apologize for waking the girls, but they assured him that they usually wake up at this time and do not experience any problems. The girlfriends looked very funny, because Sel was almost falling asleep on the go, which the young man also noticed, and this touched him very much. The young master offered everyone a snack, and those gathered were very happy that they would finally be served food. A moment later, everyone gathered was already walking along the alley, heading towards the house. On the way, they met Thanos, whom Jack called out loudly when he saw that he was actively training, sparing no effort. The young man turned around, clearly not expecting to see not only the young man, but everyone else so early. Our hero grabbed his friend's hand, hinting that he should finally throw down his sword. The guy took him by the hand and led him along so that he could rest and eat with them, restoring his energy. Thanos kept telling him that he needed to train, but Jack ignored it, and finally the boy agreed to his offer. The teenager was laughing, he was in a good mood, and therefore was going to share it with everyone gathered. Thanos was glad that they were treating him so well, but he was still a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the Tesla castle, the king was screaming with anger, because he did not understand why everyone did this, if he did everything that was told to him. The ruler's screams could be heard throughout the castle, which was a bad sign. The king remembered that his vault had been robbed and that they had also tried to kill him. Moreover, the cries of glory of the Tulkun Empire sounded quite sincere. The ruler pounded his fists on the table, realizing that he could do nothing in the current situation. The man stated that because of some incomprehensible bandit nights, everything he had planned for himself had failed. There was an ideal plan, according to which it was necessary to organize a civil war, to use a punitive detachment to destroy those who were obstructing the committee. Then the man thought that his comrades initially did not want to share their immortality, and that is why they arranged all these events for their own interests. The ruler grabbed the hourglass, swung it, and shouted again how dare they treat him so dishonorably. The item fell with a crash onto the beautiful carpet. A man came to the door at the sound of the roar coming from the king's office, and it was the prince who had important business. It was Agaris Teslin, the heir, watching everything, wondering what to do next in light of the new events in the castle. At this moment, the knight-in-chief asked the crown prince if everything was okay with him, and upon hearing a negative answer, he answered no. The boy believed that his father was a greedy old man who thought too small and only longed for eternal life without thinking about others. Smiling, the young man once again emphasized that this is the current emperor Teslana, although the very next moment the prince turned to the chief of the guard and ordered him to contact someone. And he added that he should report everything to his elder brother, or rather to the duke. The prince decided that it was time to overthrow his father from the throne and take control of the empire, changing everything for the better. The young man walked confidently towards the large door. The knight, who had been standing behind the young master all this time, also secretly rejoiced at the upcoming changes. At last he had waited for the moment when the Duchy of Osenbul would become the pillar of the empire and provide strength to the new government. In the province, there was a fine restaurant called Mistelntain, famous for its extraordinary atmosphere. What is known about this place is that it was opened by a veteran, and the chef traveled for 10 years to different countries, gaining culinary experience. Despite the popularity of this place, there was no one there that morning except our heroes. Jack told everyone that he rented the place for 2 hours. The young man's earnings amounted to 10 million overnight. so 2,000 gold for a couple of hours seemed like a trifle. Answering the vampire's question about something interesting happening, the guy honestly said that it was flowing like a river. Charlotte really appreciated the chef's work because the dishes were delicious. Jack wanted to tell the girls everything, but he understood that children shouldn't know how hard it is to earn this money, so as not to traumatize their psyche. Our hero explained to Charlotte that he was very busy yesterday, so he couldn't pay attention to her, and asked how things were at the academy. She, in turn, said that they had a sparring match, and the girl defeated 5 people, and the fencing teacher called her a genius, which made her very happy. The little girl noted that she really enjoys studying and also communicating with others. Our hero noticed that Charlotte really enjoys studying and learning new things. And a moment later, the girl was already asking her boss what a parachute meant. She told me that her teacher called it a parachute, but she had no idea what it meant. After class, Charlotte personally approached the teacher to ask about the meaning of this word, but for some reason, he got angry. Jack knew that in the past, a popular tactic was to have soldiers magically lift themselves into the air using parachutes. However, after 5 years, this product was forgotten because it was useless and ineffective. Now, parachute is used as slang to say that a person is powerless or incapable of doing something. The young man smiled, but to himself he thought firstly, what kind of person could come up with such a thing, and secondly, why Charlotte was useless. Jack decided to ask again who this teacher was, because he behaved incorrectly, and the girl answered that his name was Leonhardt. Crossing his arms, our hero decided that he would definitely remember. But despite this, Charlotte found it very easy to study at the academy. She even made new friends with whom she spent time. However, strange rumors reached her, which the girl commented on sadly. Many people say that the guy doesn't know how to do anything, and she didn't like that. The teacher sitting behind him simply laughed at this. But when he returned, she pretended nothing had happened and remained silent. However, the teenager noticed this and stated that he heard Valentine making fun of it. The guy said with displeasure that she always did this and did it when she heard something like this. A minute later, our hero lowered his eyes and looked sadly somewhere at the floor. The young man asked everyone if he looked like an idiot now, although that was exactly how he had been before. The girls began to say that the teenager did not look like a fool at all. They believed it, seeing his intelligence and merits. The guild leader remarked that if the young master was a fool, then the word genius should be erased from the dictionary. The teenager, noticing Abera, thought that the longer he looked at this man, the more he liked him. Since time was almost up, Jack decided to introduce everyone to each other, since so much time had already passed. While our hero was talking about the guild leader, the guests were finishing what was left on the table. Thanos, as he was leaving, remembered that there was a delicious fruit juice sold nearby, after which Charlotte said that they should leave quickly to try it. Looking after the departing boys, Abero began to say something. Jack said that when the children were around, he could not speak openly, and said that there was one job that needed to be done. Our hero noted that there was a special task that the guild leader could handle perfectly. The young man looked attentively at his interlocutor and excitedly asked what they were talking about. The young man told him to go to the lands of the Marquis of Balantier. It seemed that Abero did not understand why the young master needed this. The man asked if the Duke wanted the title, although he understood that even if they gave it to him, he would not take it. Our hero raised his hand up and was already getting ready to say something. Now the Adventurers Guild investigates rumors about Duke Melon, which means the story of Tolisso and then the leader may emerge. It won't be difficult at all to tie up 2 men. The interlocutor stated that this will certainly be the case once the top is installed, and he added that he had no more time for business in Osenblo, today or tomorrow, and at that he was silent. Jack noticed that the man was very smart, analyzed the situation well, and kept all the information in his head. And he added that the director, as the author of The Raccoon, but to this, Abero quietly said that he understood that part of the novel was poorly written. And again the young man thought before telling the main part of the plan. Jack said that when he comes to his family and runs into a butler named Ron, the guy should understand that he is a servant, but he remains a 9th circle magician. The young man reminded that first they needed to find Ron, then he would tell them what to do. In the Marquis Balantier's estate, the butler was sweeping the floor and sneezing, thinking that he probably had a cold. Ron looked at the sky, and I thought that everything would be fine with the young owner. Jack was sure that Abero was very smart, and even if he gave a simple order, he would go to the Marquis and sort everything out on the spot. Our hero noted that it was very important to convey one message to the butler. For a moment, thinking about the warriors, the teenager fell silent again. Then the guy said that if the Iron Blood Knights who went into the forest returned on the Marquis's orders, their leader must be destroyed. Abero asked again if he understood correctly that he needed to kill the head of the knights, and received an affirmative answer. The young lord explained that he was the one who would kill Ron in the future, and he didn't want that to happen again, so he needed to eliminate him beforehand. And again falling silent, the guy noted that now they would move on to the main thing. Jack indicated that he would give the money he received in the morning to the guild manager. This is necessary so that he can unite all the organizations on the Marquis' lands. The teenager said that those who threaten local residents and those who collect tolls must be destroyed, starting with the bandits and swindlers associated with the Marquis and ending with the parasites among the entourage. Smiling slightly, the young man declared that everyone was subject to destruction. The gentleman gave 4 months for all this, so that the leader could take the Marquis's lands into his own hands. Our hero began to ask whether the young man could handle this task, saying that an ordinary person could not cope. Abero noticed that it was a compliment, and said that of course he would do everything as needed. Jack stated that the young man could take all but 2 of the Death Knights to assist him, in order to use them to their full potential. The teenager explained that the manager had 8 hours to get ready, and therefore, if he wanted to take something or someone with him, he could do so. Our hero turned away and walked away, leaving his interlocutor sitting on the sofa. Before leaving, Jack also asked the man to spread a rumor that there were supposedly traces of a large-scale battle in the former capital of the Gunnar Empire. There are hundreds of corpses and 1 supposed dragon. The young man was sure that when the crown prince heard this news, he would simply lose consciousness, and all the nobility of Tolkien would be confused. Looking at the surprised young man, the young man noted that all this needed to be embellished so that the gossip would spread as quickly as possible. Abairu understood that Jack wanted to drive a wedge between the committee and the hardliners to make them doubt each other. Our hero added that as soon as he was ready, he should immediately return to the estate. At this very time, Charlotte and Sel were animatedly talking about something, although the latter was worried, which was red on her face. Thanos watched as the girls happily drank orange juice and simply talked to each other, but he realized that it was time for him to go and train. The blonde understood that he had already spent a lot of time on breakfast, and therefore he needed to train even longer and harder. The boy entered the magic circle again to fight the adult Jack and hold out as long as possible. Time after time, when the blonde went there, he was determined and already thought that now he could win. Although the enemy was determined, of course, it was not the real Jack, but his skills were enviable. Thanos, realizing that he was about to face another serious battle, assumed a fighting stance. The young man was angry. He thought that this feeling would help him. And again the fight began, which did not last long. Opening his eyes, Thanos realized that he was lying on the ground in front of the mansion, constantly experiencing the same sensations. The boy looked at the sky, thinking how beautiful it looked, so clear and blue. The young man had already lost track of how many times he had been killed, 200 or 300. After all, he sparred with Jack every time in the magic circle and was never able to repel his attack. The blonde was already beginning to doubt that this projection actually had 1 circle. Since Thanos couldn't figure it out, he thought he would have to go through this a bunch more times, exposing his body to it. A moment later, the blonde took up his sword again. It doesn't matter how many times the guy dies, even if it's 500 times, he'll still realize someday what he's doing wrong. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Jack, who asked if he was having a hard time keeping up with his training. The blonde turned around and greeted the young gentleman again, not expecting to see him. Our hero noted to himself that this man was truly amazing. It was clear that Thanos was very different from Charlotte and Sel. It might seem like he was the most ordinary, but this is not true, because stubbornness is his strong point, and depending on the type of training, the results will differ. There was only one issue. The guy's character was much softer than Jack's, and therefore he didn't understand what to do with it. However, this didn't anger the teenager at all. He understood that everyone was different. The next moment, the guy just smiled. The teenager noted that this year the young man will turn 17, which means that he will become a complete adult. Thanos looked closely at his interlocutor, who said that this was very good. Suddenly, Jack asked to give him everything he had, adding that only this time he would help him. After some time, the blonde handed the young man a small blue bag and said that this was what the young man asked for. This was the money he had managed to put aside for the academy, and he hoped it would be enough. For a moment, there was complete silence in the room. In Jack's opinion, the guy was like a white, clean sheet of paper on which you could write anything. The only nuance is that the word effort is written on the edge. Taking some container in his hands, the young man began to bring it closer. It was paint that the young man needed to complete an important task. Jack declared that it was not enough, so he would take and write another word himself. The young gentleman told the man to follow him and not fall behind, which he did. Leaving the room, our hero noticed Valentine there, who stated that her student should stop. Taking his mentor in his arms, the young man continued on his way, simultaneously calming the girl. However, the next moment the men froze, were sitting tied up in the basement while Tall the Fox protected them and the jewels from these people. The young man explained that while they were gone, someone had gone down to the basement. For a moment the speaker was silent, wondering how best to describe the situation. The teenager imagined a scene in which Taliso easily tied up the guards. The young man said that after 5 minutes one came down, and then these gentlemen continued to come down every 5-10 minutes. Jack realized that when one guard didn't come, another would come down to check on him and would also be tied up. And this happened to all 5. The dead knight noted that since the youth had not given the order to kill, they simply tied them up and awaited further instructions. The guy thought to himself that he hadn't expected this, but out loud, turning to his guards, he asked why they needed to visit the basement. Jack smiled and waited for them to tell him something. One of the 5 musketeers began to scream because he did not understand how it happened that the cellar had been empty the day before, and then such a large sum of money had appeared in one evening. Our hero looked at the narrator in surprise, thinking that they were not as simple as he had previously thought. The young man understood that he had no intention of being friends with them. 2 weeks had passed, and he didn't even remember the names of these people. Jack continued to say that it sounded pretty cocky, although the guy didn't mind giving an explanation. The guard noted that this was the Duke's villa, and the young man had only taken it for use, which Jack did not like at all. A minute later, our hero grabbed his interlocutor by the throat and asked again whether he had really taken the estate for temporary use. The young master said that this was now his home, having been given to him after eliminating a spy in the Tulkun Empire. The teenager laughed and wondered if it was true that everyone was disappointed that things had turned out this way. For a while, our hero was silent, giving everyone gathered the opportunity to think about what was said. And then he added, why would a person like a security guard have such information? The guy said he didn't know things would turn out this way, but the current situation wasn't particularly bad. After this, he turned to Thanos and asked if it was true that he was loyal to him. The frightened young man said in a trembling voice that, of course it was so. The young man asked what they would do with these bad guys in that case. Jack asked. He probably found it strange too, and was probably wondering where all that money in the basement came from. Besides this, it must be interesting to know who the unknown knights are. And then he added whether the picture with such money and people doesn't evoke an unpleasant feeling in the chest. Jack began to explain that yesterday he had raided the Duke of Melon's estate and the Imperial Palace, then set off an explosion and stole funds that the Empire planned to use for the Civil War. The young master directly said that the Duke and the Emperor were people of the Tulkun Empire, besides that the director or his son also had connections with them. However, what will happen if the 5 musketeers report everything to the director? What if the director is a man from the Tulkun Empire? What if he passes this information on to Duke Osenblue? Thanos thought for a moment and said that in that case, the young master would be made to feel guilty. With a smile on his face, the teenager replied that this is indeed how it will happen. It goes without saying that Rommel will deny any connection with his student, and eventually the Emperor will send his soldiers to the estate. In this case, the Empire will try to eliminate our hero for disrupting their plans, and he reminded Thanos how little Cell was shaking when they were experimenting on her. Jack said that they would take her away again and torture her as before and continue their experiments on her, quietly killing her. The blonde listened carefully to this, taking in every word. At this very moment, Taliso bowed to his patron and said that it was all because of the 5 musketeers. The young man handed our hero the blade, continuing to talk about how they would suffer or even die. At that very moment, one of the guards shouted that it was enough to say something incomprehensible, but no one listened to him. Thanos squeezed his wooden knife in his hands even tighter, although his hands were shaking like never before. Jack, pulling the blade out of its sheath, turned to the blonde. Handing his friend a small knife, he declared that he must destroy the traitors. Thanos, holding the blade in his hands, looked at the guards with horror, not understanding how he could get out of this situation. The same was true for one of the guards, who did not believe that some teenager was giving such orders. These people are no better than the blonde guy and the guild manager, because they don't have the same qualities as them, Even now, they are not in a position to give orders, although they still demand an explanation of the current situation. Why would our hero hire them? Even if he hired 1,000 people, they still wouldn't be able to compete with the same Abero. Because Thanos took a long time to think, Jack asked him why he was hesitating and if he really wanted to save their lives. The blonde, looking at the teenager, asked again if there was really no other way out except to destroy all these people. Our hero wondered whether he should happily tell the guards to forget about everything, go home, and be careful in the future. The young man ordered think it over very well for the comrade, and go about his business so as not to put pressure on him with his presence. The mentor decided to ask how long her student would take care of Thanos, and the guy said that he would do it until the end. Although after a minute he said that he could not continue like this, the young man appreciated the blonde's hard work. But that was all. Our hero noted that if he continued in the same spirit, then in the end he fell silent for a moment. Jack knew that if he didn't change anything, he wouldn't know where to go next. The teenager was sure that Thanos had hidden killer tendencies, although the guy didn't ask about it, and the blonde didn't say anything. Jack said if the boy becomes a swordsman and takes revenge, then what? After this, Thanos will face an inner void, just like Jack. Looking at his mentor, the teenager emphasized that he hoped that this person would not become like him. Valentine emphasized that her student wants to instill a sense of responsibility in Thanos, knowing that he sees a better future for him. The young man replied that she understood him and that he liked it, because a witch could guess an intention in just a few words. If Thanos doesn't kill these 5 now, then everyone will be in danger in the future. Considering that he is not used to killing, he will remember this day for the rest of his life. Valentine asked how they could prepare for what was to come and still deal with Thanos' problems, hearing her apprentice say that she knew everything herself. When Jack accepted the blonde, it seemed to him that he was completely inexperienced. But the more our hero looked at him, the more he wanted to raise the boy and accept him into the family, like Cell and Charlotte. But this guy is afraid to get attached and doesn't get close to anyone, but considers himself a burden and unnecessary. Wherever the young man goes, he always tries to stay away from everyone. The blonde pretends as if others or himself do not exist. There was one case when a girl started offering an apple, and he blushed and moved away from her, as if she were a monster, although it was good-natured Charlotte, wanting to do something nice for the guy. The young man understands that he may have chosen too cruel a method, but in this way he will be able to instill in the blonde a sense of belonging and responsibility. And after a short pause, he added that if Thanos stops developing, our hero will push him in this. Such is the role of the master. The mentor said that the young man should not put everything on his shoulders, after which he began to say that he could not have imagined that he would hear a compliment from the great writer Raccoon. At this very time, in the dungeon, one of the guards noted that he knew a lot about the blonde. He said that he knew that several bad things had happened in his past, and the director did not devote time to him, and then suddenly asked if Thanos wanted him to personally stab the man in the back and offer to make a deal. The guy stated that the fate of their country was in the hands of the blonde, and if the matter was resolved, he would be given what he asked for. The prisoner continued to talk about how he looked weak, but despite this, he could do a lot. Smiling sarcastically, the guard asked if they could help each other, playing on their pity. Our hero's comrade was thinking about how to kill these people. Thanos remembered that he had already taken the lives of animals during his internship at the academy, killed goblins, but he had not yet touched people. However, the young man did not understand what he should do. He hesitated not for this reason, but because the young master gave him a chance and accepted him as his own. It was Jack who gave the blonde the opportunity to become much stronger and more resilient, to believe in himself. Although Thanos still hasn't figured out if he can consider the young master and the girls a family, which he almost didn't have. For a moment, the young man turned his back to everyone gathered. The blonde remembered Charlotte's smile, which was always kind to everyone. An image of Cell, the one who had to endure a lot, appeared before Thanos. Finally, the guy remembered Jack, who protected him from many things in this life. The young man noticed a moment later the wooden sword that lay at his feet, and then he looked at the blade in his hand and thought that he himself was the master's sword. And now he finally made up his mind, because Charlotte and Cell are members of his family, whom he must protect and give them a future. Thanos looked at his opponents carefully, thinking that one day he would look his true enemies in the face. The guard looked closely at the blonde man, continuing to shout that he would give him as much money as he wanted. But it seemed that the young man was interested in this, because there was determination in him. The blonde began to kill the guards without regret, proving his loyalty and courage. The guard saw what was happening, but did not give up, hoping that he would be able to get through to Thanos. A moment later, the blonde looked closely at the results of his work. The guy, after he started killing everyone, felt alive, and another circle formed around his heart. The blonde realized that he no longer needed the blade, and so he let it go. Jack and his mentor, hearing the knife fall on the tile, noticed how happy their friend looked. The guys decided not to touch the guy for a while so that he could collect his thoughts. However, after a short period of time, the blonde turned to our hero. Thanos, in turn, simply leaned over and thanked him for the experience because it helped him a lot. The teenager walked up to his friend and placed his hand on his head as if he were a little boy. And then the young man ordered 2L Fox to put all the bodies in a corner, which he obediently began to do, because it could not be otherwise. The next moment, our hero began to take something out of his inside pocket. Jack threw the money out of Thanos' bag because he wanted to make an artifact, the so-called spatial pocket. The teacher looked closely at her student, realizing that he was the most talented of all she knew. The young man placed the bag on the floor and said that there were 2 types of subspace pockets. The first type of this allows you to retrieve items from a specific location. For example, you can put your hand in your wallet and pull out items from the basement. This is a common type of artifact, with about 100 of them on the continent. Among the disadvantages, it can be noted that a certain place exists in reality and there is a high risk of theft. Therefore, a second type of such pockets appeared. It is a subspace created with the help of soul energy and uses it for storage. In this case, you don't have to worry about theft because all the items are stored only in this bag, but only transcendence can create such things. Jack smiled and thought that before there was only one such artifact on the entire continent, but now there were 2. A moment later, our hero sat down on the floor and began to perform special manipulations. To create such a bag, you need to make a formula for accelerated teleportation, turn it into a deception. At the next stage, you should limit the bag, then put the soul energy into it. After all, a spatial hole will appear in the formula, and the location and size will be harmoniously combined with the energy of the soul. Everything around was glowing blue, and from the fact that the young man was smiling, one could judge that everything was going well. Everyone gathered watched the teenager closely, but had no intention of disturbing him. Jack spent 2 whole hours on this and even got a headache. A caring Thanos handed the young man a towel so that he could wipe the sweat from his forehead. Our hero noted to himself that he had already forgotten the last time he used the energy of the soul. However, holding the bag in his hands, the guy was satisfied with his own work. At first glance, this is a simple cloth bag, but in fact, it is a very rare artifact that can store an unlimited number of items inside. The mentor asked again where he got such knowledge about making artifacts. Jack replied that in his past life he was taught by a great witch named Valentine. The girl smiled sincerely and said that now everything was clear to her. And then he added that, compared to the equipment that the mentor used, these were just small things. 3,098. Jack handed the pocket to Taliso, who took it carefully. Afterwards, the guy ordered to put all the gold there, because the bag was strong enough and would not break, but asked to leave 1,000,000 gold pieces. The young man left the building and, feeling dirty, wanted to take a bath to relax and wash himself. After that, he turned to Thanos and told him to try to get into the magic circle because a new one had opened in it. The blonde looked closely at his interlocutor, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy said that the young man should feel the difference between the second and third circle, and moving towards the estate, he decided to give the guy some advice because he wouldn't lose anything from it. After Thanos goes into the circle, he should focus mana on his eyes. Maybe the blonde has a slow reaction, so it's better to do it this way. The young man closed his eyes and began to concentrate in order to achieve maximum success. Less than a minute passed, and he was already in the same mysterious place where the enemy stood before him. Thanos decided to do as he was told, focusing the mana leaking from the 3 circles. The blonde looked closely at his opponent, who was already swinging his blade. The young man did not wait, realizing that he did not want everything to end the way it had before. With a gleam in his eyes, Thanos looked at his opponent and remembered what Jack had told him. It helped. The guy felt a completely new power for himself. However, the next moment the blonde saw his opponent point the tip of the blade at him. But Thanos did not give up, thinking that this made sense, since the ill-wisher concentrated all his mana in his hands. The guy saw how his opponent first concentrated his strength on his limbs and then on his legs, although he had not even suspected that this was possible before. Physical mana users most often distribute it throughout their entire body. The reason was that this method is very effective. Thanos thought the same, so he only used his mana in this way. The illusion before his eyes acted in a completely different way, and this became a novelty for the guy. The guy did his best to take a close look at the attacker and study all his movements. Although it was clear that at the moment of attack, the enemy directs mana to one area. But when dodging, where should you dodge? It seemed that this method actually worked flawlessly. With a confidence he had never had before, Thanos thought that this was an incredible method. But could it be called an advantage of the circle? Although he finally realized that his opponent was not really very skilled yet, and he had the task of defeating him, because it was important. And the battle began again, but this time the blonde also had a strong point, which was knowledge. The enemy looked closely at the blonde. Something was visible in his eyes that had not been there before. The young men began to fight, realizing that the fight was completely different. It wasn't long before Thanos already had a cut, but it wasn't scary. The main thing was that he managed to get into the projection, remaining alive with a scratch on his ear. The blonde began to smile. He thought to himself that for the first time in many weeks of training, he had achieved a long-awaited victory. But then he let go of the sword, for he realized that his goal was indeed to defeat his opponent, but not his master. The young man addressed his rival as the master, but could say nothing more. Thanos tried to get closer to help somehow. The blonde man extended his hand and tried to say something to the gentleman, although he did not answer him. Looked at his opponent in horror, and Jack's illusion did not appreciate this, and the sword entered the blonde's heart, because it was not the real owner, but only his copy. Thanos realized that he didn't know this guy at all. The guy thought about who this man was, where he got his power from, how he was able to get such power. But the most interesting thing was how this child managed to level up so well, and once again he thought about the fact that he knows nothing. Thanos screamed, but he was not going to give up despite the less than favorable situation. The young man looked closely at his opponent. He, in turn, despite the fact that he was just an illusion, also assessed the young man. Thanos only now realized how hard Jack's gaze was no matter where he looked. He seemed to be a child on the outside, but in his soul he was a true and fearless warrior. The most important thing was that it was impossible to understand what was read in the look, obsession, or madness. As he began a new attack, the blonde thought that it was a will of steel. Until now, the blonde had not had this feeling, so he could not grow, even if he constantly repeated the same thing. Taking all his strength into his fist, the guy was able to leave the illusion without a head, finally defeating him. The young man reflected on the fact that he had killed his master, even though he was just a training partner. This motivated him to move forward and try harder than he was doing now until his desire was reflected in his heart. When Thanos returned to the real world, Jack was waiting for him there and congratulated him on his return. Our hero smiled sincerely, extending his hand to his comrade. The boy was very happy to see his master because he had done so much for him. Through this battle, Thanos reached the 4th circle of mana. The mentor thought it was very strange that after receiving the circle, the boy continued to grow. Valentine remembered the proverb that says that to change yourself is to change your future. The teenager said with joy in his voice that this guy had managed to do something almost impossible in a short period of time. The witch believed that this was due to her student, noting that Jack had a talent for teaching other people. But he emphasized that he only pushed him towards his goal and helped, and the blonde began to make every effort to achieve the goal. The witch liked this answer, and so she praised her student again. Jack looked at his mentor, and she looked at him. They were interested in learning about Thanos' past, because they knew nothing about him at all. He told me several times that he was left without a circle. Jack saw it himself, because 2 scars were carved on his heart. Judging by their location, it was clear that this happened about 5 years ago, when Thanos was 12 years old. Thanos definitely lost his circles due to some accident. Since he reached the 2nd circle by 12, he grew up in a good environment. Looking at the cats, our hero decided that this guy could easily be a member of the royal family, but of which country? But now Jack saw no point in asking because he wanted to wait until he decided to tell him himself. Unlike in the past, now the young man is interested in Thanos' body, but not in the literal sense of the word. While this is a different story, the teenager doesn't understand how the mana limit is determined. One reaches the 7th circle, another the 8th, and this one reaches the 4th maximum. Jack had a theory that the limit of use was determined by the number, length, and width of the veins through which the mana flowed. Thanos always had very narrow veins, indicating that his body had experienced shock from the breaking of circles in the past. But despite this, The blonde managed to create 4 whole circles of mani, therefore his veins were quite enough for this. If all the circles were to break at once, the blood vessels throughout the body would twist, rupture, and become clogged. But how big were Thanos' vessels before the shock? The young man decided that they would be enough for 9 circles, because even the 5 musketeers had their circles torn, but they were unable to restore them. They were unable to expand their blood vessels, so every time they used mana, they experienced excruciating pain. As our hero stepped into the circle, he knew that Thanos was different from all these people. The blonde was not affected by this pain. He was able to stand firm, achieve his goal, and do it, perceiving everything as part of his mission. The teenager understood that one could only envy this man's persistence. The blonde sat on the floor tired, but he came to what he wanted most of all. A moment later, Thanos raised his head and timidly addressed our hero. As always, Jack extended his hand, smiled, and said once again that they were glad to welcome the young man. The interlocutor said that he was glad, although his facial expression indicated something else. The young man looked closely at his comrade but did not dare to be the first to break the silence. Thanos was sweaty and tired, but there was something else. Suddenly the boy started crying because he was finally able to do what he had been trying to do for 5 years. Jack, looking at this man, thought to himself that outwardly he seemed to be an adult, although in fact he was very young. Our hero offered Thanos to hug like real brothers, although he did not dare to do so. Although a moment later the blonde hugged the teenager so tightly that he could barely breathe, and Valentine almost fell off her student's head. The guy shamelessly stated that it felt like he had just been knocked down by a boar, and the witch noted that she had moved just in time. But the story didn't end there, because the blonde wasn't going to let Jack out of his arms. He in turn seemed not to mind, and therefore simply stood and waited for Thanos to cry enough. Everyone was silent, although words were no longer important in this case. The teenager thought to himself that after the 3rd lap the guy was relatively calm. Jack took the handkerchief and began to wipe away Thanos' tears, talking about what he had become like. And then he asked if the blonde remembered what he told him after creating the circle, thinking to himself that the guy probably saw something inside. And after a short pause, he added whether he was ready to work until he lost his pulse, as he was doing now. The interlocutor replied that he was ready, although it sounded very timid. The young gentleman, patting his comrade on the shoulder, noted that he should try. A moment later, the blonde turned to our hero again, but changed his mind about saying what he wanted, apologizing for it. Jack felt unwell, and Thanos picked him up and began to carry him into the room. The young man, smiling sarcastically, told everyone that it was because he had spent a lot of his soul energy. Little Charlotte saw this, covering Sel's eyes, because she thought she liked boys and considered it indecent. The vampire, in turn, a little embarrassed, began to wink at our heroes, hinting at something indecent. Jack didn't understand why this girl had such a proud expression on her face, and decided to himself that it would be better if she did something useful. Charlotte already had to go to the academy, but she wanted to go on a date with her friend. But Thanos took her and said that he would go later. Jack watched them all as they walked to school and said that it was time for them to go about their business. Sel looked at the guy carefully, but it seemed that she did not understand what he wanted to say. However, the teenager noted that he just wanted to show the little girl something. The boys went down to the basement, although the little girl did not understand why they should go there, because she was very worried about this place. Despite the darkness, the little girl managed to see that there was something lying on the floor in the room. The Death Knights threw the corpses into the corner of the room as they were ordered. But Jack didn't like that it wasn't done very neatly. He thought that he should have asked them to fold it more beautifully. Sel watched everything that was happening carefully, but remained silent. But a moment later, looking at this picture, the little dragon smiled, because she liked it, because she did not like people. The young man simply couldn't believe his eyes that she was smiling. Although after a short period of time all the emotions disappeared from Sel's face, only indifference was visible on it. At that moment, Tolisso turned to our hero, noting that the young man had come to see them again. Pointing to the gold bars that still had traces of blood on them, the knight asked if this was normal. But the young man was not interested in this, but in the girl standing next to him. The guy knew that if Charlotte were here, upon seeing the corpses, she would simply scream in fear, because that was the reaction a child should have. But this did not apply to Sel, who was not like her friend. She looked at them as if they were just a piece of trash lying on the street and smiled. The girl was attracted by the large number of jewels, because they sparkled very brightly, and dragons love such things. When she noticed that Jack just froze and didn't say anything, she ran up to him. asking what happened. The little girl looked at our hero with an innocent look, waiting for his answer. Jack was wondering what to do with her now. Maybe he could retrain her somehow or take her to a psychologist. The girl was very different from other children, because she was abandoned by her parents. She was tortured, and how naive do you have to be to expect normal behavior from her? In fact, she is who she is, just like Charlotte and Thanos, because they are all very special in their own way. The teenager, Cell, and the teacher finally reached the school, and the little girl was amazed that her friend was studying in such a big and beautiful place. But the guy couldn't think about it. Drinking the elixir, our hero noted that the headache still hadn't gone away, although a moment later someone very close said that, as expected, the young man's efforts had paid off. Jack noticed Thanos talking to an older man who praised him for the fact that the blonde was able to get 2 whole circles in one day. The young man did not understand who this person was, because he had 8 laps, although perhaps the guy was a senior instructor or something like that. The guys who were standing nearby also praised Thanos, noting that he was very persistent and capable. Jack looked at his friend and was very glad that it finally happened. The work paid off, opening up great prospects for the blonde. It seemed that the Thanos of yesterday and the Thanos of today were now completely different personalities. The young man was glowing with happiness. He was so pleased with himself. Once upon a time there was a man, apparently from the Ismail Empire, who managed to pump up 2 circles at once, from the 6th to the 8th, in one night. This story spread across the continent, and now he is considered a genius, and now Thanos is the same. There came a point when everyone wanted to talk to the guy, except for those who stood in the corner and were jealous. Suddenly the blonde man was distracted from the conversation and became embarrassed. At the same time, the teenager stood with folded arms and looked at the spectacle. When Thanos noticed Jack, he wanted to tell him something, but the boy simply waved and told him to read his lips and have fun. There was no need to worry about Thanos, which meant there was one less problem. The young man decided to visit Charlotte, who said that she had made friends and then wanted to stay at the academy. Moreover, she began to smile brighter than the blonde. But only later does our hero learn how inflated his expectations were. The classmate didn't like the girl, and at every opportunity they made fun of her and bullied her. The guy didn't understand how he could have failed to notice such obvious things all this time, namely that behind this smile there are hidden unresolved problems. A couple of days ago, an interesting conversation took place between the girls at the estate at night. Someone knocked on one of the rooms, but quietly, so as not to wake up the other household members. Charlotte looked into the room and asked if the girl had finished washing. The vampire said that the boss was probably very late today, and the interlocutor suggested that they carefully examine the house. Suddenly, Cell asked about Thanos, who continued to train in the magic circle. The girl explained that the day before he also returned when it was already past midnight. Cell said that he was having a really hard time, and Charlotte confirmed that he was probably a workaholic and wanted to achieve his goal. After this, the vampire girl suggested to her friend that she go first, while she warmed up some milk in the kitchen. Only a few minutes had passed, and the little girl was already running somewhere very quickly. Trying to catch her breath, the little girl was very happy about something. Charlotte spent all the pocket money her boss gave her on a present she bought on the way home. She was sure that she would like it very much and went into the kitchen to pick it up and give it to him, in the room that was holding a bracelet in its teeth, which the girl didn't like at all, because she didn't expect that. The animal looked closely at the baby, but stood where it had been before. Charlotte was horrified by the sight she saw, and so she screamed as loudly as she could. She tried in every way to take the bracelet from Nabi, but she didn't understand anything because the cat was agile and fast. While the little girl was asking the animal to give her the decoration, the fluffy beauty ran out into the corridor. Cell, who was in the bedroom, noted to herself that it was very noisy downstairs, not understanding what had happened there. Charlotte continued to run after the cat even down the corridor, because she did not understand why she decided to steal the bracelet. The girl was so preoccupied with her goal that she didn't notice the carpet that had gotten crooked. This caused the little girl to trip and fall to the floor with a thud, sprawling out at full length. This was noticed by one of the guards, who asked if everything was okay with the girl and if she needed help. The vampire, in turn, simply asked if he had seen a cat, although the man only noted that one 4-legged creature had been causing a lot of trouble lately. When she found out that the cat had run ahead down the corridor, she ran as fast as she could to catch up with the disobedient thief. At that moment it seemed that no one and nothing could stop the vampire. The girl stopped for a moment, but only to look around. Charlotte listened to every rustle, realizing that she could not give herself away. A moment later, the girl noticed an animal that opened the door slightly and headed into one of the rooms. Literally kicking the door down, the blonde screamed that she had finally found the one she was looking for. Inside looked at the girl with fear, standing with a knife, and next to him was a cat, watching the man's movements. But before the boys could do anything, the animal jumped halfway across the kitchen and escaped through the window. Charlotte was not going to give up, and so she followed her because she did not want to give up the bracelet that she bought with the last of her money. The furry creature walked along the tiles, realizing that he had managed to escape from the room. The cat was smart, and therefore looked for a place where she could hide from her pursuer. Charlotte didn't waste any time either, and within a second she had practically grabbed her bracelet. However, the animal jumped so that it ended up on top of a sun lounger standing in the yard. The little girl understood that she couldn't climb that high, and therefore she was angry both at herself and at the fluffy one. The girl decided to use mana to jump high and take what was hers, saying that she would not be bullied. Charlotte concentrated and was about to carry out her plan, and it seems she almost succeeded because the girl grabbed her decoration. The girl screamed triumphantly that she had finally caught it, but suddenly she began to fall with the bracelet breaking, scattering into a pile of small beads. The vampire fell and began to cry, because she did not understand why everything was not working out the way she needed. The little girl had not yet come to her senses, but she heard someone calling her loudly. CL came to the noise, because she was interested in who was running so loudly around the yard, and asked if everything was okay with her friend. Afterwards, already in the room, the interlocutor calmed her friend down and said that not everything was so bad. Now they had 2 necklaces, and there was no point in worrying. Charlotte began to justify herself, saying that she wanted to give something more sophisticated. But Cell remembered the playful cat, noting that the animal had helped them a lot. The next moment, the little girl noted that she was very happy. With a good-natured look, Cell declared that she now had the family she had dreamed of so much. The girlfriends hugged each other, discussing that they would always wear these pendants. It was already late when Thanos entered the room. He decided to himself that the beauties were probably asleep. Walking a little further, the blonde smiled slightly. The guy looked attentively at the girls, who were sleeping sweetly, hugging each other. The night was cool, so the young man came closer and pulled the blanket over his comrades. Thanos knew the little girls wouldn't hear him, but he still wished them a good night. The guy looked at the nightstand where 2 small pendants lay and walked away. After meeting Jack, Charlotte's life changed significantly. He was an amazing boy, almost impossible to figure out. Valentine, who is called the Master, and who can only appear before everyone in her normal form once a month. And also Cell and Thanos filled the void left by their mother, who turned into a handful of dust. As for the academy, at first the girl really liked it there. Even though Charlotte lied about being 14 years old, getting along with the students was not difficult thanks to her experience working in the market. Society and economics, politics and manners, and for a moment the little girl paused. And then she continued to think about how the intentions of mana users and how to use it. These items were difficult, but they were worth taking classes for. Special treatment, curiosity about who you have to be to receive a special invitation to move straight to the 2nd semester. Some believed that the girl was a genius who could do absolutely anything. After the sparring, the teacher happily said that Charlotte had won once again. On the very first day of the sword fight, the girl managed to defeat 8 opponents and become the best. Not only the fencing instructor called the little girl a genius, but also his assistants. Classmates looked at Charlotte. Some even envied her, not understanding how it was possible to achieve such results in a short period of time. Chief Instructor Leonhardt added fuel to the fire. Everything changed after the instructor began to discriminate against the girl. The man began to criticize the blonde for the fact that she had settled down well, having excellent skills in only one thing. The teacher demanded that the water spilled on the floor be wiped up. And in the end, there was no one left next to the girl. Jack watched Charlotte closely, but she didn't notice anything. However, a moment later, our hero heard someone start coughing. It was an angry Cell calling someone a real fool. The young man thought to himself that if this continued, the little girl would kill everyone, while she asked if he was going to do anything. The guy suggested that the girl wait a little to observe everything. Stroking Cell on the head, the teenager saw that the little girl was unhappy about something again, and so he asked what was wrong again. Our heroine began to scream and get indignant, indicating that she did not understand and was therefore simply angry. The guy knew that the girls even sleep hugging each other in the same bed. They would do everything for each other. They are special friends and family members. Looking at his teacher, the teenager decided, good, that they don't behave like ordinary children. While the young man thought that his charges were sincere, Cell complained that the guy had tousled her hair. Our hero said that Charlotte hadn't told them what was happening to her, and so it was best to wait. Cell was unhappy with this decision but did not argue, noting that the boss knew better what would be best. Moving along the alley, or rather, trying to catch up with Cell, Jack thought about how he had asked her to be patient, but he himself did not understand how long it would last. However, the teenager didn't have time to think about it, because suddenly he saw someone he didn't expect at all. It was Heir, who bowed and explained that there was not much work left to do. The man standing next to him said he was glad to meet him, and then stated that his name was Philip. The young gentleman politely said that it would be best to go inside first and then continue the conversation. As he walked down the stairs, Heir heard the boy ask if he knew Leonhardt from the academy, and he answered in the affirmative. Standing in front of the large door, the teenager asked him what he knew. But the young man did not answer. He switched to Philip and asked him to pass on one thing that they had prepared. The very next moment, the guy quickly gave her some kind of package. Heir said that Philip specializes in covert investigations. Of all those who worked with the guild leader, he is the best at collecting information and putting it into order. Jack was curious about what was there, so he quickly began to unfold the parchment. It said that Leonhardt Rudiger, honorary baron, holder of 6 circles, former member of the Tesla Guard Cavalry. Currently the first deputy instructor at the fencing department at the academy. But that's not all, because then personal information of all the teachers in the educational institution was provided. Jack glanced through the personal data and smiled. He was glad that he could find out everything about everyone. The young man thought to himself that Heir was indeed a very capable young man. Who would have thought that while all the members of the friendly family were attending the academy, this man would collect all the information in advance? Despite the fact that Leonhardt came from a common people, he was knighted for his services and served for about 15 years. At the age of 37, he was appointed assistant instructor at the academy. What is interesting is that this man was one of the Empire's intelligence agents, and despite having a wife and children, during his 4 years as an assistant instructor, he deliberately became close to 8 students. He threatened most of them with knighthoods, scholarships, or grades. All the students came from lower classes and had relatively outstanding appearance. In addition, he took bribes for introducing people to noble families. But he was not the only one. There were plenty of such people in the establishment. Jack asked if wearing a badge and molesting children was considered work these days, hearing Heir remark that things had changed. Sent by aristocrats, they wage a fierce battle to attract students to teaching positions. The young man said that he had one guess and nothing more. It lies in the fact that Leonhardt considers Charlotte to be a person from the director's side, and since he is an outstanding person, he tries to keep her under control, because he fears that the reputation of the Duchy of Osenbul will become higher than that of the Imperial Palace. The added benefit that Heir had mentioned earlier was that the teacher was targeting Charlotte. With hatred in his voice, Jack screamed that this was a disgusting person. The young man knew very well that Charlotte was a very beautiful and attractive girl, and besides, she was very sweet. There was no doubt that in the future she could become a beauty who would conquer this world. So the guy who pesters everyone who comes out in public won't leave this sweet young lady alone. You can be sure of that. Jack got angry again. He thought that the reason was adaptation to the educational process, but it was also unpleasant that the girl did not say anything and did not ask for help. Our hero thought to himself that the situation now was very different from what he had dealt with before, and he said out loud that he did not know how many bodies would have to be removed. Looking somewhere up, the young man decided that he needed to calm down, otherwise he could simply go crazy. At that very moment, the guy turned his gaze somewhere to the side. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the Death Knights had gotten rid of the bodies that were lying in the corner. Then Jack gave Heir a pouch and said that it was a subspace pocket. It contained approximately 19 million gold. From now on, the young man could use it. The manager looked at this product with surprise. He admitted that he had seen pockets before, but they all looked completely different. It seemed that the young man could not believe at all that such a thing was possible. The guy explained that he had previously seen a pocket of artifacts that could be used to get what was stored in the basement. Holding the small bag in his hands, Heir had a hard time realizing that all those gold bars that had recently been stored in the cellar were now in his hands. Jack heard his interlocutor state that he had heard that there was only one such pocket on the continent, and he added that he had created it himself. And again, the interlocutor was very surprised, although the teenager noted that there was nothing strange about this. It was his doing. Looking at the boy, Abero noted that who would have thought that the young man knew how to create artifacts, especially a high-level subspace pocket. And in a more joyful voice, he added that since the young gentleman himself had made it, everything was quite logical. The manager didn't explain what he meant, but it wasn't necessary, because he knew perfectly well that Jack came from the future. Our hero, in turn, also did not want to reveal the details, because then he would have to tell about his whole life. And so for some time the men looked at each other attentively and simply smiled, which caused surprise among the unwitting spectators. A moment later, pointing to the chests, the teenager said that there were no potions inside. If they were needed, Abero should tell him about it in advance. After a short pause, the young man noted that there was one more thing he wanted to discuss. The boy was interested in information about the rumors he had asked to be spread, and it turned out that upon hearing them, the crown prince fainted, and the nobility of Tolkien became confused. The manager reported that they acted strictly according to plan. This means that within 5 days this news will be heard not only by the townspeople, but also by the nobles of the 5 kingdoms, including the Tolkien Empire. In addition, Abero decided to involve a third family of marquises in the case, so that the rumors would spread among those for whom they were intended. Grabbing his interlocutor by the coat, the young man said that he would send death knights along with the young man, who would protect 2 people with him. However, we are talking about staying on the lands of Balantier, where a girl named Elizabeth lives. There is also a young man, Ron, who, or rather his life and safety, must also be closely monitored. Jack shouted with anger in his voice that he didn't care about the death of the others, but these 2 must be protected at any cost. And in a quieter voice he continued, even if someone's life is at stake, these are first and foremost. Already on his way out, the guild leader assured the teenager that he would do everything possible. A few hours later, Jack was supposed to meet Thanos and Charlotte for lunch, asking them not to eat in the academy cafeteria, where the food was disgusting. While reading the documents handed to a bear, the young man heard the guys behind him shouting that they were already back. Turning to them, the teenager asked if they had arrived safely. Charlotte leaned over the guy and asked what he was reading, but Jack said it was a ledger. A moment later, our hero looked closely at Thanos, who was also standing right in front of him. This man was as serious as ever. He was silent, and it was clear that he was not going to start the conversation first. Our hero decided to himself that this face spoke for itself, namely that the blonde had noticed something. The young man clearly noticed the situation Charlotte was in, said out loud, which made everyone freeze, and suggested starting dinner. As usual, there were a variety of dishes on the table, so the meal could be enjoyed to the fullest. After finishing his meal, Thanos declared that lunchtime was over and that they should head back to the academy, which the girl immediately picked up on. But Jack did not let her go. He stopped his ward and asked her to stay for a while. Our hero sat with his eyes closed, and Charlotte stood sadly next to him, not understanding what had happened. The guy knew that when a girl has a hard time, she has a habit of keeping everything to herself as much as possible. It must have developed a long time ago. The young man began to say that he tried to wait, but nothing came of it, and he could not stand it any longer, and said that it would take only 3 days. The girl didn't understand anything, and so our hero explained that the baby had not drunk his blood for such a long time. After a short pause, he added that the blonde's skin had become dull, her eyes had lost their sparkle, and her hair had become unattractive and faded. In a word, almost everything had changed. Jack explained that it seemed like the others hadn't noticed all these changes yet. The teenager began to talk about how he regularly did what he was supposed to do. Namely, he left his blood in the kitchen, but its volume did not decrease. Hearing the vampire apologize, the guy said that it was unnecessary because she had done nothing wrong. And without any preamble, he openly said that a little earlier he had dropped by the academy. The surprising thing is that Thanos, who was always lonely and kept to himself, has now settled in well and made some interesting friends. But with Charlotte, it's a completely different story. Everything is different with her. The girl folded her hands in front of her and stood silently, not understanding what she should say. The little girl's eyes showed horror and amazement. She waited for the boss to at least say something, but he was in no hurry to start a conversation. Time seemed to drag on forever, so Charlotte closed her eyes slightly. The little girl, lowering her head even further, began to mumble something, but the young man in a menacing tone told her not to let him wipe his feet on her. Suddenly, the vampire was amazed and asked again what the teenager meant. Our hero looked at the girl sadly and began to talk about different opinions. Then the guy said something about race and fell silent again. Jack began again with his tale of numerous other unfounded differences. The most unpleasant thing is that it is impossible to simply understand them all. And then he added, this is something Charlotte will face throughout her life as a vampire. Suddenly the young man fell silent, but only to catch his breath and put the cup on the table. How a girl behaves at the academy does not depend on anyone, but only on herself. And again the guy took the cup with the drink, speaking slowly about how even if it sounds irresponsible, nothing can be done. Jack is always ready to help and do everything in his power, but he cannot live someone else's life or correct someone else's mistakes. The little girl cried and tried to say something, but the teenager did not listen to her, continuing to note that she had to live her own life. Lowering his voice a little, the young man said that Charlotte should remember one important thing. This nuance lies in what the guy already said earlier, namely that a girl should not allow all sorts of idiots to humiliate her and make a laughing stock of herself. No matter what such fools will do behind your back, you should never lose heart. Shifting from foot to foot, the little girl asked if the boss were in her place, what he would do in this situation. Looking closely at his interlocutor, our hero declared that it was obvious, of course. He would have killed everyone who mocked him. Realizing that the girl might misinterpret this, the young man retreated, explaining that he would rub all bad people's faces in the dirt. Charlotte, relaxing a little, admitted that this was the very reason she had not wanted to drink blood all these days. The little girl laughed, saying that she didn't expect any other answer from her boss. Suddenly, the girl became serious and sad again. Our heroine explained that when she drinks blood, she feels that something is happening to her. The vampire felt like she was doing something completely wrong. Jack listened attentively to his interlocutor, but it seemed that he did not fully understand what she meant. And again, holding the cup in his hand, our hero was distracted by his own thoughts, deciding that the whole reason was Cell. The guy didn't say anything out loud, but he stood up and started taking off his sweater, causing Charlotte to be truly horrified. The little girl was indignant and shouted at her boss, who had already managed to throw the sweater aside. Baring his shoulder, Jack asked why the girl was so surprised, since the young man was only offering her something to eat, as had happened many times before. The teenager stroked his charge's hair, realizing that she was so excited that she probably didn't understand anything. Give the girl your blood, the interlocutor noted that she need not worry. At this moment, Cell is not nearby, and therefore no one is watching. The baby bit Jack's shoulder, starting to drink his blood, either because of hunger or for other reasons. But something was wrong with Charlotte. The guy thought to himself that during this time the vampire had somehow grown taller, and out loud he said that she should eat her fill and not worry about anything. While our hero was nearby, she was protected. The teenager decided that the baby was very hungry and was glad that she could eat her fill. Although suddenly something went wrong, something that surprised our hero. Valentine, who was sitting opposite, watched her student carefully. The boy asked his teacher what happened and why she was looking at him so strangely, but the girl remained silent. Although a moment later the witch raised her hand and pointed her index finger. Valentine wanted to hint something to Jack, pointing at Charlotte, although he did not understand anything. Finally, the guy noticed that the girl's eyes had turned red. Yes, they were beautiful, but a little scary. Jack, who had seen a lot in his life, was amazed at what was starting to happen. For some reason, the vampire became very angry. Unlike Cell, this little girl doesn't want to kill people, but something has changed in her. The young man pushed his charge away from him a little, saying that that was enough. However, the little girl grabbed the teenager's hand and was about to resist him. Charlotte growled. She looked at her interlocutor with hatred. If the girl could, she would kill him. The guy thought to himself that the baby was hungry, but at the same time he asked Valentine what was going on. A minute later, the young man was already lying on the floor. He could not understand what had happened to him. Jack opened his eyes slightly to really assess the situation and understand how he should proceed. But at that moment, Charlotte pounced on the teenager again and knocked him to the floor. It seemed that the little girl could not get enough to eat, but it should not be like that. And so the young man shouted, trying to somehow reason with her. In Charlotte's red eyes, I could read hatred and something else, just as dangerous and unpleasant. The girl started growling again, showing that she was now in charge here. The teenager gradually backed away because he no longer knew what this girl was capable of. Jack was lying on the floor because the vampire had pushed him to the floor to start drinking the boy's blood again. Several ribs during the fall. Grabbing the girl by the jacket, the guy tried to take her off himself. At the same time, he shouted for Charlotte to finally pull herself together, which she could do. Somehow our hero managed to push the girl aside and look her in the face to tell her once again that enough was enough. The girl rose to her feet with difficulty, and it seemed as if she was having difficulty keeping her balance. These few seconds allowed Jack to get to his feet, who noted that this unpleasant joke had gotten out of control. With the same anger and hatred, the interlocutor said that this was very strange. The teenager had a doomed look. He was depressed by this situation, because the guy understood that a black demon was now standing in front of him. The prophecy was correct, the omen that Cell had spoken of and feared so much. Valentine said out loud that who would have thought that only now everything would become clear, and scolded the young man for allowing Charlotte to drink so much blood. The young man saw the girl about to jump, thinking that this was the demon who could destroy the whole world. Looking at his embittered ward, the boy asked his mentor if she had said all those words about demons for a reason. The witch said that the phenomenon they were now observing was called Leucorus. In the distant past, it was named after the flower Leucorus radiata. Our hero understood that it was becoming increasingly difficult for the girl to resist. At the moment, its strength corresponds to the third or even fourth circle. The boy remembered that the Leucorus phenomenon occurs when an ancient vampire king gives his blood to the next generation. Jack didn't understand if this wasn't something that happened during the succession to the throne, but Valentine said she wanted to explain something. It turns out that by drinking blood, a vampire absorbs the power contained in it. In other words, it is more of an absorption of forces than their restoration. The young man looked at Charlotte, realizing what he had done, although before it seemed to him that there was nothing special about it. The king of ancient vampires who use soul energy passes on information about it to the next one, and then he continues to feed it with his blood so that it learns to use it on its own. If they continue to drink blood, which contains soul energy, they go crazy. Later, it became a symbol of succession to the throne. Unfortunately, Charlotte recognized Jack's blood ties, and his blood fell silent. And after a pause, she added that she recognized the blood of the king, who uses the energy of the soul. Our hero is still growing, and as they grow older, they will become stronger, so the girl will experience Leucorus every time she drinks blood. Valentine noted that it might not be that bad from a developmental standpoint, but if not him, then who could stop the baby in this state? The witch said that suddenly the young man would not be around, and the Leucorus would activate in the middle of the crowd. A vampire awakened by blood will go mad from a strong desire to kill and thirst for blood. In desperation, Jack screamed, "How can this problem be solved? Because if everything continued, the guy would not be able to restrain the girl." Valentine said that there are two solutions. One is the most fatal, which is death, but there is also a second one. You just have to accept it and wait until the Leucorus goes away on its own. And she added that a new test awaits the teenager. This is another difficult moment that her student from the future that did not exist must go through. The mentor continued to talk about the young man taking responsibility for everything that happens. There is one rational and real way out, and that is to leave Charlotte. Our hero thought it was like the mentor being abandoned in the past, like the wrath of a witch who should never be irritated. The teenager threateningly declared that he was completely different, and therefore would never abandon his people in trouble. If he gave his word, he would keep it. When asked by Thanos what Cell would do at the academy, she said that she wanted to go to the institution with her friend. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to Jack and Charlotte. She was surprised by the picture she saw. Our heroes only had time to understand that the guy fell to the ground with a crash, although it didn't look like training. The guys started shouting in unison. The blonde asked what could have happened while they were gone. Jack quickly stood up and ordered everyone present to return back immediately. The boy and girl were standing behind the teenager, who was also slowly backing away, but they did not understand what had happened. For a moment, the teenager froze and carefully watched the situation, but nothing happened. It seemed as if time stood still for a moment. Everyone present turned their attention to Charlotte, who was sitting on the ground, a little further away from them. Thanos said that he would show this appearance to the children and the teaching staff, and they would immediately be so scared that they would never want to joke again. Having come to their senses a little, the guys again began to ask what had happened, but Cell was the first to say that in front of them was a demon painted black. Pulling his torn shirt over his bloody shoulder, Jack tried to calm the youth. The guy told them not to worry, but at the same time he used the healing magic of the fifth circle. Having recovered a little, the teenager once again turned his attention to the girl. And then he announced that their Charlotte was going through puberty.